Coffin.
And I'm Philip Mena. Thousands of residents in Indiana have been evacuated after a warehouse containing plastic went up in flames, sending toxic smoke billowing into the surrounding area. The EPA is warning that it has detected particulate matter in the air and said the smoke may contain asbestos and other cancer-causing toxins. The agency saying in a statement that it has started collecting debris samples to determine whether dangerous substances may have left the site. Our Maggie Vespa is on the ground in Richmond.
Roughly 2,000 people have been forced to flee their homes within a half-mile of that toxic, hazardous fire and its black plume of smoke here in Richmond, Indiana. Officials holding a press conference saying that smoke is, in their words, definitely toxic. At this point, they say they're most worried about potentially cancer-causing chemicals that are emitted when plastic burns, or can be at least, basically wafting through the air. The EPA saying at this point they have not found evidence of those chemicals in the air, but they're asking everybody to, again, take caution and evacuate if they're close enough. We are wearing masks out of an abundance of caution. We are far enough back and downwind, so authorities say we are safe at this point. But again, they say that this fire will be burning for days. They want people to stay away from their homes if they're close enough until further notice. And all schools here in the Richmond area are closed today, with districts urging people, if they can, to shelter in place. Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Richmond, Indiana.
Justin Pearson, the Tennessee lawmaker expelled for joining a loud anti-gun protest on the State House floor, will be reinstated. Shelby County commissioners voted unanimously in favor. It comes 2 days after Justin Jones, who also protested, was reinstated by a unanimous vote in his district. Let's go now live to D.C. and Drew Petrimo. Drew, good morning. What's next for these lawmakers? Can they just go back to work now?
Well, good morning, Cora. Yeah, essentially they can. While Pearson, unlike Jones, has not yet been reinstated at this point, that's really just a formality. Tennessee House Speaker Cameron Sexton, who presided over the expulsion of both men, has confirmed that he will indeed seat Pearson as he did Jones. That could happen as early as today. But it's important to note that both these votes to reinstate only fill these vacancies temporarily. When a lawmaker is expelled, a special election has to be called, and that is still the case here. So Justin Jones and Justin Pearson are now their own interim replacements until those elections can be held later this year. They have said they do intend to run again to get their seats restored fully. Both men ran unopposed in their original elections. No word yet if there will be any challengers in the special elections. Meanwhile, the fallout from their unprecedented expulsion continues. Prominent Democratic senators, including Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, have asked the Justice Department to look into whether that action by Tennessee Republicans violated the constitutional rights of Pearson and Jones and the thousands of people who voted for them. The DOJ has not commented on the senator's letter as of yet.
And Drew, we understand that there's movement now on that gun legislation in Tennessee. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, some small steps being taken here. Tennessee Republican Governor Bill Lee signing an executive order to expand background checks for firearm purchases. He has also called on the General Assembly to pass a so-called red flag law. Those laws allow for court orders to take away guns from people who could pose a threat to themselves or others. But it is not clear if the Republican legislature would take up a bill like that during the session that they are currently in. Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally has come out in support of the governor's proposal, saying, quote, "I support the Second Amendment unequivocally and believe that a law-abiding armed citizenry is the greatest defense against criminality and tyranny, but I also believe we must take steps to ensure those experiencing mental health crises do not have access to weapons that can be used in mass casualty events." Now, these measures go nowhere near as far as Democrats want, but do attempt to address some specific concerns raised by the Covenant school shooting on March 27th. The shooter was under care for an emotional disorder and hid weapons at their parents' home. So some small steps being taken here. I'll have to see over the next few weeks if the legislature there in Tennessee takes any further action.
As we understand it, Democrats say they'll continue to have these protests until more action is taken. Drew, thank you.
Meanwhile, hundreds gathered in Louisville for a public vigil to mourn the 5 victims who were killed in the mass shooting at Old National Bank. State and city leaders joined the community to honor the lives lost. Governor Andy Beshear spoke about losing a dear friend, and he commended the quick response from police. In newly released 911 calls, you can hear desperate calls for help from inside the bank, as well as calls the shooter's mother made to police.
8 or 9 people have been shot. Are you with any of them?
Yes, but I'm in a closet hiding.
Is that shots fired?
Yes.
Okay, just stay quiet.
This is his mother. I'm so sorry. I'm getting details secondhand. I'm running to her now. Oh, my Lord.
The family of the shooter tells NBC News in a statement, "No words can express our sorrow, anguish, and horror at the unthinkable harm our son inflicted on innocent people."
Former President Trump is back in Manhattan this morning. The 45th president is set to appear for a deposition in a civil lawsuit being brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James. The case concerns allegations that the Trump Organization falsified financial statements in order to obtain loans. Mr. Trump's return to Manhattan comes just over a week after his arrest and arraignment on 34 counts of felony business fraud in a case spearheaded by New York DA Alvin Bragg. On Wednesday, Bragg was sent a threatening letter that contained a white powder, which was later determined to be harmless. This marks at least the second letter of this kind that has been sent to Bragg since his case ramped up last month. Also on Wednesday, Trump filed a $500 million lawsuit against his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, alleging breaches of contract. Cohen has been a key witness in Bragg's investigation of Trump. Trump and his legal team have repeatedly denied any wrongdoing.
Democratic California Senator Dianne Feinstein is facing growing calls to resign. Democratic Representative Ro Khanna tweeted, "We need to put country ahead of personal loyalty," saying Feinstein can no longer fulfill her duties. The 89-year-old has served as senator for over 30 years. And since early March, she's been on medical leave for shingles, missing votes on the Judiciary Committee and thus preventing Biden judicial appointments. Feinstein on late Wednesday asked Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer to name a temporary replacement on the committee while she recovers. But that would require the Senate to agree either by unanimous consent or with 60-plus votes.
North Korea's latest missile test Thursday morning led to panic and confusion in Japan. According to Japanese government officials, the North launched a ballistic missile just after 7 a.m. This launch prompted a shelter-in-order placed for the island of Hokkaido at 8 a.m. Japanese time. The order was later rescinded, and the missile landed in the Sea of Japan. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more. Claudio, good morning. What was different about this missile launch?
Good morning, Corey. Well, what we know so far is that the missile traveled about 600 miles before it fell into the Sea of Japan. What is different this time, as you mentioned, well, at least according to state media in South Korea, is that the North may have tried a new missile system. Now, the experts are still analyzing the launch, but they suspect that it involved an intercontinental ballistic missile propelled by solid fuel, which makes rockets easier to transport and faster to launch than liquid fuel ones. Now, what's also different this time compared to recent missile launches is that, as you mentioned, the government in Japan issued an evacuation order on the island of Hokkaido in the north of the country, asking everyone there to take shelter early this morning. That, of course, caused panic among the population. That alert was lifted later on as soon as it became clear that the missile landed away from the island of Hokkaido and away from Japanese territory. Corey, Philip?
All right, Claudio Lavanga for us from Rome. Thank you, Claudio.
All right, from windy Rome over to the warmth over here in the States.
Yeah.
And some of them are just skipping spring altogether and heading right to summer. Angie Lastman is with us. Hey, Angie, good morning. I'm looking behind you in Minneapolis at 90 degrees. That's crazy to think.
It's hard to believe, guys. And these are temperatures that you normally see midsummer, maybe June, July, for places like what you mentioned, Minneapolis, which will end up at 90 degrees later this afternoon. The record for that location for this date, 84 degrees. So we're going to blow past that, not just in Minneapolis, in a couple other places we could contend with that record as well. Chicago, we could tie a record of 82 degrees. Akron ends up at 80, not quite a record, but still well over what it should be for this time of year. 77 for Jamestown later this week as we get into Friday afternoon, but we'll see numerous records across states with this warmth sticking with us for a little while longer. It's going to take us right into the weekend along the East Coast, and we'll be watching for that for Saturday and Sunday as well. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Plenty of sunshine from Syracuse to Boston, ends up at 78 degrees. Meanwhile, New York at 87. As we look to the south, a little cooler in some spots. Tampa at 79 degrees, but soggy from Miami to Orlando and up into Atlanta just in time for the afternoon commute. And we got to talk about the rain that's working through parts of the southeast. It's going to impact folks here as we get through the later parts of today and even into the end of our work week. We've got those details coming up.
Important stuff. All right, Angie, see you in a bit. Thank you. It was win or go home for 4 teams last night in the NBA. Let's start with a nail-biter down in New Orleans. The Thunder pulled ahead in the game's final seconds. Brandon Ingram pulled the Pelicans within 1, but did not get the foul call he wanted. OKC hangs on from there. They win it. An abysmal night at the free throw line for the Raptors allowed the Bulls to pull off the comeback. Zach LaVine scored 39, and Chicago moves on 109-105.
All right, a shocking report of migrant child labor. That's coming up next in an NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. A migrant teen is breaking his silence about the harrowing experience of working overnights to clean a slaughterhouse. Here's Julia Ainsley, and a warning, some of the images are disturbing.
In a small Kansas town, an undocumented 16-year-old we're calling Pedro to protect his identity is heading to work the overnight shift to clean a slaughterhouse. That hazardous work illegal for anyone under 18. This is the slaughterhouse floor after it was scrubbed down. And this is what it looked like when workers arrived before their overnight shift.
What was work like last night?
Fue muy pesado.
Well, it was very tough.
What do you clean?
Donde mata las vacas.
Where they kill the cows. I have to clean all the blood of the cows until I finish, and I have to leave my area clean.
Pedro tells us his shift starts around 11 p.m. and ends around 6 a.m., giving him just enough time to shower and get to high school. Pedro says he has been working there since he was 15, up to 7 days a week.
Did you have trouble staying awake and learning?
Me cuesta mucho como...
Yes, it takes its toll. It's very tiring, and also because of the sleepiness.
Pedro works for Packers Sanitation Services, Inc., or PSSI. In February, the company settled with the U.S. Labor Department after investigators uncovered more than 100 children, some as young as 13, working illegally. As part of its settlement, PSSI pledged it would no longer hire children and paid a $1.5 million fine, a tiny fraction of its revenues. Nationwide, children were fired at multiple PSSI locations, according to some company employees. But Pedro is still on the job, a dangerous job. Like other child workers, he told us he'd been severely burned from powerful cleaning chemicals.
I noticed you were coughing. Is that from the chemicals?
Sí, es porque
Yes, it's because the chemicals are strong.
Pedro says he fled poverty in Guatemala 2 years ago. He relied on a smuggler to illegally cross the U.S. border and bring him here alone to find a job. He says he sends almost all of his salary to his parents more than 2,000 miles away.
Gracias porque
They thank me because there are a lot of people here who spend the money as they please, and we earn the money the hard way.
PSSI would not grant an interview, but has said it uses the government's E-Verify system to confirm employees' work eligibility and suggests responsibility lies with underage employees that deceive the company about their age. Pedro told us he used fake papers that say he is an adult to get the job.
These kids are living in fear, that these kids will do anything.
Pastor Joel David Tuche says he knows of more than a dozen children, mainly Guatemalans, who were told by their smugglers and the people they live with they had no choice but to clean slaughterhouses at night.
You wish you could take all of them in and figure out a way to let them live their age, let them enjoy what other kids their age are enjoying here in the United States.
Because they weren't allowed to be?
That was robbed from them.
When you work in that slaughterhouse?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you have to act like an adult, and if you mess up, you get treated like an adult, which none of these kids have the maturity to handle that emotional stress.
Meanwhile, with the money Pedro earns, he continues to pay off his $2,500 debt to that smuggler.
We have only enough for our food and the rent, only that.
Like many child migrants, he lives with a relative that charges him rent. We asked him what he misses most.
I am alone. I miss my parents, my family.
PSSI asked NBC News for Pedro's real name, saying they would fire him immediately for working underage. We're withholding his name to allow him to share his story without the fear of losing his job he says he needs. PSSI also told NBC News they don't want any minors working for their company and will redouble efforts to identify him.
Our thanks to Julia for that very important report.
Very eye-opening.
Yeah.
All right, when we return, the Titanic discovery at the bottom of Lake Superior.
And it's still to come, a lot of people walk into a bar for something more than drinks.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is what it looks and feels. Storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here. How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night,
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
A mystery over a century old has finally been discovered at the bottom of Lake Superior. The Great Lakes Historical Shipwreck Society has now located 2 out of the 3 lumber ships that sank in 1914, calling them historic discoveries of American history. The C.F. Curtis and the Selden E. Marvin were uncovered within 2 years of each other. The 3rd ship, Annie M. Peterson, has yet to be found. 28 people died in a storm after that hit. The vessel's traveling from Michigan to New York. It's fascinating, first of all, what we can see with this footage, but also just the fact that it did take so long. It just shows you how massive those lakes are.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, some of it's still oddly preserved here. But I think about the year that it happened to, in 1914, we see here. That's 2 years after the Titanic. So I got to think, in America, what was going on with all these shipwrecks? And, this is the main mode of transportation, and it was so dangerous. And, and it was right there, and it kind of brings back all of that to life, just seeing that there.
And all these mysteries.
Yeah. All right, Angie is back with us. She's got her eye on some severe weather in the plains, her Thursday forecast right after this break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, my family.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Heads up, we are going to be tracking the potential for some strong to even severe storms late night into the plains. We're talking Nebraska to Texas. Watch for that. We could see some strong winds and some isolated tornadoes. We'll be right back.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from France. Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from France. Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Recovering in a post-pandemic lockdown world, bars and restaurants had to find a new and innovative way to bring people back. Joe Fryer stopped by a bar that's become a trivia hotspot.
Ben Affleck and what other actor are both returning as the Caped Crusader in the movie The Flash?
If it's Tuesday night, it's trivia night at Lexington Public on Manhattan's Upper East Side.
Michael Keaton.
We've been coming here like pretty much every week. Tuesday night trivia brings me to the bar. I really love pop culture.
I love geography, like current events, politics, and sports.
Teams like this one meet up weekly for some friendly competition.
Gets us out on a Tuesday night, so it's nice to have a routine.
Owner Chloe Patelis added the trivia night as a way to draw customers to the newly opened bar. And she says it's a winning answer. Tuesday night business is up 50%.
It's brought in so many people that might not have found this location.
NYC Trivia League supplies bars like Lexington Public with equipment, hosts, everything they need to run their own trivia nights, besides the beers and wings. The group has seen a rush of interest post-pandemic and added 24 new trivia nights since November.
We've seen more players. We've seen them coming back more often.
And it's not just a New York City phenomenon. The company King Trivia runs events in about 35 states. They've gone from 200 weekly events before the pandemic to more than 300 now.
More different types of venues are open to it today. So the popularity has surged. It's way higher. But it's a much more difficult landscape today than it was before.
It's part of a larger trend combining eating and drinking with entertainment. More than 80% of Americans have tried it out. For customers watching their wallets, it provides added value, while bars get an influx of patrons and improve their bottom line.
Before the pandemic, is a trivia night something that you would have even considered?
I know a lot of bars did it, but that's not something that I would have considered. It's amazing. I would never go back.
And if you're looking to add a dose of competition to your nights out, trivia is not the only option. Some places, customers can throw an axe in between sips of beer or even play pickleball during happy hour.
An event night like this, that's their personal trainer, so they have to go. They have to commit to it. Otherwise, they might have just thought, I'm going to go out tonight. maybe I'll just stay in and watch TV.
You're like a personal trainer.
Just like a personal trainer, yeah.
Our thanks to Joe for that report.
I mean, it's a lot more fun than being by yourself at home, yelling at the screen during Jeopardy, you know, if you're into it.
Or during your sports team losing.
That's right. See you tomorrow.
A massive inferno blankets Richmond, Indiana, with no end in sight. The toxic fumes forcing thousands to evacuate. What the EPA is saying about the cancer-causing chemicals.
Tennessee lawmaker Justin Pearson reappointed after Republican lawmakers expelled him for protesting gun violence on the state house floor. Why he says the fight for gun safety is far from over.
Nothing brings people together like country music. Just ask Senator Joe Manchin, the supposed songbird of West Virginia, inside his overseas trip to Kyiv with Brad Paisley.
And the Terminator saying hasta la vista, baby, to some potholes. It's Thursday, April 13th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Corey Coffin. A toxic fire is burning in Indiana after a warehouse containing plastic went up in flames, prompting evacuations. The EPA is warning that it has detected particulate matter in the air and said that the smoke may contain asbestos and other cancer-causing toxins. The agency saying in a statement that it has started collecting debris samples to determine whether dangerous substances may have left the site. Our Maggie Vespa is on the ground in Richmond.
Roughly 2,000 people have been forced to flee their homes within a half-mile of that toxic, hazardous fire and its black plume of smoke here in Richmond, Indiana. Officials holding a press conference saying that smoke is, in their words, definitely toxic. At this point, they say they're most worried about potentially cancer-causing chemicals that are emitted when plastic burns, or can be at least, basically wafting through the air. The EPA saying at this point they have not found evidence of those chemicals in the air, but they're asking everybody to, again, take caution and evacuate if they're close enough. We are wearing masks out of an abundance of caution. We are far enough back and downwind, so authorities say we are safe at this point. But again, they say that this fire will be burning for days. They want people to stay away from their homes if they're close enough until further notice. And all schools here in the Richmond area are closed today, with districts urging people, if they can, to shelter in place. Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Richmond, Indiana.
Justin Pearson, the Tennessee lawmaker expelled for joining a loud anti-gun protest on the state house floor, will be reinstated. Shelby County commissioners voted unanimously in favor. And it comes 2 days after Justin Jones, who also protested, was reinstated by unanimous vote in his district. For more on this, we go live now to D.C. and Drew Petrimo. Drew, good morning. So what's next for these two lawmakers? Do they just go back to work now?
Hey, good morning, Philip. Yeah, essentially they can. While Pearson, unlike Jones, has not yet been reseated, at this point that's really just considered a formality. Tennessee House Speaker Cameron Sexton, who presided over the expulsion of both men, has confirmed that he will seat Pearson as he did Jones. That could happen as early as today, but it is important to note that both these votes to reinstate only fill those House seats, those vacancies temporarily. When a lawmaker is expelled, a special election has to be called, and that still is the case here. So Justin Jones and Justin Pearson are now their own interim replacements until those elections can be held later this year. They have said they do intend to run again to get their seats restored fully. Both men ran unopposed in their original elections. No word yet on if there will be any challengers in the special election. Meanwhile, the fallout from their unprecedented expulsion continues. Prominent Democratic senators, including Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, have asked the Justice Department to look into whether that action by Tennessee Republicans violated the constitutional rights of Pearson and Jones and the thousands of people who voted for them. The DOJ has not commented on the senator's letter.
Drew, after all of this, we understand there is movement now on gun legislation in Tennessee. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we have some movement coming from the governor. Republican Bill Lee has issued an executive order strengthening background checks for firearm purchases. He also called on the state General Assembly to pass a so-called red flag law. Those laws allow for court orders to take away guns from people who pose a threat to themselves or others, but it is not clear if the Republican legislature would take up a bill like that during the session that it is currently in. Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally has come out in support of the governor's proposal, saying, quote, "I support the Second Amendment unequivocally and believe that a law-abiding armed citizenry is the greatest defense against criminality and tyranny, but I also believe we must take steps to ensure those experiencing mental health crises do not have access to weapons that can be used in mass casualty events." Now, these measures go nowhere near as far as Democrats want, but do attempt to address some specific concerns from the Covenant School shooting on March 27th. The shooter was under emotional care, but was able to store guns at a family home. So we'll have to see over the next few weeks of the legislative session in Tennessee if the legislature is able to come up with any consensus and pass bills regarding gun control.
Still plenty of developments, though, this morning. Drew Petrimo, we appreciate the update. Drew, thanks.
Hundreds gathered in Louisville for a public vigil to mourn the 5 victims who were killed in the mass shooting at Old National Bank. State and city leaders joined the community to honor the lives lost. Governor Andy Beshear spoke about losing a dear friend, and he commended the quick response from police. In newly released 911 calls, you can hear desperate calls for help from people inside the bank and calls the shooter's mother made to police.
8 or 9 people have been shot. Are you with any of them?
Yes, but I'm in a closet hiding.
Is that shots fired?
Yes.
Okay, just stay quiet.
This is his mother. I'm so sorry. I'm getting details secondhand. I'm running to it now. Oh, my Lord.
The family of the shooter tells NBC News in a statement, "No words can express our sorrow, anguish, and horror at the unthinkable harm our son inflicted on innocent people."
Former President Trump is back in Manhattan this morning. The 45th president is set to appear for a deposition in a civil lawsuit being brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James. The case concerns allegations that the Trump Organization falsified financial statements in order to obtain loans. Mr. Trump's return to Manhattan comes just over a week after his arrest and arraignment on 34 counts of felony business fraud in a case spearheaded by New York DA Alvin Bragg. On Wednesday, Bragg was sent a threatening letter that contained a white powder, which was later determined to be harmless. But this marks at least the second letter of this kind that has been sent to Bragg since his case ramped up over the last month. Also on Wednesday, Trump filed a $500 million lawsuit against his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, alleging breaches of contract. Cohen has been a key witness in Bragg's investigation of Trump. Trump and his legal team have repeatedly denied any wrongdoing.
Democratic California Senator Dianne Feinstein is facing growing calls to resign. Democratic Representative Ro Khanna tweeted, quote, "We need to put country ahead of personal loyalty," saying that Feinstein is no longer able to fulfill her duties. The 89-year-old has served as senator for over 30 years. Since early March, she's been on medical leave for shingles, missing votes on the Judiciary Committee and thus preventing Biden judicial appointments. Feinstein late Wednesday asked Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer to name a temporary replacement on the committee while she recovers, but that would require the Senate to agree either by unanimous consent or 60-plus votes.
Jury selection begins today in Dominion Voting Systems' $1.6 billion defamation case against Fox News. On Wednesday, a Delaware judge sanctioned Fox News and its parent company, Fox Corporation, for withholding evidence in the lawsuit, saying he's considering further investigation and censure. An attorney for Abby Grossberg, a former Fox News producer who sued her old employer, said that lawyers for Dominion Voting Systems played recordings she made during 2020, which were not handed over to Dominion's lawyers during discovery. In a statement, Fox News said that the company produced the supplemental information from Grossberg when they first learned it. The judge's sanction gives the voting machine company a chance to conduct another deposition at Fox's expense.
President Biden set to deliver remarks at the Irish House of Parliament today. During his first day in Ireland, he traced his Irish roots, touring a castle where his grandparents lived and stopping by a local restaurant. He also visited Northern Ireland briefly and met with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak.
North Korea's latest missile test on Thursday led to panic and confusion in Japan. According to Japanese government officials, the North launched a ballistic missile just after 7 a.m. and this launch prompted a shelter order for the island of Hokkaido at 8 a.m. Japanese time. The order was later rescinded and the missile landed in the Sea of Japan. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more. Claudio, good morning. Was there anything different about this missile launch?
Good morning, Philip. Well, what we know so far is that that missile traveled about 6 miles before it fell into the Sea of Japan. What is different about it this time, at least according to state media in South Korea, is that the North may have tried a new or tested a new missile system. Now, analysts or experts are still analyzing the launch, but they suspect that it involved an intercontinental ballistic missile propelled by solid fuel, which makes rockets easier to transport and faster to launch than liquid-fueled ones. Also, what is different compared to recent missile tests is the fact that, as you mentioned, the government in Japan issued an evacuation order on the island of Hokkaido in the north of the country, telling everyone there early this morning, to seek immediate shelter, causing, of course, panic among the population. And then the alert later on was lifted when it became clear that the missile landed in the Sea of Japan, away from the island of Hokkaido and outside Japanese territory. Philip, Corey?
All right, Claudio Lavanga for us in Rome. Claudio, thank you.
Yeah, as you mentioned before, a very windy Rome.
You could hear it, yeah.
All right, from the windy parts of that part of the world to the very warm weather that we are experiencing here, let's check in with Angie Lastman. Angie, it certainly does not feel like the beginning of April.
No, did you notice how Claudio was wearing a jacket? And most of the country now doesn't really need that jacket. We're ditching it if you live really for most of the east. Summertime conditions have settled in for a lot of places. It's not going to stay like this permanently. We'll get back to those more spring-like conditions. But notice Green Bay ends up at 80 degrees later this afternoon. Minneapolis, you're headed for the 90s in April. Cincinnati hits 80 and Detroit will end up at 84 degrees. So running way warm for this time of year. We'll take a run at some record-breaking temperatures as well for the afternoon hours as we look towards New York tomorrow. 84 degrees, 20, 30 degrees above normal for this time of year. We start to moderate out by the time we get back into Sunday with upper 60s expected for both Detroit and New York. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. In the Northeast, we end up into the upper 70s for Boston. Richmond will hit 87 degrees today with plenty of sunshine. Sunshine for Charlotte, but a little farther to the south and west, Atlanta will deal with some showers as well as some thunderstorms stretching through Montgomery and Mobile. And plenty of rain still on the way for parts of the Gulf Coast. Not quite the nice forecast that we have there. We'll talk about it coming up, guys.
All right, Angie, thank you. And we are back in a minute as some lawmakers get a little country to stand in solidarity with Ukraine.
And the recording artists receiving record-breaking honors for their chart-topping hits.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
This is what it looks and feels.
Storms
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Of course, we are months away from the holiday season, but Christmas came early for one of the season's most iconic songs. Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You was among the Library of Congress's newest additions to the National Recording Registry. Songs from Daddy Yankee, Madonna, Led Zeppelin, and even the Super Mario Brothers theme were part of that 25-track list.
And congratulations to them. That's great.
Yeah.
A bipartisan group of U.S. senators exported country music to Kyiv. Senators Mark Kelly, Lisa Murkowski, and Joe Manchin traveled to Ukraine with country star Brad Paisley. Manchin and Paisley, who are both from West Virginia, performed this classic song.
Take me home, country roads, to the place I belong. What? Virginia. Terrible. The mountain mama, take me home.
Ah, that's a great song. Paisley is an ambassador for Ukraine's United 24 fundraising campaign. Manchin's office says the delegation spoke with President Zelensky about military readiness and rebuilding Ukraine.
Who let the DigiDogs out? Well, Mayor Eric Adams of New York has unleashed 3 new high-tech policing devices, including that robotic police dog. The robotic canine will be used to assist NYPD in hostage situations, to patrol confined areas, along with the K5 autonomous security robot and the Star Chase GPS system. The security robot, equipped with cameras and sensors, will be displayed in Times Square subway stations, and the Star Chase system will be used to track fleeing vehicles by attaching a GPS tag to cars. These devices will be hitting the streets this summer.
Ooh, they're a little creepy, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's a new way to fight crime.
Yeah. All right, still to come, a smoking victory for several states. Another lawsuit rips millions from Juul.
And what the latest inflation numbers mean for your wallet. We've got that next.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi family.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Morning out. Morning, Cap.
you today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Juul has agreed to pay $462 million to settle claims by 6 states and the District of Columbia that it unlawfully marketed its vaping products to minors. That's according to a person familiar with the matter. The e-cigarette company did not admit any wrongdoing with the settlement, which includes New York and California. With this deal, Juul has settled with 45 states, total with for more than $1 billion. The company is also facing lawsuits or open investigations in 5 other states.
All right, let's turn now to the latest update on the economy. Inflation cooled to 5% in March. That's the lowest level in nearly 2 years, but prices are still high. CNBC's Arbila Gumede joining us now to break down what this new report means for consumers. Arbila, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Philip. So, yeah, certainly a number that has come off from where it initially was, at least a few prints ago as well. 5% is the figure on a year-on-year basis of prices have increased, only 5% compared to a year ago. But that gives you a sense of how dire things might be, because we're looking at that as a low number when 2% was the initial figure that the Fed had initially looked at. What this figure also means is that clearly the interest rate hikes that the Fed has embarked on since the end of 2021 have certainly helped and begun to really make a dent in the pockets of consumers, making things perhaps a little bit more difficult to buy on. So prices now beginning to come off a little bit as well. But outside of that, the core CPI print, that is excluding energy as well as food costs, is actually at 5.6%. It's the rare indication of it being a little bit higher than the actual number, and that is because energy costs as well as food costs are the ones that have dropped perhaps a little bit more considerably than all the other costs then as well. So clearly the figure is helping, but whether we'll see another hike in interest rates, very possible.
Any bit of progress, though, is call for some optimism these days. All right, Arbila, thank you.
With maybe a long way to go.
Yeah.
All right. After the break, Angie Lastman is back to break down the latest warm temperatures for us. We're going to have your forecast coming up.
And after the break, a couple merges art and activism to make a stand for LGBTQ plus rights.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me give you a hand.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story,
but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We are waking up to a soggy Thursday morning. From Panama City to New Orleans, we're seeing heavy rain working on shore, and that's really the story for much of the southeast here as we go through the day today. We saw ample amounts of rain yesterday in parts of Miami, close to 20 inches reported near Fort Lauderdale. The flooding concern will remain with rainfall rates up to 2 inches, and when it's all said and done, we could see anywhere from 2 to 4 amounts up to 2 to 4 as we get it through the day. We'll be right back.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
A mystery over a century old has finally been discovered at the bottom of Lake Superior. The Great Lakes Historical Shipwreck Society has now located 2 out of the 3 lumber ships that sank in 1914, calling them historic discoveries in American history. The C.F. Curtis and Selden E. Marvin were uncovered within 2 years of each other, while the 3rd ship, named Annie M. Patterson, has yet to be found. 28 people died after a storm hit those vessels traveling from Michigan to New York.
God, it's an amazing.
It's just incredible what you can see. I mean, that's living history right there.
You're right. It's absolutely just a peek into the past. It's almost like something we were never supposed to see, you know, and it's discovered all these years later. Arnold Schwarzenegger, he said that a giant pothole was upsetting his neighborhood for weeks, so he said, I'll be back. And he did, returning with a crew to terminate that pothole. He said, hasta la vista, baby, to that bump in the road. But Los Angeles is saying that, you know, maybe it shouldn't have been filled. A city spokesperson told NBC Los Angeles that that was not a pothole at all. It was a service trench for an upcoming gas line project. And you think that all that kind of would have been figured out before they busted out with the asphalt and, you know, before Arnold. But you know what? He's a former governor. He wanted to get things done as soon as he saw a problem.
Yeah, he said, let me take care of it. It's fine.
And they're like, probably shouldn't cover that up, but, you know.
No.
Arnold's a doer, you know. There you go.
I mean, he meant well. He meant well.
Yeah.
I don't know if the neighbors were too happy. And meet the Rue Republicans. A drag-loving couple created a new Instagram page using artificial intelligence, again, AI, to make parodies of Republicans attempting to push anti-LGBTQ plus bills. Combining their activism and love for RuPaul's Drag Race, the pair turned Ron DeSantis into Rhonda Santy, Ted Cruz into Cruzella DeVille, and Mike Pence into Mother Pence. The account has gained 95,000 followers since March. This is my absolute favorite story of the year. This is incredible.
I'm surprised they only have that many followers. I'm sure that's going to grow. By this time next week, it'll be a lot more. I mean, it was fun trying to guess who is who at the very beginning, you know?
Their artwork is absolutely impeccable. I mean, Annie Leibovitz could have been taking these photos.
Yeah, look, Ted Cruz right there. I can tell that.
That's amazing.
Mike Pence, it wasn't as hard to guess, though, right? All right. There is a dog out there who is fetching internet fame for his uncanny resemblance to a beloved Peanuts character. Meet Bailey. Look at Bailey, the 2-year-old pup being compared to Snoopy on social media. You can see why. I mean, they share a lot of features, including those round button noses. It's a sheepdoodle as well. Snoopy, though, is a beagle. Bailey is even giving Snoop a run for his money, raking in over 150,000 followers on Instagram.
That is Snoopy.
It might be. Have a good day. We'll see you.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, a new twist in the battle over abortion rights in America. A federal appeals court has granted the Justice Department's emergency request to keep a commonly used abortion pill on the market for now. More on the late night ruling and what it could mean about the future of access to the drug. And breaking this morning, deluge. Parts of Florida are underwater this morning as strong springtime storms trigger intense flash flooding, leaving entire neighborhoods devastated. We'll show you the damage, plus where that system is headed next. Legal limbo. This morning, Donald Trump is back in New York. He's set to be deposed in a business fraud lawsuit brought against him by the state's attorney general. Plus, the former president is now suing his former lawyer, who's a key witness in a separate case against Trump. We'll bring you the latest. And it's sneezing season. If you suffer from allergies, you already know springtime started early and is expected to last longer than years past. We'll explain why and what you can do to get some relief. I definitely relate to that headline.
Oh, yeah.
It's tough out here.
Oh, yeah. Sneezing season sounds fun, but it is not.
It's not fun. And we'll bring you that news. But we're going to begin this morning with the new developments in the legal battle over the abortion drug mifepristone.
Yeah, a federal appeals court issued a ruling late last night blocking part of the Texas judge's decision that suspended the FDA's approval of that medication. The appeals court's decision allows the pill to remain available in the U.S. for now, but there are certain restrictions. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now with more. So, Danny, let's take a closer look at this appeals court's decision. It's allowing some limited access to the drug. So what do we know about those restrictions?
Basically that you can't send it through the mail. This is the kind of thing that it partially overrules the district court's order, but not completely. And really probably the most important is that it preserves the status quo the way it was a week ago. And that's really one of the more important things about this kind of injunctive relief. It's not a final decision on the merits. It's an almost 50-page order. And yet this is not the final say. This just preserves the way things have been until something further is decided on the merits.
And then, Danny, let's talk about that dueling ruling from Washington State. Really complicates the issue here. So what should we know and understand about that?
This happens from time to time, but the key is that when you have this kind of circuit split or district court split on an important issue, that is a signal that it is very likely we may see this case at the Supreme Court. That's the kind of thing the Supreme Court looks for. As you know, the Supreme Court has limited resources. They can't hear every single appeal. They have to turn down way more than they actually hear. So this is exactly the kind of thing that will get it earmarked to go right up to the Supreme Court because you have that kind of split between the districts. It's not a direct split because the Washington District Court case only covers certain geographical areas, not the entire country. But yet they are inconsistent, and that's the kind of thing that'll get it reviewed.
Yeah.
And if this does actually go to the Supreme Court, what kind of timeline are we looking at here? I mean, it's a medication. Obviously, it could be needed very fast for a lot of people.
Right. That's the concern. I mean, this has always been the concern with abortion. It's been famously called capable of repetition, but evading review. And that's because it's only a 9-month gestation period. So if you go to court, most cases last a lot longer than 9 months. So speed is of the essence. People have relied on this since 2000. That's when it was approved. So those reliance interests are very important. It's the kind of thing that needs to get to a final determination sooner rather than later.
States are already stockpiling the drugs, so we'll have to watch this one.
All right, Danny, thanks so much. All right, we're following some breaking news out of Florida this morning. Heavy rain is causing serious flooding in Fort Lauderdale. Broward County issued a flash flood emergency yesterday as more than a foot of rain came down in just a matter of hours. That rapid flooding left people trapped in their cars and created dangerous conditions for pedestrians as well. That emergency has been downgraded now to a flood warning, but schools along with the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport remain closed today.
So meteorologist Angie Lassman is following it all and joins us now to break it down. Good morning, Angie.
Morning, guys. Yeah, pretty incredible yesterday across South Florida. Parts of South Florida, specifically Fort Lauderdale, picked up 7 months worth of rainfall in just 7 hours. That tells you how inundated they were with water, and it really had nowhere to go. So the flooding concerns continue there, and we have more rain on the way. Most of the heavy rain is focused up towards Alabama, Mississippi, and parts of Louisiana. That's where that low pressure system is eventually going to work on shore. But we still have some trailing rain that's going to impact folks in those same areas that were already hard hit yesterday, with upwards of 25 inches of rain outside of the Fort Lauderdale area. So still the flooding concern to be seen here through the rest of the day, with those rainfall rates reaching anywhere from 1 to 2 inches per hour. And that goes up through the Carolinas. Now, as we get into tomorrow, that's when we'll start to see the Carolinas getting in on some of that rainfall. But the highest concern continues to remain down for South Florida. Something to be watching here if you're going to be out and about in that area over the next day or so. Here's the system that we're tracking. It will bring rain into parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama through the day today. And eventually, places like Atlanta could have a little bit of a rough go when it comes to the afternoon hours for that commute. We'll still be watching the flood concern, and we also could see some of these stronger storms developing. Looks more like some wind, maybe some hail, rather than the tornadoes, but we'll keep an eye on that as well. Here's what I was talking about with the Carolinas, seeing some of that rain for your Friday. This is something we'll see from Raleigh all the way to Charleston. We'll watch for that, with some pockets of heavy rain also causing some flooding concerns for folks there. When it's all said and done, I think over the next day or so, we could see maybe 2 to 4 inches in some of those higher amounts, widespread about an inch, maybe to 2 inches. There's the severe weather that I mentioned. It does stretch down into portions of South Florida from Miami to Jacksonville and out west towards Columbus, Mobile, all involved in this. And again, it's mainly the wind gusts that we're concerned for, 60 miles per hour, hail up to an inch, but we won't rule out an isolated tornado or two. And did you feel the heat across much of the eastern half of the country yesterday? Yeah, today is no different. We're going to end up close to 90 degrees in Minneapolis. 89 is the high today. North Platte hits 90. St. Louis at 82. Detroit, you'll hit 84 degrees. And Richmond, 87. These numbers are 10, 20, even close to 30 degrees above where they should be for this time of year. Feeling more like late June, early July than April. We'll take a run at some record highs across much of the Northeast, especially as we get into tomorrow. We'll see D.C. and New York both end up into the mid-80s. So it'll be another warm one. And then we'll finally start to moderate out as we get into the weekend. But we'll go into Saturday and Sunday with upper 60s in New York. Not bad for this time of year. Upper 70s will remain for Saturday in D.C. And we'll still be into the 80s as we get into Sunday before we drop back into those upper 60s. So some temperature swings on the way. Now, we're also still dealing with those elevated wind gusts, the heat, and the low humidity. And all of those ingredients together means that we'll continue to have those fire concerns. And it stretches from parts of northern, the parts of the Midwest into parts of the Southwest. That's where we're going to see the potential for some of these brush fires or any fire to quickly spread, because we do have dry conditions and we do have those elevated winds. Already some active fires that we're tracking in parts of New Mexico and in Arizona. You can see 4 in New Mexico and already 7 active fire incidents in parts of Arizona. Something that will be, something to watch here specifically as we get through the next day or so. We'll still be watching for the record highs as we get through your Friday, and we'll watch for some strong strong storms to develop in the midsection of the country. It stretches the rain, that is, from parts of the upper Midwest all the way down to the south as another system starts to work through. We'll have the potential to see maybe some isolated, strong to severe storms here as we get into Saturday. That'll continue marching east by the time we get into Sunday, and there'll be some showers around for that forecast, guys, as we get through the East Coast.
Looks like we got a little bit of everything.
Oh,
Angie
yeah.
Glassman, thank you so much.
Well, new this morning, the EPA issuing a warning about major air pollution concerns in Indiana as a toxic plastics fire continues to burn there. This warehouse fire has been burning in the city of Richmond since Monday. EPA officials say this thick plume of smoke you see here may contain traces of the deadly carcinogen asbestos. They are testing for other substances right now as well, and officials are warning people who live in that area to avoid any debris from that fire that may end up landing on their property. Public schools in the area remain closed today for the second day in a row.
And turning now to the latest on the investigations into former President Donald Trump. He's expected to return to a New York courthouse today. Just a week ago, he was arraigned on criminal charges in connection with the Stormy Daniels hush money case. Now, Trump will take part in a deposition in a business fraud lawsuit that has been brought against him by New York Attorney General Letitia James. The lawsuit alleges the Trump Organization misled banks and others by providing financial statements that misstated the value of assets like golf courses and hotels. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. For more, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis to break it all down. Rahema, good morning. So there are multiple legal issues surrounding the former president. So first off, can you just remind us how this specific lawsuit came to be, what's being alleged, and what should we expect today?
For sure. Good morning. We should tell you that this came about as a result of a 3-year investigation by Letitia James. As you point out, she's the New York State Attorney General. And she was looking into the business dealings of the Trump Organization. And she had a deposition into this last August, where the former president, 400 times or more, took the Fifth Amendment, which is his right, his legal right to do so, and didn't really answer any questions. Following that position, she then filed this civil lawsuit against him, alleging, as you mentioned, that he habitually filed fraudulent claims about the value of his businesses, and that is everything, as you point out, from hotels, golf courses, and skyscrapers, which she says is against the law. So what we can expect today is that this particular investigation, I should point out, it went on for 3 years. It was about property cases from 2011 to 2021. The former president is expected to come here today for the deposition. Whether or not he will answer any questions or take the fifth again, it's yet to be determined. Zen Clay?
And Rahema, what are some of the potential consequences for Trump? What is the Attorney General seeking exactly?
She's seeking $250 million in this civil lawsuit against Trump, 3 of his children, and the Trump Organization. And if he is found liable in this civil lawsuit, she's again seeking that $250 million and a ban on his company from operating in New York State. Ben Clay?
And I know we learned just yesterday that Trump is suing his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, for $500 million. Cohen, of course, was a key witness in the Manhattan DA's hush money case against Trump before Trump was indicted. So in this lawsuit, what is Trump's team alleging, and have we heard anything from Cohen on this?
The Trump team is alleging that Cohen spoke about him and spreading lies about the former president, and that were likely to be embarrassing and detrimental. What we've heard from the Cohen folks is that they're saying that this is the former president's attempt to unjustly enrich himself by making falsehoods about Cohen. And they basically said that this is a frivolous lawsuit and it shouldn't go anywhere. They deny all of what the former president is claiming. St. Clay?
A lot to follow here. Rahema Ellis, we know you'll stay on it. Thank you so much.
Jury selection is expected to get underway today in the $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit against Fox News brought by Dominion Voting Systems. Dominion claiming that Fox defamed the company by pushing conspiracy theories about its technology following the 2020 election. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim is in Wilmington, Delaware, where that trial is being held. Jane, good morning to you. So yesterday, another twist in this case, that judge sanctioning Fox News and its parent company for withholding evidence in the discovery portion portion of this case. So what does that mean? How could this affect things going into the trial? Will this mean more depositions?
For starters, it means the judge is really pretty mad. Dominion's lawyers played tapes that a producer had made in the course of her reporting that Dominion says they got a week ago instead of months ago when they say they should have. The judge was not pleased. These are critical pre-tapes before these interviews aired. And he said, you know what, we're going to have, if you need more depositions, Dominion, you're going to have them, and Fox is going to pay for them. That's the sanction here. He also said he's considering appointing a special master into looking into what's going on with this evidence being withheld. He is not pleased. He told lawyers to preserve their communications. That's not something you want to hear days before you go to trial.
Yeah, Jane, following your reporting on this, I know last week you said that Fox executive Rupert Murdoch will likely have to testify. So how important could that testimony be to this case, and who else do you think we could hear from?
Rupert Murdoch's testimony is critical both to tying the case to Fox Corporation. He's, of course, an officer of Fox News, we've now learned, but Fox Corporation as well as the chair, his involvement in this. But I also think it's really important to the story Dominion's trying to tell, because at the end of the day, this is a story. The idea that, as Dominion puts it, that from the top down, people knew that the conspiracy theories they were allowing to be broadcast on these shows repeatedly were false, and they knew it before they put them on the air. And that's what the Dominion's narrative is, and they want Murdoch for both the emotional part of that story as well as the absolutely fact-critical part of his involvement as the top boss.
And we've seen so much from Dominion already, heard their arguments, and in Discovery seen bombshelled text messages. But what is Fox's defense here? Do we know what their argument will be going into trial?
You know, the judge has limited them a lot in what they can say. So we know that they can't have the legal defense of newsworthiness going forward. They also can't talk about, we can't talk about January 6th, which is sort of a win for them. But what they can say is essentially that the Constitution protects them. We know they're going to argue that they were not trying to be reckless, that they were trying to get the truth, and that Trump's people, his allies, had essentially promised them proof. But the proof never came, and the broadcasts kept coming at some point. And that's what you're going to see sort of these Dominion lawyers try and thread the needle to make their claim that they were indeed defamed.
All right, a lot to come. Jane Tan, thanks so much.
And new this morning from Capitol Hill, high-ranking U.S. Senator Democrat Dianne Feinstein has asked Senator Chuck Schumer to temporarily fill her seat on the Judiciary Committee. 89-year-old Feinstein is recovering from a shingles diagnosis. She has not cast a Senate vote in nearly a month, but says she plans to return to Washington as soon as her medical team clears her to travel. The move comes as calls for the California senator to step down have only grown louder. Feinstein has been in office since 1992 and does not plan to seek re-election in 2024, though she has said she plans to serve the remainder of her term. And now for an update on a story we've been following throughout the week. Just yesterday, a Tennessee committee voted to unanimously reinstate Democratic State Representative Justin Pearson. He and another state rep were ousted last week after leading new gun reform protests on the chamber floor. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now from Nashville, Tennessee with the very latest. Kathy, good morning. So first, can you just walk us through what happened yesterday?
Hey, Zinkley, good morning to you. So the vote, relatively quick. This happened in Memphis, the district of Representative Pearson. And so the vote essentially came down to the Shelby County Board of Commissioners, 13 members on that board, and 7 of those members voted unanimously to put him back into the State House. Here's a reaction quickly after that vote came down. Take a listen.
So the message for all the people in Nashville who decided to expel us. You can't expel hope. Yeah. Now that the Shelby County Commission done their job. Yeah. I'm so glad we get to get back to doing our job. Yeah. And what is our job? It's to elevate the voices of the 6 kids, the 6 people in Nashville. Yeah. The 3 children who are just 9 years old.
And Zinkley, you probably noticed the hundreds of people who surrounded Justin Pearson there. They were there ahead of the meeting, surrounded him, actually marched him to the Shelby County Board of Commissioners meeting for that special vote. And also, you can see there, shortly after that vote was cast, he was met by celebrations by supporters in that crowd.
Yeah, Kathy, really a huge show of support for this group. I mean, it's been a busy week in Tennessee, specifically surrounding the Tennessee Three. Now both Representatives Justin Pearson and Justin Jones, who were ousted. Notably, Gloria Johnson was not expelled, but those two men have now been reinstated. So what's next for them?
So in the next couple of hours, right before the House gets back into session later on this morning, Justin Pearson will officially be sworn in on the steps of the Capitol, and then he'll essentially get back to work. You mentioned the Tennessee Three. He'll be joining Justin Jones and Gloria Pearson, and they will do what they said they will do. They want to pass legislation to toughen the gun laws here in the state of Tennessee, because keep in mind, this all comes in the wake of that mass shooting here in Nashville, roughly, 2.5, 3 weeks ago now, where 6 people were killed, 3 of them young children. But we should also note that it's not necessarily over for Pearson and Jones when it comes to their political battle, because they're now just interim successors in their seat right now. They have a special election coming up, and that date will be announced at a later time.
Yeah, I'm sure tensions remain high there in Tennessee. And I know, Kathy, many critics of the move to expel both Pearson and Jones worried about the precedent it may set nationally, especially around peaceful protests. So, Kathy, in Tennessee, does their quick return send any sort of message to specifically GOP leaders who voted to oust them last week?
Yeah, I think it definitely sent the state of Tennessee into political turmoil after the expulsion of these 2 lawmakers, and it really put the spotlight on these lawmakers to act. So yesterday, the Republican governor of Tennessee, Bill Lee, actually signed an executive order to strengthen background checks for gun purchases, and he's also urging lawmakers across party lines to also pass legislation that would temporarily hold gun purchases from those who are a danger to themselves or others. He stopped short of calling them red flag laws, but it's very similar to that. Zinkley?
And Kathy, I know we heard from Gloria Johnson saying she believed this move had to do with the color of skin, right? She said she was not removed. However, these 2 other men were. Do you have any sense of if these divisions have been mended at all since these 2 men have been reinstated?
I think it kind of bubbled up this underlying tension, especially when it comes to race. I think it's hard to ignore when you see 2 of the youngest lawmakers here in the state of Tennessee, but also men of color. And then, as you heard there, as you mentioned, Gloria Johnson was saying it was likely that she would say because of the color of her skin. And that's something that it's kind of hard to ignore. But it's, we haven't had much feedback or comments from the GOPs, but it will be interesting to see all 3 of them back on the House floor today to see if we get any sort of reaction.
Yeah, important reporting, Kathy Park. Thank you so much.
All right, coming up, security concerns during President Biden's visit to Ireland. A lost document detailing the president's plans was found in the street. What officials are saying, plus what's on the president's agenda today.
And a royal RSVP from Prince Harry, but not Meghan, for the coronation of King Charles. We'll spill the tea next on Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. President Biden is continuing his visit to Ireland this morning. He's meeting with Irish President Michael Higgins and will then address the Republic of Ireland's Assembly. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Dublin and joins us now with the very latest. Good morning, Mike. So the president seems to be really making connections with the people there. Can you talk about how his trip is going so far?
Well, Zinkley, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said this morning that the president is having the time of his life. After some of that diplomatic heavy lifting in the morning in Northern Ireland, the president was able to spend some time in Ireland in County Louth, where he was reconnecting with the Finnegan branch of the Biden family tree. He toured Carlingford Castle on the Cooley Peninsula, beautiful spot, and then had a very warm welcome despite the terrible, frankly, weather conditions in the town of Dundalk, where he stopped in a restaurant, stopped in a pub, met with a friend of his, a relative of his fifth cousin, once removed, Rob Carney, a rugby star. And that did lead to one of the bit of a gaffe that's getting a lot of attention here. The president talked about a rugby match involving Ireland's national team when, as President Biden put it, Carney beat up the Black and Tans. He actually met the All Blacks, New Zealand's rugby team. Black and Tans, that's a reference to an auxiliary military unit from the United Kingdom government back to the Irish War for Independence. So that's getting a lot of attention. But you know what? Biden gaffes are kind of par for the course, and the president going to be spending some more time with the other branch of his Irish ancestry tomorrow in County Mayo.
And Mike, I know that's not the only thing that's been getting a lot of attention. There are also reports of a security issue concerning a lost document with details of the president's Belfast itinerary. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, there were local reports in Northern Ireland that a document may have been lost from a member of the police of Northern Ireland, the police service of Northern Ireland, the PSNI, a Secret Service spokesperson confirming that they were informed by the PSNI of that media reports, but they said it did not impact in any way President Biden's plans. Now, this is coming at a time of heightened security and heightened sensitivity in Northern Ireland. There were also reports that police were able to foil an attempted pipe bombing along the president's motorcade. A Secret Service official said, however, that they have supreme confidence in their European and Irish partners in ensuring the security of the president's trip.
Of course, keeping the president safe is no small feat. And Mike, I wonder, what else does the president have on his agenda for the rest of the day?
Well, today here in Dublin is a lot of the sort of set pieces, the official engagements you expect on any foreign trip. You mentioned him meeting with the president. He'll also meet with the prime minister, known here as the Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar. Later today, he'll become just the fourth U.S. president to address the Irish parliament. And then tonight, he'll be the guest of honor at an Irish state banquet. And this president loves Irish poetry. He loves one Irish poet in particular, Seamus Heaney. He's been quoting him for as long as I've been covering him, a long time. We understand that the president invited Seamus Heaney's widow to be part of today's events, and I expect you'll hear at least another quote or two from some of his poems, Sinclair.
A lot of personal and political significance. Mike Memoli, thank you so much.
Buckingham Palace has confirmed that Prince Harry will be attending King Charles' coronation, but his wife Meghan will remain in California with their children. Next month's event is set to be the first time the Duke of Sussex will be with the royal family since his explosive memoir, Spare, was released. We're joined by British Royals commentator Hilary Fordich with more on this. Hilary, good morning to you. Thanks for being here. So some royal watchers did predict this is what would happen. So what can we make of this news, and should we see it as like maybe an easing of the tensions for Harry and the rest of his family?
Well, pleasure to be back with you, Stephen. And yes, I'm actually proud to say that I was quoted both sides of the Atlantic, actually, in print, predicting this situation would actually unfold exactly the way that it has unfolded. Yes, he's coming on his own, and actually it is looked at as maybe a release of the tensions in terms of this is what his father really wants. His father, King Charles, of course, refers to him as my darling boy. Even Prince Harry quoted that in his book Spare. So this is actually a very good sign for the royal family, and nobody wants to see a royal rift, so it's good on both sides. And if I might link this to your previous story, it's interesting actually that Biden is an English name. His great-grandfather emigrated to the US from West Sussex, but he chooses just to go to Ireland, not England. But Prince Harry is choosing to go back to England.
Wow, fascinating. And these stories back to back there. Well, what do we know about the current state of the relations between Prince Harry and his father? There was so much attention, the Netflix special, of course, and then the memoir released. We know those public statements from Meghan and Harry asking for that royal summit to happen. Do we think that's more likely now?
Well, yes, you're right, actually, that Prince Harry has always said that the only way he would come would be to have an apology. And of course, there's been much talk on both sides of the Atlantic. Who needs to apologize to whom, given all that he said and throwing his family rather under the proverbial royal bus? And of course, what he did when he came over, and I was quoted as saying this too, when he went over to the UK, he went over there for that recent, very high-profile High Court hearing. That was somewhat, I believe, a testing of the waters to see how he will be received. And because he was received well in that, yes, he's back there, and there is hope there will be some sort of softening. But don't forget, King Charles was very busy preparing for his trip to Germany, so was too busy to see his son. Very much so it's coming, though, from Buckingham Palace that the king is delighted Prince Harry will be there. It just remains to be seen what role he will play and not play in the actual coronation. And we know some of the things he definitely will be doing, and we definitely know some of the things he won't be doing.
How is this being viewed in the UK that Meghan and the children are staying at home? I know there's been a lot of angry public discourse about her. Is she being further targeted for this?
Well, I don't think she's ever really been targeted. In fact, actually, she was quoted on Oprah. She even said how much she really appreciated that King Charles, Prince Charles at the time, walked her down the aisle. And of course, don't forget, it was King Charles that chose that Kingdom Choir to sing the gospel music and walked her down the aisle. They were so welcoming to her. And the British public, I covered their wedding, was 12 deep in Windsor, absolutely adored and welcomed Meghan with open arms. It's just a great pity all she and Prince Charles have chosen to do, actually, in squandering all of that love and attention. So now, yes, she has the birthday, of course. Prince Archie is 4 years old. It's his birthday on May 6th. And she declared to Oprah, and I think it's a very good move, she declared that the most important title she would ever have would be motherhood. And she's standing by her children, being a mommy in Montecito. And I think that's the right place for her to be on the coronation day.
So hard to argue with that, and really just want everybody to get along. Hillary, thanks so much for your insights this morning.
Absolutely. Pleasure, Stephen.
More international news now. The latest missile test in North Korea set off alarms in Japan.
Yeah, NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Stephen Zinkley, good morning. That's right. North Korea conducted the latest intercontinental ballistic missile launch in a month. Now, the missile fell in the waters between the Korean peninsula and Japan. The test set off sirens in the northern Japanese island of Hokkaido, where some residents were briefly urged to take shelter. This is part of an ongoing series of tests from North Korea, causing some concern for its neighbors. Turning now to Mount Everest, where 3 Nepali Sherpa guides are missing after they fell into a deep crevasse after an avalanche yesterday. The tourism department says that a block of snow fell and, quote, buried them. Thousands of climbers flock to take on parts of Everest, also known as the world's highest mountain, every year. Rescuers are still on the lookout, both on foot and by helicopter. Now we end in Ghana, the first country to approve a new malaria vaccine. Scientists who developed it are calling it a world changer. The vaccine, also called R21, is still waiting on final approval from the World Health Organization. Malaria kills about 620,000 people each year. Most of the victims are children. Now, scientists have been working for about a century to find an effective vaccine. If that's possible, then this will be a development that will change many lives, guys.
Oh, we love to see that in Ghana, always leading. First country to have independence on the continent, and now this.
I love that. Great. A little bit of history and current news. Claudio, thank you.
Thank you. And coming up, there are major developments this morning in the case of a woman found dead while on vacation in Mexico.
Yeah, when we come back, why the Department of Justice now says it won't be pursuing this case. This is Morning News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
We're back now with new developments surrounding the case of Shanquella Robinson, the 25-year-old black American who was found dead in Mexico while on vacation back in October. Yesterday, the Department of Justice said there was not enough evidence to support a federal prosecution. The DOJ saying the decision was based on an investigation by the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office, as well as the results of an autopsy done in the United States. An autopsy report from Mexico said Robinson had a broken neck and severe spinal cord injury. In contrast, U.S. officials said the autopsy conducted in the U.S. did not show the spinal cord injury, but it did show that there was swelling in her brain. The cause of death, however, was not determined, and that's all according to the family's attorney, Sue Ann Robinson. She criticized the move to reporters, saying the U.S. autopsy was done after the body had been embalmed. Robinson added that while they were disappointed with the decision, it would not deter them going forward.
United States citizens cannot go to Mexico, commit a crime that we all saw on a video, and then come back to America and say, we're on base, we're safe, we're not going to be charged with a crime. That cannot be the message that the U.S. authorities want to send. There was no investigation done. It was not taken seriously until the people had to say, hey, we're not going to accept that this is just what it is. This can't be just what it is. We see with our own eyes an attack, an assault, a crime happening, and nothing's being done.
Family attorney Sue Ann Robinson tells us there will be a march in Washington, D.C. on May 19th if no further action is taken in the case by then. That date would mark the 200th day since Shanquella Robinson's death.
Now to a major settlement by e-cigarette maker Juul. The company has agreed to pay $462 million to settle claims in 6 states and the District of Columbia. The company was accused of targeting teens with highly addictive flavors. With this deal, Juul will have settled in 45 states for more than $1 billion total. The company did not admit to wrongdoing in this settlement.
Now to a growing drug problem. The White House is expressing concern over the use of Tranq. People are said to be combining fentanyl with an animal tranquilizer, creating a potentially deadlier drug. As NBC's Valerie Castro explains, the DEA says it's the deadliest drug threat the U.S. has ever seen.
A deadly drug with no known antidote, worsening an already dire situation with fentanyl. It's commonly known as Tranq, now being called an emerging threat by the White House. The lethal combination of fentanyl laced with xylazine, an animal tranquilizer, leading to a declaration for a federal response plan from the Biden administration within 90 days.
This new drug could be a nightmare. It's called xylazine. It's a deadly, skin-rotting zombie drug that evil drug dealers are now mixing with fentanyl, with heroin, and with other drugs.
The DEA warning that xylazine-related overdose deaths have risen in every region of the country, more than 1,000% across the South, up 750% in the West, and more than 500% in the Midwest between 2020 and 2021. Philadelphia feeling the devastating effects on the streets. One user saying Tranq is everywhere.
There is no fentanyl that doesn't have Tranq in it.
I would say it's probably our biggest challenge right now.
NBC's Dasha Burns with the city's director of the Opioid Response Unit last month.
How much should people be sounding the alarm right now? I think everybody should absolutely be sounding the alarm. The movement, similar to what we saw with fentanyl, is that it will be in every other substance.
Making it even more lethal, xylazine is not an opioid, so overdoses can't be reversed with naloxone, the remedy for fentanyl and heroin overdoses, better known as Narcan.
We don't have a medical detoxification best practice yet in place for it because, again, it wasn't something meant for human consumption.
The new threat in the midst of a growing opioid crisis with more than 71,000 fentanyl-related deaths across the country in 2021. This California mother speaking out after her 15-year-old daughter Melanie Ramos died of a fentanyl overdose last year. She was discovered in her high school's bathroom.
Yo no quiero que otro padre de familia pase lo que yo estoy pasando.
Elena Ramos calling on state lawmakers to pass Melanie's law.
It establishes a foundation for schools throughout the state to provide education to not only the staff, but to the students on fentanyl and opioid overdoses.
But stemming the flow of fentanyl into and around the country, a constant battle. Last year, the DEA seized more than 57 million fentanyl-laced pills and more than 13,000 pounds of powder. And the seizure of the drug nationwide through the U.S. Postal Service increased by 150%, a large portion of it smuggled across the U.S.-Mexico border.
The Biden administration's drug czar, Dr. Raul Gupta, is calling for $11 million in funding to build this strategy. The plans would include developing an antidote to combat overdoses and potentially asking Congress to make this a controlled substance. Back to you.
Valerie, thanks so much.
Coming up this morning, 'tis the season for a lot of sneezing.
That's right. Bless you if you're sneezing. And allergy season is here. And you may have noticed it's worse than ever. After the break, here on Morning News Now, we'll explain why that is and what you can do to ease your allergies.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Spring has officially sprung, and while the warmer weather is great news for some, it also means the beginning of allergy season.
That's right. And this year, experts say things may be more severe due to pollen season kicking off earlier. According to the Department of Agriculture, pollen seasons are now starting 20 days earlier and lasting 10 days longer. So joining us now to talk about this, NBC News meteorologist Angie Lassman and allergist Dr. Tanya Elliott. Good morning to you both. So Angie, let's start with you. We've been seeing these warmer temperatures. A lot of people big fans of them, but I want something to blame for allergy season. Is it the warm temperatures?
Yeah, I mean, simply put, yes. When we have a warmer winter, oftentimes we see the grow season start a little earlier, and that means that the plants are of course, blooming a little earlier. The leaves are on the trees earlier. Let's take a look at exactly when the leaves came out across the country, because this is a good indication of exactly when we started to see those pollen levels starting and then, of course, increasing. So much of the country, from the plains to the Northeast, was dealing with 1 to even 3 weeks earlier than normal for the leaves coming out and for the blooms happening. You can see places like Cincinnati, Washington, D.C., even New York, 3 weeks earlier than normal. We did have a really mild winter. That, of course, has contributed. And, you know, when we have these warm temperatures, and especially when you consider climate change, guys, with warmer winters expected in the future, this means the grow season is longer. This means we're seeing that pollen happening for longer. And sometimes it means that the pollen is more intense as well.
Oh my goodness. Well, then, Dr. Elliott, I want to bring you in here because, as we just mentioned, this year's allergy season is coming in early. We heard that from Angie. That same research from the Department of Agriculture shows us that there's 21% more pollen in the air than back in 1990. So why is this season more severe, and how is it impacting allergy sufferers? Is there anything we can do?
Yeah, so the other thing that's important to note is that the pollen can actually bind with diesel exhaust and other pollutants in the air, which could be extremely irritating to the nasal passages, even if you don't have allergies. So, you know, when you go outside and all of a sudden you see a bunch of yellow pollen on your car, that's staying suspended in the air. We are breathing that in, and it's triggering an allergic type response, sneezing and congestion for everybody, not just the allergy sufferers. So what can we do about it? Well, the first thing is to know when there's going to be a high pollen count day and take an antihistamine about 1 hour before you go outside. The other thing you can do, if you know tree season is your season and you know from basically March till May you're sneezing all of the time, get started on a nasal corticosteroid spray, something like Flonase. You want to take that every day consistently, and it's not going to help unless you're taking it consistently. So you need to have it in your system for about 5 to 7 days. Then you'll start to experience the preventive benefit. It's much easier to stop an allergic reaction from progressing than it is to try to get your symptoms under control once you're already having an allergy attack.
That's an important point. You got to build up the immunity.
Yeah, I did not realize that. And Angie, I wanted to ask you, are there areas in the country where this is not a problem? Places out west, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, the 22, I believe, % of the country is dealing with moderate to high pollen. So this is something that a lot of the country is dealing with. You can see some of those areas that are most populated, or parts of the U.S. city, many U.S. cities that are most populated. So yes and no. There's some areas that aren't quite as bad in the South, but a lot of the country dealing with this. Sneezing season.
Sneezing season. We really like saying that.
And Dr. Elliott, I wonder, for some people, allergies don't come immediately when you move somewhere. I'm looking at Steven here.
Yeah, she's jinxing me. She says just wait.
He doesn't get allergies. I do. Is there any method to the madness? Why are some people more seemingly predisposed to them?
So that's interesting. So when you move, it takes at least 6 months to a year to develop allergies. So you need what's called a sensitization period, meaning a period of time where you're exposed to something. Your body says, hey, wait a minute, I haven't seen that before. That's something foreign, and you develop an allergic response to it. So if you've just moved and you've been in an area for a couple of months and you feel fine, just wait. you may end up having symptoms next year at this time.
There we go. You hear that? You hear that, Stephen? Just
Wow,
wait.
I need to stop bragging about not having allergies then. Dr. Tanya Elliott, Andrew Assman, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now to some money news. Big developments here in the Big Apple. Believe it or not, rent in New York is getting even higher.
Wow, let's bring in CNBC's Silvana Henao for that and more financial headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Stephen. Hey, Zinkley. Good morning to you. Yes, so New York City landlords are testing renters' limits. Reports out today show the average monthly rent in Manhattan rose to a record high of $4,175 in March. That's up $25 from the previous peak last July and almost 13% more than this time last year. Apartment hunters haven't been able to catch a break, even as more units become available and the vacancy rate ticks up. The busiest and most expensive time of the year for Manhattan rentals is July and August, and it's still ahead, obviously, so it's signaling more record highs to come. Manhattan is the nation's largest rental market. Chipotle plans to ditch gas for electric grills at 100 new locations it's opening. This is part of the fast food chain's plans to design more environmentally sustainable restaurants. Chipotle's goal is to slash greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030. The company has more than 3,200 locations, and all but a dozen currently use gas grills. Warner Brothers Discovery unveiling its new Max streaming service yesterday, which combines HBO Max and Discovery Plus. The company is hoping one of the big draws will be Harry Potter. It's officially working on a TV series based on the popular books and movies that will stretch out over a decade. The show will have a new cast playing Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the other iconic characters. J.K. Rowling will be among the show's executive producers, guys. So there you have it.
Ooh, my question is, are we going to see the original cast make cameo?
Ooh.
That would be cool for fans, right?
Yeah,
100%.
maybe not for the new stars, though. That's some big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
That's true. We'll see about that. All right, Silvana, thank you.
Thank you. All right, this next one is for the plant parents among us. If you are neglecting your houseplant and think it's suffering in silence, think again, because according to new research, when plants are under stress, they release sounds.
Yeah, this blows my mind. For more, we're joined by one of the researchers who made this discovery, Yossi Yovel, who's a professor of the School of Zoology at the Sagal School of Neuroscience at Tel Aviv University. Thank you so much for being here. We just want to jump right into this one.
Yeah, so first, Yossi, can you explain to us what you and your fellow researchers have actually discovered and how this project came about? What were you trying to prove?
So good morning, everyone. I should say the idea came from my colleague, Professor Lilach Adani from the Department of Botany. And her idea was that, it's just not possible that plants are silent. We think about them as silent creatures, but perhaps they just emit sounds in frequencies that we cannot hear. And this is exactly what we did. I'm a bioacoustician. I'm used to working with high frequencies. I study bats most of my time. We brought in these high frequency microphones, which allow us to detect frequencies that the human ear cannot detect. We place them in front of many different plants, tomato, for example, tobacco, wheat. And we found that under stress, so when the plant is stressed, for example, when it's dehydrated or when it is cut, it emits these very high pitch ultrasonic signals, very short, brief signals. It sounds like popping, something like if you and I could hear it with our ears.
It's almost like the plants are crying.
Oh, that's awful. I have a plant in my office. I'm worried about it crying out right now. So if you could sort of explain to us, when you say that these plants are stressed and they make these noises, where does the noise come from? What mechanism is vibrating to create this sound?
Exactly. So they're not crying. You can keep on cutting your salad without being worried about it. At least that's what we know so far. We think that these are physical sounds. Plants have water vessels. They use them to transfer water. And if air bubbles are created in these vessels, then you will hear these high frequency popping sounds like the ones that we've recorded. Now, this makes perfect sense. If the plant is dehydrated, you will have more of these bubbles. If you cut the plant, you will have more of these bubbles. We have preliminary data suggesting that if there's a pathogen attack, an attack of some kind of bacteria, for example, or virus, you will hear more of these bubbles. So you will have more of these bubbles, and you'll hear more of these sounds. And of course, the $1 million question that we are now interested in is whether other animals use these sounds. So I can give you a few possible examples. So we know that bats can hear these sounds, even though they're very high frequency. We know that rodents can hear them. We know that some insects can hear them. So you can imagine an insect, for example, that depends on a plant for feeding. This insect would like to know if the plant is dehydrated or not, and it makes perfect sense that it, in addition to using, for example, odors and vision, maybe it's also eavesdropping on the plant. That's what we're trying to find out there right now.
Wow, so fascinating and important insights, both for the plants and just like the world. Yossi, thank you so much for your research.
You're welcome.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, it's a household name, but it turns out Tupperware may not have an airtight business model.
After the break, why the brand now says it's at risk of folding. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. Broadway lovers rejoice. Ariana DeBose is back hosting this year's Tony Awards. The Oscar-winning actress said she was honored to be asked back, and it comes after her performance hosting this year's BAFTA Awards, where she went viral after rapping and name-checking women in the room. The Tonys will take place on Sunday, June 11th at the United Palace in New York. A lot of people so excited about this one, Sinclair.
I mean, I'm ready to see her do it again. It was so fun just to watch.
Addicted to watch.
Thanks, Stephen. And finally this hour, hold on to your doggy bags. An iconic American company is in limbo. Tupperware has warned it could potentially be out of business after more than 75 years. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has more.
Tupperware? Now you're cooking. The party may be over for an iconic American brand. Tupperware, the company that's become synonymous with food storage, now warning it could be headed for a default.
It needs to recapitalize and get more money to keep it going as a business. And there are doubts as to whether it can do that.
At a Tupperware home party. The colorful containers were once a staple in American kitchens. Its direct sales model allowing women to earn money, hosting Tupperware parties for their friends.
The home party system was absolutely the key, the heart to this product succeeding.
Tupperware seeped into pop culture, from All in the Family.
Welcome to my very first Tupperware party.
to the marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
And ladies, these are some of the finest plastic products on the household market.
And it did see a sales boost during the pandemic, when suddenly everyone became home chefs.
They're good for food prepping.
But unlike the leftovers that has been keeping airtight for years, the Tupperware boom didn't last.
Some of the younger cohorts in Gen Z, they probably haven't even heard of Tupperware.
The company telling NBC, with our independent sales team coupled with our recent expansion into Target and Amazon, we are excited about meeting consumers where they shop. A big change many now hope will keep the company from closing its lid for good. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Wow, fascinating. Such a part of American history there.
Truly.
Who knew? Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, Florida flooding. Torrential rains hammering parts of the state, with some areas seeing nearly 2 feet of water. The massive deluge leaving drivers stranded and airline passengers trapped. We're in South Florida this morning with the latest on the effects of this storm and when even more rain is expected. On hold overnight, a federal appeals court blocked part of a controversial ruling that endangered access to the abortion pill mifepristone. But the future of that drug remains up in the air this morning. We're breaking down what comes next and why, even after the new ruling, access to the pill will be harder to come by. And Fox sanctions. A judge in the billion-dollar defamation lawsuit against Fox News says the company withheld evidence. We're breaking down what the new ruling means for the case as jury selection gets underway today. And royal reunion. Prince Harry is set to attend his father's coronation, but he'll be doing that alone. His wife Meghan and their children are staying in California. We've got reaction from Buckingham Palace as royal watchers hold out hope for an end to that family rift. Just want everybody to get along.
Yeah, that royal drama doesn't stop.
Oh, yeah. Well, we do begin this morning with that breaking news out of South Florida as severe weather slams that area.
Yeah, flash floods, tornado, and severe thunderstorm warnings were issued yesterday for parts of southern Florida as the weather system pummeled the area with a third day of heavy rain. Fort Lauderdale was hit especially hard, the city receiving an estimated 15 to 20 inches of rain. The downpour even forcing the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport to close, leaving travelers stranded. Floodwaters also inundated roads, trapping drivers. Some people had to be rescued from their cars. We've got team coverage this morning. Angie Lastman has the latest forecast, and we'll get to her in just a moment. But first, let's get to NBC News correspondent Guad Menendez at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport with the latest on the conditions. Good morning, Guad.
Good morning, Sinclair. Stephen, the airport here remains shut down. It was a nightmare overnight for the passengers that flew in and those that were attempting to fly out that got stuck at the airport. You can see behind me the runway that still essentially looks like a giant lake, with some airport vehicles making their way around through some of the areas that are above the water here, but still inches of water on this runway. The highway in the background is the only roadway that was used to get in and out of the airport, with vehicles stuck in the surrounding areas. And as you can see, the airport still shut down because of the flooding.
Overnight, a torrential downpour sent swaths of Florida into a flash flood emergency, leaving drivers in Fort Lauderdale stranded and desperate for help in stunning scenes like this.
Reference to a vehicle stuck in the floodwater. Caller advised she does not know how to swim.
The National Weather Service warning of a life-threatening situation.
It's going to get worse and worse and worse, and the car's getting stuck in here. When they get stuck here, it's total loss.
No casualties have been reported, but the deluge of water, coupled with tornado warnings, shut down Fort Lauderdale International Airport, leaving frustrated travelers stranded with no way out.
All right, that noise is a tornado watch. As you can see, the waters are not receding, so it's going to be a long night. Do send help to Fort Lauderdale Airport.
The city of Fort Lauderdale says it is designed to handle 3 inches of rain within a 24-hour period, but more than 20 inches poured down over parts of South Florida in just 6 hours, all during Florida's dry season. While the southeast was soaked overnight, Up north, New York got a sunbath instead of April showers. The temperature yesterday, 23 degrees above average.
Taking off everything. This is it. I'm wearing a t-shirt for the first time in 6 or 7 months. I don't know what it is. It's fantastic. Perfect day.
The summer-like weather stretches from the Northeast to the upper Midwest. Records were broken in dozens of cities, including Denver and Minneapolis. While in New Jersey, wildfires scorched nearly 4,000 acres. Firefighters got the upper hand on the blaze yesterday, hoping it won't spread further. A tale of two weather realities across the country today.
And it just started raining again. It had been a nice, clear morning. We were told by authorities that if the water receded, the airport was expected to reopen at some point this afternoon. We know that it will be closed throughout this morning, but of course, much of this depends on that rain that has been hitting the region. And people remain inside a lot of these terminals after they slept there overnight, waiting for an update for authorities here at the Fort Lauderdale International Airport. Sinclair, Stephen.
So wild to see the water covering those runways. Gwat, thank you so much.
All right, for more on all this, let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lastman. So much rain there, Angie.
Yeah, so much that we broke some records. Wettest April on record for Fort Lauderdale. That, of course, with all the tallies coming in at 20-ish inches of rain yesterday, and the wettest day in April on record. They received 7 months worth of rain in just 7 hours, inundated with water. You saw those visuals, and we are going to see, as Gwad just mentioned, a couple more chances to get in on some rain through the day today. Now, it's not going to be quite as heavy as what they've seen already, but any additional inch or two could be problematic for folks there. Meanwhile, we have really heavy rain working through Jackson into parts of the panhandle of Florida. That's all thanks to that low pressure system that we've been watching in the Gulf of Mexico eventually slide on shore. That's going to bring the potential for some flooding concerns to much of the southeast, not just South Florida. Notice those rainfall rates stretching into parts of the Carolinas and as far west as New Orleans could reach anywhere from 1 to 2 inches per hour. So again, we'll watch for the flooding concerns. We remind you not to drive through those flooded roadways. That's always really dangerous when we see this kind of rain working through. There's the system. We'll watch for the flood watches to continue for parts of southeast Florida. But even if you're in the Carolinas for tomorrow, you'll see some added rainfall working through. We'll also have the potential to see some strong storms with this. But when it comes to the rainfall amounts, anywhere from 2 to 4 inches is going to be on the higher end. We'll see widespread amounts up to 1 inch to 2 inches, though, so watch for that. Now, there's the severe weather threat that I'm talking about for today, focused into parts of the southeast. Columbus, Panama City, Jacksonville, and as far south as Miami could see some of those strong wind gusts with some of these isolated storms. We could also see some damaging hail up to 1 inch or maybe larger. And we're not going to rule out a couple of tornadoes as well. This will be mainly through the afternoon and into the evening hours. Now let's switch gears and let's talk temperatures because, boy, it feels like summer in a lot of places across the country when it should be feeling more like spring. We've got 80s and we've got 90s. 155 million people are going to see highs above 80 degrees today. Again, feeling like summer, and some of these locations are going to have the potential to break some records. You can see some major cities on there: Milwaukee, Chicago, Green Bay, Sioux Falls, Minneapolis is headed close to the 90s today. New York, as well as Georgetown and Harrisburg, all going to get in on this with these temperatures into the 80s again and into the 90s and feeling well above normal for this time of year. Some locations are 15, 20, even 30 degrees above normal, and this will continue into tomorrow. Notice Washington, D.C. and New York end up into the mid-80s, so it'll be another warm one before we start to see things kind of moderate out. At least in New York and in Boston, we'll get back to those more normal temperatures, and then slowly but surely the rest of the Northeast and the Midwest will also return to average. Now, we also have the fire alerts that remain in effect for a lot of people, 23 million people stretching from Michigan all the way down to Texas and in parts of Arizona. Those fire alerts, we've seen active fires already. You saw what Gwad showed you from New Jersey, and we continue to have active fires in a couple of states. This is going to be something that we'll watch to be problematic through the day today, guys, with those fires easily spreadable with these conditions that we're seeing.
Hoping people stay safe. Angie Lastman, thank you so much.
Well, President Biden is continuing his visit to Ireland today, meeting with the country's president and prime minister. Meanwhile, back home, the battle over reproductive rights is heating up, with a federal appeals court putting on hold a Texas judge's ruling that could have endangered access to an abortion drug. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley is in Dublin now and joins us with the latest. Mike, good morning to you. So let's start with President Biden's agenda. Do we know what's on his schedule today?
Well, Stephen, President Biden spending time this morning with the president of Ireland, Michael Higgins. He signed a guest book and noted that the residence of the Irish president looks an awful lot like the White House back home. But he said, I don't plan to go home. Just an indication of how much the president is enjoying his time here in Ireland. Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, saying this morning that the president is having the time of his life. The president also planting a tree at the residence there. They're ringing the peace bell, a bell that was installed to mark the 10-year anniversary of the Good Friday peace accords with Northern Ireland. That is certain to be a topic of conversation when the president sits down with Ireland's prime minister, the Taoiseach, as he's known here, Leo Varadkar, talking about the economy as well as the war in Ukraine. And then President Biden will become just the fourth American president to address Ireland's parliament. Later, he's the guest of honor at a state banquet. The president, I would fully expect, is going to quote his favorite verse from his favorite poem from his favorite Irish poet, Seamus Heaney, The Cure of Troy, about hope and history rhyming. And in fact, we understand that the White House has invited Heaney's widow to join the president as one of his guests for the dinner tonight.
Wow, Biden certainly living it up there, having a lot of fun. But we know there is still work on his agenda, including having to do with abortion rights. Have we heard any reaction from the president about those recent rulings we've been talking about mifepristone?
You know, Stephen, it's really interesting. We haven't heard from the president here on his foreign travel, but we have heard from Vice President Kamala Harris, who really has been taking a lead role for the administration in the abortion rights battle, broadly speaking. Yesterday, she convened a meeting of the White House's task force on reproductive health. It was an opportunity for her to hear from other members of the administration as well as the cabinet about what steps the administration is doing in response to these legal decisions. The vice president's calling that Fifth Circuit appeal holding up the district court ruling, a wide-reaching ruling that requires a far-reaching administration response. We heard from the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who reiterated that the administration strongly disagrees with these decisions and is fighting it in court. Interesting to note, Stephen, that typically when the vice president hosts these kinds of task force and meetings, she does so in her own ceremonial offices in the White House. This meeting yesterday took place in the Roosevelt Room. She was at the center of the table where we often see the president running and convening meetings of this sort. It's an interesting indication of how the White House really is elevating the vice president in this role at this important time.
Interesting to see that leadership role on this important topic. Mike Memoli, thank you.
And this morning on Capitol Hill, calls are mounting for longtime serving U.S. Senator Democrat Dianne Feinstein to step down from her position amid a health-related absence. And many of those calls are coming from within her own party. Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the very latest. Ryan, good morning.
Hi, Zinkley. Good morning. And Senator Dianne Feinstein insists that she has no plans to step down. Overnight, though, she did ask to be temporarily removed from the powerful Senate Judiciary Committee. And some of her fellow Democrats are worried that her extended absence is standing in the way of important work that needs to be done here in Washington.
Senator Dianne Feinstein has not cast a vote in the U.S. Senate since early February. The California Democrat was hospitalized with shingles and, despite being released, has not been well enough to fly back to Washington. I intend to return as soon as possible, once my medical team advises that it's safe for me to travel, she promised in a statement last night. But just how soon that may be remains unclear. And now some Democrats are calling for her to step aside. It's time for Senator Feinstein to resign, tweeted California Congressman Ro Khanna, adding, "We need to put the country ahead of personal loyalty. While she's had a lifetime of public service, it is obvious she can no longer fulfill her duties." The 89-year-old Feinstein, already facing questions about her health and mental stamina, announced last month she would not seek re-election in 2024, but promised to finish her term. The new calls for her to step down are in part because of her role on the Judiciary Committee. More than a dozen Biden judicial nominations have been stalled, waiting for her to return. In a statement, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's spokesperson said the leader will ask the Senate to, quote, allow another Democratic senator to temporarily serve on the Judiciary Committee, a move that Republicans will likely stand in the way of. Meanwhile, Feinstein isn't the only senator to have recently faced health struggles. Senate Republican Minority Leader Mitch McConnell was absent from the Senate for multiple weeks last month after falling and being treated for a concussion. And Democratic Senator John Fetterman was out for more than a month after checking himself into the hospital to receive treatment for clinical depression.
Feinstein, a trailblazing Democratic icon, was the first woman to serve in the Senate. But Feinstein has caught the ire of some progressives, unhappy with her handling of the confirmation of conservative Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who replaced liberal lion Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
This has been one of the best set of hearings that I've participated in.
And if Feinstein were to step down, Governor Gavin Newsom would appoint her replacement. Newsom, also a Democrat, has said that he would appoint a black woman to the job. Zinkley?
Brian Nobles, thank you so much.
All right, now to the latest in that sweeping defamation lawsuit against Fox News and its parent company tied to false claims of fraud in the 2020 election. Jury selection is set to begin today. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has a look at what we can expect.
At the center of Dominion Voting Systems' defamation suit against Fox News and its parent company, months of comments from top hosts and guests following the 2020 election, amplifying false claims the vote was rigged.
We have tremendous evidence already, but of fraud in this election.
Dominion alleges in a $1.6 billion suit, Fox damaged its reputation by knowingly spreading false claims about the company's voting machines to retain viewers.
We talked about the Dominion software. I know that there were voting irregularities.
According to court filings, text messages and internal communications reveal that some of Fox's most popular figures were ridiculing election fraud claims behind the scenes, pointing to this appearance from a Trump lawyer.
We have evidence of how they flipped the votes.
Tucker Carlson to fellow host Laura Ingraham, Sidney Powell is lying. Ingraham responding, calling Powell a complete nut. In excerpts of a sworn deposition, Chair of Fox Corporation Rupert Murdoch was asked if some hosts endorsed the narrative of a stolen election. Yes, they endorsed. Fox defends its election coverage and says Dominion's suit is designed to generate headlines, calling it a blatant violation of the First Amendment. Experts say the burden of proof in a defamation case is significant.
You have to show not only that the statements were false about someone, but that they were made with actual malice.
Now, the judge overseeing the case is sanctioning Fox for withholding evidence. According to a person present in the courtroom, Dominion lawyers played recordings former Fox producer Abby Grossberg made in 2020, which were not provided during discovery. Grossberg is suing Fox News, telling NBC's Cynthia McFadden she believes her deposition was coerced. But Fox says those claims are without merit.
Did the Fox lawyers attempt to intimidate you, harass you, push you to say things that were not true?
Oh, 100% they did, yeah. And I realized that the answers that they wanted me to say were putting me in a very vulnerable position to be the company's scapegoat.
And our thanks to Emily Ikeda for that report. That sanction means that Dominion now has the chance to conduct even more deposition at Fox's expense. In a statement, Fox says it produced the supplemental information from Ms. Grossberg when we first learned it.
And we're learning more this morning about what happened in the deadly bank shooting in Louisville. Police have released the 911 calls from that morning, and those calls include pleas from employees as well as a call from the shooter's mother. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Louisville with the very latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yes, and Clay, good morning. And every new piece of evidence that has come out since this shooting took place only paints a more frightening picture. That body cam video from police showed the chaos outside this bank. But these newly released 911 calls are painting a chilling portrait as to what was taking place on the inside. Not only that, but we're also hearing from the gunman's own mother, who called police to warn them something may be horribly wrong.
911 operator Val's, where is your emergency? My son might be because he has a gun and he's heading toward the Old National.
This morning, chilling 911 audio from the mother of the Louisville shooter as the deadly rampage was unfolding.
I don't know what to do. I need your help. I think he's never hurt anyone. He's a really good kid. Please don't come up to him.
The mother called authorities to warn them about her son, sharing his roommate told her something was wrong.
He's nonviolent. He's never done anything. Please. Okay, and you don't believe he owns guns? I know he doesn't own any guns.
The mother unaware of the purchase just 6 days earlier, when police say the gunman illegally bought an AR-15. The family telling NBC their son suffered from mental health challenges, but there were never any warning signs. From inside the bank, more calls pouring into 911.
I'm in the closet with one person. Yeah, I hear gunshots. Is that shot fired? Yeah. Okay, just stay quiet.
The first 911 call coming from outside the building. The caller witnessing the horror unfold on a video conference call.
We heard multiple shots and everybody started saying, oh my God, and then he came into the port.
Okay, stay. The attack left 5 people dead and 8 others injured. One of them, rookie police officer Nicholas Wilt. The 26-year-old, just days into his job, struck in the head before his partner fired the fatal shot, killing the gunman. Late Wednesday, hundreds of mourners took part in a vigil just blocks away from the crime scene. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear emotional about losing one of his friends and having to tell his wife.
This person murdered my friend. Calling your friend's wife, who's also your friend, to tell her that her husband is gone is amongst the hardest things I've ever done.
And if there's been any silver lining since this tragedy took place, it has been that every day the hospital has announced some of the patients, either injured or wounded, have been released. At last check, 2 remain. 1 person in fair condition, the other 26-year-old officer Christopher Wiltz in critical but stable condition. Sinclair.
Such a terrible event. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
All right, now let's get to the latest on that massive toxic fire that's still burning at a former recycling plant in Richmond, Indiana. Thousands have been forced to evacuate their homes, and schools remain closed now for a second day. And now Richmond's mayor is accusing the plant's owner of ignoring a potential fire hazard on the site. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is there with the latest.
Good morning from Richmond, Indiana. You can see that big toxic plume is really as big and as dark as it has ever been at this point. And we can also tell you that it's spread a little bit since yesterday, and it's kind of dissipated, meaning the spot where we were yesterday is frankly no longer safe. So we moved farther back. We're more than a mile back now, and we're upwind and, of course, still wearing these mats just out of an abundance of caution. Meantime, one of the biggest headlines to come from this story is Richmond's mayor saying the owner of that site ignored warnings and citations for safety violations in the past. And they add basically this toxic fire is the city's worst fear coming to fruition.
This morning, Indiana's industrial inferno still casting a black cloud over the small city of Richmond.
You can smell the plastic.
The massive toxic blaze forcing at least 1,500 people from their homes, firefighters using bulldozers and excavators to battle the smoldering flames, but noting the pile could burn for days. 911 calls first came in Tuesday after a semi-trailer caught fire. The flames quickly spreading to warehouses at this former recycling plant. The site contains buildings and trailers packed with plastic, the source of the toxic smoke. Richmond's mayor says the city ordered the business owner, who has not publicly been identified, to clean up the site, citing safety code violations. But he says that order was ignored. Officials add the city of Richmond even bought a small portion of the site in a tax sale, another effort to try and force the owner to clean up some of it.
The risk these citizens are under are the responsibility of that negligent business owner.
Officials say an investigation could take weeks.
Once we get this fire under control, we will turn our full attention to continuing that process to hold this person responsible.
The big concern, air quality. EPA agents are on the ground testing for cancer-causing toxins.
Fortunately, the toxic compounds that we're looking for, we're not seeing.
The agency noting they have found particulate matter which can cause respiratory issues. Officials ordering residents within half a mile to evacuate. But some say they can't or won't leave.
We're not evacuating.
There's no place to go. NBC News has reached out to the last known owner of that site. We haven't received a response. And again, that person has also not been publicly named, so we're not naming them at this point. In the meantime, firefighters and investigators say they don't know how exactly that fire started, but overnight the state fire marshal said they're hoping to make progress on this by the weekend.
We see that smoke there. Maggie Vespa, thanks so much.
And coming up, Prince Harry says he will attend his father's coronation.
But he'll be doing so without his wife Meghan or their children. Up next, the steps now being taken to prepare for his arrival and why some hope this could be the first step in ending the royal rift.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wellington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We're back now with new details about King Charles' coronation next month.
Yeah, Buckingham Palace is confirming that Prince Harry will be attending that ceremony, but his wife Meghan and their children, they will not be there. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from London with more on this. Lots of people talking about this one, Molly.
Hey guys, good morning. Lots of people talking about it. I've been talking about it a lot with you guys, but after months of speculation, will they, won't they? Will Harry come alone or will he leave Meghan and the kids behind? Well, we finally have an answer. Take a look.
Overnight, finally, the news from Buckingham Palace we've all been waiting for. Confirmation that Prince Harry will be attending his father's coronation next month. In a statement, the palace is pleased to confirm that Harry will be at the service at Westminster Abbey, while his wife Meghan will remain in California with Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet. The announcement follows months of feverish speculation over whether Harry and Meghan were invited and whether they would make the trip. When asked about it back in January, Harry said the door was open.
If you're invited to the coronation, will you come?
There's a lot that can happen between now and then.
Sharing the king's big day, Queen Camilla, who will also be crowned alongside King Charles.
The fact that Camilla's role is now so important, it's constitutional as well. It will be difficult for Harry, I think, to swallow that pill of seeing the embodiment of everything he didn't want.
Harry's public confirmed attendance, well past the RSVP date of April 3rd, raises issues of planning and security. Frogmore Cottage is no longer the Sussex UK residence. However, there are other royal households Harry could bunk at for the weekend. In a new biography of King Charles by royal commentator Robert Jobson, now being serialized in the Daily Mail, he cites interviews with insiders and couriers who say financially, the post-Meghan and Harry slimmed-down working royal family was a necessity. Writing, Charles dropped a bombshell saying he couldn't afford to pay for Meghan in the future, as well as for Camilla and for William and Catherine and their young family. This infuriated Harry. But in his last major round of interviews around his book, Spare, Harry suggested there was still optimism.
Forgiveness is 100% a possibility because I would like to get my father back. I would like to have my brother back. At the moment, I don't recognize them as much as they probably don't recognize me.
And for this country that still adores those brothers, it will be a welcome sight to see them together, at least for a day.
A very welcome sight for so many on this side of the pond. Now, we did reach out to Buckingham Palace for comment about that book excerpt. We received a no comment. And guys, as far as Harry's role, once he crosses the pond, once he's actually here for the coronation, we will have to stay tuned for more details. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, more to come on that. Everyone just wants this family to get along. Molly, thanks so much.
Thank you. And more international news now. Strikers in France are taking to the streets ahead of a highly anticipated pension ruling.
Yeah, let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga with that and more international news. Claudio, good morning.
Stephen Azinkle, good morning. Yes, this is the 12th day of street protests in France, but strikes have been going on there since mid-January over these pension reforms. Now, if this ruling moves forward, the bill could raise the retirement age by 2 years to age 64. This means that people could be working longer for their pensions there. Now, President Macron is under major scrutiny as protesters block traffic in efforts to fight the reform. Now, let's jump to Saudi Arabia, where some new diplomatic ties are forming. The Syrian foreign minister made a visit to Saudi Arabia for the first time since the war in Syria began back in 2011. The two countries with a complicated history now look like are on demand. The foreign ministers sat down for talks on efforts to fight drug trafficking. There were even discussions about returning Syria to the Arab League. Finally, we end with a splash in Thailand. This community is celebrating the Thai New Year with a giant water fight. Thousands of locals took to the streets in Songkran with water guns. The inspiration for this comes from a phrase that translates to passage of the sun. Locals celebrate with water to wash away misfortune with hopes of heading into the year with a fresh start. Back to you guys.
Wow. That looks awesome.
Yeah.
Yes. How have I not heard of that? I want to go. Claudio, thanks so much.
Thank you. And coming up, a new push to restrict abortion in Florida. We're breaking down today's critical vote and what it means for the future of abortion access in the South.
Plus, Ariana Grande is speaking out about body shaming. What she says she wants her fans to know about her past self. That's coming up next.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest from the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inlet?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Florida is at the center of the battle on abortion this morning. The state's House is expected to vote on and pass a 6-week ban on abortion.
It's the last step before the bill goes to Governor DeSantis for his signature. If it passes, it will bring major changes to abortion access in Florida and the entire southern region. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Tallahassee, Florida with the very latest. Dasha, good morning. I know you've been on this beat. What do we need to know about this abortion ban that Florida's House is considering today?
Yeah, so things are about to start here in just a few minutes. We've got lawmakers heading into the chamber right now. We are expecting that they will pass this bill today. It is a 6-week ban. Now, there are exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother at 15 weeks, but it requires some documentation. Look, right now in Florida, there is a 15-week ban in place. The big caveat with this bill at the moment is it's not going to go into effect until a Supreme Court case, a Florida Supreme Court case, makes its way through that court. There is going to be an issue there. We're going to have to see how that plays out before this actually takes effect. But this would effectively, what Democrats argue, is ban abortion in Florida because so many women don't know that they're pregnant at 6 weeks. Republicans, on the other hand, say that this is taking a major step to protect life. Right now, Florida is among the top 10 states when it comes to abortion rates in the United States, guys.
And Dasha, I know demonstrators have been camping out there in front of that state capitol all week trying to protest this ban. Do protesters have plans to continue that today?
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually expecting them to march here into the Capitol at any moment now. They plan to demonstrate throughout the day. When the Senate voted on this last week, there was a pretty chaotic scene here. 11 people were arrested, including the Democratic minority leader and the Democratic Party chair. So we are waiting to see how things play out today, but it could get pretty heated here.
And Dasha, taking a look at the bigger picture, what effect will this ban have on abortion access, not just in Florida, but in the South as well? Obviously, Florida is often sort of a litmus test for the rest of the region.
Listen, the reason this is such a big deal is not just because of what it will mean for the state, but the entire South. Look, the surrounding states right now, you've got Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi with all-out bans, Georgia with a heartbeat ban. And so Florida was sort of the final frontier here. And so now you're looking at this entire area where the door has effectively closed on abortion access. And that is why so many people here are so heated about this issue right now, guys.
An issue that so many people are watching and impacts a lot. Dasha, thank you so much. And now to another major issue impacting many people every day, body image and body shaming. In a rare move, actress and singer Ariana Grande took to social media this week to share an important message about the trend for making critical comments about people's bodies. Here's some of what she had to say.
I think we should be gentler and less comfortable commenting on people's bodies, no matter what. If you think you're saying something good or well-intentioned, whatever it is, healthy, unhealthy, big, small, this, that, sexy, not sexy, we just shouldn't. We should really work towards not doing that as much.
Grande also urged her fans not to judge her health based solely on her physical appearance. Dr. Janet Leidecker, a psychologist with the Yale School of Medicine and director of the Yale Teen Power Clinic, joins us now for more on this. So thanks so much for being here this morning. Do we know just how common body shaming is now? I imagine with social media, it's even more prevalent in our society. And what are the, longer lasting psychological effects it can have on us?
Yeah. It's a great question, and it's a really important issue that's facing teens and adults today. So body shaming and other forms of bullying, whether they happen online or in person, are most commonly about weight. And it's not a benign issue. It's not something that's just part of growing up. Any kind of teasing or bullying about weight has long-lasting consequences. There can be depression, anxiety, eating disorders, all sorts of negative mental health consequences.
And notably, in this video, we hear Ariana Grande make an important point that sometimes people make comments that they, A, might think are complimentary, or B, just feel that they have a right to talk about you, right? I mean, we get this as news anchors. People talk about how you look, what you're wearing, but they could actually be doing more harm than good. Can you speak on that?
That is true. So whenever there are comments, even if there are compliments made about bodies, it turns the attention only to the body. And when we hyper focus, or even just focus on the body, we're discounting the rest of the person. And it can make a person become one-dimensional and less than human. So again, even if it's a compliment, even if it's well-intentioned or coming from a caring place, it's objectifying the person as just their body.
So it is so prevalent, as you talked about, doctor. So what should people do if this happens to them? Or what should you do if you see this happening to someone else? Is it good to intervene here?
It's always good to intervene. It's really a tough position to be in if it's happening to you. And again, when it happens online, it can be worse in some ways because it's often anonymous. The comments are coming from someone who's either a stranger or who you don't even know. And that creates a feeling of helplessness. So any kind of way that you can come to someone's defense is going to make them feel more supported. Because the consequences can be so severe, it is important that the person who experiences body shaming gets the support that they need. So getting what they need to have the body shaming stop and then also getting support to process through what happened. What Ariana Grande did was really incredibly brave to come out and advocate for herself and to make such important points about the role of appearance and the role of comments that people make. We often want our teens who go through treatment with us to get to that point, but it's a hard place to get to, and that looks different for everyone.
And Janet, I know you just referenced your work with teenagers. Are there demographics or groups that are sort of more at risk or more susceptible to the negative impacts of these comments?
That's a great question. It is, it's harder to deal with this if you're getting comments from multiple directions. So if you're getting teased at school and online, if you're getting it at home, that makes it harder because it feels like there's no safe space to retreat to. But in terms of demographics, there really aren't specific groups who are more vulnerable to having the negative consequences beyond what we see for other mental health problems. So if you have pre-existing depression, anxiety, past trauma, then you are going to be more vulnerable to the effects of body shaming, excuse me, which can be a trauma in itself.
Yeah, really important to be kind to each other and mindful of how we talk.
Absolutely. Some good information there. Janet Leidecker, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up in smoke, a new massive e-cigarette settlement tied to the nation's teen vaping epidemic.
Yeah, the new rules in place and what it could mean for your kids. That's coming up next.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Let's take a look at some financial headlines. Elon Musk giving Twitter a new home.
So let's bring back CNBC's Silvana Henao for this and other financial headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Zingley, Stephen, good morning to you. X marks the spot where Twitter now lives. The social media platform is now part of X Corp. That's the shell company owned by Elon Musk. The change was first discovered in a legal document from Twitter as part of a lawsuit filed against the firm last year. Musk has talked about plans to create an everything app called X. He likes the letter X, so it figures in the name of his rocket company SpaceX, and X.com was the online bank he co-founded in 1999 that was later rebranded as PayPal. LinkedIn is rolling out a free verification system allowing users to prove their identity and where they work. LinkedIn is owned by Microsoft. Now, the options include the ability to use Clear to prove who you are, verification of your workplace through an email address, and Microsoft's verified ID platform to get a digital ID for free. The system is available now to all LinkedIn users, provided they work at one of more than 4,000 companies that are supported. Google is making it easier to explore national parks. Updates are rolling out this month to Google Maps ahead of National Park Week starting on April 22nd. That's the day entrance fees are waived. Now, when you search for a trail, Google Maps will show the entire route instead of just a pin. It will also give you walking and cycling directions straight to the trailhead and let you download a map of the park so you can access it if you don't have internet service. You can also get photo highlights of the most popular attractions and user reviews, guys. So sounds pretty good. Sounds like for, good way for us to get out and get some fresh air and not get lost.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the important part.
Very much so. Silvana, thank you.
You got it.
And turning now to the mega lawsuit to the tune of $462 million that's been settled between e-cigarette giant Juul and half a dozen states over unlawful marketing. NBC's Tom Costello has the details.
Accused of hooking an entire generation of young people on vaping, industry giant Juul agreed to a $462 million settlement with California, New York, D.C., Colorado, Illinois, Massachusetts, and New Mexico. In all, the company says it's now settled with 47 states and territories and 10,000 individuals, representing another critical part in our ongoing commitment to resolve issues from the company's past. The states accused Juul of targeting teens with highly addictive flavors, including mint, fruit, cream, and mango, all now discontinued.
Juul misled consumers about the health risk of their products. However, just one pod of Juul contains as much nicotine as a whole pack of cigarettes.
It's incredibly destructive.
In 2020, high school juniors Caleb Mintz and Philip Furman told us quitting wasn't easy.
And I would start to get anxious. I would start to lose my temper a lot easier.
While underage vaping has been cut in half in recent years, last fall, 14% of high schoolers reported vaping in the previous 30 days. This agreement calls on Juul to stop all marketing to kids, verify a customer's age, and limit the number of purchases that anyone can make. Juul is now owned by tobacco giant Altria. Its lawsuits have already cost the company nearly $3 billion. Last month, Minnesota's lawsuits went to trial. Juul's vape cartridges, meanwhile, are still for sale and awaiting FDA marketing approval. Back to you.
Tom, thanks so much.
Well, we're digging it deeper now into the uncertainty some people have about whether or not they should have kids or what the future could look like for the kids they do have because of climate change concerns.
And with so much happening, more people in this country say they're worried about climate change more than ever before. So to dig in, we're here with NBC's Angie Lastman to dig in. Angie, what's going on?
Guys, this generation is seeing more climate change-fueled disasters more rapidly than any generation before. We know this, and it sparked a new wave in thinking about the future. And a recent ABC SOS survey of Americans aged 18 to 45 found that climate change is making a quarter of them even rethink having a kid. Take a look. As the climate crisis gets worse, it's fueling a wave of anxiety in younger generations. Some say they're rethinking whether they want to start a family or even how they'll do it in a world with a very uncertain climate future.
We're not sure that we're going to have kids because we don't want to bring our kids into a world like this.
I don't have kids, but it has impacted my thoughts.
I definitely want to leave the world in a better place for my kids.
I want to make sure to raise children who are aware of this.
Now, according to a recent poll, almost a quarter of them say climate change is impacting their decision to become a parent. And people under the age of 35 are more likely to report climate change as a reason not to have children compared to those born in the decade before them. Millennials and Gen Z were born into the most rapid time of global warming and grew up with more frequent and intense climate change-fueled disasters than any generation before them. Think Hurricane Katrina, the massive wildfires across the West, and an unprecedented amount of tornado outbreaks that are already double the average for this point in any single year. Some experts say the concerns about how to raise a family during this time are only growing.
Children symbolize the future. People tend to not want children if they don't feel hopeful and optimistic about the future ahead of them.
Lindsay Hurwitz says climate change is a big factor in why she's not having children.
It would just be so scary to bring a child into this world right now. I know the world is not ending in 50 years, but the natural disasters are going to continue to get worse and worse.
Growing up, the 38-year-old says she always thought she'd have kids. But when she got older, Hurwitz started to rethink parenting.
I started thinking about, like, what am I leaving my child to? And what world am I leaving them to? So it's just going to continue to get worse until we as a society and we as a government do something about it.
A new UN report says there's still hope to curb the catastrophic effects of climate change if governments take swift action now.
In the absence of effective leadership that really cares about this issue, potential parents, people who want to have children, people who care about the climate and care about future generations are really going to have to instill a completely different set of values in their own families.
What's the plan to solve climate change?
Science Moms, a group of moms from across the country, looks to empower families to make changes to off-put climate change.
When you decide to have kids, you don't know what having kids is going to be, right? No one can prepare you for parenthood.
Including new ways to electrify your home, talking and sharing with your children and other families about climate, and asking local officials about plans to tackle pollution.
There's nothing that's going to commit you more to a better world than having a child.
Wow, Angie, I mean, so many people clearly have climate anxiety.
Yeah.
Is it the same between Gen Z, millennials? What's that looking like?
Yeah, I think Gen Z is, you know, they're really leading the way on climate and action, and they really have demanded it, I think. But they also are wondering, should I have kids? But, you know, we found mostly millennials are the ones that have already made the decision. I have a feeling Gen Z, as they get older, we'll see a lot more people making this decision. It was really fascinating how many people cited climate change, but also other issues, political, social, when it comes to their decision to fully determine that they are not going to have kids.
Makes sense. They want hope for the future and hope for their children.
Yeah.
Angie, fascinating stuff. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And coming up, from Mariah to Mario, some all-time earworms are receiving a very special honor.
Yeah, get ready to have some songs stuck in your head. We're going through this year's additions to the National Recording Registry. Some very cool stuff. Stick around.
begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
All right, to the young Taylor Swift fans going to tonight's Tampa concert, a word of caution. Never, ever, ever miss school. At least that's what Hillsborough Superintendent Addison Davis is telling his students. Davis knows all too well what it means to attend a T Swift concert, but warns students not to miss Friday schooling on Twitter. Borrowing from Swift's popular song titles, Davis mentioned in a tongue-in-cheek letter that he, quote, may be the anti-hero here and call it what you want, but you're on your own, kid, if students missed an important instruction. So hopefully no students fall behind, or it could be a cruel summer. Stephen, I don't know, this news cycle, I've never said so many Taylor Swift lyrics in my life.
That's so much, yes. I'm recognizing more and more every time.
Global phenom.
There you go. All right. Thanks so much, Sinclair. Well, each year, the National Recording Registry at the Library of Congress chooses recordings that define the sound of the country's history and its culture. This year, Daddy Yankee, John Denver, and Queen Latifah are among the artists who had their songs selected, and they are in some very good company.
Just dance for me.
That unforgettable track on Queen Latifah's debut album, All Hail the Queen, more than 34 years ago, now enshrined in music history. Now, the Queen of Rap is the first woman rapper to be inducted into the National Recording Registry. The cross-genre album, just one of the 25 recordings selected by the National Recording Registry at the Library of Congress. There are hundreds of nominations each year, and selected recordings must be culturally, historically, or aesthetically significant to American culture and at least 10 years old.
They've, I think, really made an effort each year to go beyond classic rock and things like that to include the early development of hip hop, and now this year reggaeton.
Daddy Yankee's Gasolina, which launched the Puerto Rican superstar to global fame almost 20 years ago, is now the first reggaeton hit to be inducted on the registry. And the legendary theme song for the Nintendo classic Super Mario Bros. By composer Koji Kondo became the first video game sound inducted.
The National Registry finds a place here to realize all the different shapes and sizes that recordings take that have been significant historically.
This year's list also honors pop legends and records that defined eras, like Madonna's first #1 album, Like a Virgin. Mariah Carey's iconic holiday tune, as well as rock stars and former Beatles. From the first recordings of mariachi music to the songs that catapulted singers into the stars.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
This year's inductees withstanding the test of time, and some even offering a message as timeless as their work.
It's the only thing that there's just too little of.
A lot of songs to get stuck in your head. I learned so much about this, not only like video game music, but also audiobooks. For example, The Pale Blue Dot by Carl Sagan, also on this year's list.
The more you know. Really great reporting, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's going to do it for this hour. Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Overnight, severe weather causing a mess in South Florida, with streets inundated in places like Fort Lauderdale. We have the latest on the storm system that's expected to bring even more rain to the region.
And happening now, a new turn in the fight over access to abortion pills. Overnight, a federal judge blocking part of a ruling that endangers access. We're breaking down the next legal steps and what that means for people trying to access abortion medication.
Also happening now, growing calls to resign. This morning, California Senator Dianne Feinstein, the oldest member of Congress, is facing pressure from within her own party to step down. What Feinstein is now saying about those calls to resign. We've got a lot of stories to get to this morning. Thank you for being with us. I'm Zincle Asamoah.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. We begin with that breaking news out of South Florida as severe weather slams that area. Flash floods, tornado warnings, and severe thunderstorm warnings were issued yesterday for parts of South Florida as the weather system pummeled the area for the third day with heavy rain. Fort Lauderdale was hit especially hard. The city getting an estimated 15 to 20 inches of rain. The downpour even forcing the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport to close, leaving travelers stranded. People living in that area say they've had enough.
All the time, I see cars getting stuck here, losing their cars, because when they get stuck here, it's total loss. It's going to get worse and worse and worse, and the car getting stuck in here. So these have to change.
We've got team coverage this morning. Our Angie Lassman has the latest forecast. We'll get to her in just a moment. But first, let's head to NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas at Fort Lauderdale International Airport with the latest on those conditions. Guad, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. As you can see behind me, much of the runway still remains under inches of water. We've seen more movement this morning. Overnight, this place was a nightmare with passengers stranded in the terminals. And there's individuals that were on their way to the airport last night that couldn't make it to the airport. They got out of their cars, walked through the rain with their luggage, only to find out that the airport had also shut down. You can still see, as I mentioned, basically from this terminal, all the way to the highway that is at a higher elevation, it looks more like a lake rather than a runway. In fact, overnight, the mayor declared a state of emergency in Fort Lauderdale because of the flooding. You know, we're seeing the flooding here at the airport, but residents in the area are also reporting having water in their homes. As of now, the latest update indicates that the airport will remain closed all morning and perhaps could open later this afternoon, Stephen.
Well, do we know, is there any type of remediation they can do? Is there anything they can do to try to fix that situation at the airport, or do they just have to wait it out?
Well, this entire area, the region here in Fort Lauderdale in South Florida is very flat. A lot of this land is right at sea level. So the flooding here is something that happens when we get a lot of rain. Obviously, you know, it depends on the way some of the pumps with the cities work to clear the flooding for the area. It also has to do with the rain. The mayor said that when they declared the state of emergency, that parts of Fort Lauderdale got as much as 22 inches of rain. So it's difficult to try and clear that water. It's not raining right now, but if it starts raining again today, which it could, things could become even more difficult, Stephen.
Wow, alarming, those images you're bringing us. Guad, thanks so much.
Now, let's take a closer look at that storm and more with your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now for a look at that. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, it's a good reminder that it doesn't take a tropical system to see really impactful heavy rainfall. And as we see a warming climate, we know warmer climate means that the atmosphere can just hold more water, and these heavy rain events will become more likely. We're still seeing a couple of chances for some rain to work through parts of South Florida, but notice the heavy rain that's stretched across parts of the southeast. Jackson to Montgomery, seeing heavy rain working through parts of the Panhandle as well. And as we look a little farther to the east of Florida, there are some showers and some thunderstorms sitting offshore with plenty of lightning. As we transition through the rest of the day and into tomorrow, we're still going to see the flooding concern as that system, that low pressure system that we've been tracking for a couple days now, finally makes it on shore and starts to move off towards the Carolinas. So we could see still ample amounts of rain with impressive rainfall rates that make the flooding concern, specifically flash flooding, a possibility through at least Friday. There's that system that I just mentioned. It moves onshore through the day today. There's the rain that I spoke about for the Carolinas. If you're in Roanoke to Raleigh and even down towards Charleston over basically the afternoon hours of tomorrow, you could see some of that rain working in. Watch for the flooding concerns. We'll also have the potential to see some isolated strong to even severe storms. There's the amounts we're expecting. Some higher amounts in the yellows and in the orange, 1 to 2 inches. But you'll notice widespread, we're expecting maybe another ½ inch. Could be problematic for places like Fort Lauderdale that already already received over 20 inches of rain just in a 24-hour period, so even a half an inch will make it problematic still for folks going through the rest of the day. There's the severe weather. The bullseye really focused into parts of Georgia and stretching a little farther to the west. It does include parts of the Florida Panhandle as well, Panama City, Columbus, all involved in this, and we'll see the potential for some isolated storms that could have some strong wind gusts, maybe some hail, and even a few tornadoes. Meanwhile, in the Northeast and stretching into the Midwest, where did winter go? Where did spring go, for that matter? It was a warm winter. Spring feels a little shortened. It's going to get back into the picture, but for now, we're expecting more than 155 million people to see highs over 80 degrees through the day today. So this will be another day where we watch for record highs in places like Chicago, New York, Harrisburg, and as far west as Madison, and a lot of places are going to see the potential to break some record highs for this date. And no surprise when you look at these highs this afternoon. Upper 80s in Minneapolis, 90s in some spots. Detroit hits the mid-80s. Even Washington, D.C. and New York tomorrow are going to be in the mid-80s. We'll finally start to see spring settle back in, guys, as we get into Saturday and Sunday. The 60s will return to New York. Still 80s, though, in Washington, D.C. on Sunday.
Love to see that. Angie Lassman, thank you. Now to new developments in the legal battle over the abortion drug mifepristone. A federal appeals court issued a decision late last night clearing the way for the pill to remain available in the U.S. for now. But there are now certain restrictions. Civil rights attorney and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fendon joins us now to dig into this. Kristen, it's good to see you. So first off, what should we know about the new limitations on exactly how this drug can be dispensed?
Yeah, so as you said, the stay was lifted on every single thing that was argued except the FDA's 2000 approval. So like you mentioned, it will remain on the market. But this means that starting today, there's going to be a significant rollback as to the access to this drug. So yesterday, women were able to obtain the abortion pill via mail up to 70 days after pregnancy and didn't require an in-office visit with a physician. But as of this morning, women will only have 50 days and will be required to have 3 in-person visits with a qualified physician before being able to take the drug. And when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, a woman is likely to realize that she's pregnant, taking us past 30 days when you have a missed menstrual cycle. So that means that a woman will really only have 20 days or less to squeeze in 3 in-person office visits and only be able to obtain the pill without mail usage. So while it's great that the pill will remain on the markets, these significant limitations will significantly roll back access to it.
And Kristen, of course, there's been so much legal back and forth. What is the Justice Department's argument here in its request for the emergency stay?
Well, they're making a number of arguments. They're basically saying that they followed their own regulations and standards when they approved the abortion pill in 2000, that they adequately monitored and enforced the restrictions on the pill's distribution and use, which were updated in 2016, and then also that they had the discretion to modify or suspend the restrictions due to various health emergencies such as COVID-19, which paved the way for the mail-in as well as changing the amount of times that the in-person visits would need to take place. But I think most importantly, and this is what the Fifth Circuit really allowed to lift the stay in part, was that the plaintiffs, which again were a coalition of anti-abortion groups and doctors, they lacked standing to bring this suit, not only for various reasons because they were not directly harmed, but also because there was a statute of limitations argument, which was compelling to the Fifth Circuit.
So much to watch here. All eyes on these cases. Kristen Gibbons-Fendon, thank you so much.
Turning now to Richmond, Indiana. That area still dealing with the aftermath of a toxic fire burning at a former recycling plant. Thousands of homes have been evacuated now, and schools remain closed for a second day. This as the Environmental Protection Agency continues collecting samples to test any toxins that may be present in the air. They're also trying to figure out if there's asbestos in debris left behind. Richmond's Mayor Dave Snow says the recycling plant's owner, My Way Trading, ignored a previous order to clean up that property. An order, he says, was issued due to potential fire hazards. My Way Trading has not yet commented publicly about this fire.
And we're learning more this morning about what happened in the terrifying moments leading up to that deadly bank shooting in Louisville and during. Police have released the 911 calls from that morning, and those chilling calls include pleas from the employees as well as a call from the shooter's mother. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Louisville and joins us now with the very latest. Good morning, Morgan. I know you have been on this beat for quite some time. You've actually had a chance to hear some of the 911 calls. What do we know about them?
Yeah, Zinkley, it's interesting. Every new piece of evidence that has come out since this shooting has taken place is painted a more frightening portrait. We saw the police body cam released yesterday that really showed the chaos here outside the bank as they responded. But these new 911 calls are so tough to hear because they paint a chilling portrait as to what's taking place on the inside. Caller after caller detailing what they witnessed as you hear gunshots play out in the background. I want you to hear a portion of one of these calls, a woman inside the bank. Take a listen.
8 or 9 people have been shot. Uh-huh. Are you with any of them? Yes, but I'm in a closet hiding. Is that shots fired? Yes. Yeah. Okay, just stay quiet. This is his mother. I'm so sorry. I'm getting details secondhand. I'm running to it now. Oh, my Lord.
Worth noting, the first 911 call that reported this shooting to authorities didn't actually come from the bank here, but from an entirely different branch. Zinkley, they were having a video conference, and an employee at another branch witnessed the gunman walk in and open fire on colleagues by watching the video screen. Zinkley?
Each new detail more chilling. I mean, Morgan, I know there was a vigil held yesterday for the victims. What can you tell us about that? And also, what's the latest on the condition of those who are still hospitalized?
Of course, yeah, hundreds turned out to the Muhammad Ali Civic Center yesterday to hear a message of support and compassion to the families of those victims. But there was also numerous calls for change throughout that entire event. You could sense a visible, tangible frustration that this problem keeps happening, particularly here in Louisville, where the mayor has said 40 lives have already been lost to gun violence this year alone. As for the victims, we do know from the hospital that 2 remain, one in fair condition, the other 26-year-old officer Nicholas Wilt in critical but stable condition following that head wound he received in responding to the gunman when he opened fire Monday morning. Zinkley?
Praying that officer recovers soon. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. And also this morning, there are potentially new details surrounding one of the most serious intelligence leaks in U.S. history. A report in the Washington Post says the person who leaked classified documents over the past few weeks is a gun enthusiast in his 20s who worked on a military base. The Post is citing 2 anonymous members of an online messaging group, including a minor on the social platform Discord, where it says the documents were first leaked. NBC News has not been able to verify the report, and the White House says the Justice Department is investigating the leak and reviewing its national security implications. Also this morning, jury selection is getting underway in the defamation case against Fox News Channel. Dominion Voting Systems is suing the network for $1.6 billion. They say the news channel promoted conspiracy theories about its technology following the 2020 election. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim is in Wilmington, Delaware, where the trial is being held.
Potential jurors are filtering into the Wilmington courthouse today. They know they're going into a 6-week trial, and a few of them look a little bit wary. 1,600 jury summonses were sent out, and from that pool, the court is looking for 36 jurors to fill out the panel of 12 jurors, 6 alternates, and a dozen jurors that the lawyers on both sides of the aisle can strike. This is a key case, and the question they're going to be asked here is whether or not Dominion Voting Systems was defamed by Fox News when they broadcast election conspiracy theories after the 2020 election. Now, the jurors will be instructed that those conspiracy theories are false. That was in a summary judgment ruling last month. So the question they're going to be asked is whether or not the Fox producers and hosts and executives acted with actual malice when they broadcast those claims. Now, that means knowing falsity or reckless disregard for the truth. Now, the trial is scheduled to begin on Monday, but the fireworks have been happening here all week in the pretrial conference hearing. Lawyers have been going back and forth. Dominion lawyers played tapes yesterday that they say were withheld from evidence. Those tapes annoyed the judge enough that he issued a sanction against Fox, saying if more depositions are needed, Dominion will get them, and Fox will have to pay for them. He's also said he's considering appointing a special master to look into exactly what happened with that evidence. Now, we know that the lawyers and the judge are about to sit down before jury selection officially begins. We'll keep you posted on everything that happens here. Fast-moving case, of course.
A lot to watch. Jane, thanks so much.
Well, former President Donald Trump is due back in New York City today. He's set to be questioned about the state attorney general's business fraud lawsuit against him and his company. Now, that deposition comes just a week after his historic arraignment in New York City. That was for a separate case involving those alleged hush money payments during the 2016 presidential campaign. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis joins us now for more on this. So, Rahima, if you would walk us through what do we know about this lawsuit and what are the allegations here?
What we know is that this is a civil lawsuit that was brought, as you point out, by the New York State Attorney General Letitia James, and it's against Trump, his three oldest children, as well as the Trump Organization. This comes after a 3-year investigation of the Trump Organization from 2011 to 2021, and it alleges that he routinely and habitually made false statements about the value of his properties, anything from hotels, sky rises, and golf courses, in order to receive more favorable bank loans. According to the papers filed by Letitia James, if he is found guilty of this, she's seeking $250 million in damages, as well as something like a 5-year ban on Trump being able to do any kind of real estate deals in the state of New York. Stephen?
Wow. So what is Trump, or what's his legal team saying about this lawsuit? And also, is he expected to actually testify here, or could he plead the fifth like he did in the previous deposition back in August?
He absolutely could. It's his legal right to take the fifth if he chooses to. He's not yet arrived here at the Attorney General's office. And what he's saying about this at this moment is that he did nothing wrong. We don't know if he's going to take the fifth, but what we do know is that he's been sending out a lot of social media posts about this overnight, as well as this morning, saying something to the effect of calling Letitia James a racist. He says that this and other legal battles that he's facing, he calls them election interference. And he also says he finally will get an opportunity to show what a great, profitable and valuable company that he's built, one of the greatest assets of anywhere in the world. So talking a lot on social media. Will he take the fifth here today and be virtually silent like he did in August, where he took the fifth something like 400 times? Stephen?
Wow. Rahima, just briefly here, wanted to ask you about this other legal battle Trump is facing. He's suing his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, for $500 million. What do we know about that?
We know that Trump is saying, well, you might hear off to the side, there are about a half a dozen anti-Trump protesters who showed up. But in this case that Trump is filing against Cohen, he says it's an unjust enrichment. He accuses him of breaches of contract and of spreading falsehoods about him. Cohen's attorney has responded, saying that Trump is abusing the legal system and using it as a form of harassment. He essentially calls this Trump lawsuit, he says it's a frivolous lawsuit. Stephen?
We hear those protesters. All right, Rahima Ellis, thanks so much.
And calls asking for top-ranking Democrat U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein to step down are mounting. Feinstein has been on long-term leave and unable to participate in major votes following an illness. Yesterday, the 89-year-old California senator released a statement saying that she'd asked Senator Chuck Schumer to temporarily fill her seat on the Judiciary Committee. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now to dig into this. Good morning, Ryan. So first off, just what will the process be for Senator Schumer as he moves forward with trying to appoint his temporary Judiciary Committee member?
Well, Zinkley, there's no guarantees here. What Chuck Schumer would like to do is ask the United States Senate to allow him the opportunity to temporarily replace Feinstein on the Judiciary Committee. But that would require all 100 senators to agree to a unanimous consent resolution. And even one Republican senator could decide not to do that. And there's every good chance that they may do that, because part of what's happened here is that the President Biden's judicial nominees have been stalled as a result of the fact that that Dianne Feinstein hasn't been in office, and many Republicans don't want to see those judges confirmed. So there is every indication that they may continue to stand in the way of this. Now, there is the possibility that over a longer term period, Democrats could find a way to get her temporarily replaced, but that's going to be a process and one that we won't see how it plays out until next week.
And Ryan, notably, during this time of sort of divisiveness, many of the people calling for her to step down are actually fellow Democrats, including a fellow California representative. And they just tweeted yesterday saying, it's time for Feinstein to resign. We need to put the country ahead of personal loyalty. It's obvious she can no longer fulfill her duties. Strong words there. So does this seem to echo what other Democrats are thinking?
Well, only 2 Democrats that are currently serving in Congress have publicly come forward and said that it's time for Feinstein to step down. Ro Khanna, who you pointed out there, and Dean Phillips of Minnesota. Notably, Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House, rushed to Feinstein's defense yesterday and accused those of asking her to step down of ageism. You know, there's a backdrop to all of this. There's already a heated campaign to replace Feinstein in 2024. 3 Democrats have said that they would like to replace her. Ro Khanna supporting one of them, and Barbara Lee. So there is a lot more to this than just simply people asking for her to step down.
Big shoes to fill there. Ryan Nobles, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, it's official. Prince Harry will be attending his father, King Charles' coronation next month.
Yeah, it will be the first time he will be seen with his family since his explosive memoir came out. Next, why Harry's wife, Meghan Markle, will not be joining on the trip. You're watching Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, this is it.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. President Biden is continuing his visit to Ireland this morning. He's meeting with Irish President Michael Higgins and will then address the Republic of Ireland's Assembly. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Dublin and joins us now with the very latest. Good morning, Mike. So the president seems to be really making connections with the people there. Can you talk about how his trip is going so far?
Well, Zinkley, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said this morning that the president is having the time of his life after some of that diplomatic heavy lifting in the morning in Northern Ireland. The president was able to spend some time in Ireland in County Louth, where he was reconnecting with the Finnegan branch of the Biden family tree. He toured Carlingford Castle on the Cooley Peninsula, beautiful spot, and then had a very warm welcome despite the terrible, frankly, weather conditions in the town of Dundalk, where he stopped in a restaurant, stopped in a pub, met with a friend of his, a relative of his fifth cousin once removed, Rob Carney, a rugby star. And that did lead to one of the bit of a gaffe that's getting a lot of attention here. The president talked about a rugby match involving Ireland's national team when, as President Biden put it, Carney beat up the Black and Tans. He actually met the All Blacks, New Zealand's rugby team. Black and Tans, that's a reference to an auxiliary military unit from the United Kingdom government back to the Irish War for Independence. So that's getting a lot of attention. But you know what? Biden gaffes are kind of par for the course, and the president going to be spending some more time with the other branch of his Irish ancestry tomorrow in County Mayo.
And Mike, I know that's not the only thing that's been getting a lot of attention. There are also reports of a security issue concerning a lost document with details of the president's Belfast itinerary. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, there were local reports in Northern Ireland that a document may have been lost from a member of the police of Northern Ireland, the police service of Northern Ireland, the PSNI, a Secret Service spokesperson confirming that they were informed by the PSNI of that media reports, but they said it did not impact in any way President Biden's plans. Now, this is coming at a time of heightened security and heightened sensitivity in Northern Ireland. There were also reports that police were able to foil an attempted pipe bombing along the president's motorcade. Secret Service officials said, however, that they have supreme confidence in their European and Irish partners in ensuring the security of the president's trip.
Of course, keeping the president safe is no small feat. And Mike, I wonder, what else does the president have on his agenda for the rest of the day?
Well, today here in Dublin is a lot of the sort of set pieces, the official engagements you expect on any foreign trip. You mentioned him meeting with the president. He'll also meet with the prime minister, known here as the Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar. Later today, he'll become just the fourth U.S. president to address the Irish parliament. And then tonight, he'll be the guest of honor at an Irish state banquet. And this president loves Irish poetry. He loves one Irish poet in particular, Seamus Heaney. He's been quoting him for as long as I've been covering him, a long time. We understand that the president invited Seamus Heaney's widow to be part of today's events, and I expect you'll hear at least another quote or two from some of his poems, Sinclair.
A lot of personal and political significance. Mike Memoli, thank you so much.
Buckingham Palace has confirmed that Prince Harry will be attending King Charles' coronation, but his wife Meghan will remain in California with their children. Next month's event is set to be the first time the Duke of Sussex will be with the royal family since his explosive memoir, Spare, was released. We're joined by British Royals commentator Hilary Fordwich with more on this. Hilary, good morning to you. Thanks for being here. So some royal watchers did predict this is what would happen. So what can we make of this news, and should we see it as like maybe an easing of the tensions for Harry and the rest of his family?
Well, pleasure to be back with you, Stephen. And yes, I'm actually proud to say that I was quoted both sides of the Atlantic, actually, in print, predicting this situation would actually unfold exactly the way that it has unfolded. Yes, he's coming on his own, and actually it is looked at as maybe a release of the tensions in terms of this is what his father really wants. His father, King Charles, of course, refers to him as my darling boy. Even Prince Harry quoted that in his book Spare. So this is actually a very good sign for the royal family, and nobody wants to see a royal rift, so it's good on both sides. And if I might link this to your previous story, it's interesting actually that Biden is an English name. His great-grandfather emigrated to the US from West Sussex, but he chooses just to go to Ireland, not England. But Prince Harry is choosing to go back to England.
Wow, fascinating. And these stories back to back there. Well, what do we know about the current state of the relations between Prince Harry and his father? There was so much attention, the Netflix special, of course, and then the memoir released. We know those public statements from Meghan and Harry asking for that royal summit to happen. Do we think that's more likely now?
Well, yes, you're right, actually, that Prince Harry has always said that the only way he would come would be to have an apology. And of course, there's been much talk on both sides of the Atlantic. Who needs to apologize to whom, given all that he said and throwing his family rather under the proverbial royal bus? And of course, what he did when he came over, and I was quoted as saying this too, when he went over to the UK, he went over there for that recent, very high-profile High Court hearing. That was somewhat, I believe, a testing of the waters to see how he will be received. And because he was received well in that, yes, he's back there, and there is hope there will be some sort of softening. But don't forget, King Charles was very busy preparing for his trip to Germany, so was too busy to see his son. Very much so, it's coming, though, from Buckingham Palace that the king is delighted Prince Harry will be there. It just remains to be seen what role he will play and not play in the actual coronation. And we know some of the things he definitely will be doing, and we definitely know some of the things he won't be doing.
How is this being viewed in the UK that Meghan and the children are staying at home? I know there's been a lot of angry public discourse about her. Is she being further targeted for this?
Well, I don't think she's ever really been targeted. In fact, actually, she was quoted on Oprah. She even said how much she really appreciated that King Charles, Prince Charles at the time, walked her down the aisle. And of course, don't forget, it was King Charles that chose that Kingdom Choir to sing the gospel music and walked her down the aisle. They were so welcoming to her. And the British public, I covered their wedding, was 12 deep in Windsor, absolutely adored and welcomed Meghan with open arms. It's just a great pity all she and Prince Charles have chosen to do, actually, in squandering all of that love and attention. So now, yes, she has the birthday, of course. Prince Archie is 4 years old. It's his birthday on May 6th. And she declared to Oprah, and I think it's a very good move, she declared that the most important title she would ever have would be motherhood. And she's standing by her children, being a mommy in Montecito, and I think that's the right place for her to be on the coronation day.
So hard to argue with that, and really just want everybody to get along. Hillary, thanks so much for your insights this morning.
Absolutely. Pleasure, Stephen.
More international news now. The latest missile test in North Korea set off alarms in Japan.
Yeah, NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Stephen Zinkley, good morning. That's right. North Korea conducted the latest intercontinental ballistic missile launch in a month. Now, the missile fell in the waters between the Korean peninsula and Japan. The test set off sirens in the northern Japanese island of Hokkaido, where some residents were briefly urged to take shelter. This is part of an ongoing series of tests from North Korea, causing some concern for its neighbors. Turning now to Mount Everest, where 3 Nepali Sherpa guides are missing after they fell into a deep crevasse after an avalanche yesterday. The tourism department says that a block of snow fell and, quote, buried them. Thousands of climbers flock to take on parts of Everest, also known as the world's highest mountain, every year. Rescuers are still on the lookout, both on foot and by helicopter. Now we end in Ghana, the first country to approve a new malaria vaccine. Scientists who developed it are calling it a world changer. The vaccine, also called R21, is still waiting on final approval from the World Health Organization. Malaria kills about 620,000 people each year. Most of the victims are children. Now, scientists have been working for about a century to find an effective vaccine. If that's possible, then this will be a development that will change many lives, guys.
Oh, we love to see that in Ghana, always leading. First country to have independence on the continent, and now this.
I love that. Great. A little bit of history and current news. Claudio, thank you.
Thank you. And coming up, there are major developments this morning in the case of a woman found dead while on vacation in Mexico.
Yeah, when we come back, why the Department of Justice now says it won't be pursuing this case. This is Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle. Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with new developments surrounding the case of Shanquella Robinson, the 25-year-old Black American who was found dead in Mexico while on vacation back in October. Yesterday, the Department of Justice said there was not enough evidence to support a federal prosecution. The DOJ saying the decision was based on an investigation by the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office, as well as the results of an autopsy done in the United States. An autopsy report from Mexico said Robinson had a broken neck and severe spinal cord injury. In contrast, U.S. officials said the autopsy conducted in the U.S. did not show the spinal cord injury, but it did show that there was swelling in her brain. The cause of death, however, was not determined, and that's all according to the family's attorney, Sue Ann Robinson. She criticized the move to reporters, saying the U.S. autopsy was done after the body had been embalmed. Robinson added that while they were disappointed with the decision, it would not deter them going forward.
United States citizens cannot go to Mexico, commit a crime that we all saw on a video, and then come back to America and say, we're on base, we're safe, we're not going to be charged with a crime. That cannot be the message that the U.S. authorities want to send. There was no investigation done. It was not taken seriously until the people had to say, hey, we're not going to accept that this is just what it is. This can't be just what it is. We see with our own eyes an attack, an assault, a crime happening, and nothing's being done.
Family attorney Sue Ann Robinson tells us there will be a march in Washington, D.C. on May 19th if no further action is taken in the case by then. That date would mark the 200th day since Shanquella Robinson's death.
Now to a major settlement by e-cigarette maker Juul. The company has agreed to pay $462 million to settle claims in 6 states and the District of Columbia. The company was accused of targeting teens with highly addictive flavors. With this deal, Juul will have settled in 45 states for more than $1 billion total. The company did not admit to wrongdoing in this settlement.
Now to a growing drug problem. The White House is expressing concern over the use of tranq. People are said to be combining fentanyl with an animal tranquilizer, creating a potentially deadlier drug. As NBC's Valerie Castro explains, the DEA says it's the deadliest drug threat the U.S. has ever seen.
A deadly drug with no known antidote, worsening an already dire situation with fentanyl. It's commonly known as tranq, now being called an emerging threat by the White House. The lethal combination of fentanyl laced with xylazine, an animal tranquilizer, leading to a declaration for a federal response plan from the Biden administration within 90 days.
This new drug could be a nightmare. It's called xylazine. It's a deadly, skin-rotting zombie drug that evil drug dealers are now mixing with fentanyl with heroin and with other drugs.
The DEA warning that xylazine-related overdose deaths have risen in every region of the country, more than 1,000% across the South, up 750% in the West, and more than 500% in the Midwest between 2020 and 2021. Philadelphia feeling the devastating effects on the streets. One user saying tranq is everywhere.
There is no fentanyl that doesn't have tranq in it.
I would say it's probably our biggest challenge right now.
NBC's Dasha Burns with the city's director of the Opioid Response Unit last month.
How much should people be sounding the alarm right now?
I think everybody should absolutely be sounding the alarm. The movement, similar to what we saw with fentanyl, is that it will be in every other substance.
Making it even more lethal, xylazine is not an opioid, so overdoses can't be reversed with naloxone, the remedy for fentanyl and heroin overdoses, better known as Narcan.
We don't have a medical detoxification best practice yet in place for it because, again, it wasn't something meant for human consumption.
The new threat in the midst of a growing opioid crisis with more than 71,000 fentanyl-related deaths across the country in 2021. This California mother speaking out after her 15-year-old daughter Melanie Ramos died of a fentanyl overdose last year. She was discovered in her high school's bathroom.
Yo no quiero que otro padre de familia pase lo que yo estoy pasando.
Elena Ramos calling on state lawmakers to pass Melanie's law.
It establishes a foundation for schools throughout the state to provide education to not only the staff, but to the students on fentanyl and opioid overdoses.
But stemming the flow of fentanyl into and around the country, a constant battle. Last year, the DEA seized more than 57 million fentanyl-laced pills and more than 13,000 pounds of powder. And the seizure of the drug nationwide through the U.S. Postal Service increased by 150%, a large portion of it smuggled across the U.S.-Mexico border. The Biden administration's drug czar, Dr. Rahul Gupta, is calling for $11 million in funding to build this strategy. The plans would include developing an antidote to combat overdoses and potentially asking Congress to make this a controlled substance. Back to you.
Valerie, thanks so much. Coming up this morning, 'tis the season for a lot of sneezing. That's right. Bless you if you're sneezing. And allergy season is here. And you may have noticed it's worse than ever. After the break, here on Morning News Now, we'll explain why that is and what you can do to ease your allergies.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they informed.
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Spring has officially sprung, and while the warmer weather is great news for some, it also means the beginning of allergy season.
That's right. And this year, experts say things may be more severe due to pollen season kicking off earlier. According to the Department of Agriculture, pollen seasons are now starting 20 days earlier and lasting 10 days longer. So joining us now to talk about this, NBC News meteorologist Angie Lassman and allergist Dr. Tanya Elliott. Good morning to you both. So Angie, let's start with you. We've been seeing these warmer temperatures. A lot of people big fans of them, but I want something to blame for allergy season. Is it the warm temperatures?
Yeah, I mean, simply put, yes. When we have a warmer winter, oftentimes we see the grow season start a little earlier, and that means that the plants are of course, blooming a little earlier. The leaves are on the trees earlier. Let's take a look at exactly when the leaves came out across the country, because this is a good indication of exactly when we started to see those pollen levels starting and then, of course, increasing. So much of the country, from the plains to the Northeast, was dealing with 1 to even 3 weeks earlier than normal for the leaves coming out and for the blooms happening. You can see places like Cincinnati, Washington, D.C., even New York, 3 weeks earlier than normal. We did have a really mild winter. That, of course, has contributed. And, you know, when we have these warm temperatures, and especially when you consider climate change, guys, with warmer winters expected in the future, this means the grow season is longer. This means we're seeing that pollen happening for longer. And sometimes it means that the pollen is more intense as well.
Oh my goodness. Well, then, Dr. Elliott, I want to bring you in here because, as we just mentioned, this year's allergy season is coming in early. We heard that from Angie. That same research from the Department of Agriculture shows us that there's 21% more pollen in the air than back in 1990. So why is this season more severe, and how is it impacting allergy sufferers? Is there anything we can do?
Yeah, so the other thing that's important to note is that the pollen can actually bind with diesel exhaust and other pollutants in the air, which could be extremely irritating to the nasal passages, even if you don't have allergies. So, you know, when you go outside and all of a sudden you see a bunch of yellow pollen on your car, that's staying suspended in the air. We are breathing that in, and it's triggering an allergic type response, sneezing and congestion for everybody, not just the allergy sufferers. So what can we do about it? Well, the first thing is to know when there's going to be a high pollen count day and take an antihistamine about 1 hour before you go outside. The other thing you can do, if you know tree season is your season and you know from basically March till May you're sneezing all of the time, get started on a nasal corticosteroid spray, something like Flonase. You want to take that every day consistently, and it's not going to help unless you're taking it consistently. So you need to have it in your system for about 5 to 7 days. Then you'll start to experience the preventive benefit. It's much easier to stop an allergic reaction from progressing than it is to try to get your symptoms under control once you're already having an allergy attack.
That's an important point. You got to build up the immunity.
Yeah, did not realize that. And Angie, I wanted to ask you, are there areas in the country where this is not a problem? Places out west, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, the 22, I believe, % of the country is dealing with moderate to high pollen. So this is something that a lot of the country is dealing with. You can see some of those areas that are most populated, or parts of the U.S. city, many U.S. cities that are most populated. So yes and no. There's some areas that aren't quite as bad in the South, but a lot of the country dealing with this. Sneezing season.
Sneezing season. We really like saying that.
And Dr. Elliott, I wonder, for some people, allergies don't come immediately when you move somewhere. I'm looking at Stephen here.
Yeah, she's jinxing me. She says just wait.
He doesn't get allergies. I do. Is there any method to the madness? Why are some people more seemingly predisposed to them?
So that's interesting. So when you move, it takes at least 6 months to a year to develop allergies. So you need what's called a sensitization period, meaning a period of time where you're exposed to something. Your body says, hey, wait a minute, I haven't seen that before. That's something foreign, and you develop an allergic response to it. So if you've just moved and you've been in an area for a couple of months and you feel fine, just wait. you may end up having symptoms next year at this time.
There we go. You hear that? You hear that, Stephen? Just
Wow,
wait.
I need to stop bragging about not having allergies then. Dr. Tanya Elliott, Angie Lastman, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now to some money news. Big developments here in the Big Apple. Believe it or not, rent in New York is getting even higher.
Wow, let's bring in CNBC's Silvana Henao for that and more financial headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Stephen. Hey, Zinkley. Good morning to you. Yes, so New York City landlords are testing renters' limits. Reports out today show the average monthly rent in Manhattan rose to a record high of $4,175 in March. That's up $25 from the previous peak last July and almost 13% more than this time last year. Apartment hunters haven't been able to catch a break, even as more units become available and the vacancy rate ticks up. The busiest and most expensive time of the year for Manhattan rentals is July and August, and it's still ahead, obviously, so it's signaling more record highs to come. Manhattan is the nation's largest rental market. Chipotle plans to ditch gas for electric grills at 100 new locations it's opening. This is part of the fast food chain's plans to design more environmentally sustainable restaurants. Chipotle's goal is to slash greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030. The company has more than 3,200 locations, and all but a dozen currently use gas grills. Warner Brothers Discovery unveiling its new Max streaming service yesterday, which combines HBO Max and Discovery Plus. The company is hoping one of the big draws will be Harry Potter. It's officially working on a TV series based on the popular books and movies that will stretch out over a decade. The show will have a new cast playing Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the other iconic characters. J.K. Rowling will be among the show's executive producers, guys. So there you have it.
Ooh, my question is, are we going to see the original cast make cameo?
Ooh.
That would be cool for fans, right?
Yeah, 100%. Maybe not for the new stars, though. That's some big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
That's true. We'll see about that. All right, Silvana, thank you.
Thank you. All right, this next one is for the plant parents among us. If you are neglecting your houseplant and think it's suffering in silence, think again, because according to new research, when plants are under stress, they release sounds.
Yeah, this blows my mind. For more, we're joined by one of the researchers who made this discovery, Yossi Yovel, who's a professor of the School of Zoology at the Sagel School of Neuroscience at Tel Aviv University. Thank you so much for being here. We just want to jump right into this one.
Yeah, so first, Yossi, can you explain to us what you and your fellow researchers have actually discovered and how this project came about? What were you trying to prove?
So good morning, everyone. I should say the idea came from my colleague, Professor Lila Hadani from the Department of Botany. And her idea was that, it's just not possible that plants are silent. We think about them as silent creatures, but perhaps they just emit sounds in frequencies that we cannot hear. And this is exactly what we did. I'm a bioacoustician. I'm used to working with high frequencies. I study bats most of my time. We brought in these high frequency microphones, which allow us to detect frequencies that the human ear cannot detect. We place them in front of many different plants, tomato, for example, tobacco, wheat. And we found that under stress, so when the plant is stressed, for example, when it's dehydrated or when it is cut, it emits these very high pitch ultrasonic signals, very short, brief signals. It sounds like popping, something like if you and I could hear it with our ears.
It's almost like the plants are crying.
Oh, that's awful. I have a plant in my office. I'm worried about it crying out right now. So if you could sort of explain to us, when you say that these plants are stressed and they make these noises, where does the noise come from? What mechanism is vibrating to create the sound?
Exactly. So they're not crying. You can keep on cutting your salad without being worried about it. At least that's what we know so far. We think that these are physical sounds. Plants have water vessels. They use them to transfer water. And if air bubbles are created in these vessels, then you will hear these high frequency popping sounds like the ones that we've recorded. Now, this makes perfect sense. If the plant is dehydrated, you will have more of these bubbles. If you cut the plant, you will have more of these bubbles. We have preliminary data suggesting that if there's a pathogen attack, an attack of some kind of bacteria, for example, or virus, you will hear more of these bubbles. So you will have more of these bubbles, and you'll hear more of these sounds. And of course, the $1 million question that we're now interested in is whether other animals use these sounds. So I can give you a few possible examples. So we know that bats can hear these sounds, even though they're very high frequency. We know that rodents can hear them. We know that some insects can hear them. So you can imagine an insect, for example, that depends on a plant for feeding. This insect would like to know if the plant is dehydrated or not, and it makes perfect sense that it, in addition to using, for example, odors and vision, maybe it's also eavesdropping on the plant. That's what we're trying to find out right now.
Wow, so fascinating and important insights, both for the plants and just like the world. Yossi, thank you so much for your research.
You're welcome.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, it's a household name, but it turns out Tupperware may not have an airtight business model.
After the break, why the brand now says it's at risk of folding. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Broadway lovers rejoice. Ariana DeBose is back hosting this year's Tony Awards. The Oscar-winning actress said she was honored to be asked back, and it comes after her performance hosting this year's BAFTA Awards, where she went viral after rapping and name-checking women in the room. The Tonys will take place on Sunday, June 11th at the United Palace in New York. A lot of people so excited about this one, Sinclair.
I mean, I'm ready to see her do it again. It was so fun just to watch.
Addicted to watch.
Thanks, Stephen. And finally this hour, hold on to your doggy bags. An iconic American company is in limbo. Tupperware has warned it could potentially be out of business after more than 75 years. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has more.
Tupperware? Now you're cooking. The party may be over for an iconic American brand. Tupperware, the company that's become synonymous with food storage, now warning it could be headed for a default.
It needs to recapitalize and get more money to keep it going as a business. And there are doubts as to whether it can do that.
At a Tupperware home party. The colorful containers were once a staple in American kitchens. Its direct sales model allowing women to earn money, hosting Tupperware parties for their friends.
The home party system was absolutely the key, the heart to this product succeeding.
Tupperware seeped into pop culture, from All in the Family.
Welcome to my very first Tupperware party.
to the marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Ladies, these are some of the finest plastic products on the household market.
And it did see a sales boost during the pandemic, when suddenly everyone became home chefs.
They're good for food prepping.
But unlike the leftovers it has been keeping airtight for years, the Tupperware boom didn't last.
Some of the younger cohorts in Gen Z, they probably haven't even heard of Tupperware.
The company telling NBC, with our independent sales team coupled with our recent expansion into Target and Amazon, we are excited about meeting consumers where they shop. A big change many now hope will keep the company from closing its lid for good. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Wow, fascinating. Such a part of American history there.
Truly.
Who knew? Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, Florida flooding. Torrential rains hammering parts of the state, with some areas seeing nearly 2 feet of water. The massive deluge leaving drivers stranded and airline passengers trapped. We're in South Florida this morning with the latest on the effects of this storm and when even more rain is expected. On hold overnight, a federal appeals court blocked part of a controversial ruling that endangered access to the abortion pill mifepristone. But the future of that drug remains up in the air this morning. We're breaking down what comes next and why, even after the new ruling, access to the pill will be harder to come by. And Fox sanctions. A judge in the billion-dollar defamation lawsuit against Fox News says the company withheld evidence. We're breaking down what the new ruling means for the case as jury selection gets underway today. And royal reunion. Prince Harry is set to attend his father's coronation, but he'll be doing that alone. His wife Meghan and their children are staying in California. We've got reaction from Buckingham Palace as royal watchers hold out hope for an end to that family rift. Just want everybody to get along.
Yeah, that royal drama doesn't stop.
Oh, yeah. Well, we do begin this morning with that breaking news out of South Florida as severe weather slams that area.
Yeah, flash floods, tornado, and severe thunderstorm warnings were issued yesterday for parts of southern Florida as the weather system pummeled the area with a third day of heavy rain. Fort Lauderdale was hit especially hard, the city receiving an estimated 15 to 20 inches of rain. The downpour even forcing the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport to close, leaving travelers stranded. Floodwaters also inundated roads, trapping drivers. Some people had to be rescued from their cars. We've got team coverage this morning. Angie Lastman has the latest forecast, and we'll get to her in just a moment. But first, let's get to NBC News correspondent Guad Menendez at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport with the latest on the conditions. Good morning, Guad.
Good morning, Sinclair, Stephen. The airport here remains shut down. It was a nightmare overnight for the passengers that flew in and those that were attempting to fly out that got stuck at the airport. You can see behind me the runway that still essentially looks like a giant lake, with some airport vehicles making their way around through some of the areas that are above the water here, but still inches of water on this runway. The highway in the background is the only roadway that was used to get in and out of the airport, with vehicles stuck in the surrounding areas. And as you can see, the airport still shut down because of the flooding.
Overnight, a torrential downpour sent swaths of Florida into a flash flood emergency, leaving drivers in Fort Lauderdale stranded and desperate for help in stunning scenes like this.
Reference to a vehicle stuck in the floodwater. Caller advised she does not know how to swim.
The National Weather Service warning of a life-threatening situation.
It's going to get worse and worse and worse, and the cars getting stuck in here. When they get stuck here, it's total loss.
No casualties have been reported, but the deluge of water, coupled with tornado warnings, shut down Fort Lauderdale International Airport, leaving frustrated travelers stranded with no way out.
All right, that noise is a tornado watch. As you can see, the waters are not receding, so it's going to be a long night. Do send help.
to Fort Lauderdale Airport.
The city of Fort Lauderdale says it is designed to handle 3 inches of rain within a 24-hour period, but more than 20 inches poured down over parts of South Florida in just 6 hours, all during Florida's dry season. While the Southeast was soaked overnight, up north, New York got a sunbath instead of April showers. The temperature yesterday, 23 degrees above average.
Taking off everything. This is it. I'm wearing a t-shirt for the first time in 6 or 7 months. I don't know what it is. It's fantastic. Perfect day.
The summer-like weather stretches from the Northeast to the upper Midwest. Records were broken in dozens of cities, including Denver and Minneapolis. While in New Jersey, wildfires scorched nearly 4,000 acres. Firefighters got the upper hand on the blaze yesterday, hoping it won't spread further. A tale of two weather realities across the country today.
And it just started raining again. It had been a nice, clear morning. We were told by authorities that if the water receded, the airport was expected to reopen at some point this afternoon. We know that it will be closed throughout this morning, but of course, much of this depends on that rain that has been hitting the region. And people remain inside a lot of these terminals after they slept there overnight, waiting for an update for authorities here at the Fort Lauderdale International Airport. Sinclair, Stephen.
So wild to see the water covering those runways. Gwat, thank you so much.
All right, for more on all this, let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lastman. So much rain there. Angie.
Yeah, so much that we broke some records. Wettest April on record for Fort Lauderdale. That, of course, with all the tallies coming in at 20-ish inches of rain yesterday, and the wettest day in April on record. They received 7 months worth of rain in just 7 hours, inundated with water. You saw those visuals, and we are going to see, as Gwad just mentioned, a couple more chances to get in on some rain through the day today. Now, it's not going to be quite as heavy as what they've seen already, but any additional inch or two could be problematic for folks there. Meanwhile, we have really heavy rain working through Jackson into parts of the panhandle of Florida. That's all thanks to that low pressure system that we've been watching in the Gulf of Mexico eventually slide on shore. That's going to bring the potential for some flooding concerns to much of the Southeast, not just South Florida. Notice those rainfall rates stretching into parts of the Carolinas and as far west as New Orleans could reach anywhere from 1 to 2 inches per hour. So again, we'll watch for the flooding concerns. We remind you not to drive through those flooded roadways. That's always really dangerous when we see this kind of rain working through. There's the system. We'll watch for the flood watches to continue for parts of Southeast Florida. But even if you're in the Carolinas for tomorrow, you'll see some added rainfall working through. We'll also have the potential to see some strong storms with this. But when it comes to the rainfall amounts, anywhere from 2 to 4 inches is going to be on the higher end. We'll see widespread amounts up to 1 inch to 2 inches, though, so watch for that. Now, there's the severe weather threat that I'm talking about for today, focused into parts of the Southeast. Columbus, Panama City, Jacksonville, and as far south as Miami could see some of those strong wind gusts with some of these isolated storms. We could also see some damaging hail up to 1 inch or maybe larger. And we're not going to rule out a couple of tornadoes as well. This will be mainly through the afternoon and into the evening hours. Now let's switch gears and let's talk temperatures because, boy, it feels like summer in a lot of places across the country when it should be feeling more like spring. We've got 80s and we've got 90s. 155 million people are going to see highs above 80 degrees today. Again, feeling like summer. And some of these locations are going to have the potential to break some records. You can see some major cities on there: Milwaukee, Chicago, Green Bay, Sioux Falls. Minneapolis is headed close to the 90s today. New York, as well as Georgetown and Harrisburg, all going to get in on this with these temperatures into the 80s again and into the 90s and feeling well above normal for this time of year. Some locations are 15, 20, even 30 degrees above normal. And this will continue into tomorrow. Notice Washington, D.C. and New York end up into the mid-80s. So it'll be another warm one before we start to see things kind of moderate out, at least in New York and in Boston. We'll get back to those more normal temperatures, and then slowly but surely the rest of the Northeast and the Midwest will also return to average. Now, we also have the fire alerts that remain in effect for a lot of people, 23 million people stretching from Michigan all the way down to Texas and in parts of Arizona. Those fire alerts, we've seen active fires already. You saw what Gwad showed you from New Jersey, and we continue to have active fires in a couple of states. This is going to be something that we'll watch to be problematic through the day today, guys, with those fires easily spreadable with these conditions that we're seeing.
Hoping people stay safe. Angie Lastman, thank you so much.
Well, President Biden is continuing his visit to Ireland today, meeting with the country's president and prime minister. Meanwhile, back home, the battle over reproductive rights is heating up, with a federal appeals court putting on hold a Texas judge's ruling that could have endangered access to an abortion drug. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley is in Dublin now and joins us with the latest. Mike, good morning to you. So let's start with President Biden's agenda. Do we know what's on his schedule today?
Well, Stephen, President Biden spending time this morning with the president of Ireland, Michael Higgins. He signed a guest book and noted that the residence of the Irish president looks an awful lot like the White House back home. But he said, I don't plan to go home. Just an indication of how much the president is enjoying his time here in Ireland. Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, saying this morning that the president is having the time of his life. The president also planting a tree at the residence there. They're ringing the peace bell, a bell that was installed to mark the 10-year anniversary of the Good Friday peace accords with Northern Ireland. That is certain to be a topic of conversation when the president sits down with Ireland's prime minister, the Taoiseach, as he's known here, Leo Varadkar, talking about the economy as well as the war in Ukraine. And then President Biden will become just the fourth American president to address Ireland's parliament. Later, he's the guest of honor at a state banquet. The president, I would fully expect, is going to quote his favorite verse from his favorite poem from his favorite Irish poet, Seamus Heaney, The Cure of Troy, about hope and history rhyming. And in fact, we understand that the White House has invited Heaney's widow to join the president as one of his guests for the dinner tonight.
Wow, Biden certainly living it up there, having a lot of fun. But we know there is still work on his agenda, including having to do with abortion rights. Have we heard any reaction from the president about those recent rulings we've been talking about mifepristone?
You know, Stephen, it's really interesting. We haven't heard from the president here on his foreign travel, but we have heard from Vice President Kamala Harris, who really has been taking a lead role for the administration in the abortion rights battle, broadly speaking. Yesterday, she convened a meeting of the White House's task force on reproductive health. It was an opportunity for her to hear from other members of the administration as well as the cabinet about what steps the administration is doing in response to these legal decisions. The vice president's calling that Fifth Circuit appeal holding up the district court ruling, a wide-reaching ruling that requires a far-reaching administration response. We heard from the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who reiterated that the administration strongly disagrees with these decisions and is fighting it in court. Interesting to note, Stephen, that typically when the vice president hosts these kinds of task force and meetings, she does so in her own ceremonial offices in the White House. This meeting yesterday took place in the Roosevelt Room. She was at the center of the table where we often see the president running and convening meetings of this sort. It's an interesting indication of how the White House really is elevating the vice president in this role at this important time.
Interesting to see that leadership role on this important topic. Mike Memley, thank you.
And this morning on Capitol Hill, calls are mounting for longtime serving U.S. Senator Democrat Dianne Feinstein to step down from her position amid a health-related absence. And many of those calls are coming from within her own party. Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the very latest. Ryan, good morning.
Hi, Zinkley. Good morning. And Senator Dianne Feinstein insists that she has no plans to step down. Overnight, though, she did ask to be temporarily removed from the powerful Senate Judiciary Committee. And some of her fellow Democrats are worried that her extended absence is standing in the way of important work that needs to be done here in Washington.
Senator Dianne Feinstein has not cast a vote in the U.S. Senate since early February. The California Democrat was hospitalized with shingles and, despite being released, has not been well enough to fly back to Washington. I intend to return as soon as possible, once my medical team advises that it's safe for me to travel, she promised in a statement last night. But just how soon that may be remains unclear. And now some Democrats are calling for her to step aside. It's time for Senator Feinstein to resign, tweeted California Congressman Ro Khanna, adding, "We need to put the country ahead of personal loyalty. While she's had a lifetime of public service, it is obvious she can no longer fulfill her duties." The 89-year-old Feinstein, already facing questions about her health and mental stamina, announced last month she would not seek re-election in 2024, but promised to finish her term. The new calls for her to step down are in part because of her role on the Judiciary Committee. More than a dozen Biden judicial nominations have been stalled, waiting for her to return. In a statement, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's spokesperson said the leader will ask the Senate to, quote, allow another Democratic senator to temporarily serve on the Judiciary Committee, a move that Republicans will likely stand in the way of. Meanwhile, Feinstein isn't the only senator to have recently faced health struggles. Senate Republican Minority Leader Mitch McConnell was absent from the Senate for multiple weeks last month after falling and being treated for a concussion. And Democratic Senator John Fetterman was out for more than a month after checking himself into the hospital to receive treatment for clinical depression. Feinstein, a trailblazing Democratic icon and an influential senator over the years. But Feinstein has caught the ire of some progressives, unhappy with her handling of the confirmation of conservative Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who replaced liberal lion Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
And if Feinstein were to step down, Governor Gavin Newsom would appoint her replacement. Newsom, also a Democrat, has said that he would appoint a black woman to the job. Zinkley?
Brian Nobles, thank you so much.
All right, now to the latest in that sweeping defamation lawsuit against Fox News and its parent company tied to false claims of fraud in the 2020 election. Jury selection is set to begin today. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has a look at what we can expect.
At the center of Dominion Voting Systems' defamation suit against Fox News and its parent company, months of comments from top hosts and guests following the 2020 election, amplifying false claims the vote was rigged.
We have tremendous evidence already, but of fraud in this election.
Dominion alleges in a $1.6 billion suit, Fox damaged its reputation by knowingly spreading false claims about the company's voting machines to retain viewers.
We talked about the Dominion software. I know that there were voting irregularities.
According to court filings, text messages and internal communications reveal that some of Fox's most popular figures were ridiculing election fraud claims behind the scenes, pointing to this appearance from a Trump lawyer.
We have evidence of how they flipped the votes.
Tucker Carlson to fellow host Laura Ingraham, Sidney Powell is lying. Ingraham responding, calling Powell a complete nut. In excerpts of a sworn deposition, Chair of Fox Corporation Rupert Murdoch was asked if some hosts endorsed the narrative of a stolen election. Yes, they endorsed. Fox defends its election coverage and says Dominion's suit is designed to generate headlines, calling it a blatant violation of the First Amendment. Experts say the burden of proof in a defamation case is significant.
You have to show not only that the statements were false about someone, but that they were made with actual malice.
Now, the judge overseeing the case is sanctioning Fox for withholding evidence. According to a person present in the courtroom, Dominion lawyers played recordings former Fox producer Abby Grossberg made in 2020, which were not provided during discovery. Grossberg is suing Fox News, telling NBC's Cynthia McFadden she believes her deposition was coerced. But Fox says those claims are without merit.
Did the Fox lawyers attempt to intimidate you, harass you, push you to say things that were not true?
Oh, 100% they did, yeah. And I realized that the answers that they wanted me to say were putting me in a very vulnerable position to be the company's scapegoat.
And our thanks to Emily Ikeda for that report. That sanction means that Dominion now has the chance to conduct even more deposition at Fox's expense. In a statement, Fox says it produced the supplemental information from Ms. Grossberg when we first learned it.
And we're learning more this morning about what happened in the deadly bank shooting in Louisville. Police have released the 911 calls from that morning, and those calls include pleas from employees as well as a call from the shooter's mother. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Louisville with the very latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yes, and Clay, good morning. And every new piece of evidence that has come out since this shooting took place only paints a more frightening picture. That body cam video from police showed the chaos outside this bank. But these newly released 911 calls are painting a chilling portrait as to what was taking place on the inside. Not only that, but we're also hearing from the gunman's own mother, who called police to warn them something may be horribly wrong.
911 operator Val, where is your emergency?
My son might be because he has a gun and he's heading toward the Old National.
This morning, chilling 911 audio from the mother of the Louisville shooter as the deadly rampage was unfolding.
I don't know what to do. I need your help. I think he's never hurt anyone. He's a really good kid. Please don't come up to him.
The mother called authorities to warn them about her son, sharing his roommate told her something was wrong.
He's nonviolent. He's never done anything. Please,
Okay, and you don't believe he owns guns?
I know he doesn't own any guns.
The mother unaware of the purchase just 6 days earlier, when police say the gunman illegally bought an AR-15. The family telling NBC their son suffered from mental health challenges, but there were never any warning signs. From inside the bank, more calls pouring into 911.
I'm in the closet with one person. Yeah, I hear gunshots. Is that shot fired? Yeah. Okay, just stay quiet.
The first 911 call coming from outside the building. The caller witnessing the horror unfold on a video conference call.
We heard multiple shots and everybody started saying, oh my God, and then he came into the port.
Okay, stay. The attack left 5 people dead and 8 others injured. One of them, rookie police officer Nicholas Wilt. The 26-year-old, just days into his job, struck in the head before his partner fired the fatal shot, killing the gunman. Late Wednesday, hundreds of mourners took part in a vigil just blocks away from the crime scene. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear emotional about losing one of his friends and having to tell his wife.
This person murdered my friend. Calling your friend's wife, who's also your friend, to tell her that her husband is gone is amongst the hardest things I've ever done.
And if there has been any silver lining since this tragedy took place, it has been that every day the hospital has announced some of the patients either injured or wounded have been released. At last check, 2 remain, 1 person in fair condition, the other 26-year-old officer Christopher Wiltz in critical but stable condition. Sinclair.
Such a terrible event. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
All right, now let's get to the latest on that massive toxic fire that's still burning at a former recycling plant in Richmond, Indiana. Thousands have been forced to evacuate their homes, and schools remain closed now for a second day. And now Richmond's mayor is accusing the plant's owner of ignoring a potential fire hazard on the site. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is there with the latest.
Yeah, good morning from Richmond, Indiana. You can see that big toxic plume is really as big and as dark as it has ever been at this point. And we can also tell you that it's spread a little bit since yesterday, and it's kind of dissipated, meaning the spot where we were yesterday is frankly no longer safe. So we've moved farther back. We're more than a mile back now, and we're upwind and, of course, still wearing these mats just out of an abundance of caution. Meantime, one of the biggest headlines to come from this story is Richmond's mayor saying the owner of that site ignored warnings and citations for safety violations in the past. And they add basically this toxic fire is the city's worst fear coming to fruition.
This morning, Indiana's industrial inferno still casting a black cloud over the small city of Richmond.
You can smell the plastic.
The massive toxic blaze forcing at least 1,500 people from their homes, firefighters using bulldozers and excavators to battle the smoldering flames, but noting the pile could burn for days. 911 calls first came in Tuesday after a semi-trailer caught fire. The flames quickly spreading to warehouses at this former recycling plant. The site contains buildings and trailers packed with plastic, the source of the toxic smoke. Richmond's mayor says the city ordered the business owner, who has not publicly been identified, to clean up the site, citing safety code violations. But he says that order was ignored. Officials add the city of Richmond even bought a small portion of the site in a tax sale, another effort to try and force the owner to clean up some of it.
The risk these citizens are under are the responsibility of that negligent business owner.
Officials say an investigation could take weeks.
Once we get this fire under control, we will turn our full attention to continuing that process to hold this person responsible.
The big concern, air quality. EPA agents are on the ground testing for cancer-causing toxins.
Fortunately, the toxic compounds that we're looking for, we're not seeing.
The agency noting they have found particulate matter which can cause respiratory issues. Officials ordering residents within half a mile to evacuate. But some say they can't or won't leave.
We're not evacuating.
There's no place to go.
NBC News has reached out to the last known owner of that site. We haven't received a response. And again, that person has also not been publicly named, so we're not naming them at this point. In the meantime, firefighters and investigators say they don't know how exactly that fire started, but overnight the state fire marshal said they're hoping to make progress on this by the weekend.
We see that smoke there. Maggie Vespa, thanks so much.
And coming up, Prince Harry says he will attend his father's coronation.
But he'll be doing so without his wife Meghan or their children. Up next, the steps now being taken to prepare for his arrival and why some hope this could be the first step in ending the royal rift.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington, I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We're back now with new details about King Charles' coronation next month.
Yeah, Buckingham Palace is confirming that Prince Harry will be attending that ceremony, but his wife Meghan and their children, they will not be there. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from London with more on this. Lots of people talking about this one, Molly.
Hey guys, good morning. Lots of people talking about it. I've been talking about it a lot with you guys, but after months of speculation, will they, won't they? Will Harry come alone or will he leave Meghan and the kids behind? Well, we finally have an answer. Take a look.
Overnight, finally, the news from Buckingham Palace we've all been waiting for. Confirmation that Prince Harry will be attending his father's coronation next month. In a statement, the palace is pleased to confirm that Harry will be at the service at Westminster Abbey, while his wife Meghan will remain in California with Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet. The announcement follows months of feverish speculation over whether Harry and Meghan were invited and whether they would make the trip. When asked about it back in January, Harry said the door was open.
If you're invited to the coronation, will you come?
There's a lot that can happen between now and then.
Sharing the king's big day, Queen Camilla, who will also be crowned alongside King Charles.
The fact that Camilla's role is now so important, it's constitutional as well. It will be difficult for Harry, I think, to swallow that pill. of seeing the embodiment of everything he didn't want.
Harry's public confirmed attendance, well past the RSVP date of April 3rd, raises issues of planning and security. Frogmore Cottage is no longer the Sussex UK residence. However, there are other royal households Harry could bunk at for the weekend. In a new biography of King Charles by royal commentator Robert Jobson, now being serialized in the Daily Mail, he cites interviews with insiders and couriers who say financially the post-Meghan and Harry slimmed-down working royal family was a necessity. Writing, Charles dropped a bombshell saying he couldn't afford to pay for Meghan in the future, as well as for Camilla and for William and Catherine and their young family. This infuriated Harry. But in his last major round of interviews around his book, Spare, Harry suggested there was still optimism.
Forgiveness is 100% a possibility, because I would like to get my father back. I would like to have my brother back. At the moment, I don't recognize them as much as they probably don't recognize me.
And for this country that still adores those brothers, it will be a welcome sight to see them together, at least for a day.
A very welcome sight for so many on this side of the pond. Now, we did reach out to Buckingham Palace for comment about that book excerpt. We received a no comment. And guys, as far as Harry's role, once he crosses the pond, once he's actually here for the coronation, we will have to stay tuned for more details. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, more to come on that. Everyone just wants this family to get along. Molly, thanks so much.
Thank you. And more international news now. Strikers in France are taking to the streets ahead of a highly anticipated pension ruling.
Yeah, let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga with that and more international news. Claudio, good morning.
Stephen Azinkle, good morning. Yes, this is the 12th day of street protests in France, but strikes have been going on there since mid-January over these pension reforms. Now, if this ruling moves forward, the bill could raise the retirement age by 2 years to age 64. This means that people could be working longer for their pensions there. Now, President Macron is under major scrutiny as protesters block traffic in efforts to fight the reform. Now, let's jump to Saudi Arabia, where some new diplomatic ties are forming. The Syrian foreign minister made a visit to Saudi Arabia for the first time since the war in Syria began back in 2011. The two countries with a complicated history now look like are on the mend. The foreign ministers sat down for talks on efforts to fight drug trafficking. There were even discussions about returning Syria to the Arab League. Finally, we end with a splash in Thailand. This community is celebrating the Thai New Year with a giant water fight. Thousands of locals took to the streets in Songkran with water guns. The inspiration for this comes from a phrase that translates to passage of the sun. Locals celebrate with water to wash away misfortune with hopes of heading into the year with a fresh start. Back to you guys.
Wow, that looks awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, how have I not heard of that? I want to go. Claudio, thanks so much.
Thank you. And coming up, a new push to restrict abortion in Florida. We're breaking down today's critical vote and what it means for the future of abortion access in the South.
Plus, Ariana Grande is speaking out about body shaming, what she says she wants her fans to know about her past self. That's coming up next.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
from
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Welcome back. Florida is at the center of the battle on abortion this morning. The state's House is expected to vote on and pass a 6-week ban on abortion.
It's the last step before the bill goes to Governor DeSantis for his signature. If it passes, it will bring major changes to abortion access in Florida and the entire southern region. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Tallahassee, Florida with the very latest. Dasha, good morning. I know you've been on this beat. What do we need to know about this abortion ban that Florida's House is considering today?
Yeah, so things are about to start here in just a few minutes. We've got lawmakers heading into the chamber right now. We are expecting that they will pass this bill today. It is a 6-week ban. Now, there are exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother at 15 weeks, but it requires some documentation. Look, right now in Florida, there is a 15-week ban in place. The big caveat with this bill at the moment is it's not going to go into effect until a Supreme Court case, a Florida Supreme Court case, makes its way through that court. There is going to be an issue there. We're going to have to see how that plays out before this actually takes effect. But this would effectively, what Democrats argue, is ban abortion in Florida because so many women don't know that they're pregnant at 6 weeks. Republicans, on the other hand, say that this is taking a major step to protect life. Right now, Florida is among the top 10 states when it comes to abortion rates in the United States, guys.
And Dasha, I know demonstrators have been camping out there in front of that state capitol all week trying to protest this ban. Do protesters have plans to continue that today?
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually expecting them to march here into the Capitol at any moment now. They plan to demonstrate throughout the day. When the Senate voted on this last week, there was a pretty chaotic scene here. 11 people were arrested, including the Democratic minority leader and the Democratic Party chair. So we are waiting to see how things play out today, but it could get pretty heated here.
And Dasha, taking a look at the bigger picture, what effect will this ban have on abortion access, not just in Florida, but in the South as well? Obviously, Florida is often sort of a litmus test for the rest of the region.
Listen, the reason this is such a big deal is not just because of what it will mean for the state, but the entire South. Look, the surrounding states right now, you've got Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi with all-out bans, Georgia with a heartbeat ban. And so Florida was sort of the final frontier here. And so now you're looking at this entire area where the door has effectively closed on abortion access. And that is why so many people here are so heated about this issue right now, guys.
An issue that so many people are watching and impacts a lot. Dasha, thank you so much. And now to another major issue impacting many people every day, body image and body shaming. In a rare move, actress and singer Ariana Grande took to social media this week to share an important message about the trend for making critical comments about people's bodies. Here's some of what she had to say.
I think we should be gentler and less comfortable commenting on people's bodies, no matter what. If you think you're saying something good or well-intentioned, whatever it is, healthy, unhealthy, big, small, this, that, sexy, not sexy, we just shouldn't. We should really work towards not doing that as much.
Grande also urged her fans not to judge her health based solely on her physical appearance. Dr. Janet Leidecker, a psychologist with the Yale School of Medicine and director of the Yale Teen Power Clinic, joins us now for more on this. So thanks so much for being here this morning. Do we know just how common body shaming is now? I imagine with social media, it's even more prevalent in our society. And what are the, longer lasting psychological effects it can have on us?
Yeah. It's a great question, and it's a really important issue that's facing teens and adults today. So body shaming and other forms of bullying, whether they happen online or in person, are most commonly about weight. And it's not it's not a benign issue. It's not something that's just part of growing up. Any kind of teasing or bullying about weight has long-lasting consequences. There can be depression, anxiety, eating disorders, all sorts of negative mental health consequences.
And notably, in this video, we hear Ariana Grande make an important point that sometimes people make comments that they, A, might think are complimentary, or B, just feel that they have a right to talk about you, right? I mean, we get this as news anchors. People talk about how you look, what you're wearing, but they could actually be doing more harm than good. Can you speak on that?
That is true. So whenever there are comments, even if there are compliments made about bodies, it turns the attention only to the body. And when we hyper focus, or even just focus on the body, we're discounting the rest of the person. And it can make a person become one-dimensional and less than human. So again, even if it's a compliment, even if it's well-intentioned or coming from a caring place, it's objectifying the person as just their body.
So it is so prevalent, as you talked about, Doctor. So what should people do if this happens to them? Or what should you do if you see this happening to someone else? Is it good to intervene here?
It's always good to intervene. It's really a tough position to be in if it's happening to you. And again, when it happens online, it can be worse in some ways because it's often anonymous. The comments are coming from someone who's either a stranger or who you don't even know. And that creates a feeling of helplessness. So any kind of way that you can come to someone's defense is going to make them feel more supported. Because the consequences can be so severe, it is important that the person who experiences body shaming gets the support that they need. So getting what they need to have the body shaming stop, and then also getting support to process through what happened. What Ariana Grande did was really incredibly brave to come out and advocate for herself and to make such important points about the role of appearance and the role of comments that people make. We often want our teens who go through treatment with us to get to that point, but it's a hard place to get to, and that looks different for everyone.
And Janet, I know you just referenced your work with teenagers. Are there demographics or groups that are sort of more at risk or more susceptible to the negative impacts of these comments?
That's a great question. It is. It's harder to deal with this if you're getting comments from multiple directions. So if you're getting teased at school and online, if you're getting it at home, that makes it harder because it feels like there's no safe space to retreat to. But in terms of demographics, there really aren't specific groups who are more vulnerable to having the negative consequences beyond what we see for other mental health problems. So if you have pre-existing depression, anxiety, past trauma, then you are going to be more vulnerable to the effects of body shaming, excuse me, which can be a trauma in itself.
Yeah, really important to be kind to each other and mindful of how we talk.
Absolutely. Some good information there. Janet Leidecker, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up in smoke, a new massive e-cigarette settlement tied to the nation's teen vaping epidemic.
Yeah, the new rules in place and what it could mean for your kids. That's coming up next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from France. Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las From Vegas, Seattle, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Let's take a look at some financial headlines. Elon Musk giving Twitter a new home.
So let's bring back CNBC's Silvana and now for this and other financial headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Zingley, Stephen, good morning to you. X marks the spot where Twitter now lives. The social media platform is now part of X Corp. That's the shell company owned by Elon Musk. The change was first discovered in a legal document from Twitter as part of a lawsuit filed against the firm last year. Musk has talked about plans to create an everything app called X. He likes the letter X, so it figures in the name of his rocket company SpaceX, and X.com was the online bank he co-founded in 1999 that was later rebranded as PayPal. LinkedIn is rolling out a free verification system allowing users to prove their identity and where they work. LinkedIn is owned by Microsoft. Now, the options include the ability to use Clear to prove who you are, verification of your workplace through an email address, and Microsoft's verified ID platform to get a digital ID for free. The system is available now to all LinkedIn users, provided they work at one of more than 4,000 companies that are supported. Google is making it easier to explore national parks. Updates are rolling out this month to Google Maps ahead of National Park Week starting on April 22nd. That's the day entrance fees are waived. Now, when you search for a trail, Google Maps will show the entire route instead of just a pin. It will also give you walking and cycling directions straight to the trailhead and let you download a map of the park so you can access it if you don't have internet service. You can also get photo highlights of the most popular attractions and user reviews, guys. So sounds pretty good. Sounds like for, good way for us to get out and get some fresh air and not get lost.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the important part.
Very much so. Silvana, thank you.
You got it.
And turning now to the mega lawsuit to the tune of $462 million that's been settled between e-cigarette giant Juul and half a dozen states over unlawful marketing. NBC's Tom Costello has the details.
Accused of hooking an entire generation of young people on vaping,
Industry giant Juul agreed to a $462 million settlement with California, New York, D.C., Colorado, Illinois, Massachusetts, and New Mexico. In all, the company says it's now settled with 47 states and territories and 10,000 individuals, representing another critical part in our ongoing commitment to resolve issues from the company's past. The states accused Juul of targeting teens with highly addictive flavors, including mint, fruit, cream, and mango, all now discontinued.
Juul misled consumers about the health risk of their products. However, just one pod of Juul contains as much nicotine as a whole pack of cigarettes.
It's incredibly destructive.
In 2020, high school juniors Caleb Mintz and Philip Furman told us quitting wasn't easy.
And I would start to get anxious. I would start to lose my temper a lot easier.
While underage vaping has been cut in half in recent years, last fall, 14% of high schoolers reported vaping in the previous 30 days. This agreement calls on Juul to stop all marketing to kids, verify a customer's age, and limit the number of purchases that anyone can make. Juul is now owned by tobacco giant Altria. Its lawsuits have already cost the company nearly $3 billion. Last month, Minnesota's lawsuits went to trial. Juul's vape cartridges, meanwhile, are still for sale and awaiting FDA marketing approval. Back to you.
Tom, thanks so much.
Well, we're digging it deeper now into the uncertainty some people have about whether or not they should have kids or what the future could look like for the kids they do have because of climate change concerns.
And with so much happening, more people in this country say they're worried about climate change more than ever before. So to dig in, we're here with NBC's Angie Lastman to dig in. Angie, what's going on?
Guys, this generation is seeing more climate change-fueled disasters more rapidly than any generation before. We know this, and it sparked a new wave in thinking about the future. And a recent ABC IPSOS survey of Americans aged 18 to 45 found that climate change is making a quarter of them even rethink having a kid. Take a look. As the climate crisis gets worse, it's fueling a wave of anxiety in younger generations. Some say they're rethinking whether they want to start a family or even how they'll do it in a world with a very uncertain climate future.
We're not sure that we're going to have kids because we don't want to bring our kids into a world like this.
I don't have kids, but it has impacted my thoughts.
I definitely want to leave the world in a better place for my kids.
I want to make sure to raise children who are aware of this.
Now, according to a recent poll, almost a quarter of them say climate change is impacting their decision to become a parent. And people under the age of 35 are more likely to report climate change as a reason not to have children compared to those born in the decade before them. Millennials and Gen Z were born into the most rapid time of global warming and grew up with more frequent and intense climate change-fueled disasters than any generation before them. Think Hurricane Katrina, the massive wildfires across the West, and an unprecedented amount of tornado outbreaks that are already double the average for this point in any single year. Some experts say the concerns about how to raise a family during this time are only growing.
Children symbolize the future. People tend to not want children if they don't feel hopeful and optimistic about the future ahead of them.
Lindsay Hurwitz says climate change is a big factor in why she's not having children.
It would just be so scary to bring a child into this world right now. I know the world is not ending in 50 years, but the natural disasters are going to continue to get worse and worse.
Growing up, the 38-year-old says she always thought she'd have kids. But when she got older, Hurwitz started to rethink parenting.
I started thinking about, like, what am I leaving my child to? And what world am I leaving them to? So it's just going to continue to get worse until we as a society and we as a government do something about it.
A new UN report says there's still hope to curb the catastrophic effects of climate change if governments take swift action now.
In the absence of effective leadership that really cares about this issue, potential parents, people who want to have children, people who care about the climate and care about future generations are really going to have to instill a completely different set of values in their own families.
What's the plan to solve climate change?
Science Moms, a group of moms from across the country, looks to empower families to make changes to off-put climate change.
When you decide to have kids, you don't know what having kids is going to be, right? No one can prepare you for parenthood.
Including new ways to electrify your home, talking and sharing with your children and other families about climate, and asking local officials about plans to tackle pollution.
There's nothing that's going to commit you more to a better world than having a child.
Wow, Angie, I mean, so many people clearly have climate anxiety.
Yeah.
Is it the same between Gen Z, millennials? What's that looking like?
Yeah, I think Gen Z is, they're really leading the way on climate and action, and they really have demanded it, I think. But they also are wondering, should I have kids? But, we found mostly millennials are the ones that have already made the decision. I have a feeling Gen Z, as they get older, we'll see a lot more people making this decision. It was really fascinating how many people cited climate change, but also other issues, political, social, when it comes to their decision to fully determine that they are not going to have kids.
Makes sense. They want hope for the future and
Exactly.
hope for their children.
Yeah.
Angie, fascinating stuff. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. And coming up, from Mariah to Mario, some all-time earworms are receiving a very special honor.
Yeah, get ready to have some songs stuck in your head. We're going through this year's additions to the National Recording Registry. Some very cool stuff. Stick around.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
All right, to the young Taylor Swift fans going to tonight's Tampa concert, a word of caution. Never, ever, ever miss school. At least that's what Hillsborough Superintendent Addison Davis is telling his students. Davis knows all too well what it means to attend a T Swift concert, but warns students not to miss Friday schooling on Twitter. Borrowing from Swift's popular song titles, Davis mentioned in a tongue-in-cheek letter that he, quote, may be the anti-hero here and call it what you want, but you're on your own, kid, if students missed an important instruction. So hopefully no students fall behind, or it could be a cruel summer. Stephen, I don't know, this news cycle, I've never said so many Taylor Swift lyrics in my life.
That's so much, yes. I'm recognizing more and more every time.
Global phenom.
There you go. All right. Thanks so much, Sinclair. Well, each year, the National Recording Registry at the Library of Congress chooses recordings that define the sound of the country's history and its culture. This year, Daddy Yankee, John Denver, and Queen Latifah are among the artists who had their songs selected, and they are in some very good company.
Just dance for me.
That unforgettable track on Queen Latifah's debut album, All Hail the Queen, more than 34 years ago, now enshrined in music history. Now, the Queen of Rap is the first woman rapper to be inducted into the National Recording Registry. The cross-genre album, just one of the 25 recordings selected by the National Recording Registry at the Library of Congress. There are hundreds of nominations each year, and selected recordings must be culturally, historically, or aesthetically significant to American culture and at least 10 years old.
They've, I think, really made an effort each year to go beyond classic rock and things like that to include the early development of hip hop, and now this year reggaeton.
Daddy Yankee's Gasolina, which launched the Puerto Rican superstar to global fame almost 20 years ago, is now the first reggaeton hit to be inducted on the registry. And the legendary theme song for the Nintendo classic Super Mario Bros. By composer Koji Kondo became the first video game sound inducted.
The National Registry finds a place here to realize all the different shapes and sizes that recordings take that have been significant historically.
This year's list also honors pop legends and records that defined eras, like Madonna's first #1 album, Like a Virgin. Mariah Carey's iconic holiday tune, as well as rock stars and former Beatles. From the first recordings of mariachi music to the songs that catapulted singers into the stars. Sweet dreams are made of these. This year's inductees withstanding the test of time, and some even offering a message as timeless as their work.
It's the only thing that there's just too little of.
A lot of songs to get stuck in your head. I learned so much about this, not only like video game music, but also audiobooks. For example, The Pale Blue Dot by Carl Sagan, also on this year's list.
The more you know. Really great reporting, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's going to do it for this hour. Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Overnight, severe weather causing a mess in South Florida, with streets inundated in places like Fort Lauderdale. We have the latest on the storm system that's expected to bring even more rain to the region.
And happening now, a new turn in the fight over access to abortion pills. Overnight, a federal judge blocking part of a ruling that endangers access. We're breaking down the next legal steps and what that means for people trying to access abortion medication.
Also happening now, growing calls to resign. This morning, California Senator Dianne Feinstein, the oldest member of Congress, is facing pressure from within her own party to step down. What Feinstein is now saying about those calls to resign. We've got a lot of stories to get to this morning. Thank you for being with us. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. We begin with that breaking news out of South Florida as severe weather slams that area. Flash floods, tornado warnings, and severe thunderstorm warnings were issued yesterday for parts of South Florida as the weather system pummeled the area for the third day with heavy rain. Fort Lauderdale was hit especially hard. The city getting an estimated 15 to 20 inches of rain. The downpour even forcing the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport to close, leaving travelers stranded. People living in that area say they've had enough.
All the time, I see cars getting stuck here, losing their cars, because when they get stuck here, it's total loss. It's going to get worse and worse and worse, and the car getting stuck in here. So these have to change.
We've got team coverage this morning. Our Angie Lastman has the latest forecast. We'll get to her in just a moment. But first, let's head to NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas at Fort Lauderdale International Airport with the latest on those conditions. Guad, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. As you can see behind me, much of the runway still remains under inches of water. We've seen more movement this morning. Overnight, this place was a nightmare with passengers stranded in the terminals. And there's individuals that were on their way to the airport last night that couldn't make it to the airport. They got out of their cars, walked through the rain with their luggage, only to find out that the airport had also shut down. You can still see, as I mentioned, basically from this terminal, all the way to the highway that is at a higher elevation. It looks more like a lake rather than a runway. In fact, overnight, the mayor declared a state of emergency in Fort Lauderdale because of the flooding. You know, we're seeing the flooding here at the airport, but residents in the area are also reporting having water in their homes. As of now, the latest update indicates that the airport will remain closed all morning and perhaps could open later this afternoon, Stephen.
Well, do we know, is there any type of remediation they can do? Is there anything they can do to try to fix that situation at the airport, or do they just have to wait it out?
Well, this entire area, the region here in Fort Lauderdale in South Florida, is very flat. A lot of this land is right at sea level. So the flooding here is something that happens when we get a lot of rain. Obviously, you know, it depends on the way some of the pumps with the cities work to clear the flooding for the area. It also has to do with the rain. The mayor said that when they declared the state of emergency, that parts of Fort Lauderdale got as much as 22 inches of rain. So it's difficult to try and clear that water. It's not raining right now, but if it starts raining again today, which it could, things could become even more difficult, Stephen.
Wow, alarming, those images you're bringing us. Squad, thanks so much.
Now, let's take a closer look at that storm and more with your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us now for a look at that. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, it's a good reminder that it doesn't take a tropical system to see really impactful heavy rainfall. And as we see a warming climate, we know warmer climate means that the atmosphere can just hold more water, and these heavy rain events will become more likely. We're still seeing a couple of chances for some rain to work through parts of South Florida, but notice the heavy rain that's stretched across parts of the southeast. Jackson to Montgomery, seeing heavy rain working through parts of the Panhandle as well. And as we look a little farther to the east of Florida, there are some showers and some thunderstorms sitting offshore with plenty of lightning. As we transition through the rest of the day and into tomorrow, we're still going to see the flooding concern as that system, that low pressure system that we've been tracking for a couple days now, finally makes it on shore and starts to move off towards the Carolinas. So we could see still ample amounts of rain with impressive rainfall rates that make the flooding concern, specifically flash flooding, a possibility through at least Friday. There's that system that I just mentioned. It moves onshore through the day today. There's the rain that I spoke about for the Carolinas. If you're in Roanoke to Raleigh and even down towards Charleston over basically the afternoon hours of tomorrow, you could see some of that rain working in. Watch for the flooding concerns. We'll also have the potential to see some isolated strong to even severe storms. There's the amounts we're expecting. Some higher amounts in the yellows and in the orange, 1 to 2 inches. But you'll notice widespread, we're expecting maybe another ½ inch. Could be problematic for places like Fort Lauderdale that already received over 20 inches of rain just in a 24-hour period. So even a ½ inch will make it problematic still for folks going through the rest of the day. There's the severe weather. The bullseye really focused into parts of Georgia and stretching a little farther to the west. It does include parts of the Florida Panhandle as well, Panama City, Columbus, all involved in this. And we'll see the potential for some isolated storms that could have some strong wind gusts, maybe some hail, and even a few tornadoes. Meanwhile, in the Northeast and stretching into the Midwest, where did winter go? Where did spring go, for that matter? It was a warm winter. Spring feels a little shortened. It's going to get back into the picture, but for now, we're expecting more than 155 million people to see highs over 80 degrees through the day today. So this will be another day where we watch for record highs in places like Chicago, New York, Harrisburg, and as far west as Madison, and a lot of places are going to see the potential to break some record highs for this date. And no surprise when you look at these highs this afternoon. Upper 80s in Minneapolis, 90s in some spots. Detroit hits the mid 80s. Even Washington, D.C. and New York tomorrow are going to be in the mid 80s. We'll finally start to see spring settle back in, guys, as we get into Saturday and Sunday. The 60s will return to New York. Still 80s, though, in Washington, D.C. on Sunday.
Love to see that. Angie Lastman, thank you. Now to new developments in the legal battle over the abortion drug mifepristone. A federal appeals court issued a decision late last night clearing the way for the pill to remain available in the U.S. for now. But there are now certain restrictions. Civil rights attorney and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fendon joins us now to dig into this. Kristen, it's good to see you. So first off, what should we know about the new limitations on exactly how this drug can be dispensed?
Yeah, so as you said, the stay was lifted on every single thing that was argued except the FDA's 2000 approval. So like you mentioned, it will remain on the market. But this means that starting today, there's going to be a significant rollback as to the access to this drug. So yesterday, women were able to obtain the abortion pill via mail up to 70 days after pregnancy and didn't require an in-office visit with a physician. But as of this morning, women will only have 50 days and will be required to have 3 in-person visits with a qualified physician before being able to take the drug. And when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, you know, a woman is likely to realize that she's pregnant, you know, taking us past 30 days when you have a missed menstrual cycle. So that means that a woman will really only have 20 days or less to squeeze in 3 in-person office visits and only be able to obtain the pill without mail usage. So while it's great that the pill will remain on the markets, these significant limitations will significantly roll back access to it.
And Kristen, of course, there's been so much legal back and forth. What is the Justice Department's argument here in its request for the emergency stay?
Well, they're making a number of arguments. They're basically saying that, you know, they followed their own regulations and standards when they approved the abortion pill in 2000, that they adequately monitored and enforced the restrictions on the pill's distribution and use, which were updated in 2016, and then also that they had the discretion to modify or suspend the restrictions due to various health emergencies such as COVID-19, which paved the way for the mail-in, as well as changing the amount of times that the in-person visits would need to take place. But I think most importantly, and this is what the Fifth Circuit really allowed to lift the stay in part, was that the plaintiffs, which again were a coalition of anti-abortion groups and doctors, they lacked standing to bring this suit, not only for various reasons because they were not directly harmed, but also because there was a statute of limitations argument, which was compelling to the Fifth Circuit.
So much to watch here. All eyes on these cases. Kristen Gibbons-Fendon, thank you so much.
Turning now to Richmond, Indiana. That area still dealing with the aftermath of a toxic fire burning at a former recycling plant. Thousands of homes have been evacuated now, and schools remain closed for a second day. This as the Environmental Protection Agency continues collecting samples to test any toxins that may be present in the air. They're also trying to figure out if there's asbestos in debris left behind. Richmond's Mayor Dave Snow says the recycling plant's owner, My Way Trading, ignored a previous order to clean up that property. An order, he says, was issued due to potential fire hazards. My Way Trading has not yet commented publicly about this fire.
And we're learning more this morning about what happened in the terrifying moments leading up to that deadly bank shooting in Louisville and during. Police have released the 911 calls from that morning, and those chilling calls include pleas from the employees as well as a call from the shooter's mother. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Louisville and joins us now with the very latest. Good morning, Morgan. I know you have been on this beat for quite some time. You've actually had a chance to hear some of the 911 calls. What do we know about them?
Yeah, Zinkley, it's interesting. Every new piece of evidence that has come out since this shooting has taken place is painting a more frightening portrait. We saw the police body cam released yesterday that really showed the chaos here outside the bank as they responded. But these new 911 calls are so tough to hear because they paint a chilling portrait as to what's taking place on the inside. Caller after caller detailing what they witnessed as you hear gunshots play out in the background. I want you to hear a portion of one of these calls, a woman inside the bank. Take a listen.
8 or 9 people have been shot. Are you with any of them? Yes, but I'm in a closet hiding. Is that shots fired? Yes. Okay, just stay quiet. This is his mother. I'm so sorry. I'm getting details secondhand. I'm running to it now. Oh, my Lord.
Worth noting, the first 911 call that reported this shooting to authorities didn't actually come from the bank here, but from an entirely different branch. Zinkley, they were having a video conference, and an employee at another branch witnessed the gunman walk in and open fire on colleagues by watching the video screen. Zinkley?
Each new detail more chilling. I mean, Morgan, I know there was a vigil held yesterday for the victims. What can you tell us about that? And also, what's the latest on the condition of those who are still hospitalized?
Of course, yeah, hundreds turned out to the Muhammad Ali Civic Center yesterday to hear a message of support and compassion to the families of those victims. But there was also numerous calls for change throughout that entire event. You could sense a visible, tangible frustration that this problem keeps happening, particularly here in Louisville, where the mayor has said 40 lives have already been lost to gun violence this year alone. As for the victims, we do know from the hospital that 2 remain, 1 in fair condition, the other 26-year-old officer Nicholas Wilt in critical but stable condition following that head wound he received in responding to the gunman when he opened fire Monday morning. Sinclair.
Praying that officer recovers soon. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. And also this morning, there are potentially new details surrounding one of the most serious intelligence leaks in U.S. history. A report in the Washington Post says the person who leaked classified documents over the past few weeks is a gun enthusiast in his 20s who worked on a military base. The Post is citing 2 anonymous members of an online messaging group, including a minor on the social platform Discord, where it says the documents were first leaked. NBC News has not been able to verify the report, and the White House says the Justice Department is investigating the leak and reviewing its national security implications. Also this morning, jury selection is getting underway in the defamation case against Fox News Channel. Dominion Voting Systems is suing the network for $1.6 billion. They say the news channel promoted conspiracy theories about its technology following the 2020 election. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim is in Wilmington, Delaware, where the trial is being held.
Potential jurors are filtering into the Wilmington courthouse today. They know they're going into a 6-week trial, and a few of them look a little bit wary. 1,600 jury summonses were sent out, and from that pool, the court is looking for 36 jurors to fill out the panel of 12 jurors, 6 alternates, and a dozen jurors that the lawyers on both sides of the aisle can strike. This is a key case, and the question they're going to be asked here is whether or not Dominion Voting Systems was defamed by Fox News when they broadcast election conspiracy theories after the 2020 election. Now, the jurors will be instructed that those conspiracy theories are false. That was in a summary judgment ruling last month. So the question they're going to be asked is whether or not the Fox producers and hosts and executives acted with actual malice when they broadcast those claims. Now, that means knowing falsity or reckless disregard for the truth. Now, the trial is scheduled to begin on Monday, but the fireworks have been happening here all week in the pretrial conference hearing. Lawyers have been going back and forth. Dominion lawyers played tapes yesterday that they say were withheld from evidence. Those tapes annoyed the judge enough that he issued a sanction against Fox, saying if more depositions are needed, Dominion will get them and Fox will have to pay for them. He's also said he's considering appointing a special master to look into exactly what happened with that evidence. Now, we know that the lawyers and the judge are about to sit down before jury selection officially begins. We'll keep you posted on everything that happens here. Fast-moving case, of course.
A lot to watch. Jane, thanks so much.
Well, former President Donald Trump is due back in New York City today. He's set to be questioned about the state attorney general's business fraud lawsuit against him and his company. Now, that deposition comes just a week after his historic arraignment in New York City. That was for a separate case involving those alleged hush money payments during the 2016 presidential campaign. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis joins us now for more on this. So, Rahima, if you would walk us through what do we know about this lawsuit and what are the allegations here?
What we know is that this is a civil lawsuit that was brought, as you point out, by the New York State Attorney General Letitia James, and it's against Trump, his 3 oldest children, as well as the Trump Organization. This comes after a 3-year investigation of the Trump Organization from 2011 to 2021, and it alleges that he routinely and habitually made false statements about the value of his properties, anything from hotels, sky rises, and golf courses, in order to receive more favorable bank loans. According to the papers filed by Letitia James, if he is found guilty of this, she's seeking $250 million in damages, as well as something like a 5-year ban on Trump being able to do any kind of real estate deals in the state of New York. Stephen?
Wow. So what is Trump, or what's his legal team saying about this lawsuit? And also, is he expected to actually testify here, or could he plead the fifth like he did in the previous deposition back in August?
He absolutely could. It's his legal right to take the fifth if he chooses to. He's not yet arrived here at the Attorney General's office. And what he's saying about this at this moment is that he did nothing wrong. We don't know if he's going to take the fifth, but what we do know is that he's been sending out a lot of social media posts about this overnight, as well as this morning, saying something to the effect of calling Letitia James a racist. He says that this and other legal battles that he's facing. He calls them election interference. And he also says he finally will get an opportunity to show what a great, profitable and valuable company that he's built, one of the greatest assets of anywhere in the world. So talking a lot on social media. Will he take the fifth here today and be virtually silent like he did in August, where he took the fifth something like 400 times? Stephen?
Wow. Rahima, just briefly here, wanted to ask you about this other legal battle Trump is facing. He's suing his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, for $500 million. What do we know about that?
We know that Trump is saying, well, you might hear off to the side, there are about a half a dozen anti-Trump protesters who showed up. But in this case that Trump is filing against Cohen, he says it's an unjust enrichment. He accuses him of breaches of contract and of spreading falsehoods about him. Cohen's attorney has responded, saying that Trump is abusing the legal system and using it as a form of harassment. He essentially calls this Trump lawsuit, he says it's a frivolous lawsuit. Stephen?
We hear those protesters. All right, Rahima Ellis, thanks so much.
And calls asking for top-ranking Democrat U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein to step down are mounting. Feinstein has been on long-term leave and unable to participate in major votes following an illness. Yesterday, the 89-year-old California senator released a statement saying that she'd asked Senator Chuck Schumer to temporarily fill her seat on the Judiciary Committee. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now to dig into this. Good morning, Ryan. So first off, just what will the process be for Senator Schumer as he moves forward with trying to appoint his temporary Judiciary Committee member?
Well, Zinkley, there's no guarantees here. What Chuck Schumer would like to do is ask the United States Senate to allow him the opportunity to temporarily replace Feinstein on the Judiciary Committee. But that would require all 100 senators to agree to a unanimous consent resolution. And even one Republican senator could decide not to do that. And there's every good chance that they may do that, because part of what's happened here is that the President Biden's judicial nominees have been stalled as a result of the fact that Dianne Feinstein hasn't been in office, and many Republicans don't want to see those judges confirmed. So there is every indication that they may continue to stand in the way of this. Now, there is the possibility that over a longer term period, Democrats could find a way to get her temporarily replaced, but that's going to be a process, and one that we won't see how it plays out until next week.
And Ryan, notably, during this time of sort of divisiveness, many of the people calling for her to step down are actually fellow Democrats, including a fellow California representative. And they just tweeted yesterday saying, it's time for Feinstein to resign. We need to put the country ahead of personal loyalty. It's obvious she can no longer fulfill her duties. Strong words there. So does this seem to echo what other Democrats are thinking?
Well, only two Democrats that are currently serving in Congress have publicly come forward and said that it's time for Feinstein to step down. Ro Khanna, who you pointed out there, and Dean Phillips of Minnesota. Notably, Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House, rushed to Feinstein's defense yesterday and accused those of asking her to step down of ageism. You know, there's a backdrop to all of this. There's already a heated campaign to replace Feinstein in 2024. 3 Democrats have said that they would like to replace her. Ro Khanna supporting one of them, and Barbara Lee. So there is a lot more to this than just simply people asking for her to step down.
Big shoes to fill there. Ryan Nobles, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, it's official. Prince Harry will be attending his father, King Charles' coronation next month.
Yeah, it will be the first time he will be seen with his family since his explosive memoir came out. Next, why Harry's wife, Meghan Markle, will not be joining on the trip. You're watching Morning News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
This is what it looks and feels.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. President Biden is continuing his visit to Ireland this morning. He's meeting with Irish President Michael Higgins and will then address the Republic of Ireland's Assembly. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Dublin and joins us now with the very latest. Good morning, Mike. So the president seems to be really making connections with the people there. Can you talk about how his trip is going so far?
Well, Zinkley, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said this morning that the president is having the time of his life after some of that diplomatic heavy lifting in the morning in Northern Ireland. The president was able to spend some time in Ireland in County Louth, where he was reconnecting with the Finnegan branch of the Biden family tree. He toured Carlingford Castle on the Cooley Peninsula, a beautiful spot, and then had a very warm welcome despite the terrible, frankly, weather conditions in the town of Dundalk, where he stopped in a restaurant, stopped in a pub, met with a friend of his, a relative is his fifth cousin once removed, Rob Carney, a rugby star. And that did lead to one of the bit of a gaffe that's getting a lot of attention here. The president talked about a rugby match involving Ireland's national team when, as President Biden put it, Carney beat up the Black and Tans. He actually met the All Blacks, New Zealand's rugby team. Black and Tans, that's a reference to an auxiliary military unit from the United Kingdom government back to the Irish War for Independence. So that's getting a lot of attention. But you know what? Biden gaffes are kind of par for the course, and the president going to be spending some more time with the other branch of his Irish ancestry tomorrow in County Mayo.
And Mike, I know that's not the only thing that's been getting a lot of attention. There are also reports of a security issue concerning a lost document with details of the president's Belfast itinerary. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, there were local reports in Northern Ireland that a document may have been lost from a member of the police of Northern Ireland, the police service of Northern Ireland, the PSNI, a Secret Service spokesperson confirming that they were informed by the PSNI of that media reports, but they said it did not impact in any way President Biden's plans. Now, this is coming at a time of heightened security and heightened sensitivity in Northern Ireland. There were also reports that police were able to foil an attempted pipe bombing along the president's motorcade. A Secret Service official said, however, that they have supreme confidence in their European and Irish partners in ensuring the security of the president's trip.
Of course, keeping the president safe is no small feat. And Mike, I wonder, what else does the president have on his agenda for the rest of the day?
Well, today here in Dublin is a lot of the sort of set pieces, the official engagements you expect on any foreign trip. You mentioned him meeting with the president. He'll also meet with the prime minister, known here as the Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar. Later today, he'll become just the 4th U.S. president to address the Irish Parliament. And then tonight, he'll be the guest of honor at an Irish state banquet. And this president loves Irish poetry. He loves one Irish poet in particular, Seamus Heaney. He's been quoting him for as long as I've been covering him, a long time. We understand that the president invited Seamus Heaney's widow to be part of today's events, and I expect you'll hear at least another quote or two from some of his poems, Sinclair.
A lot of personal and political significance. Mike Memoli, thank you so much.
Buckingham Palace has confirmed that Prince Harry will be attending King Charles' coronation, but his wife Meghan will remain in California with their children. Next month's event is set to be the first time the Duke of Sussex will be with the royal family since his explosive memoir, Spare, was released. We're joined by British Royals commentator Hilary Fordwich with more on this. Hilary, good morning to you. Thanks for being here. So some royal watchers did predict this is what would happen. So what can we make of this news, and should we see it as like maybe an easing of the tensions for Harry and the rest of his family?
Well, pleasure to be back with you, Stephen. And yes, I'm actually proud to say that I was quoted both sides of the Atlantic, actually, in print, predicting this situation would actually unfold exactly the way that it has unfolded. Yes, he's coming on his own, and actually it is looked at as maybe a release of the tensions in terms of this is what his father really wants. His father, King Charles, of course, refers to him as my darling boy. Even Prince Harry quoted that in his book Spare. So this is actually a very good sign for the royal family, and nobody wants to see a royal rift, so it's good on both sides. And if I might link this to your previous story, it's interesting actually that Biden is an English name. His great-grandfather emigrated to the US from West Sussex, but he chooses just to go to Ireland, not England. But Prince Harry is choosing to go back to England.
Wow, fascinating. And these stories back to back there. Well, what do we know about the current state of the relations between Prince Harry and his father? There was so much attention, the Netflix special, of course, and then the memoir released. We know those public statements from Meghan and Harry asking for that royal summit to happen. Do we think that's more likely now?
Well, yes, you're right, actually, that Prince Harry has always said that the only way he would come would be to have an apology. And of course, there's been much talk on both sides of the Atlantic. Who needs to apologize to whom, given all that he said and throwing his family rather under the proverbial royal bus? And of course, what he did when he came over, and I was quoted as saying this too, when he went over to the UK, he went over there for that recent, very high-profile high court hearing. That was somewhat, I believe, a testing of the waters to see how he will be received. And because he was received well in that, yes, he's back there, and there is hope there will be some sort of softening. But don't forget, King Charles was very busy preparing for his trip to Germany, so was too busy to see his son. Very much so it's coming, though, from Buckingham Palace that the king is delighted Prince Harry will be there. It just remains to be seen what role he will play and not play in the actual coronation. And we know some of the things he definitely will be doing, and we definitely know some of the things he won't be doing.
How is this being viewed in the UK, that Meghan and the children are staying at home? I know there's been a lot of angry public discourse about her. Is she being further targeted for this?
Well, I don't think she's ever really been targeted. In fact, actually, she was quoted on Oprah. She even said how much she really appreciated that King Charles, Prince Charles at the time, walked her down the aisle. And of course, don't forget, it was King Charles that chose that Kingdom Choir to sing the gospel music and walked her down the aisle. They were so welcoming to her. And the British public, I covered their wedding, was 12 deep in Windsor, absolutely adored and welcomed Meghan with open arms. It's just a great pity all she and Prince Charles have chosen to do, actually, in squandering all of that love and attention. So now, yes, she has the birthday, of course. Prince Archie is 4 years old. It's his birthday on May 6th. And she declared to Oprah, and I think it's a very good move, she declared that the most important title she would ever have would be motherhood. And she's standing by her children, being a mommy in Montecito. And I think that's the right place for her to be on the coronation day.
So hard to argue with that, and really just want everybody to get along. Hilary, thanks so much for your insights this morning.
Absolutely. Pleasure, Stephen.
More international news now. The latest missile test in North Korea set off alarms in Japan.
Yeah, NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Stephen Zinkley, good morning. That's right. North Korea conducted the latest intercontinental ballistic missile launch in a month. Now, the missile fell in the waters between the Korean peninsula and Japan. The test set off sirens in the northern Japanese island of Hokkaido, where some residents were briefly urged to take shelter. This is part of an ongoing series of tests from North Korea, causing some concern for its neighbors. Turning now to Mount Everest, where 3 Nepali Sherpa guides are missing after they fell into a deep crevasse after an avalanche yesterday. The tourism department says that a block of snow fell and, quote, buried them. Thousands of climbers flock to take on parts of Everest, also known as the world's highest mountain, every year. Rescuers are still on the lookout, both on foot and by helicopter. Now we end in Ghana, the first country to approve a new malaria vaccine. Scientists who developed it are calling it a world changer. The vaccine, also called R21, is still waiting on final approval from the World Health Organization. Malaria kills about 620,000 people each year. Most of the victims are children. Now, scientists have been working for about a century to find an effective vaccine. If that's possible, then this will be a development that will change many lives, guys.
Oh, we love to see that in Ghana, always leading. First country to have independence on the continent, and now this.
I love that. Great. A little bit of history and current news. Claudio, thank you.
Thank you. And coming up, there are major developments this morning in the case of a woman found dead while on vacation in Mexico.
Yeah, when we come back, why the Department of Justice now says it won't be pursuing this case. This is Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
Storm
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, France. From Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now with new developments surrounding the case of Shanquella Robinson, the 25-year-old Black American who was found dead in Mexico while on vacation back in October. Yesterday, the Department of Justice said there was not enough evidence to support a federal prosecution. The DOJ saying the decision was based on an investigation by the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office, as well as the results of an autopsy done in the United States. An autopsy report from Mexico said Robinson had a broken neck and severe spinal cord injury. In contrast, U.S. officials said the autopsy autopsy conducted in the U.S. did not show the spinal cord injury, but it did show that there was swelling in her brain. The cause of death, however, was not determined, and that's all according to the family's attorney, Sue Ann Robinson. She criticized the move to reporters, saying the U.S. autopsy was done after the body had been embalmed. Robinson added that while they were disappointed with the decision, it would not deter them going forward.
United States citizens cannot go to Mexico, commit a crime that we all saw on a video, and then come back to America and say, we're on base, we're safe, we're not going to be charged with a crime. That cannot be the message that the U.S. authorities want to send. There was no investigation done. It was not taken seriously until the people had to say, hey, we're not going to accept that this is just what it is. This can't be just what it is. We see with our own eyes an attack, an assault, a crime happening, and nothing's being done.
Family attorney Sue Ann Robinson tells us there will be a march in Washington, D.C. on May 19th if no further action is taken in the case by then. That date would mark the 200th day since Shanquella Robinson's death.
Now to a major settlement by e-cigarette maker Juul. The company has agreed to pay $462 million to settle claims in 6 states and the District of Columbia. The company was accused of targeting teens with highly addictive flavors. With this deal, Juul will have settled in 45 states for more than $1 billion total. The company did not admit to wrongdoing in this settlement.
Now to a growing drug problem. The White House is expressing concern over the use of tranq. People are said to be combining fentanyl with an animal tranquilizer, creating a potentially deadlier drug. As NBC's Valerie Castro explains, the DEA says it's the deadliest drug threat the U.S. has ever seen.
A deadly drug with no known antidote, worsening an already dire situation with fentanyl. It's commonly known as tranq, now being called an emerging threat by the White House. The lethal combination of fentanyl laced with xylazine, an animal tranquilizer, leading to a declaration for a federal response plan from the Biden administration within 90 days.
This new drug could be a nightmare. It's called xylazine. It's a deadly, skin-rotting zombie drug that evil drug dealers are now mixing with fentanyl, with heroin, and with other drugs.
The DEA warning that xylazine-related overdose deaths have risen in every region of the country, more than 1,000% across the South, up 750% in the West, and more than 500% in the Midwest between 2020 and 2021. Philadelphia feeling the devastating effects on the streets. One user saying tranq is everywhere.
There is no fentanyl that doesn't have tranq in it.
I would say it's probably our biggest challenge right now.
NBC's Dasha Burns with the city's director of the opioid response unit last month.
How much should people be sounding the alarm right now?
I think everybody should absolutely be sounding the alarm. The movement, similar to what we saw with fentanyl, is that it will be in every other substance.
Making it even more lethal, xylazine is not an opioid, so overdoses can't be reversed with naloxone, the remedy for fentanyl and heroin overdoses, better known as Narcan.
We don't have a medical detoxification best practice yet in place for it because, again, it wasn't something meant for human consumption.
The new threat in the midst of a growing opioid crisis with more than 71,000 fentanyl-related deaths across the country in 2021. This California mother speaking out after her 15-year-old daughter Melanie Ramos died of a fentanyl overdose last year. She was discovered in her high school's bathroom.
Yo no quiero que otro padre de familia pase lo que yo estoy pasando.
Elena Ramos calling on state lawmakers to pass Melanie's law.
It establishes a foundation for schools throughout the state to provide education to not only the staff, but to the students on fentanyl and opioid overdoses.
But stemming the flow of fentanyl into and around the country, a constant battle. Last year, the DEA seized more than 57 million fentanyl-laced pills and more than 13,000 pounds of powder. And the seizure of the drug nationwide through the U.S. Postal Service increased by 150%, a large portion of it smuggled across the U.S.-Mexico border.
The Biden administration's drug czar, Dr. Raul Gupta, is calling for $11 million in funding to build this strategy. The plans would include developing an antidote to combat overdoses and potentially asking Congress to make this a controlled substance. Back to you.
Valerie, thanks so much.
Coming up this morning, 'tis the season for for a lot of sneezing.
That's right. Bless you if you're sneezing. And allergy season is here. And you may have noticed it's worse than ever. After the break, here on Morning News Now, we'll explain why that is and what you can do to ease your allergies.
We're back now from Las Vegas, from Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Spring has officially sprung, and while the warmer weather is great news for some, it also means the beginning of allergy season.
That's right. And this year, experts say things may be more severe due to pollen season kicking off earlier. According to the Department of Agriculture, pollen seasons are now starting 20 days earlier and lasting 10 days longer. So joining us now to talk about this, NBC News meteorologist Angie Lassman and allergist Dr. Tanya Elliott. Good morning to you both. So Angie, let's start with you. We've been seeing these warmer temperatures. A lot of people big fans of them, but I want something to blame for allergy season. Is it the warm temperatures?
Yeah, I mean, simply put, yes. When we have a warmer winter, oftentimes we see the grow season start a little earlier, and that means that the plants are of course, blooming a little earlier. The leaves are on the trees earlier. Let's take a look at exactly when the leaves came out across the country, because this is a good indication of exactly when we started to see those pollen levels starting and then, of course, increasing. So much of the country, from the plains to the Northeast, was dealing with 1 to even 3 weeks earlier than normal for the leaves coming out and for the blooms happening. You can see places like Cincinnati, Washington, D.C., even New York, 3 weeks earlier than normal. We did have a really mild winter. That, of course, has contributed. And, you know, when we have these warm temperatures, and especially when you consider climate change, guys, with warmer winters expected in the future, this means the grow season is longer. This means we're seeing that pollen happening for longer. And sometimes it means that the pollen is more intense as well.
My goodness. Well, then, Dr. Elliott, I want to bring you in here because, as we just mentioned, this year's allergy season is coming in early. We heard that from Angie. That same research from the Department of Agriculture shows us that there's 21% more pollen in the air than back in 1990. So why is this season more severe, and how is it impacting allergy sufferers? Is there anything we can do?
Yeah, so the other thing that's important to note is that the pollen can actually bind with diesel exhaust and other pollutants in the air, which could be extremely irritating to the nasal passages, even if you don't have allergies. So, you know, when you go outside and all of a sudden you see a bunch of yellow pollen on your car, that's staying suspended in the air. We are breathing that in, and it's triggering an allergic type response, sneezing and congestion for everybody, not just the allergy sufferers. So what can we do about it? Well, the first thing is to know when there's going to be a high pollen count day and take an antihistamine about 1 hour before you go outside. The other thing you can do, if you know tree season is your season and you know from basically March till May you're sneezing all of the time, get started on a nasal corticosteroid spray, something like Flonase. You want to take that every day consistently, and it's not going to help unless you're taking it consistently. So you need to have it in your system for about 5 to 7 days. Then you'll start to experience the preventive benefit. It's much easier to stop an allergic reaction from progressing than it is to try to get your symptoms under control once you're already having an allergy attack.
That's an important point. You got to build up the immunity.
Yeah, I did not realize that. And Angie, I wanted to ask you, are there areas in the country where this is not a problem? Places out west, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, the 22, I believe, % of the country is dealing with moderate to high pollen. So this is something that a lot of the country is dealing with. You can see some of those areas that are most populated are parts of the U.S. city, many U.S. cities that are most populated. So yes and no. There's some areas that aren't quite as bad in the South, but a lot of the country dealing with this. Sneezing season.
Sneezing season. We really like saying that.
And Dr. Elliott, I wonder, for some people, allergies don't come immediately when you move somewhere. I'm looking at Steven here.
Yeah, she's jinxing me. She says just wait.
He doesn't get allergies. I do. Is there any method to the madness? Why are some people more seemingly predisposed to them?
So that's interesting. So when you move, it takes at least 6 months to a year to develop allergies. So you need what's called a sensitization period, meaning a period of time where you're exposed to something. Your body says, hey, wait a minute, I haven't seen that before. That's something foreign, and you develop an allergic response to it. So if you've just moved and you've been in an area for a couple of months and you feel fine, just wait. You may end up having symptoms next year at this time.
There we go. You hear that? You hear that, Stephen? Just wait.
I need to stop bragging about not having allergies then. Dr. Tanya Elliott, Angie Lashman, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now to some money news. Big developments here in the Big Apple. Believe it or not, rent in New York is getting even higher.
Wow. Let's bring in CNBC's Silvana Henao for that and more financial headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Stephen. Hey, Zinkley. Good morning to you. Yes, so New York City landlords are testing renters' limits. Reports out today show the average monthly rent in Manhattan rose to a record high of $4,175 in March. That's up $25 from the previous peak last July and almost 13% more than this time last year. Apartment hunters haven't been able to catch a break, even as more units become available and the vacancy rate ticks up. The busiest and most expensive time of the year for Manhattan rentals is July and August, and it's still ahead, obviously, so it's signaling more record highs to come. Manhattan is the nation's largest rental market. Chipotle plans to ditch gas for electric grills at 100 new locations it's opening. This is part of the fast food chain's plans to design more environmentally sustainable restaurants. Chipotle's goal is to slash greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030. The company has more than 3,200 locations, and all but a dozen currently use gas grills. Warner Brothers Discovery unveiling its new Max streaming service yesterday, which combines HBO Max and Discovery Plus. The company is hoping one of the big draws will be Harry Potter. It's officially working on a TV series based on the popular books and movies that will stretch out over a decade. The show will have a new cast playing Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the other iconic characters. J.K. Rowling will be among the show's executive producers, guys. So there you have it.
Ooh, my question is, are we going to see the original cast make cameo?
Ooh.
That would be cool for fans, right?
Yeah,
100%.
Maybe not for the new stars, though. That's some big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
That's true. We'll see about that. All right, Silvana, thank you.
Thank you. All right, this next one is for the plant parents among us. If you are neglecting your houseplant and think it's suffering in silence, think again, because according to new research, when plants are under stress, they release sounds.
Yeah, this blows my mind. For more, we're joined by one of the researchers who made this discovery, Yossi Yovel, who's a professor of the School of Zoology at the Sagel School of Neuroscience at Tel Aviv University. Thank you so much for being here. We just want to jump right into this one.
Yeah, so first, Yossi, can you explain to us what you and your fellow researchers have actually discovered and how this project came about? What were you trying to prove?
So good morning, everyone. I should say the idea came from my colleague, Professor Lilach Adani from the Department of Botany. And her idea was that, it's just not possible that plants are silent. We think about them as silent creatures, but perhaps they just emit sounds in frequencies that we cannot hear. And this is exactly what we did. I'm a bioacoustician. I'm used to working with high frequencies. I study bats most of my time. We brought in these high frequency microphones, which allow us to detect frequencies that the human ear cannot detect. We placed them in front of many different plants, tomato, for example, tobacco, wheat. And we found it under stress. So when the plant is stressed, for example, when it's dehydrated or when it is cut, it emits these very high pitch ultrasonic signals, very short, brief signals. It sounds like popping, something like if you and I could hear it with our ears.
It's almost like the plants are crying.
Oh, that's awful. I have a plant in my office. I'm worried about it crying out right now. So if you could sort of explain to us, when you say that these plants are stressed and they make these noises, where does the noise come from? What mechanism is vibrating to create this sound?
Exactly. So they're not crying. You can keep on cutting your salad without being worried about it. At least that's what we know so far. We think that these are physical sounds. Plants have water vessels. They use them to transfer water. And if air bubbles are created in these vessels, then you will hear these high frequency popping sounds like the ones that we've recorded. Now, this makes perfect sense. If the plant is dehydrated, you will have more of these bubbles. If you cut the plant, you will have more of these bubbles. We have preliminary data suggesting that if there's a pathogen attack, an attack of some kind of bacteria, for example, or virus, you will hear more of these bubbles. So you will have more of these bubbles, and you'll hear more of these sounds. And of course, the million-dollar question that we're now interested in is whether other animals use these sounds. So I can give you a few possible examples. So we know that bats can hear these sounds, even though they're very high frequency. We know that rodents can hear them. We know that some insects can hear them. So you can imagine an insect, for example, that depends on a plant for feeding. This insect would like to know if the plant is dehydrated or not. And it makes perfect sense that it, in addition to using, for example, odors and vision, maybe it's also eavesdropping on the plant. That's what we're trying to find out right now.
Wow, so fascinating and important insights, both for the plants and just like the world. Yossi, thank you so much for your research.
You're welcome.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, it's a household name, but it turns out Tupperware may not have an airtight business model.
After the break, why the brand now says it's at risk of folding. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi! Hi, family!
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Broadway lovers rejoice. Ariana DeBose is back hosting this year's Tony Awards. The Oscar-winning actress said she was honored to be asked back, and it comes after her performance hosting this year's BAFTA Awards, where she went viral after rapping and name-checking women in the room. The Tonys will take place on Sunday, June 11th at the United Palace in New York. A lot of people so excited about this one, Sinclair.
I mean, I'm ready to see her do it again. It was so fun just to watch.
Addictive to watch.
Thanks, Stephen. And finally this hour, hold on to your doggy bags. An iconic American company is in limbo. Tupperware has warned it could potentially be out of business after more than 75 years. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has more.
Tupperware? Now you're cooking. The party may be over for an iconic American brand. Tupperware, the company that's become synonymous with food storage, now warning it could be headed for a default.
It needs to recapitalize and get more money to keep it going as a business. And there are doubts as to whether it can do that.
At a Tupperware home party. The colorful containers were once a staple in American kitchens. Its direct sales model allowing women to earn money, hosting Tupperware parties for their friends.
The home party system was absolutely the key, the heart to this product succeeding.
Tupperware seeped into pop culture, from All in the Family
Welcome to my very first Tupperware party.
to The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Ladies, these are some of the finest plastic products on the household market.
And it did see a sales boost during the pandemic, when suddenly everyone became home chefs.
They're good for food prepping.
But unlike the leftovers it has been keeping airtight for years, the Tupperware boom didn't last.
Some of the younger cohorts in Gen Z, they probably haven't even heard of Tupperware.
The company telling NBC, with our independent sales team coupled with our recent expansion into Target and Amazon, we are excited about meeting consumers where they shop. A big change many now hope will keep the company from closing its lid for good. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Wow, fascinating. Such a part of American history there.
Truly.
Who knew? Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, good Thursday. We are so happy you are with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, April 13th, partially overturned. A federal appeals court is stepping into the high-stakes battle for access to a commonly used abortion pill. We'll break down what the ruling allows and restricts.
Toxic Inferno, the massive industrial fire in Richmond, Indiana, is still burning. How cancer-causing toxins could be spreading and why the city is now accusing the site's owner of ignoring safety violations in the past.
No +1 needed. Despite months of tension, Prince Harry will attend his father's coronation without his wife, Meghan Markle. Why his confirmed attendance is now raising concerns about security.
A galaxy far away, Lucasfilm has announced 3 new Star Wars movies are on the way. The characters that may come back to the big screen, plus what's streaming this weekend in our entertainment wrap.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with an update on that abortion pill ruling out of Texas. A federal appeals court blocked part of the Texas judge's decision that would have taken the drug off of the market entirely. That's happening, at least for now.
Yeah, here is the bottom line. The drug, mifepristone, is still available, but access is sharply limited. Women need to get it directly from a doctor and take it under a doctor's supervision. Plus, it can no longer be taken after 7 weeks of pregnancy. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. So, Danny, the appeals court here essentially turning back the clock, shrinking access to what it was when the drug was approved 23 years ago. From a legal standpoint, what does it mean for women and their access to this pill?
It means there is some limited access, but now you have a modification of a district court order that essentially took away the FDA's approval for this drug, even though it's been around for 20 years, going back to the Clinton administration. So there is still some accessibility, some availability, but it is still diminished. If nothing else, the status quo, and I use that word lightly, is somewhat preserved while this case wends its way through the courts.
All right, Danny, does it look like this case is still heading to the Supreme Court ultimately?
Yes, and here's why. Number one, you have a what you call a circuit split. Right now, it's technically a district court split. You have 2 district courts that have reached, I would say, different conclusions. They may not be on exactly the same issues, but different results. And having a circuit split or a split in the law in the United States is a fast track to get to the Supreme Court. That's something they look for. As you know, the Supreme Court has limited resources. They can't hear every single case. The vast majority get turned away. But where you have different areas, different legal consequences in different parts of the country, that's the thing they look for, to unite the law, to make it consistent nationwide. So for that reason alone, I predict we may see this at the high court.
So does this appeals court decision affect the Washington state case where the decision was very different at all?
Technically, no. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals doesn't cover Washington State. Washington State is covered by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. So you're only technically covered by the jurisdiction. And the Fifth Circuit courts cover a number of different states. So, for example, we're here in the Second Circuit, which you may not know. It includes New York, Connecticut, and they group together these states. But outside of that circuit, in theory, the case or the court has no power to enjoin what's going on in the rest of the country. But you see from the district court decision that they sometimes do that. So, for example, by taking away FDA approval, the net effect of that is that this is a nationwide effect. The drug is no longer available nationwide. So some general rules, but plenty of exceptions to that rule.
Quickly, timeline for when it might go to the Supreme Court, do we know?
These timeline questions are so difficult because appellate courts, this is a case where I could see them prioritizing it and maybe getting to the Supreme Court sooner than many other cases that are sitting around in appeals waiting for their day.
All right, Danny Savalos, as always, thank you, Danny.
Toxic smoke from a fire at a plastics recycling plant in Richmond, Indiana. They are still creating concerns about air quality. So far, that smoke has forced hundreds of families from their homes. It is so significant, the smoke is actually appearing on weather radar maps. And city officials tell NBC News they've been fighting the owner of the facility in court over potential fire hazards. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Richmond, Indiana. Maggie, the smoke doesn't look as thick as it did yesterday, which is a good thing, but we see you are still wearing your mask. So tell us, what is it you're seeing? Right. What is it you are smelling there right now?
Yeah, well, Joe, first things first, you hit the nail on the head that the smoke does seem to be dissipating a little bit. You can kind of see what looks like now a gray cloud over the tops of trees, and that is a relief to a lot of people here. We have an update coming from officials at 2 p.m. today, so we're waiting to hear more about progress against this fire. In parts of the city, you're seeing particulates kind of fall down. You can see smoke in other parts of the city. Where we're standing now, we're not seeing that, we're not smelling that, and that's intentional. We're wearing these masks out of an abundance of caution, but we got more than a mile away from the fire just to be safe. So it does appear like there's progress made, but we're waiting for that official update later today, Joe.
So, Maggie, do we have an idea of when the smoke will clear? And are people there listening to the evacuation order?
We've met people who are listening, and we've met people who aren't. Some who aren't listening say they just can't afford to go, to a hotel. Maybe they have pets. Maybe they have multiple kids, and they just say it's too expensive, and they're just going to stay and wait it out. We met other people who were so frantic when this started. One woman I met actually injured her back. She was scrambling to leave her home so quickly. Here's one of the conversations that we had with a resident earlier. Take a look.
So nobody went door to door. We had cops go down the road. They never once said, leave. It was my own discretion, and I decided to stay. I thought, where am I going to go? There's no place to go. I have nobody. My mom's right around the corner, like I said, so, you know, where else could I go?
That being said, 1,500 people covered by this evacuation order that spans about a half-mile radius around that fire. Schools are closed for the second straight day today. All that said, Joe, the first part of your question, the state fire marshal said on News Now last night they hope to make progress basically by the weekend and get the air clear by the weekend. So hopefully that timeline is holding strong at this point, Joe.
You know, and Maggie, what do we know about the owner of the plastics recycling plant and this court battle with the city?
It's really, really interesting. As you saw, the city really pulling no punches, saying that they have been in a battle with the owner of that site, which at this point is kind of a warehouse, kind of a storage facility for plastic. It's a former plastics recycling plant, but there's a ton of plastic on that site. That's what's been burning, officials say. The city says they've cited the owner of that site before, cited him for safety violations, which they say were ignored. They were not prepared to name the owner. We have not been able to speak to that owner, so we're not releasing the name at the time. But the city says that person is responsible for everything that's happened on that site, and they intend to hold them accountable once this is under control. Joe?
All right. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. Maggie, thank you.
Well, Louisville police have released the chilling 911 calls from Monday's deadly bank shooting in Kentucky. You can hear the desperate pleas for help from employees inside the bank. The shooter's own mother even calling to warn police.
911 operator Val's, where is your emergency?
Yes, my son might be. He apparently has a gun and he's heading toward the Old National. I don't know what to do. I need your help. I think he's never hurt anyone. He's a really good kid. Please don't come up to him.
NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more details about the 911 calls. He is live now in Louisville for us. Morgan, in total, there were at least 12 calls to 911 dispatchers. What else did those calls reveal?
Yeah, Vicki, it was very telling. Every new piece of evidence that's come out since this shooting has painted an even more frightening picture. We saw the police body cams yesterday that really told the chaotic story on the outside of the bank as police responded and took heavy fire. But these 911 calls paint a chilling portrait of what was happening on the inside of the bank, where employees were hiding for their lives as gunshots rang out in the building. Some of them seeing coworkers struck. We heard the mother of that shooter calling 911, trying to warn them, but unfortunately by then it was too late. Of note here, Vicki, the first 911 call that came in reporting the shooting didn't actually come from this area or even this building. It was an employee at another bank branch who was on a video conference call with some of her colleagues here at Old National when she witnessed the gunman walk in on the screen and open fire. Vicki?
So difficult to even imagine. The community we know held a vigil last night to honor the victims. Can you tell us about that and also the latest on the survivors who are still recovering in the hospital?
Yeah, of course, this vigil at the Muhammad Ali Civic Center nearby was packed with hundreds of people. We heard from local leaders, including the governor and the mayor, speak out. Of note, Vicki, it was equal parts support and compassion for the families of the victims who are enduring this unspeakable loss, but also calls for change. One person after another expressing frustration at the fact that Louisville's now been added to an infamous list of places that have suffered from this uniquely American gun epidemic. And I can tell you that the governor in particular even grew emotional at times. Here's what he had to say. Take a listen.
I lost one of my best friends on Monday. Just stopping that gunman was the first battle. I want to thank all our healthcare heroes at U of L Health that have done their very best to keep people alive.
And as it stands right now, there are 2 patients wounded in this shooting that remain in a nearby hospital, one in fair condition, the other, 26-year-old officer Nicholas Wilt, remains in critical but stable condition. He, of course, wounded in the head when he tried to engage the gunman as one of the first officers to respond. Vicki?
Morgan, you said a uniquely American epidemic. Morgan Chesky for us in Louisville, Kentucky today. Morgan, thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, restaurant prices have outpaced grocery prices for the first time since inflation started rising in 2021. The Labor Department says the price of eating out is up 8.8% over the past year.
CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston joins us now. So, Julia, restaurants, as we know, have already been struggling with low traffic rates as consumers try to cut back on their spending. So what is causing this price hike, and how could it affect the industry overall?
Well, Vicki, it really just comes down to what restaurants are paying for the food, and their costs are way up. So the price hikes are a way for restaurants to pass that additional cost on to consumers. We are already seeing impact on the restaurant industry. And as you mentioned, fewer people are going out to eat, opting to stay home for meals to cook. But you could see a situation where restaurants are forced to eat their additional costs, pun intended, which would be a hit to their bottom lines. Meantime, LinkedIn is rolling out a free verification system allowing users to prove their identity and where they work. The options include the ability to use Clear to prove who you are and verify your workplace through an email address. And finally, Google Maps is making it easier to explore national parks. New updates are rolling out ahead of National Park Week when entrance fees are waived. Now, when you search for a trail, Google Maps will show the entire route instead of just a pin. It will also give you walking and cycling directions straight to the trailhead and let you download a map of the park so you can access it if you don't have internet service. I, for one, am very excited to have this handy when I go on some adventures with my family this summer.
Yeah, great idea, especially downloading those maps.
Absolutely, because that's the thing. You're trying to get away when you go to the parks, right, Julia? You don't want to necessarily be connected. All right.
Exactly. I think the whole idea here is that you can unplug once you have that map on your phone.
Exactly. All right. Julia Borston, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are talking stress, the good and the bad. Experts say a little bit is healthy, but how can we manage it when it gets to be too much? You're watching NBC News Daily.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Well, April is National Stress Awareness Month. It is meant to bring attention to the negative effects of stress and anxiety.
Of course, not all stress is bad. Some experts say a little bit can keep you sharp and focused, but it still raises the question, how much stress is too much? Here to help us answer that is clinical psychologist Dr. Jen Hartstein. Good to have you with us. So what are the telltale signs that you are dealing with too much stress? What should we be looking at?
Well, and many of us are dealing with too much stress. So are you more fatigued than normal, right? Are you less attentive, right? You just can't follow through on things. Maybe you're just kind of more overwhelmed in general. You can't follow through. Things you used to like, you don't like anymore. There's so many kind of internal things. You're like, what is wrong? You ever have that moment where you're just like, I just can't function. What the heck?
Right.
Usually it's because we're so overwhelmed of stress that we just can't keep it going.
And you don't even want to do the things that you love, as it said there.
Yeah.
You're disinterested in things you even love. That's a sign.
It feels like a burden.
Okay. Let's talk about the differences between stress that is good for you, helps you stay sharp and focused, and then stress that starts to really wear and tear on you.
So I think there's a couple things to think about. First of all, good things in our lives can also cause us stress, right? I'm getting ready to go on a big trip, and I have all these pieces to put together. We have to remember that that can also be stressful.
True.
So the thing to remember, good stress, bad stress. A little bit of stress motivates us, gets us activated, gets us on high alert so we do something. Chronic stress wears us down. It makes it really hard for us to follow through. It makes us tired. Our brain chemistry changes. So we have to really identify what are the things that triggers our stress, how can I be aware of what that is, and how can I make some changes?
Yeah.
We were just showing a graphic that kind of touches on my next question, which is how can people learn to manage their stress? And if you think it is too much of a problem, where should you go to try and find help?
So the first thing we want to do is identify that trigger. What is the thing that makes me stressed? And then how can I kind of create a list of priorities? What needs to be my full attention? What doesn't need to have my full attention? What can I hand off to someone else? Those are important things to think about. Can I move my body? Moving your body triggers positive emotions, positive things. We want to get that happening. We get very sedentary when we're stressed out. Talk to someone, lean into your support systems. We forget that other people might be going through the same stuff. And even if it's just me calling Vicki and being like, oh my God, Vicki, you got a minute? I got to download. And you go, God, that sucks.
Yeah.
And I go, thank you. That might be all I need. And if it's really bad, go see a therapist, go lean into somebody that can really advise you on how to use some positive coping skills to help.
Really good. And I think when you say move your body, you're not saying you've got to go and take a Pilates class or do some turbo kickboxing. You can just take a walk, go outside, get some sunshine.
Stretch.
Stretch.
Right? Just move your body a little bit, stand up and move, and that can just be enough.
Let's talk about the different ways that we all handle stress and anxiety. Different people have different ways of coping. What are unhealthy ways to cope, things that we should avoid that might add to our stress?
So you want to be careful and be mindful of things like alcohol use, drug use. We all go, oh, I'm going home, I'm going to have a glass of wine for stress relief. Not always our best bet. It actually can cause more stress down the line. So we want to watch mood-altering drugs, alcohol use. And we want to watch these kind of warning signs for ourselves of oh, wait, that one drink went to two, that two went to more. And how do we kind of recognize that? And if you are really fatigued, allow yourself some rest, right? Hitting pause is important. And we plug our phones in to recharge. We need to kind of plug in for ourselves to recharge
and that's
too.
hard for people because oftentimes they're stressed because they have a lot to do, so they do keep pushing and they don't realize, hey, I just need to stop for a little bit and take some time.
And when you can stop and take some time, you can reevaluate what your priorities are to figure out what you need to do.
Clinical psychologist Dr. Jen Hartstein, as always, thank you. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much. Coming up, the expelled Tennessee lawmakers are now back in the state house. They were sworn in after unanimous votes back in their district. So what's next for the so-called Tennessee 3? We've got that coming up later this hour. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The White House is warning of a new deadly street drug called Tranq. It's an animal tranquilizer commonly used on large animals that is now being mixed with fentanyl and other opioids. As NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro reports, there's a reason officials are so concerned about Tranq in particular.
A deadly drug with no known antidote, worsening an already dire situation with fentanyl. It's commonly known as Tranq, now being called an emerging threat by the White House. The lethal combination of fentanyl laced with xylazine, an animal tranquilizer, leading to a declaration for a federal response plan from the Biden administration within 90 days.
This new drug could be a nightmare. It's called xylazine. It's a deadly, skin-rotting zombie drug that evil drug dealers are now mixing with fentanyl, with heroin, and with other drugs.
The DEA warning that xylazine-related overdose deaths have risen in every region of the country, more than 1,000% across the South, up 750% in the West, and more than 500% in the Midwest between 2020 and 2021. Philadelphia feeling the devastating effects on the streets, one user saying Tranq is everywhere.
There is no fentanyl that doesn't have Tranq in it.
I would say it's probably our biggest challenge right now.
NBC's Dasha Burns with the city's director of the opioid response unit last month.
How much should people be sounding the alarm right now?
I think everybody should absolutely be sounding the alarm. The movement, similar to what we saw with fentanyl, is that it will be in every other substance.
Making it even more lethal, xylazine is not an opioid, so overdoses can't be reversed with naloxone, the remedy for fentanyl and heroin overdoses, better known as Narcan.
We don't have a medical detoxification best practice yet in place for it because, again, it wasn't something meant for human consumption.
The new threat in the midst of a growing opioid crisis with more than 71,000 fentanyl-related deaths across the country in 2021. But stemming the flow of fentanyl into and around the country, a constant battle. Last year, the DEA seized more than 57 million fentanyl-laced pills and more than 13,000 pounds of powder. And the seizure of the drug nationwide through the U.S. Postal Service increased by 150%, a large portion of it smuggled across the U.S.-Mexico border.
The Biden administration's drug czar, Dr. Rahul Gupta, is calling for $11 million in funding to build this strategy. The plans would include developing an antidote to combat overdoses and potentially asking Congress to make this a controlled substance. Back to you.
It has been almost 2 weeks since Minnesota mom Madeline Kingsbury vanished. She was last seen dropping off her kids at daycare. Now her family is speaking out about their search and the last person to see her. Reporter Olivia Przinski with our NBC Minnesota affiliate KTTC has their story.
A mother of 2 kids, a graduate student, and an employee at the Mayo Clinic, Madeline Kingsbury disappeared the morning of March 31st after dropping her kids off at daycare.
Her kids are her life. She doesn't really take a lot of time for herself, but she's always kind of happy and looking for new things to do with the kids.
Now Megan Kingsbury, sister of Madeline, is breaking her silence on the search.
There's no rule book to tell you how to go about this, and so a lot of the time it's kind of like a hurry up and wait situation.
Megan Kingsbury says the family has been out searching and the past week and a half has been exhausting. But the family is amazed by the amount of people helping in the search.
You know, we don't want to go home because then we feel like we're not doing anything. But even when we're here in town, we feel kind of helpless.
Megan Kingsbury explained while the father of Madeline's 2 kids has cooperated with law enforcement, he has not been involved with the family during this troubling time.
We haven't been in communication, no.
Family has its speculations and theories as to what happened leading up to Madeline's disappearance and who is to blame.
I think each of us family members have different ideas or thoughts about what may have happened, but nothing has really been confirmed, I guess, by law enforcement through any of their investigations.
Megan Kingsbury says she doesn't want Madeline to become a statistic. and the family will continue to be loud about this case.
From our Minnesota affiliate, that was Olivia Prynczynski reporting.
Well, up next, jury selection begins in the high-stakes Dominion defamation case against Fox News. Why the company says the network acted with actual malice. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and all those places you see there on your screen. The news continues right after this.
Back now from Las Vegas, from Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington, I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are back now at 12:30. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Witt.
I'm Joe Fryer. Making news right now, California Senator Dianne Feinstein is asking to be temporarily replaced on the Senate Judiciary Committee as she recovers from shingles. The 89-year-old lawmaker has been absent from the committee for more than a month. Feinstein is facing pressure to resign, with committee members calling her extended absence a hindrance to Senate Democrats. She says she plans to return as soon as possible.
France is facing another day of protests over plans to increase the country's pension age. This is video from earlier today in Paris. Protesters stormed into Paris's Louis Vuitton headquarters and began setting off flares inside. A constitutional council is set to vote tomorrow on whether to keep French President Emmanuel Macron's plan to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64 years old.
And severe flooding is wreaking havoc in South Florida. Heavy rain shut down Fort Lauderdale's airport yesterday, leaving travelers stranded. Passenger train service between Miami and Fort Lauderdale has also been suspended. City officials are urging residents to stay off the roads until the flooding subsides.
Well, Florida's Republican-controlled legislature is expected to pass a bill today that would ban most abortions after 6 weeks, with just a few exceptions.
If passed, the bill will make its way to the desk of Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, who has already expressed support for it. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Tallahassee with the latest. So, Dasha, I know you spoke with an anti-abortion rights lawmaker. What did that person say? And if the bill passes, how soon could it actually make it to the governor's desk?
Well, Joe, as you know, Governor Ron DeSantis has been signing a lot of conservative-leaning bills over the last several weeks of session here that have been coming to his desk at a really rapid pace. So we expect a similar pattern with this one as well here. We did just speak to one of the lawmakers that's in support of this bill. Let us remind everyone that the Florida legislature is controlled by Republicans. So while there has been a lot of protesting and a lot of demonstration from Democratic lawmakers who are against this bill, it is very likely going to pass today because the majority of Republicans are in favor. Take a listen to what one lawmaker told me.
If you believe that life begins at conception like I do, any regulation that allows for any abortion is just a debate and discussion about when it's okay to kill another human being.
And as you heard there are some Republicans that actually think that this bill does not go far enough. Florida right now has a 15-week ban in place. This would take it down to 6 weeks. And not only would it impact the state, but the entire region, Joe, because right now, if you look at a map, you've got Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana with all-out bans, Georgia with a heartbeat ban. And so Florida kind of the last stand here as this bill passes, closing the door on a lot of abortion access in this entire region here. Dasha, I know it's been raucous and rowdy at times where you are. What is the scene like outside the state capitol, and what are you hearing from abortion rights advocates? Yeah, well, I actually just got here from the chamber, which has been now locked and cleared because of some of the disruptions from demonstrators. A security person telling me that the chamber will remain locked for the public for the rest of the day. There has been a lot of commotion, a lot of anger here from those against the bill. As you can imagine, this is a very hot topic. I spoke to some of those folks. Take a listen to what they told me.
If they're going to violate our state's constitutional right to privacy, if they're going to violate our human rights to have control over our own bodies, they're going to put our lives at risk, we feel like we're fighting for our lives here.
If these lawmakers can't even keep our children who are alive safe and protected, then we cannot trust them to come up with a bill to keep the unborn safe and protected, or the people carrying it.
Protesters were here for about an hour and a half earlier, singing, demonstrating, chanting. They threw some papers onto the House floor, which is when the chamber was cleared to sort of calm the disruption there. We'll see what else comes today. Last week, when this was passed in the Senate, there were arrests made, including of some Democratic lawmakers. So we will be watching for more action today. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. Dasha, thank you.
Jury selection is starting today in what could be a landmark trial against Fox News. Dominion Voting Systems is suing the network for $1.6 billion in damages. Now, Dominion is accusing Fox News of destroying its reputation by pushing false claims that its voting machines somehow rigged the 2020 election. Fox is arguing that the comments were purely opinions and were protected by the First Amendment. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim is outside the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware. So, Jane, first of all, break down this jury selection process for the trial and remind us who we could actually see testify here.
Yeah, so hundreds of jurors reported for jury duty this morning here in Wilmington. And the court is looking for 18 people, 12 jurors and 6 alternates who will make up the group of peers who are going to decide whether or not Fox News defamed Dominion Voting Systems when they broadcast election conspiracy theories. Now, the questioning of the jury, looking to find out if they can be impartial, is being done by the judge right now behind closed doors. And it's behind closed doors because this jury is going to be anonymous, referred to by numbers, the kind of thing that you usually see in a murder case. Because this is such a high-profile case, the judge said this morning he's very worried about jury tampering. And while he doesn't think the media is going to talk to people, if you put those names out there, he doesn't know what will happen. Now, there's a lot of media attention, as we said. The judge also declined a request from a group of media a coalition of media organizations, including NBC, to broadcast the audio of this trial. And then he said that he's just not willing to do that at this point. He's going forward. And as you said, a lot of people are expected to testify who are high profile. People like Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, Brett Baer, Rupert Murdoch, Lachlan Murdoch, a very high profile list of witnesses expected to show up here in Wilmington.
lot of big names. A lot of folks will be paying attention to this one. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim, thank you so much.
Tennessee State Representative Justin Pearson was sworn back in today after a brief expulsion from the legislature. Memphis area officials voted unanimously to send Pearson back to the chamber. He is one of 2 black Democrats who were ousted for protesting gun violence on the House floor. The other representative, Justin Jones, was reinstated earlier this week. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Nashville, Tennessee. So Priscilla, talk to us about this vote and also Pearson's reaction to it.
Yeah, Vicki, all 7 members of the Shelby County Commissioners voted unanimously to send Representative Pearson back here. We saw him take that oath of office this morning, surrounded by all of his supporters who have been marching with him and rallying with him over the past week. And I spoke to him just as he was walking in here back on the House floor, and I want to play a bit of that conversation. Take a listen.
Any message to your ousters as you head back inside?
Justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. We're going to fight to end gun violence because it's doable. We're going to fight to end poverty because it's possible, even in the state of Tennessee. And so everyone who voted to take District 86's representation needs to be on notice that democracy and the First Amendment still lives.
And Pearson walked back into that House chamber with his fists held high as he took his seat alongside the lawmakers who voted to oust him. And as for what comes next, both Pearson and Jones will serve in the interim as appointed officials here, and the governor is expected to set a date for a special election. Both men will be eligible to run for re-election, and they cannot be re-expelled for the same offense should they be re-elected. Vicki?
All right, NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson catching up with Justin Pearson in that scrum. Thanks so much, Priscilla.
Buckingham Palace is preparing for Prince Harry's arrival. The Duke of Sussex has confirmed he will be at King Charles' coronation next month.
Yeah, his wife, though, Meghan Markle, will not be attending, choosing to stay home with the couple's 2 children. And as NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter reports, details from a new biography of the king could make for a tension-filled trip.
Hello from a very windy Buckingham Palace. We have been wondering for months, will they, won't they? Will Harry come with Meghan, with the kids? Well, we finally have an answer. Take a look.
Overnight, finally, the news from Buckingham Palace we've all been waiting for. Confirmation that Prince Harry will be attending his father's coronation next month. In a statement, the palace is pleased to confirm that Harry will be at the service at Westminster Abbey, while his wife Meghan will remain in California with Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet. The announcement follows months of feverish speculation over whether Harry and Meghan were invited and whether they would make the trip. When asked about it back in January, Harry said the door was open.
If you're invited to the coronation, will you come? There's a lot that can happen between now and then.
Sharing the king's big day, Queen Camilla, who will also be crowned alongside King Charles.
The fact that Camilla's role is now so important, it's constitutional as well. It will be difficult for Harry, I think, to swallow that pill of seeing the embodiment of everything he didn't want.
Harry's public confirmed attendance, well past the RSVP date of April 3rd, raises issues of planning and security. Frogmore Cottage is no longer the Sussex UK residence. However, there are other royal households Harry could bunk at for the weekend. In a new biography of King Charles by royal commentator Robert Jobson, now being serialized in the Daily Mail, he cites interviews with insiders and couriers who say financially the post-Meghan and Harry slimmed-down working royal family was a necessity. Writing, Charles dropped a bombshell saying he couldn't afford to pay for Meghan in the future, as well as for Camilla and for William and Catherine and their young family. This infuriated Harry. But in his last major round of interviews around his book, Spare, Harry suggested there was still optimism.
Forgiveness is 100% a possibility, because I would like to get my father back. I would like to have my brother back. At the moment, I don't recognize them as much as they probably don't recognize me.
And for this country that still adores those brothers, it will be a welcome sight to see them together, at least for a day.
Now, we did reach out to Buckingham Palace about that book excerpt. No comment. As far as what Harry's role is when he gets here for the coronation, we will have to stay tuned for details. I'll send it back to you.
Molly Hunter, thank you. So new shows and movies, they're coming to the Star Wars universe. Plus, HBO is relaunching its streaming platform and adding a bunch of new content. True Detective fans anywhere? My hand is raised. More NBC News Daily right after this.
NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Liz? We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
HBO Max is no more, but the streaming platform just simply rebranded. They're merging with Discovery Plus next month. They're going to be renamed Max. This comes as the parent company Warner Brothers Discovery announces a bunch of new shows.
From a TV adaptation of the Harry Potter series to new Game of Thrones prequels, plus a ton more coming next year in 2024. There is a lot to look forward to, so let's bring in Rotten Tomatoes contributing editor and correspondent Mark Ellis to walk us through some of this. So Mark, tell us about the HBO announcement, the Max announcement, and the shows that they're going to be releasing.
Yeah, so May 23rd is going to start like any normal day, except when you turn your TV on, it's just going to say Max for that HBO Max former streaming service. And with these announcements come some shows to get excited about later this year, like True Detective Season 4, The Sympathizer, and then we have the Penguin limited series coming next week. And then sometime in the future, we're going to have Harry Potter. Again, it's the Harry Potter books. They're being adapted for a series, very different than the movies, but telling the same story, maybe just a little more in depth.
Sign me up for all of it. So, Mark, another universe also expanding in a galaxy far, far away. Get the hint? What can you tell us about the new Star Wars content that's coming?
See, now you're speaking my language. I grew up a huge Star Wars fan, and back in the 90s, we didn't have all these fun announcements to get excited about. Now, it seems like something new is happening every week, especially when you talk about Star Wars Celebration, the huge epic event that happened in London this past weekend, where 3 movies were announced, in addition to premiering a new trailer for Ahsoka, which hits Disney Plus later on this summer. As a huge Star Wars fan, you want to get excited. Lucasfilm has been a little hesitant as to which direction to go with their new films. And so now we're just going to fork it. We get to go way back in the past. We get to stick with the Mandalorian timeline, and then we also get to go in the future post Rise of Skywalker.
I love this announcement because we're going to be talking about whatever comes from this like for years now. Like,
they're smart.
Years and years, whether it's a Christmas release date or whatever it is. So Mark, let's talk about something in the now, the new Super Mario Brothers movie. It is booming at the box office. That's despite some mediocre reviews by film critics. For those who haven't seen it yet, should you trust the critics? Should you trust the numbers? What do you think?
I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle, because it is rotten on the tomato meter at 57%, but it is super fresh with the verified audience score, which means that families are having a great time with this movie. This broke the all-time worldwide animated opening weekend release, beating Frozen 2's record. So all you parents who wanted to get Let It Go out of your head, now you can replace that with the Super Mario Brothers theme.
So now we have Let It Go in our heads. Thanks.
Mark, before you go, tell us, what are you watching this weekend?
This weekend, I'm probably going to go to the theaters to check out Renfield, because if you tell me Nicolas Cage is going to be hamming it up, and I hate to do it, sinking his teeth into the role of Dracula, you got to see what that looks like. But I'm also really excited about season 2 of the 100-Foot Wave on HBO. If you don't feel like surfing, you just feel like some stand-up comedy, the last season of The Marvelous Miss Maisel is dropping this weekend as well. So there's a lot of options in addition to the NBA hoops I'll be checking out.
And Mark, we have a little bit of time left here. What are the reviews like for Marvelous Mrs. Maisel as it prepares to come out? So many people are looking forward to the final season here.
Yeah, well, I think, folks, if you have been a fan of this show, if you've been on the ride from the beginning, that the word is season 5 gives you exactly what you've been given the whole time, and it closes it up well. So there may not be a whole lot of new in this final season, more so tying the strings, but when you have a show like this that is so beloved, you want to send it off for the fans that have been there since the beginning. It feels like season 5 accomplishes that.
And it just feels like it's just building and building and building to the point where we want her to just finally make it big and have all of this success. Are you a fan?
I have not gotten into it.
Like, like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
But I've heard great things about it. No, the cast was on the Today Show this morning, so bon voyage. Hope that season 5 is everything fans want it to be.
I hope so too. It's laugh out loud funny. All right, Rotten Tomatoes contributing editor and correspondent Mark Ellis. Mark, thank you so much for preparing us for the weekend. We appreciate it.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
This week is Black Maternal Health Week. According to the CDC, Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than white women. Now a program in Chicago is stepping up to address the issue by connecting new mothers with home visits from registered nurses. Lauren Petty from our Chicago station shows us how it's already helping women.
Hi, Jess. Nurse Jess Orozco arrives to check on little Landon and new mom, Letitia.
Hi, Mr. Landon.
This home visit, part of a program in Chicago called Family Connects.
There's a gap from their discharge time to their 6-week appointment. And so there's education and resources that are needed within that time. And Family Connects goes in and bridges that gap.
From weighing and measuring the baby to checking on the new mom.
The assessment includes emotional health, physical health, and also resources that the family may need at the time.
The home visit is free, and all family members, including aunts and uncles, siblings, even grandparents, they're all encouraged to attend.
I guess we'll be fast.
Letitia was offered the visit after delivering Landon at Rush, one of 5 Chicago birthing hospitals currently participating in the program offered by the Chicago Department of Public Health.
We plan to be offering the service hopefully in about half of the 15 birthing hospitals here in Chicago by summer, and hopefully to be in all 15 birthing hospitals by early next year.
While open to all women, this graph from a 2019 CDPH report shows the need to help Black women who are experiencing more adverse outcomes from pregnancy, something Letitia has seen play out firsthand.
Hearing how others didn't make it, how hospitals don't really tend to African Americans or brown people the way they should after a birth, you know, it can be a scary thing.
Is there any other resources that you need at this time?
That's why Letitia signed on.
She was really helpful with resources if I needed anything.
Letitia and her partner Tiana determined to give Landon everything he needs to thrive. For NBC News Daily, I'm Lauren Petty.
Millions of mysterious jellyfish-like creatures are washing up on California's coast. Experts are warning people not to touch them as they can be dangerous. NBC Los Angeles' Gordon Tokamatsu has more on the unusual sightings.
Valella have been washing ashore by the thousands on beaches from Zuma to Manhattan and south to Huntington, according to some reports. Our camera found this group at Crystal Cove near Newport.
They're a beautiful blue color.
It's unusual, say experts, because the jellyfish-like creatures, also known as cnidarians, typically live way offshore, sometimes as far as 100 miles out. They're not technically jellyfish, but do have stinging tentacles that hang down to catch plankton.
I picked it up anyway, stupidly, because now I'm told that I could have gotten stung, but I didn't.
Another bit of advice, don't touch your face or eyes if you've come into contact with one. The residue can stay on your fingers.
I hear that it's beautiful at nighttime when they come up and the waves come with them.
Which brings us to why they're here like this. Reason 1, the recent storms. Water runoff has caused algae blooms up and down the coast. That means more plankton and bigger colonies of Varela feeding on it. Also, climate change. Ocean experts say changing and stronger wind patterns may be pushing those little sails on the creatures and bringing them to the shore.
A lot of normal jellies, they'll actually reproduce sitting on the ocean floor. What these guys have decided to do is kind of swap upside down and use the water's surface to reproduce. So it's a very cool adaptation.
From our NBC LA station, that was Gordon Tokamatsu reporting.
Yeah, and just don't touch things that you wash up on the shore. That's kind of a good rule.
Good rule.
Yeah, here's what's trending right now. Rodents beware. A rat czar is heading to New York City. Mayor Eric Adams is appointing the first ever director of rodent mitigation. Adams is appointing former elementary school teacher Kathleen Karate to the role of reducing the citywide rat population that has doubled in just the past year, according to city officials. So yeah, she's got her work cut out for her.
Watch out, rats. California's Disneyland is officially closing its famous ride, Splash Mountain. Disney park officials say the ride will be replaced with Tiana's Bayou Adventure, which is inspired by Disney's The Princess and the Frog. The move comes after the attraction also closed at Walt Disney World in Florida. The last day to ride Splash Mountain is May 31st.
This is a good one. A one-year-old Australian Shepherd is back from an incredible adventure. That dog got separated from its family in Alaska and trekked across 150 miles of frozen sea ice. The pup is doing okay now, recovering from a bite from maybe a polar bear or a seal.
Very cool. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey there, everyone. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
Great to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, April 13th. Staying on the market, a federal appeals court is blocking a Texas judge's decision and allowing partial access to a commonly used abortion pill for now.
Pleas for help. Police have released the dramatic 911 calls from the deadly Louisville mass shooting. What we are learning about how the violence unfolded inside the bank.
Click to cancel. With new subscription services constantly emerging, it can be hard to keep track of how much money you're actually spending a month. But we've got some tips to help you trim down your expenses and go on an unsubscribing spree.
Environmental concerns for many Americans debating whether or not to have a child. Climate change can actually be a big factor. How younger generations are only becoming more anxious about raising a family.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with the news that a federal appeals court is limiting access to a commonly used abortion pill called mifepristone. The decision essentially turns back the clock 23 years to when the drug was first approved by the Food and Drug Administration.
So while the abortion pill is still on the market, women can no longer take it at home. They need to get it directly from a doctor and take it at the doctor's office. And they don't have 10 weeks anymore. They have to take it by the 7th week of pregnancy. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now. So, Danny, let's talk about this ruling. Tell us more about it and what it means for women who want access to this pill.
What a complicated mess. So what the Fifth Circuit has done, the Fifth Circuit is the court of appeals that is above the district court that issued this sort of nationwide ban or really I should say nationwide revocation of FDA approval for this drug. The Fifth Circuit has, in a sense, split the difference. It said, well, the drug can still be used, but there are a lot of very, very significant limitations. So there's something for both sides here. And when that happens, both sides end up appealing because, yes, the drug can still be used, but things like you can't get it in the mail, video visits, video prescriptions are something that have been severely limited. So the important thing, though, is that the drug can continue to be used while this case works its way through the courts.
And working its way through the courts, the question then is how likely, or perhaps more appropriately, how quickly could this end up before the Supreme Court?
Probably in an expedited fashion, because you have another decision in Washington State that appears to conflict. A district court there issued a decision that conflicts, apparently, with this other district court. So this is the kind of conflict that should fast-track this to the Supreme Court, because it's not like it's an easy choice. In other words, it's not like this is a Dobbs-type decision that is simply Dobbs says that this doesn't go to the Supreme Court. This is a separate issue. This is about FDA approval, other issues, and, of course, the fact that you now have essentially different laws in different parts of the country on something that should be a nationwide rule.
How does the court reverse whatever the Texas judge said if it's the same drug? The Texas judge was basically saying, look, the FDA didn't do enough to ensure that this was safe. So if it's not safe at 10 weeks, how is it safe at 7 weeks?
It's interesting because you have a single unelected judge who does not have a medical background making these determinations. And the Fifth Circuit can overrule a lower district court. And, of course, the Fifth Circuit can be overruled by only one court, and that's the United States Supreme Court. So what they've done is, on a very expedited basis, issued a 42-page ruling that essentially overrules somewhat the district court's decision. And ultimately, the final say is still 9 unelected justices with no medical training, or, you know, they're not doctors. So ultimately, this will be decided, and it won't be by the medical profession.
All right. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, thank you.
Louisville police have released the 911 calls from Monday's deadly bank shooting in Kentucky. You can actually hear the gunshots as one employee called for help from a closet inside that building.
I'm in the closet. I can't tell them. I just hear them outside. Okay. That's okay. We've got several people already grabbing, okay? Okay. Is that shots fired? Yes. Okay. Just stay quiet.
Chilling. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky live in Louisville for us with more details about these 911 calls. So, Morgan, at least 12 people called 911 on Monday. What are we learning from all of these different calls as they piece this together?
Yeah, Vicki, each call paints a really disturbing picture as to how this shooting played out. I should note that the very first 911 call that alerted authorities to this ongoing shooting at the Old National Bank behind me didn't actually come from the bank or even this part of the city, but it was an employee at a different branch that happened to be on a video conference call with staff here that witnessed through her screen the gunman walk in and open fire. And the audio of that is incredibly chilling as she tried to convey the gravity of the situation to the officer. We also heard a call from someone who, you know, follow the rules. You run, hide, fight. If you are in an active shooter situation, they were able to run out of this building down the street to a dentist office where they were able to call 911. The frantic nature of their pleas for help heard in every single one of those calls. Vicki?
Morgan, there was a vigil last night to honor the 5 people whose lives were taken. Tell us about that, and also update us on the survivors who are still in the hospital.
Of course, yeah, hundreds packed the Muhammad Ali Civic Center last night for about an hour-long service that felt equal parts support for the families and compassion for the families having to deal with this unspeakable loss. But there was also numerous calls for change, both by people in attendance and by local leaders, including the mayor of Louisville, who had this to say. Take a listen.
Too many people have had this experience before this week, because just this week, just this year, we've lost 40 people in our city to gun violence. 40 people in just over 100 days.
And right now, one of the main pleas we've heard from the mayor all week since this shooting took place is the fact that he knows that gun reform in a state like Kentucky is a tall order, so he just wants to at least have a sit-down conversation with lawmakers to try to figure out some sort of solution moving forward. I think one of the most frustrating points here, Vicki, was that this very rifle that was used in the shooting under Kentucky rules isn't going to be destroyed, but auctioned off. And it was to his disgust that a weapon of this nature could end up back on Kentucky streets. Vicki?
NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky. Morgan, thank you so much.
Right now, a mandatory evacuation remains in place for parts of Richmond, Indiana, after toxic smoke from a fire at a plastics recycling plant filled the air. Now, that thick smoke is finally starting to dissipate, and the EPA is on site testing the air quality. Fire officials tell NBC News this is their worst nightmare, as the city has been in a court battle with the owner of the plant over possible fire hazards. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now live from Richmond. So, Maggie, you are still wearing a mask. Talk about the sights and smells there right now and what kind of updates we're expecting to get from officials about an hour from now.
Sure, Joe. So we'll start with the sights and smells. And I just want to be clear, where we're standing right now, we can't smell anything. And that's by design. We're more than a mile from that fire site. You can still see a small and weaker, which we hope is a good sign, plume of smoke kind of coming up over the trees there. It's dissipated quite a bit since this fire first sparked on Tuesday. When you get closer to it, you can absolutely smell burning plastic. It is a disgusting smell. We've told people getting headaches if they smell it for too long, so we're staying far away from that, and that's why the evacuation zone is in place. At the same time, again, we have that 2 p.m. press conference. That's the first one today. What we're hoping is that potentially we could hear signs of substantial progress fighting that fire. Firefighters have been using bulldozers, excavators coming at it from multiple sides, just trying to get a handle on those flames. So we'll wait and see what they say. Joe.
So, Maggie, what do we know about the ongoing legal battle between the plant owner and the city? Is there any word of potential legal action for this fire that we've been seeing this week?
There is vague language hinting at potential action. And the reason I phrase it that way is that the city yesterday basically said that the person who owns that site, who they're declining to name at this point, so NBC is as well, at least for the time being, the person who owns that site, they say is completely responsible for this, and the mayor promised to hold that person accountable once this fire is indeed officially under control. But yeah, it's been an ongoing legal battle dating back years where the mayor says the city cited the owner of this former recycling plant turned kind of storage facility for, they say, safety code violations. They say there were semi-trailers and buildings filled with plastic. There were fire hazards there. And they say the owner ignored those warnings, failed to clean it up. And they say this fire is basically, again, their worst fear coming to fruition. So we'll see how they intend to hold that person accountable. That could be an update, again, that we hear at the news conference at 2. So we'll wait and see, Joe.
All right. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, thank you.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. This summer seems like it's going to be a busy travel season. Delta Airlines is already reporting record advanced bookings. Although its first quarter was a little less positive, the company posted a net loss of $363 million in the first 3 months of this year.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. So, Dom, how is this high travel demand going to impact the airline's second quarter, and how could that impact ticket prices for those of us who want to fly?
So, Joe, Vicki, to all of your points here, Delta did say that it expects sales in the second quarter to increase by up to 17% over the same time last year. That, combined with strong summer travel demand, could push ticket prices, to your point, Joe, even higher. Delta CEO Ed Bastian told us at CNBC that consumers are shifting from spending on goods to spending on experiences and services, and that is Delta's sweet spot. So keep an eye on that. Meantime, Twitter is going to let its users access stocks cryptocurrency and other financial assets through a partnership with social trading company eToro. It's going to allow users to view market charts and then buy and sell assets via eToro through the Twitter app. Now, the trading data will be available through Twitter's Cash Tags feature, which was launched back in 2012. And finally, online job site Indeed putting out its list of the top 25 entry-level jobs, as you're seeing there, for college graduates. Indeed ranked the fastest-growing job titles with increasing demand and salaries of at least $40,000 a year. Topping the list, outside sales representative with a salary of $60,000, with transportation coordinator, quality auditor, accounting coordinator, and tax preparer rounding out the top 5. So if you're a college grad or aspiring college grad, those are some of the top entry-level jobs out there. Joe, Vicky, it's changed a lot since I got out of college, I got to tell you.
Yeah, those were not jobs I remember seeing when I was going to school.
They're jobs that don't even exist, didn't exist when we were growing up, like social media manager.
Exactly.
And that's a real thing many major companies have now. All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu, thank you so much.
Robots fighting crime. It's not just in the movies, it's now reality in New York City. We're going to show you the new tech when we come back. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hoping to make the city safer, New York police are unveiling new high-tech crime-fighting equipment. That includes robot dogs. Gus Rosendale from NBC New York has more on these new recruits.
First, there is DigiDog, sniffing out danger. Then there's the GPS Dart, tracking cars driven by people up to no good. And you might run into this roundish robot, keeping an eye on places like Times Square.
We want the public to know that the use of these technologies will be transparent, consistent, and always done in collaboration with the people that we serve.
The NYPD showcasing 3 new tools that will be rolled out in the coming months. Pilot programs, the department says, linking cops with new technology, especially during extreme situations.
In hostage negotiations, counterterrorism incidents, and other situations as needed.
DigiDog was originally launched during the de Blasio administration, but the program was suspended. Civil rights activists said it was an example of over-aggressive policing. Today, Mayor Adams barked back at those complaints.
DigiDog is out of the pound. DigiDog is now part of the toolkit that we are using.
Similar robots have been used in places like airports and college campuses, cameras and two-way communications, connecting police with people who need help. The GPS DART, already in use, launched in some cases at so-called ghost cars, illegal rides using phony paper license plates.
And while we're doing this, it allows our officers to stay safe, limit pursuits, and let the GPS do its job.
So who pays for all this stuff? Well, police say $750,000 for 2 dogs comes from forfeiture money, additional funds from the capital budget. The mayor took a bite at reporters asking specific money questions.
This is an investment in our public safety.
Our thanks to Gus Rosendale from NBC New York for that report.
DigiDog. All right, Joe. Well, all those subscription services that you are paying for, including streaming, music, meal kits, they can be really hard to keep track of all that and also hard to cancel those subscriptions. But there are some steps you can take right now to cut down on your expenses. Here's what the experts had to say about going on an unsubscribing spree.
We all have that list of subscriptions we're paying for, from TV and music streaming to meal plans and fitness apps.
HBO Max and Netflix and Hulu, Spotify, I think gym memberships.
Charged automatically each month, whether we remember them or not. And as the Wall Street Journal recently reported, they add up. In a 2022 survey, respondents estimated they spent $86 a month on subscriptions. The actual average amount, $219. And it was far more for Lakeisha Mosley.
The pandemic really put us all financially in a tizzy. And so I was going through trying to establish a budget.
She found a plethora of forgotten subscriptions.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm paying for this and I'm paying for that.
Including a recurring ClassPass membership that was costing her about $1,000 a year.
I could count on one hand the time I signed in, maybe once or twice.
Mosley added up over $700 a month in subscription charges. She ended up canceling more than half. Subscribers like her are saying enough is enough. Cancellations for Netflix, Hulu, HBO Max, and others rose about 50% in 2022 from the previous year.
Are subscriptions one of those easy things to forget about because they're automatic?
Absolutely. Your subscriptions are so often, they're small amounts, so sometimes we forget about them. $5, $6, $12 a month.
And a proposed rule from the Federal Trade Commission would crack down on companies, ordering them to make it as easy to cancel as it was to sign up.
They need to tell you how long the trial period goes for, clearly have to tell you by when you have to cancel.
The FTC plan is now up for public comment. Meanwhile, there are a variety of apps that can help you keep track of expenses and flag subscriptions you may have forgotten.
I realized I was paying for 2 Netflix accounts and 2 Spotify accounts.
Dustin Hensley used the app Rocket Money to identify duplicate payments and a mystery $300 annual charge that he got refunded.
What advice would you give to other consumers, having gone through your experience?
Pay attention. You get nickel and dime. It's death by 1,000 cuts.
1,000 cuts. So if you don't want to use another app that you subscribe to clean up your subscriptions, expert Winnie Sun says streamline your payments. Keep them all on one credit card or debit card. Then set up alerts on your phone for when those charges hit. Then you'll be reminded, oh, yes, I still have this subscription. If you're not using it, that's the time to cancel it. The other option, it's extreme, Joe, but go on a subscription fast. You get rid of everything, then see if you can live without it. And then if you can't, you can always sign back up.
Ah, that's a good idea and also a difficult one. Thank you, Vicki. More young adults are deciding not to have kids, why some say climate change is contributing to that decision. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The White House is warning of a new deadly street drug called Trank. It's an animal tranquilizer commonly used on large animals that is now being mixed with fentanyl and other opioids. As NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro reports, there's a reason officials are so concerned about Trank in particular.
A deadly drug with no known antidote, worsening an already dire situation with fentanyl. It's commonly known as Trank, now being called an emerging threat by the White House. The lethal combination of fentanyl laced with xylazine, an animal tranquilizer, leading to a declaration for a federal response plan from the Biden administration within 90 days.
This new drug could be a nightmare. It's called xylazine. It's a deadly, skin-rotting zombie drug that evil drug dealers are now mixing with fentanyl, with heroin, and with other drugs.
The DEA warning that xylazine-related overdose deaths have risen in every region of the country, more than 1,000% across the South, up 750% in the West, and more than 500% in the Midwest between 2020 and 2021. Philadelphia feeling the devastating effects on the streets, one user saying Trank is everywhere.
There is no fentanyl that doesn't have Trank in it.
I would say it's probably our biggest challenge right now.
NBC's Dasha Burns with the city's director of the opioid response unit last month.
How much should people be sounding the alarm right now?
I think everybody should absolutely be sounding the alarm. The movement, similar to what we saw with fentanyl, is that it will be in every other substance.
Making it even more lethal, xylazine is not an opioid, so overdoses can't be reversed with naloxone, the remedy for fentanyl and heroin overdoses, better known as Narcan.
We don't have a medical detoxification best practice yet in place for it because, again, it wasn't something meant for human consumption.
The new threat in the midst of a growing opioid crisis with more than 71,000 fentanyl-related deaths across the country in 2021. But stemming the flow of fentanyl into and around the country, a constant battle. Last year, the DEA seized more than 57 million fentanyl-laced pills and more than 13,000 pounds of powder. And the seizure of the drug nationwide through the U.S. Postal Service increased by 150%, a large portion of it smuggled across the U.S.-Mexico border.
The Biden administration's drug czar, Dr. Rahul Gupta, is calling for $11 million in funding to build this strategy. The plans would include developing an antidote to combat overdoses and potentially asking Congress to make this a controlled substance. Back to you.
It has been almost 2 weeks since Minnesota mom Madeline Kingsbury vanished. She was last seen dropping off her kids at daycare. Now her family is speaking out about their search and the last person to see her. Reporter Olivia Prudzinski with our NBC Minnesota affiliate KTTC has their story.
A mother of 2 kids, a graduate student, and an employee at the Mayo Clinic, Madeline Kingsbury disappeared the morning of March 31st after dropping her kids off at daycare.
Her kids are her life. She doesn't really take a lot of time for herself, but she's always kind of happy and looking for new things to do with the kids.
Now Megan Kingsbury, sister of Madeline, is breaking her silence on the search.
There's no rule book to tell you how to go about this, and so a lot of the time it's kind of like a hurry up and wait situation.
Megan Kingsbury says the family has been out searching and the past week and a half has been exhausting. But the family is amazed by the amount of people helping in the search.
You know, we don't want to go home because then we feel like we're not doing anything. But even when we're here in town, we feel kind of helpless.
Megan Kingsbury explained while the father of Madeline's 2 kids has cooperated with law enforcement, he has not been involved with the family during this troubling time.
We haven't been in communication, no.
Family has its speculations and theories as to what happened leading up to Madeline's disappearance and who is to blame.
I think each of us family members have different ideas or thoughts about what may have happened, but nothing has really been confirmed, I guess, by law enforcement through any of their investigations.
Megan Kingsbury says she doesn't want Madeline to become a statistic. and the family will continue to be loud about this case.
From our Minnesota affiliate, that was Olivia Prynzinski reporting.
Well, up next, jury selection begins in the high-stakes Dominion defamation case against Fox News. Why the company says the network acted with actual malice. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and all those places you see there on your screen. The news continues right after this.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Making news right now. Police in San Francisco arrested a suspect this morning who's accused of stabbing and killing Cash App founder Bob Lee. The city's Board of Supervisors confirmed the arrest in an email to NBC News and wrote that it was not a random attack. So far, there is no word on a motive.
More protests are breaking out in Paris today ahead of a vote on President Macron's pension reform bill. As you can see in this video from earlier today, protesters stormed into the Louis Vuitton headquarters and set off flares inside. Now, if the Constitutional Council votes in favor of the bill tomorrow, the legal retirement age there would increase from 62 to 64.
Jury selection begins today in a massive defamation case against Fox News. Dominion Voting Systems is suing the network over bogus claims of fraud during the 2020 election.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has new details about the high-stakes trial.
At the center of Dominion Voting Systems' defamation suit against Fox News and its parent company, months of comments from top hosts and guests following the 2020 election, amplifying false claims the vote was rigged.
We have tremendous evidence already, but of fraud in this election.
Dominion alleges in a $1.6 billion suit, Fox damaged its reputation by knowingly spreading false claims about the company's voting machines to retain viewers.
We talked about the Dominion software. I know that there were voting irregularities.
According to court filings, text messages and internal communications reveal that some of Fox's most popular figures were ridiculing election fraud claims behind the scenes, pointing to this appearance from a Trump lawyer.
We have evidence of how they flipped the votes.
Tucker Carlson to fellow host Laura Ingraham, Sidney Powell is lying. Ingraham responding, calling Powell a complete nut. In excerpts of a sworn deposition, Chair of Fox Corporation Rupert Murdoch was asked if some hosts endorsed the narrative of a stolen election. Yes, they endorsed. Fox defends its election coverage and says Dominion's suit is designed to generate headlines, calling it a blatant violation of the First Amendment. Experts say the burden of proof in a defamation case is significant.
You have to show not only that the statements were false about someone, but that they were made with actual malice.
Now, the judge overseeing the case is sanctioning Fox for withholding evidence. According to a person present in the courtroom, Dominion lawyers played recordings former Fox producer Abby Grossberg made in 2020, which were not provided during discovery. Grossberg is suing Fox News, telling NBC's Cynthia McFadden she believes her deposition was coerced. But Fox says those claims are without merit.
Did the Fox lawyers attempt to intimidate you, harass you, push you to say things that were not true?
Oh, 100% they did, yeah. And I realized that the answers that they wanted me to say were putting me in a very vulnerable position to be the company's scapegoat.
So what yesterday's sanction means is that Dominion has the chance to conduct another deposition at Fox's expense. In a statement, Fox says it produced the supplemental information from Ms. Grossberg when we first learned it. Meanwhile, a Dominion spokesperson said in part, the emails, texts, and deposition testimonies speak for themselves. Fox knowingly spread lies, causing enormous damage to an American company. We look forward to going to trial.
That's so, Emily, there is a lot of interest in this one. Is
absolutely.
The judge going to allow cameras in court or audio recordings at all?
Well, despite the push from numerous media companies, he has ruled no recordings, and they will not be broadcasted. So we're just relying on some note-taking at this point.
All right, Emily Aketta. Emily, thank you so much.
Thank you, Em. The Tennessee State House is back to operating at full capacity after two black Democrats who were stripped of their titles are now reinstated. Representative Justin Pearson was sworn back in today, and Representative Justin Jones was sworn in on Monday. Both were expelled by the Republican majority for protesting gun violence on the House floor. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Nashville. Priscilla, you spoke with Pearson on his way into the chamber today, part of this big, massive group. What was his message to those who ousted him?
Yeah, Vicki, I asked him that specific question, and he told me that he wanted them to know that democracy and the First Amendment is alive and well in Tennessee and across this country. He also doubled down on his assertions that gun violence in this country can be prevented and continued to push for stricter gun laws. And as for where things stand on that issue here in Tennessee, we know that earlier this week, Republican Governor Bill Lee signed an executive order that would require more extensive background checks, and he called on the state legislature to pass a red flag law before the end of this session, but it remains to be seen whether or not that will actually happen in the coming weeks. Vicki?
Priscilla, it has been an intense 2 weeks of political and also racial conflicts. We should mention a third representative is a white woman. She survived that expulsion vote. Have things calmed down there at the Tennessee Capitol, or do tensions remain high?
Yeah, Vicki, the protests have died down significantly, but tensions do remain high. We saw some of that on display today as Democrats here said that they were ready to get back to work after this past week that they felt had been wasted on this talk of expulsion instead of focusing on substantive policy issues. But Republicans also spoke today after the session adjourned, and they said that Democrats are outside talking to their supporters when they should be focused on what is happening in the gallery behind me and working to pass that legislation. So it remains to be seen how exactly this body moves forward as tensions remain still so high on the ground here. Vicki.
NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, thank you so much.
A plastic surgeon in California is being charged with murder. Prosecutors are alleging the doctor cut corners to make more money, which resulted in one of his patients dying on the operating table. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin takes a look at the ongoing case.
A California plastic surgeon now facing a murder charge after new evidence alleged by the San Diego County District Attorney that he intentionally let a patient die on the operating table during a breast augmentation. Prosecutors say 36-year-old Megan Espinosa's death in 2018 was the result of Dr. Carlos Chacon's, quote, recklessness and putting profits before patients.
The defendant intentionally cut corners to make more money.
They say several preventable factors contributed to Espinosa's death after she went into cardiac arrest during surgery, including using an untrained registered nurse to provide anesthesia. The prosecutor also says Chacon delayed calling 911.
The defendant essentially doubled down on his practices and prevented other people from calling 911 and allowed Miss Espinosa to essentially suffocate.
Chacon was initially charged with involuntary manslaughter and several counts of practicing medicine without proper certification. But last week, he was arrested again after new information about the surgery was revealed. Prosecutors say he left Espinosa's surgery suite 4 times to see other patients as she lay dying and hid her condition from both her husband and the 911 dispatcher.
We believe this was to create a false official record to cover up the dire condition.
Chacon's attorney disputes that the alleged evidence rises to the level of murder and that the doctor took all the necessary steps to save Espinosa's life.
The new evidence is that he maybe walked into different rooms and checked on patients, which is what doctors do. That's the new evidence. It's a murder charge. I mean, this isn't like some type of malpractice charge. It's murder, and it requires a little more than that.
He pleaded not guilty to all the charges against him and is no longer listed on the jail website, indicating that he likely posted a $500,000 bond, according to NBC San Diego. But a big question remains. While he's out, will Chacon continue to practice? The judge ruling he can't complete a surgery except in an accredited facility, which his surgery center currently is not. The deputy district attorney also saying the California Medical Board is looking to revoke his medical license at his hearing next month.
If these allegations are proven to be correct, this is unforgivable conduct by any physician.
Dr. Anthony Yoon specializes in cosmetic surgery. He says if you're considering a surgeon, do your research. Make sure the doctor is certified by the American Board of Plastic Surgery. And most importantly, trust your instinct.
If you do a consultation with a doctor and that doctor seems rushed, they're not listening to you, they seem like they just want you to sign up and get your money, then you can be assured that when you're having that operation, that doctor may be acting the same way.
If Chacon does perform any surgeries, the judge said he must notify all patients that he's facing a murder charge. Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Well, each year, the National Recording Registry selects 25 culturally impactful songs to be enshrined within the Library of Congress.
NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the details on which songs made this year's esteemed list.
Just dance for me.
That unforgettable track on Queen Latifah's debut album, All Hail the Queen, more than 34 years ago, now enshrined in music history. Now, the Queen of Rap is the first woman rapper to be inducted into the National Recording Registry. The cross-genre album, just one of the 25 recordings selected by the National Recording Registry at the Library of Congress. There are hundreds of nominations each year, and selected recordings must be culturally, historically, or aesthetically significant to American culture and at least 10 years old.
They've, I think, really made an effort each year to go beyond classic rock and things like that, to include the early development of hip hop, and now this year reggaeton.
Daddy Yankee's Gasolina, which launched the Puerto Rican superstar to global fame almost 20 years ago, is now the first reggaeton hit to be inducted on the registry. And the legendary theme song for the Nintendo classic Super Mario Bros. By composer Koji Kondo became the first video game sound inducted.
The National Registry finds a place here to realize all the different shapes and sizes that recordings take that have been significant historically.
This year's list also honors pop legends and records that defined eras, like Madonna's first #1 album, Like a Virgin. Mariah Carey's iconic holiday tune, as well as rock stars and former Beatles. From the first recordings of mariachi music to the songs that catapulted singers into the stars. Sweet dreams are made of these. This year's inductees withstanding the test of time, and some even offering a message as timeless as their work.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Star Wars fans, stay tuned. The new shows and movies that were just announced when we come back. More NBC News Daily right after this.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
HBO Max is no more, but the streaming platform just simply rebranded. They're merging with Discovery Plus next month. They're going to be renamed Max. This comes as the parent company Warner Brothers Discovery announces a bunch of new shows.
From a TV adaptation of the Harry Potter series to new Game of Thrones prequels, plus a ton more coming next year in 2024. There is a lot to look forward to. So let's bring in Rotten Tomatoes contributing editor and correspondent Mark Ellis to walk us through some of this. So Mark, tell us about the HBO announcement, the Max announcement, and the shows that they're going to be releasing.
Yeah, so May 23rd is going to start like any normal day, except when you turn your TV on, it's just going to say Max for that HBO Max former streaming service. And with these announcements come some shows to get excited about later this year, like True Detective Season 4, The Sympathizer, and then we have the Penguin limited series coming next week. And then sometime in the future, we're going to have Harry Potter. Again, it's the Harry Potter books. They're being adapted for a series, very different than the movies, but telling the same story, maybe just a little more in depth.
Sign me up for all of it. So, Mark, another universe also expanding in a galaxy far, far away. Get the hint? What can you tell us about the new Star Wars content that's coming?
See, now you're speaking my language. I grew up a huge Star Wars fan, and back in the 90s, we didn't have all these fun announcements to get excited about. Now, it seems like something new is happening every week, especially when you talk about Star Wars Celebration, the huge epic event that happened in London this past weekend, where 3 movies were announced, in addition to premiering a new trailer for Ahsoka, which hits Disney Plus later on this summer. As a huge Star Wars fan, you want to get excited. Lucasfilm has been a little hesitant as to which direction to go with their new films. And so now we're just going to fork it. We get to go way back in the past. We get to stick with the Mandalorian timeline, and then we also get to go in the future post Rise of Skywalker.
I love this announcement because we're going to be talking about whatever comes from this like for years now.
They're smart.
Years and years, whether it's a Christmas release date or whatever it is. So Mark, let's talk about something in the now, the new Super Mario Brothers movie. It is booming at the box office. That's despite some mediocre reviews by film critics. For those who haven't seen it yet, should you trust the critics? Should you trust the numbers? What do you think?
I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle, because it is rotten on the tomato meter at 57%, but it is super fresh with the verified audience score, which means that families are having a great time with this movie. This broke the all-time worldwide animated opening weekend release, beating Frozen 2's record. So all you parents who wanted to get Let It Go out of your head, now you can replace that with the Super Mario Brothers theme.
So now we have Let It Go in our heads. Thanks.
Mark, before you go, tell us, what are you watching this weekend?
This weekend, I'm probably going to go to the theaters to check out Renfield, because if you tell me Nicolas Cage is going to be hamming it up, and I hate to do it, sinking his teeth into the role of Dracula, you got to see what that looks like. But I'm also really excited about season 2 of the 100-Foot Wave on HBO. If you don't feel like surfing, you just feel like some stand-up comedy, the last season of The Marvelous Miss Maisel is dropping this weekend as well. So there's a lot of options in addition to the NBA hoops I'll be checking out.
And Mark, we have a little bit of time left here. What are the reviews like for Marvelous Mrs. Maisel as it prepares to come out? So many people are looking forward to the final season here.
Yeah, well, I think, folks, if you have been a fan of this show, if you've been on the ride from the beginning, that the word is season 5 gives you exactly what you've been given the whole time, and it closes it up well. So there may not be a whole lot of new in this final season, more so tying the strings, but when you have a show like this that is so beloved, you want to send it off for the fans that have been there since the beginning. It feels like season 5 accomplishes that.
And it just feels like it's just building and building and building to the point where we want her to just finally make it big and have all of this success. Are you a fan?
I have not gotten into it.
But I've
heard great things about it. No, the cast was on the Today Show this morning, so bon voyage. Hope that season 5 is everything fans want it to be.
I hope so too. It's laugh out loud funny. All right, Rotten Tomatoes contributing editor and correspondent Mark Ellis. Mark, thank you so much for preparing us for the weekend. We appreciate it.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
There's growing uncertainty for some young people about whether to have kids because of climate change. With many in the country experiencing such drastic weather extremes, more Americans say they're worried about climate change than ever before. NBC News meteorologist Angie Lastman takes a closer look at this shift.
As the climate crisis gets worse, it's fueling a wave of anxiety in younger generations. Now, according to a recent poll, almost a quarter of them say climate change is impacting their decision to become a parent. And people under the age of 35 are more likely to report climate change as a reason not to have children compared to those born in the decade before them. Millennials and Gen Z were born into the most rapid time of global warming and grew up with more frequent and intense climate change-fueled disasters than any generation before them. Think Hurricane Katrina, the massive wildfires across the West, and an unprecedented amount of tornado outbreaks that are already double the average for this point in any single year. Some experts say the concerns about how to raise a family during this time are only growing.
Children symbolize the future. People tend to not want children if they don't feel hopeful and optimistic about the future ahead of them.
Lindsay Hurwitz says climate change is a big factor in why she's not having children.
It would just be so scary to bring a child into this world right now. I know the world is not ending in 50 years, but the natural disasters are going to continue to get worse and worse.
Growing up, the 38-year-old says she always thought she'd have kids. But when she got older, Hurwitz started to rethink parenting.
I started thinking about, like, what am I leaving my child to? And what world am I leaving them to? So it's just going to continue to get worse until we as a society and we as a government do something about it.
A new UN report says there's still hope to curb the catastrophic effects of climate change if governments take swift action now.
In the absence of effective leadership that really cares about this issue, potential parents, people who want to have children, people who care about the climate and care about future generations are really going to have to instill a completely different set of values in their own families.
What's the plan to solve climate change?
Science Moms, a group of moms from across the country, looks to empower families to make changes to off-put climate change.
When you decide to have kids, you don't know what having kids is going to be, right? No one can prepare you for parenthood.
Including new ways to electrify your home, talking and sharing with your children and other families about climate, and asking local officials about plans to tackle pollution.
There's nothing that's going to commit you more to a better world than having a child.
Angie Lastman, NBC News.
Well, Tupperware, a once essential household item, could soon become an expired product. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren takes a look at how this plasticware first found its way into our pantries and why the company is now struggling.
Tupperware? Now you're cooking.
The party may be over for an iconic American brand. Tupperware, the company that's become synonymous with food storage, now warning it could be headed for a default.
It needs to recapitalize and get more money to keep it going as a business. And there are doubts as to whether it can do that.
At a Tupperware home party. The colorful containers were once a staple in American kitchens. Its direct sales model allowing women to earn money, hosting Tupperware parties for their friends.
The home party system was absolutely the key, the heart to this product succeeding.
Tupperware seeped into pop culture, from All in the Family.
Welcome to my very first Tupperware party.
To the marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Ladies, these are some of the finest plastic products on the household market.
And it did see a sales boost during the pandemic, when suddenly everyone became home chefs.
They're good for food prepping.
But unlike the leftovers it has been keeping airtight for years, the Tupperware boom didn't last.
Some of the younger cohorts in Gen Z, they probably haven't even heard of Tupperware.
Today, the company telling NBC, with our independent sales team coupled with our recent expansion into Target and Amazon, we are excited about meeting consumers where they shop.
A big change many now hope will keep the company from closing its lid for good. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Now I want to throw a Tupperware party.
Well, listen, I'm all for the reusable containers, and it's great that they are trying to expand and meet customers where we shop.
Exactly.
Makes total sense.
All right, I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily. And if you throw that party, Joe, I'll come, okay?
That's good.
You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. The news continues right after this.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, April 13th, 2023, breaking news in custody. San Francisco police arrest a man after the stabbing death of that powerful tech executive. What we know about the suspect and his shocking connection to the victim.
Underwater, South Florida utterly drenched by 20 inches of rain falling in just a matter of hours. We'll show you the flash flooding and tell you where the cleanup efforts stand right now.
Supreme decision. The Department of Justice asks the Supreme Court to weigh in on whether the abortion pill should be available, how quickly the justices could get involved.
And unhappy returns. Even though most people are back at the office, a majority of workers say they still feel lonely. How to get out of your cubicle isolation.
It is 11 a.m. in Seattle, 1 p.m. in Little Rock, 2 p.m. in New York.
That's right. We begin with breaking news out of San Francisco, though. Officials in that city say police have made an arrest in the murder of Cash App founder Bob Lee.
The Silicon Valley mogul was stabbed to death back on April 4th, and now it appears it was not random. NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles joins us now with the latest on this breaking story. Nayela, this killing happened 9 days ago. How were police finally able to make this arrest?
Right. Well, Kate, we do know that police did make an arrest early this morning, and that's according to the city's Board of Supervisors president, who says that the attack was not a random attack. Now, like you mentioned, it's been more than a week since Bob Lee was stabbed to death in San Francisco last Tuesday around 2:30 a.m. Since then, police have been pretty tight-lipped about this, saying that they're focused on solving the case. Since then, they have not released a possible motive, but the district attorney has told us that a key part of this investigation here was Bob Lee's cell phone that police were hoping to use to track his movements leading up to the stabbing. And we do know that there's going to be a press conference this afternoon where we expect to learn more about the suspect and the circumstances around Bob Lee's murder. Kate?
And hey, Nyla, it's Savannah. So how have Lee's friends and family been remembering him? What have we heard from them in the last 9 days?
Right. So his friends are remembering him as someone who is happy, who always made them laugh, was always there to help them through difficult times. And one of the most touching moments in the last week has been the statement that was released from his 14-year-old daughter, Scout, released by her mother. In it, it says, "I'm devastated that somebody would be so cruel to take away my father's life." She says he was the best man, an even better father. And if you ask anyone who knew him, they'd always say that he was the best and that they would always have some amazing stories to share about him. And we've seen a lot of those stories being shared in the last week and a half, Savannah. So at this press conference, it will be very interesting to learn about the circumstances and why police believe that he was killed. Savannah?
All right, Nyla Charles, thank you for your reporting on this. Just heartbreaking. And again, we have this breaking news of an arrest made here, an alleged suspect in that stabbing. Thank you so much. Well, there's breaking news in the battle over a commonly used abortion pill. The Justice Department is asking the Supreme Court now to step in on the debate. So here's what happened overnight. A federal appeals court blocked part of a ruling issued by a Texas judge last week. Now, this latest decision does keep the drug on the market, but there's now more limited availability. At the state level and separately, Florida is poised to pass one of the strictest abortion bills in the country, banning the procedure at just 6 weeks. We've got MSNBC legal analyst Cynthia Oxney joining us now on this to talk through that Justice Department request, as well as Dasha Burns in Florida to tell us what's happening in that state. Cynthia, I'll start with you. So the Department of Justice asking the Supreme Court to step in. How quickly could we see them take up this issue, and does it seem likely that that is what happens here?
Well, the Texas rulings go into effect Saturday night at midnight. So the Department of Justice is asking for a stay so that the Texas rulings do not go into effect and that the drug would be widely available. We know the Fifth Circuit has made it so that while the drug is available, it is not available by mail, and it is not available for women after they are more than 7 weeks pregnant, when most women don't, or many women don't know they're pregnant. So those are the big differences that we're looking at in trying to get a stay and hoping that comes before midnight on Saturday. If it doesn't come, and this case just has to work its way through the courts, well, probably will take it at least a year. And during that time period, the drug will not be widely available.
So, Cynthia, we've been reminding our audience, just because this is sort of a tricky one here. It's not the moral question of abortion kind of up for debate here. It has to do with the FDA's approval of this drug, a drug that's been on the market for about 2 decades. What kind of precedent could this ruling ultimately set if the FDA's approval of this drug is revoked? If courts, if judges intervening with the FDA's process of approving a drug were to happen?
Well, it throws the entire drug regimen out the window. I mean, if anybody can challenge a drug that was approved 23 years ago and is deemed safer than, say, penicillin, Tylenol, and Viagra, if anybody can throw that into question if they disagree morally, which is essentially, what happened here. The plaintiffs in the case are morally opposed to abortion, and they've done this creative attack. If anybody can do that, it throws our entire drug regimen out of whack. The other thing that's important to know is at the timing of the Dobbs decision, it was the feeling of the Supreme Court that they had figured out a way to thread the needle and send the abortion question to states so that states would decide what's right for their states. So if the blue states wanted it and the red states didn't, could work that out. If this is upheld, that's not going to work. That system's not going to work, because here a federal judge in a red state where there's no abortion has blocked the opportunity for women to use this drug all over the country. So that attempted compromise is then thrown out the window, and women really have to figure out a way to get their rights protected, and so far it's not working.
Absolutely. It brings up an important question of how the Supreme Court would handle a different type of challenge here. Dasha, let me bring you in here now and talk about Florida. So the House is poised to ban abortions after just 6 weeks of pregnancy in that state. Tell us, how's that being met on the ground? What are you hearing?
Well, we've seen a lot of action here in the first half of the day. Savannah, there were protesters here in front of the House of Representatives as the bill is on the floor right now being debated. Some of the Democratic lawmakers who are in the minority here actually at one point joined the protesters. The gallery just a few hours ago had to be cleared because there were demonstrations inside of the chambers as well. That's now locked down for the rest of the day. So a lot of heat, a lot of passion, a lot of disruptions so far today. But here's the point. Right now, Florida has a 15-week ban on abortion. This bill would take that down to 6 weeks. Republicans say that this is an effort to protect life. Democrats say that this effectively bans abortion because so many women don't know that they're pregnant at 6 weeks. It's important not just for the state, though, but the entire region, because if you look at a map, you've got Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana with all-out bans, Georgia with a heartbeat ban. So Florida was sort of the last frontier where there was the 15-week ban, but that was slightly less restrictive than the surrounding states. And now you're essentially seeing this area become, the South become an abortion desert effectively once this bill gets implemented, guys.
Yeah, and that patchwork is certainly something to keep an eye on. Dasha Burns, Cynthia Oxney, thank you both so much.
Right now, a state of emergency is in effect in Broward County in South Florida after a huge amount of rain there. Take a look at these images out of Fort Lauderdale. Parts of the city totally inundated, people using boats. Right now, crews are going door to door to rescue stranded people. The torrential rains led to scenes like this at Fort Lauderdale's airport. The tarmac kind of look like a lake. At the same time, we're seeing record high temperatures across much of the rest of the U.S. Major metro areas will see temps 20 to 30 degrees above average from the upper Midwest to New England. Bill Cairns is standing by with the latest forecast, but let's get right to NBC South Florida reporter Julia Bragg live at Fort Lauderdale's airport for us. Julia, what's the situation there now?
Yeah, so Kate, we're talking record rainfalls that have led to scenes like here behind me, water shutting down Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. In fact, no planes will be going in or out today. They are hoping to get things back up and running at 5 o'clock in the morning. But the water you're looking at here is 5 feet deep in some places. And what you can't see, what's beneath the water, is debris, things like grass clippings and just other parts that they don't want aircraft rolling over. It could cause problems like getting into the brake system or even being ingested into the engine. So it's simply not safe to move these aircraft, and it's so much water that airport officials have no way to move it out. It's simply too much, and even if they did, there's been so much rain around the city of Fort Lauderdale, there's simply no place to put it. So what the Broward mayor has said to me is they have to wait and let nature take its course, let the water recede, and so that's why they can't have any planes in the air today. They're hoping for 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, but he confessed to me that that is an optimistic goal because there's nothing they can do to help the situation. We're talking hundreds of flight cancellations and so many passengers just sleeping on the ground here, really ready to go home. But it's unclear if and when they'll be able to get out of here. I'm Julia Bragg in Fort Lauderdale. Now back to you, Kate.
Okay, Julia, thank you. And yeah, it's spring break time. A lot of people trying to go to Florida right now. Bill, we've seen a lot of these extreme rain events in recent months. I've heard you say that there's a connection to climate change. Can you explain that?
Yeah, let's talk first about climate change and different weather events, because we have a kind of a handy graph here. So with some areas of weather, like extreme heat, extreme cold. We have a better understanding of the influence of climate change and a better way to measure it when they do happen. But when we have things like tornadoes and wildfires, not as much. We don't have a relationship to say that because of climate change and our warming planet, we're having more tornadoes. So as far as extreme rainfall events goes, it's kind of in the middle here. We definitely have an understanding that the warmer the air is, the more moisture it can hold, and events like yesterday, which are close to the ocean, which is warmer than it should be, that because of climate change, we have more energy available. So that is a possibility. And then the ability to detect the influence, that's kind of in the middle grounds also. And as far as like what yesterday happened, I mean, it was 26 inches of rain that was measured right by the airport. And that happened in only 6 hours of time. I mean, that's incredible. That's almost like a possibility of a Florida rainfall record. We'll find that out in the days ahead. But a very rare event and historic, especially in a highly populated area.
All right, Bill Cairns, thanks so much. Appreciate it. And Julie Bagg. Twitter getting into finance, and when it comes to buying video games, millennials have the high score.
Steve Kovac joins us now at today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, Twitter is partnering with a social trading company to allow users to buy and sell stocks. The new feature will begin rolling out today and also allows users to buy and sell cryptocurrencies and other financial assets through a partnership with eToro. Twitter CEO Elon Musk has made it his mission to turn Twitter into a so-called super app that offers users financial services on top of social media. And one of the largest banks in the country is bringing its senior staff to the office full-time. JP Morgan announced that senior bankers would no longer have a hybrid work option and are expected to report in person 5 days a week. And a new study found that millennials spend more time playing video games than Gen Z. Fandom's annual report also revealed that younger generations prefer competitive gaming with social connections like Fortnite, while millennials prefer individual role-playing games like God of War. Guys, as a gamer who's a millennial, I agree with that.
A gamer, I love it. Steve Kovac, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, ahead, growing health concerns after a massive fire in Indiana. What's being done to keep surrounding communities safe from toxic fumes? You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Right now, toxic smoke is still in the air in the eastern Indiana city of Richmond. The massive fire at a plastics recycling facility there has forced at least 1,500 people from their homes. And now there's concern the cloud of smoke may be drifting into new parts of the city. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is following this for us. Ron, what progress have crews been able to make so far today? And is there any timeline on when people will actually get to go back home?
They're still saying this is going to burn for some time and could be into the weekend. That's the latest information that we're still getting on the ground there. Yes, the cloud sort of shifted, but it's also less today than it was yesterday, authorities are saying, which is good news, but the fire is still burning. It's a massive facility that they're trying to get to, 6 buildings, 14 acres, what's been described as a warehouse filled with plastic. And firefighters had difficulty getting to the building because it was so disorganized. There were trucks outside of it. There were other piles of plastic outside of it, a lot of obstacles, but they managed to get past some of that, and they're making more progress today. Still, the evacuation order remains in place for about 1,500 people, a half-mile radius. Some people say they're not leaving their homes. Here's what they have to say.
I decided to stay. I thought, where am I going to go? There's no place to go. I have nobody.
I can't afford to leave my house and for my house to be broke into because they advertise that we're empty.
I've been here since I was 5 years old. I'm not leaving the house.
Most people do seem to be heeding the warning, however, to get out. And if you live beyond the evacuation zone, authorities are saying if you can smell smoke and see it, that you should move from that particular place. The wind is shifting, and they're monitoring that and determining what other areas of the city might need to be evacuated or where there might be a shelter-in-place order. But again, this continues again today. Now, it's the third day of this.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Ron Allen, thank you.
Well, former President Donald Trump is back in New York City today. He sat for a deposition in a civil lawsuit brought by the New York's Attorney General. The $250 million case accuses Trump of inflating his net worth in order to get better loan agreements. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis joins us on this now. Hey there. So to be clear, this is a different case than the criminal suit that Trump is also facing in New York, and that indictment that we followed minute by minute from when he left the ground to when he landed, all that kind of stuff. So this is not related to that, which is why it hasn't been all out coverage here. But give us a refresher on this civil lawsuit and what's happened so far today.
Well, this civil lawsuit, you're right, is very different. In fact, one is criminal, one is civil. This case comes as a result of a 3-year investigation by the New York State Attorney General, Letitia James. She looked at the Trump company for 10 years, from 2011 to 2021, I'm sorry, and she concluded that he routinely inflated the value of his properties in order to get bank loans for things like hotels, high-rises, and golf courses. And she says that's against the law. It should also mention that this case names not just the former President Trump, but also his 3 oldest children, as well as the Trump Organization. So what she's saying, that the first deposition occurred back in August. The civil lawsuit had not yet been filed. At that time, the former president took the fifth some 400 times, which is his legal right to do so. After that deposition, that's when she actually filed this case, which he's being deposed on about right now. Savannah?
All right, Rahima Ellis, thank you very much for reporting on this.
U.S. officials know who was responsible for that massive leak of classified government documents. It was an inside job. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
President Biden is keeping busy in Ireland today. He delivered an address to the parliament there, part of a days-long trip to the country that has been both political and personal. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is in Dublin for us. Kelly, what was the theme of the president's remarks today?
Well, Kate, the president certainly wanted to connect on that personal level, talking a lot about his own family roots and the importance of the Irish-American story and how it connects here to the Republic of Ireland. But he also talked about contemporary issues like the support for Ukraine. And in Ireland, many families have taken in refugees from Ukraine and the ongoing support to try to help Ukraine in its fight against Russia. So there was that kind of connection, and also about the long-standing ties between our two countries, the United States and the Republic of Ireland, and, of course, marking the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, which ended the troubles in Northern Ireland. President Biden was warmly received, and at the end of his address to Parliament, one of the officials here said, "We're not allowed to be political, but, Mr. President, 4 more years." Tonight, there is a gala dinner, and, of course, the president is doing some more of the family roots tomorrow when he visits County Mayo. Kate?
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you.
All right, we're taking a closer look at climate change and its impact on families.
The growing climate crisis causing some people to reconsider having children, concerned about what the future could look like for those kids. NBC's Angie Lassman has more.
As the climate crisis gets worse, it's fueling a wave of anxiety in younger generations. Some say they're rethinking whether they want to start a family or even how they'll do it in a world with a very uncertain climate future.
We're not sure that we're going to have kids because we don't want to bring our kids into a world like this.
I don't have kids, but it has impacted my thoughts.
I definitely want to leave the world in a better place for my kids.
I want to make sure to raise children who are aware of this.
Now, according to a recent poll, almost a quarter of them say climate change is impacting their decision to become a parent. And people under the age of 35 are more likely to report climate change as a reason not to have children compared to those born in the decade before them. Millennials and Gen Z were born into the most rapid time of global warming and grew up with more frequent and intense climate change-fueled disasters than any generation before them. Think Hurricane Katrina, the massive wildfires across the West, and an unprecedented amount of tornado outbreaks that are already double the average for this point in any single year. Some experts say the concerns about how to raise a family during this time are only growing.
Children symbolize the future. People tend to not want children if they don't feel hopeful and optimistic about the future ahead of them.
Lindsay Hurwitz says climate change is a big factor in why she's not having children.
It would just be so scary to bring a child into this world right now. I know the world is not ending in 50 years, but the natural disasters are going to continue to get worse and worse.
Growing up, the 38-year-old says she always thought she'd have kids. But when she got older, Hurwitz started to rethink parenting.
I started thinking about, like, what am I leaving my child to? And what world am I leaving them to? So it's just going to continue to get worse until we as a society and we as a government do something about it.
A new UN report says there's still hope to curb the catastrophic effects of climate change if governments take swift action now.
In the absence of effective leadership that really cares about this issue, potential parents, people who want to have children, people who care about the climate and care about future generations are really going to have to instill a completely different set of values in their own families.
What's the plan to solve climate change?
Science Moms, a group of moms from across the country, looks to empower families to make changes to off-put climate change.
When you decide to have kids, you don't know what having kids is going to be, right? No one can prepare you for parenthood.
Including new ways to electrify your home, talking and sharing with your children and other families about climate, and asking local officials about plans to tackle pollution.
There's nothing that's going to commit you more to a better world than having a child.
Angie Lassman, NBC News.
great report there.
It
Certainly a
saddens
talker.
me. It saddens me because
does.
I have kids in early 20s, late teens, and they're all talking about this. That they're so worried that they're not sure they want to have families.
Climate anxiety is a very real thing, and
It
that's a
is.
real impact of something like that.
We're going to be talking about that, I think, next week on this program.
We will keep reporting on it. I have climate anxiety. We'll keep doing it.
Don't we all?
All right, well, coming up, the 2 expelled Tennessee lawmakers are now back at the State House. How that could impact the state's gun control laws. You are watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Protesters in Paris set off flares today as they stormed the headquarters of the luxury goods company that owns Louis Vuitton. They're calling for the French government to scrap its plans to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64. They say the government should increase taxes on the rich instead. Today is the 12th day of these nationwide protests since January, and it comes on the eve of a crucial court ruling on President Macron's proposal.
The Biden administration announced today it is planning to expand health care coverage to thousands of immigrants brought to the U.S. as children. Under Biden's plan, the so-called Dreamers would be able to sign up for health insurance through Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act. The move comes despite the fact that the DACA program, as it's called, remains in legal limbo.
California Senator Dianne Feinstein is asking to be temporarily replaced on the Senate Judiciary Committee while she recovers from shingles. She's been facing growing calls to resign after missing nearly 60 Senate votes this session. The 89-year-old is the oldest member in Congress and has not cast a vote since mid-February.
Breaking news now on that massive leak of classified Defense Department documents. 2 law enforcement officials have confirmed to NBC News the identity of the suspected leaker. Let's get right to NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie. She's been following this closely. Courtney, what do we know about this suspected leaker?
So he's a 21-year-old Air National Guardsman out of Massachusetts. So we don't know a whole lot yet, candidly, other than the fact that these documents appear to have been leaked or provided on this Discord system for a matter of years now. At 21 years old, that means that he would have had access to top secret classified documents, since he was potentially 19 years old, which may be surprising to people. But I think as we're starting to get a sense of what exactly happened here, what unfolded with the leak of these documents, one big takeaway that I am getting out of this is that it shows the sheer scope of how far some of these classified documents go. Now, we know there's at least one intelligence branch that's based out of, it's a Massachusetts Guard unit that's based out at Cape Cod. It's called Otis National Guard Base. We don't know for sure if that's where he was assigned, but if that is the case, if that's where he was assigned, then it would make sense that he would potentially have access to that. Now, all that being said, we've been asking these questions. The Pentagon briefing is ongoing right now. It should be wrapping up pretty soon, actually. But we've been asking these exact questions ever since we got an idea that someone was about to be arrested and may even have been arrested at this point. We're trying to confirm that right now. The Pentagon is not saying anything. They are pushing all of the questions about this to DOJ. They are Department of Justice. They're saying that this continues to be under investigation. One little piece of information that we do now know, according to Brigadier General Pat Ryder, who's the press secretary at the Pentagon, is that based off of these disclosures, the fact that they now know that a number of documents were put on this Discord database, based off of that, the Pentagon is continuing to review now who gets the distribution of who gets these kinds of documents, and they may be limiting some of those distributions. Here's exactly how General Ryder explained it at the press briefing just moments ago.
We continue to review a variety of factors as it relates to safeguarding classified materials. This includes examining and updating distribution lists, assessing how and where intelligence products are shared, and a variety of other steps. I would say, though, that it is important to understand that we do have stringent guidelines in place for safeguarding classified and sensitive information.
But one of those guidelines is that if there is some classified information, you're only supposed to be able to access it if it's on a need-to-know basis. What this case demonstrates is that even if that is the rule or the policy, this need-to-know basis, clearly there are cases where individuals are able to access information that they don't necessarily need on a need-to-know basis. And in this case, it appears that he was even able to print them out. So this is unfolding very rapidly, but this is that's what we know for right now, Kate.
Yeah, and also able to spread this for a long time before anyone really seemed to notice. So many questions. Courtney Kuby,
exactly.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Jury selection is underway in Dominion Voting Systems' $1.6 billion defamation case against Fox News. Now, Dominion is that company that makes voting machines, and it accuses Fox of damaging its reputation by pushing conspiracy theories that it rigged the 2020 presidential election. Well, starting today, a court in Delaware is working to identify 12 jurors and 6 alternates who can give an impartial opinion on the case. Well, we are now hearing desperate 911 calls made as a mass shooting was unfolding at a Louisville bank on Monday. One of the calls from the shooter's own mother as she tried to warn authorities about the impending massacre. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now on this from Louisville, Kentucky. Hey, Morgan, these calls are tough to hear. Yesterday, as you were on the air with us, we had just gotten this information coming in. Tell us what we know now.
Yeah, Savannah, every bit of evidence that has come out following Monday's shooting has only painted a more disturbing picture here. We had the police body cam that showed the chaos of how things were outside Old National Bank when police were engaged with the gunman in a heavy gunfight. But these newly released 911 calls paint an incredibly chilling portrait of what was happening on the inside. And not only that, we do hear from the mother of the gunman who called police to warn them something could be horribly wrong.
911, Operator Valves, where is your emergency? My son might be because he has a gun and he's heading toward the Old National.
Chilling 911 audio from the mother of the Louisville shooter as the deadly rampage was unfolding.
I don't know what to do. I need your help. I think he's never hurt anyone. He's a really good kid. Please don't come up to him.
The mother called authorities to warn them about her son, sharing his roommate told her something was wrong.
He's nonviolent. He's never done anything. Please. Okay, and you don't believe he owns guns? I know he doesn't own any guns.
The mother unaware of the purchase just 6 days earlier, when police say the gunman illegally bought an AR-15. The family telling NBC their son suffered from mental health challenges, but there were never any warning signs. From inside the bank, more calls pouring into 911.
I'm in the closet with one person. Yeah, I hear gunshots. Is that shot fired? Yeah. Okay, just stay quiet.
The first 911 call coming from outside the building. The caller witnessing the horror unfold on a video conference call.
We heard multiple shots and everybody started saying, oh my God, and then he came into the port.
Okay, stay.
The attack left 5 people dead and 8 others injured. One of them, rookie police officer Nicholas Wilt. The 26-year-old, just days into his job, struck in the head before his partner fired the fatal shot, killing the gunman. Late Wednesday, hundreds of mourners took part in a vigil just blocks away from the crime scene. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear emotional about losing one of his friends and having to tell his wife.
This person murdered my friend. Calling your friend's wife, who's also your friend, to tell her that her husband is gone is amongst the hardest things I have ever done.
And if there is any silver lining in any of this, it's that almost daily the hospital has announced that of those 9 patients that were wounded or injured in this shooting, some have been released. At last check, only 2 patients remain in an area hospital. One of them listed in fair condition. The other, 26-year-old officer Nicholas Wilt, in critical but stable condition following that head wound when he responded to this shooting. Savannah.
All right, Morgan Chesky, please keep us updated on how they recover. Thank you so much.
For many migrants who come to the U.S., the goal is often to find work. An NBC News investigation discovered many migrant kids end up in dangerous and illegal work situations in slaughterhouses. And now, months later, it's still happening. NBC's Julia Ainsley spoke to one teen, and we want to warn you, some of the images are disturbing.
In a small Kansas town, an undocumented 16-year-old we're calling Pedro to protect his identity is heading to work the overnight shift to clean a slaughterhouse. That hazardous work illegal for anyone under 18. This is the slaughterhouse floor after it was scrubbed down. And this is what it looked like when workers arrived before their overnight shift.
What was work like last night?
Fue muy pesado.
Well, it was very tough.
What do you clean?
Donde mata las vacas.
Where they kill the cows. I have to clean all the blood of the cows until I finish, and I have to leave my area clean.
Pedro tells us his shift starts around 11 p.m. and ends around 6 a.m., giving him just enough time to shower and get to high school. Pedro says he has been working there since he was 15, up to 7 days a week.
Did you have trouble staying awake and learning?
Me cuesta mucho como.
Yes, it takes its toll. It's very tiring, and also because of the sleepiness.
Pedro works for Packers Sanitation Services, Inc., or PSSI. In February, the company settled with the U.S. Labor Department after investigators uncovered more than 100 children, some as young as 13, working illegally. As part of its settlement, PSSI pledged it would no longer hire children and paid a $1.5 million fine, a tiny fraction of its revenues. Nationwide, children were fired at multiple PSSI locations, according to some company employees. But Pedro is still on the job, a dangerous job. Like other child workers, he told us he'd been severely burned from powerful cleaning chemicals.
I noticed you were coughing. Is that from the chemicals?
Yes, it's because the chemicals are strong.
Pedro says he fled poverty in Guatemala 2 years ago. He relied on a smuggler to illegally cross the U.S. border and bring him here alone to find a job. He says he sends almost all of his salary to his parents more than 2,000 miles away.
They thank me because there are a lot of people here who spend the money as they please, and we earn the money the hard way.
PSSI would not grant an interview, but has said it uses the government's E-Verify system to confirm employees' work eligibility and suggests responsibility lies with underage employees that deceive the company about their age. Pedro told us he used fake papers that say he is an adult to get the job.
These kids are living in fear that these kids will do
anything.
Pastor Joel David Tuche says he knows of more than a dozen children, mainly Guatemalans, who were told by their smugglers and the people they live with they had no choice but to clean slaughterhouses at night.
You wish you could take all of them in and figure out a way to let them live their age, let them enjoy what other kids their age are enjoying here in the United States.
Because they weren't allowed to be?
That was robbed from them.
When you work in that slaughterhouse?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you have to act like an adult, and if you mess up, you get treated like an adult, which none of these kids have the maturity to handle that emotional stress.
Meanwhile, with the money Pedro earns, he continues to pay off his $2,500 debt to that smuggler.
We have only enough for our food and the rent, only that.
Like many child migrants, he lives with a relative that charges him rent. We asked him what he misses most.
I am alone. I miss my parents, my family.
So PSSI did ask NBC News for Pedro's real name, but we're withholding it to allow him to share his story freely without the danger of losing the job he says he needs. PSSI also said that it won't tolerate any underage workers working for them and that they want to fire him immediately and that they are redoubling efforts to identify him.
Julia, I hope you'll keep this reporting up. It's so important. Thank you so much, Julia Ainsley.
Coming up, being together but feeling alone. Why people who are coming back to the office are still feeling isolated. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In today's mental health check, feelings of loneliness at work, they're at an all-time high, even for employees who are back in the office with their colleagues.
Right, after COVID. According to Entrepreneur magazine, 55% of global workers, 55% say they feel lonely at work on a weekly basis. Let's bring in licensed clinical social worker Kelly Kitley. She's a frequent guest for us here. And Kelly, I guess what is causing this? You know, we came back from the pandemic. I guess people probably think I should feel better. I'm around my colleagues again. Why are people feeling lonely?
Well, you mentioned a key word that should gets us in trouble all the time. You know, we really are looking at people returning to work and morale is down. A lot of companies are making cuts and people are still feeling isolated, even though they have returned back to work. Maybe they're not engaging with employees as much, or they're feeling like the days they are going into the office, there aren't other coworkers who are there. And there's been a high turnover with different companies and mass layoffs. And clients of mine that are experiencing this in their companies are reporting if there just feels to be some kind of negativity around them and that they're really looking to have deeper, more fulfilling connections. It's not about the quantity of people who are in the office, but it's really about connecting and having quality relationships with the people that you work with.
I think everything you just said, so many companies in their own ways are feeling, even if there weren't layoffs, there's still that hybrid aspect. So you come in and it feels kind of spooky almost if the halls are empty. Is this something that everyone is sort of going through right now, given COVID and in their career and what we've been through? Or are there certain types of people, certain jobs that are more impacted by this?
Great question. So it really depends on the company culture as well. And so if you know that, you know, people are bringing in donuts in the morning to connect, or they're organizing lunches for everybody to get together, I'm really encouraging my clients who are feeling lonely at work to be proactive and try to initiate things and really connect outside of sitting behind your screen. We're so connected technology-wise, but the human condition is real emotional, personal connection with human beings.
Yes.
So really feeling supported in your job and feeling that your employer values you and is giving you praise for the work that you're doing.
So what do we do? What do we do to combat this loneliness?
Connection, connection, connection. Loneliness breeds in isolation. And so whether that's asking somebody in your office to go grab a quick cup of coffee, or making sure that you are creating things in the community, maybe ask somebody to go to a yoga class after work, or you could even initiate having a health and wellness day. I think employers really need to back their employees.
Oh no, Kelly Kitley, our fave. Are you frozen forever or can we get you back? Control room, what do we think? Still frozen, we hear.
Well, I'll tell you a little anecdote that I was just about to say, which is during COVID, during the pandemic, some of my colleagues at Nightly News formed a group where we would exercise together every morning.
Goodness, that is fantastic.
Virtually, remote. And it really worked. And I did that with my family as well. We did, my sisters and my mom did yoga every weekend. So she's not wrong. Like some of these little things that you can do might sound silly, but it can really help.
Absolutely. And I think that with the people that you are in office with, getting that coffee, doing little things like that, so helpful. Well, Kelly, thank you very much. There's more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
Welcome back. This morning, Tennessee Democrat Justin Pearson was sworn in as a state representative once again. The Shelby County Board of Commissioners voted unanimously yesterday to reinstate him after he was removed last week. Speaking today, Pearson raised the issue of gun violence again and criticized Cameron Sexton, the Republican Speaker of the Tennessee House.
God needed to wake us up to the reality of this moment, that we've got a new generation and new ideas and new beliefs in order to guide us into the future. And so what Cameron Sexton meant for bad, God has turned into good.
Under state rules there, a primary and special election for the seat must still be held. Pearson has said he will seek re-election. Well, for one Wisconsin high school baseball star, defying the odds is becoming a routine play.
After Eric Teagues was seriously injured back in the Waukesha Christmas parade attack, his dreams of playing college ball nearly vanished. Well, now the high school senior is not only back on the field, he's fielded multiple college offers. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster joins us now on this. Hey, Shaq, I know you were there for the first game of his season. Tell us about this.
Good afternoon, Kate and Savannah. Well, yes, we traveled to Waukesha, Wisconsin last week to see Eric Teagues and the Waukesha South baseball team in action for the first game of the season. And being there, it looked and felt like a normal spring high school game. It was chilly, fans were loud, and there was so much excitement. But when you look closer at who was playing on that field and why some fans were so excited, it reveals a story that is far more impressive.
Now batting for the black shirts, senior center fielder number 4, Eric Teagues.
This trip to the plate is something close to a miracle for high school baseball star Eric Teagues.
He's running good.
Got his first hit.
Especially after November 2021.
What do you remember from that day?
I remember going to the parade, and then it just felt like I got shoved from behind.
That shove was the force of a red SUV hitting Eric, barreling through his marching band at the annual Waukesha Christmas parade. The attack killed 6 and injured 62 others. Eric's broken femur was only the beginning.
I had broken ribs on my left side, and then the scapula was broken, and then I had a C4 fracture, and then I had a concussion.
He spent 3 days in the ICU, later bound to a wheelchair, injuries that threatened his college baseball dreams.
I thought college was gone. Yeah, I did for sure.
But from his first steps to a stiff throw, Eric made it back in just 4 months, at least partially.
You're not as strong as you used to be, so it's like tough mentally.
You could tell he's hurting and limping and struggling through it, but that was, his pain he was fighting through to get back to where he was.
Doctors only cleared Eric to pitch, so he took the mound, catching the attention of college scouts.
And let's be clear here, I mean, you were limping, but you were still pitching, and that's when you got recruited.
Yeah.
You were pretty good. Is it true?
Yeah.
Would you call yourself pretty good?
Yeah, I would say.
His friend Tyler Pudliner, who was marching next to Eric at the parade, was behind the plate for his first pitch.
Didn't end in our favor, the scoreboard-wise, but at the same time, it's about going out there and having fun.
Coach.
This spring, Eric is a team captain and back to full strength, starting his senior year with a win.
How did it feel, man?
It felt great being out there, and it was a great win by the whole team.
And next year, he'll play at Wisconsin's Beloit College.
Will you ever take seeing him out there for granted?
No.
Oh, no, never.
No.
No. Every catch, every at-bat.
Yep.
Yeah, what Eric's message is like, you want to do it, you may have to fight for it, but you can do it.
Living the mantra still proudly displayed across the Wisconsin town.
Being out on that field, is that Waukesha strong for you?
Yeah, it just shows that nothing can stop us. We're strong.
You may notice that Eric always had a smile on his face throughout that story. And you know, one thing his mother told me is that despite all his hurdles, he never lost his goofy personality and sense of humor. They are also very proud to point out that his passion and excellence extends beyond the field and into the classroom. As things currently stand, Savannah and Kate, Eric is set to graduate with a 4.17 grade point average.
Oh my goodness.
Amazing. Congrats.
Anyone with
to
over a
him.
4.0, I mean.
That's amazing. I was wondering too, because I have a senior in high school myself. Is he going to be able to go to college? Is he going to be able to play in college?
Yes, he'll be playing in college. He's going to Beloit College in Wisconsin. He'll be in the outfield. He'll also be pitching. He is very excited about that, a major accomplishment.
Fantastic.
Shaq, thank you so much.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Savannah Sellers. You're watching NBC News Digital.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, April 13th, 2023. Breaking news, murder in Silicon Valley. A tech executive stabbed to death. The suspect, another tech executive. The new details police are just revealing.
Flooding emergency. South Florida soaked by what scientists are calling a 1,000-year storm. More than 2 feet of rain in 24 hours. Where cleanup efforts stand right now.
Supreme uncertainty. The Justice Department asks the nation's highest court, the Supreme Court, to take up the abortion pill. Just how soon the High Court could get involved.
And hot mess. Ever feel like your clutter piles up faster than you can clean up? Well, you might want to embrace the chaos and say so long to spring cleaning. I like the sound of that.
That got my attention.
Yeah, I'm all in.
We're going to begin, though, with that breaking news out of San Francisco. In just a few minutes, we expect to hear from city officials holding a press conference after confirming that police have made an arrest in the killing of Cash App founder Bob Lee.
Yeah, you'll probably remember he was found stabbed to death back on April 4th, and now it appears the attack was not random. NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles joins us with the latest on this. Hi, Nyala. So this killing 9 days ago, that's when this happened. What do we know about how police were finally able to make an arrest?
Well, Savannah, we know police did make an arrest early this morning, and that's according to the city's Board of Supervisors president, who says this wasn't a random attack. Now, like you mentioned, it's been more than a week since Bob Lee was stabbed to death last Tuesday around 2:30 a.m. in San Francisco. Since then, police haven't released any information about this investigation, saying they're focused on solving it. The DA, though, telling us that a key part of this investigation here is Bob Lee's cell phone that police hope to use to track down his movements leading up to the stabbing. Savannah?
And Nayela, thank you for that reporting there. Also, tell us what we've been hearing from friends and family.
So friends of Bob Lee tell us that he was known to live life to the fullest, and he was always smiling. One of the most touching moments in the last week has been the statement from his daughter, just 14 years old. This statement was released by her mother. It says, "I'm devastated that somebody would be so cruel to take away my father's life. He was the best man and even better father." So coming up here within the next half hour, Savannah, police are having a press conference where we expect to learn more about the suspect, hopefully his name, and then also more information about the circumstances leading to this stabbing.
Nayela, I just want to be clear on one point. Yeah. We believe that the suspect here is also in the tech industry, right?
Well, that's what some outlets are reporting. But at this point, we're still waiting for a final confirmation from police at that press conference that's happening shortly.
Gotcha. Okay, Nayela Charles on that for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, right now there is a state of emergency in effect in Broward County after a historic rain event hit the South Florida area. Look at these images out of Fort Lauderdale. The city was totally overwhelmed by rainwater. Now crews are going door to door to rescue stranded people. The torrential rains led to scenes like this one. Look at this. This is at Fort Lauderdale's airport. The tarmac, it turned into a lake, leaving hundreds of passengers with no way out. You can see that plane out in the middle of the runway. Meanwhile, the rest of the country is feeling another day of record high temperatures. Major metro areas will see temperatures 20 to 30 degrees above average from the upper Midwest to New England. We're feeling it here in New York. Bill Cairns is standing by with the latest forecast. But first, let's get right to NBC South Florida reporter Julia Bagg at Fort Lauderdale's airport for us, where we just saw those stunning scenes. Julia, what is the situation there now and how have flights been impacted?
Yes, so incredible, Savannah. The airport is shut down. Hundreds of flight cancellations. And this is why the water that remains on this tarmac covering taxiways, runways, there is simply no way out for these planes. It is 5 feet deep, airport officials are telling us, in some places. So can't they just pump it out? Can they somehow get rid of this water? They tell us they can't. They don't have the pumping capacity. And even if they did, there is simply no place to put this amount of water because of the record rainfall that has happened all around Fort Lauderdale. So the retention ponds around the airport cannot take in any more water. Here, airport officials are saying they are at the mercy of Mother Nature, waiting on this water to recede on its own. They are hoping and praying, the mayor says, to be able to open operations, get planes back up in the air at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. But they won't be able to use this runway because this is so swamped. They figure if they can get planes back in the air, they will still be a one-runway airport. Because not only is the water in the way, but what you can't see under the surface of the water, debris, things like grass clippings, which can pose a danger, possibly puncture a tire on an airplane or get sucked up into the engine. They don't want to risk any safety hazards like that, so they're going to wait. Again, 5 o'clock tomorrow morning is the goal, but it could take longer than that. And with only one runway open, on top of all of today's cancellations, passengers are scrambling to find another way home, many of them spending the night on the floor here at Fort Lauderdale's airport. And this is simply something that all of us who have been here, grown up here like I have, we've never seen anything like it. And so, again, Broward Airport officials here just hoping that the water will continue to recede through the night. Savannah?
Wow, and look at those. That's obviously live images right behind you right now. It's still like that. Julia, thank you so much for that. Well, Bill, she just said it. People have never seen things like this. She's grown up there. She's never seen this. We have had so many of these extreme rain events in recent months, really extreme weather across the board of all types. Tell us about the connection to climate change here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen rainfall events like this in Florida in the past, but never in Fort Lauderdale, and especially a highly populated area. I mean, 26 inches of rain in 6 hours. I mean, that's like off the charts. So as far as rainfall events go, this is kind of a graph that shows us, how well can we detect global warming's influence for these big weather events, and how well do we understand that influence. So extreme heat and extreme cold, we have a pretty good ways of measuring it and understanding the science of it. But things like tornadoes and hail, we don't. So this kind of goes in the middle with the extreme rainfall. So climate influence on extreme rainfall is pretty well understood, and we do have some ability to detect its influence on this. So the bottom line is this event would have happened without a warmer planet, but the warmer planet likely made it worse.
Bill, what about Fort Lauderdale, what we just saw there, and then tell us about the rest of the country. What can people expect over the next 24, 48 hours?
Yeah, nothing like yesterday in the Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood area. We do have a couple stray thunderstorms popping up, but that won't really cause much additional problems. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that includes Orlando to Daytona Beach, and we have a tornado watch from areas of just outside of Florida, right along the Georgia border, all the way through Albany, Georgia. We do have one active tornado warning at this time. So that's one of the stories we're watching. And then how about these temperatures? We're waiting to see. Central Park, New York is at 89 degrees. We are 1 degree away from today's record high of 90.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you very much for walking us through that.
Well, we have more breaking news this hour. We now know the name of the man under arrest for leaking classified Defense Department documents. We know he was stationed in Massachusetts. Let's get right to NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuz. Dan, this is all happening very quickly this afternoon. What do we know about this leaker, the man suspected of leaking this information?
That's right. The FBI has arrested without incident the suspected leaker in this case, Jack Teixeira, a Air National Guard's airman in Massachusetts, 21 years old, obviously not of a high rank, and we don't know why he had apparently such access to so much classified and sensitive material. He did work in the intelligence wing of this National Guard unit in Massachusetts. But now, at least for the government's view, they have got a suspect, and they hope that at least there will be no further damage. But even as we speak, the Pentagon and the administration are still trying to gauge and evaluate the damage that has been done by these documents, dozens of them, possibly hundreds, that were posted online, initially to a private chat room and the Discord gaming app, but then it spread, of course, and finally last week exploded across news media. And just a week later now, the FBI has got their suspect.
And I just want to note that people are seeing on the screen right now a video that's just coming into us. This is in Massachusetts, and this is apparently the apprehension or the arrest of this person. I don't know exactly what we're looking at, but that's new video coming to us out of Massachusetts. Dan, U.S. intelligence agencies, you just mentioned this, they didn't spot these documents online for weeks. They were out there. They were on Discord and other sites, according to a senior administration official. What kind of concerns is that raising in the intel community that this stuff was out there and nobody noticed?
I think this is a difficult question, and some Republican lawmakers are asking very critical questions. I think at the moment, though, what's different about previous episodes of leaks is that this suspect apparently was not setting out to tell the world about these secrets. He was sharing them with a very small group of people, and at the moment, also, there aren't indications that it was somehow orchestrated by a foreign adversary. So this is a new situation in terms of leaks. But I think there are two questions the intelligence community is trying to tackle right now, which is, did he have authorized access to these documents, or did he gain unauthorized access? And the other question is, are they going to scale back the pool of people who get access to this kind of information?
Dan, we're just hearing from the Attorney General, Merrick Garland. I want to play some sound, and then we can talk about that. Let's hear what he just said about this arrest.
Teixeira is an employee of the United States Air Force National Guard. FBI agents took Teixeira into custody earlier this afternoon without incident. He will have an initial appearance at the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts.
So, Dan, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but what happens next? I mean, this person, I assume, could be up for some pretty serious charges.
Yes, the Attorney General was citing the removal, retention, and transmission of national defense documents. That is a very serious crime, and we will now await possible charges. No doubt they will have already probably searched his house. They will be questioning a lot of people connected to this chat room that he reportedly was involved in and allegedly was sharing classified documents in. I think we also still don't have a full picture of the potential motive here of this suspect. I think we're going to be hearing more about that at some point. And then again, this discussion about why the U.S. did not know these documents were floating online. And this will raise yet again questions about how much legal authority the U.S. government, the FBI, should have in trying to track these things.
Dan DeLuce on that breaking news for us. Dan, thank you. Appreciate it.
Up next, mounting questions following this toxic inferno in Indiana when firefighters think they'll finally put all the flames out. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Welcome back. Right now, toxic smoke is still in the air in the eastern Indiana city of Richmond. This massive fire, look at this video. It's at a plastics recycling facility. It's forced at least 1,500 people from their homes. Now there's concern that cloud of smoke may be drifting into new areas of the city. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is following this for us. Hey, Ron, I mean, that's easy to believe that smoke could be moving, impacting more people. I know we just got an update from officials on the ground. What are they saying? Is there any timeline on when people can go home?
The short answer is no. There's no timeline yet. They said that the fire is still burning. Smoke is still billowing out from the site. They said that they're doing a lot of air sampling, yet they don't have a lot of results yet. But what they found so far is not alarming. They said that this could be another couple of days or so. They also interestingly said that there had been some debris that had blown from the fire scene out into the residential area. And it was tested, and it was found to be positive for asbestos, which is a cancer-causing material. And they warned residents to not touch this material, not disturb it if they find some debris on their property. The fire chief was asked, when can people go back home? There's still some 1,500 evacuees. Here's what he had to say.
I want to get some air samples back and see what those say. I want to get the fire contained, or it's actually contained, but I want to get the fire extinguished. I want to get the plume taken care of to where it's not floating into the neighborhoods per se.
They had been saying Saturday was the day when they thought that all of that would happen and the fire would be out and residents could go back home. Schools are closed again tomorrow. There was also some interesting information about the facility itself. The city and the owner have been involved in a years-long fight about the conditions at that place. There had been a court order for him to shut it down, and the facility was not operating as a recycling plant or a storage thing or site at all. The owner was only trying to remove materials and doing it slowly, and the city was very frustrated by this process. The bottom line is that, again, the city had been trying to solve a problem there. They said it wasn't a question of if there'd be a fire, but when, and so there's all of that to be sorted out, and we have still not heard anything from the owner. So,
yeah, Ron, quickly, what do we know about the owner at this point, though? Where are they in all this?
We've not heard from them. They have not released his name, his or her name, as far as I can tell. But again, they gave more details today about this ongoing legal dispute between the city and the owner of this facility. The city even went so far as to buy some property at the site. Somehow they were able to buy 2 parcels of land, they described it, so that they could go onto that property as owners and start the removal process of all this plastic. It's been described as 6 buildings, 14 acres, wall to wall with plastics, and how it got to be that way is really not known at this point. But the owner has a lot of answers, a lot of questions to answer.
Yeah, absolutely. And the people that live there absolutely deserve that. That smoke plume is so concerning. Ron Allen, thank you so much.
Former President Donald Trump is back in New York City today. He's being deposed in a civil lawsuit brought by New York's Attorney General. This case centers on whether Trump inflated his net worth in order to get better loan agreements. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins me now. Rahema, to be clear, this is a different case than the criminal charges that Trump is facing in New York involving hush money payments. So give us a refresher on this particular lawsuit and what's happened so far with this deposition.
This is indeed a civil lawsuit, and he is facing a fine of some $250 million and a ban on doing business in New York State if he's found liable or guilty of these charges that were filed by the New York State Attorney General's office. And before you know, he did not answer any questions at a deposition before the case was filed back in August of last year. And the question was whether or not he would do that now. The president may have been the former president may have been foreshadowing this morning and late last night on his social media. I think we have a clip of it. He wrote that the civil case is ridiculous, just like all of the other election interference cases being brought against me. If I had a fair judge, the case would never have happened. Make America great again. He's been in there now for some 5 hours, and we think he might be ending his deposition soon. His attorney saying clearly in a statement earlier, he is willing and eager to talk about what's happening with his company.
Rahema Ellis, thank you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi!
Hi, family!
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's Consumer Confidential segment, do you know how much you're spending on subscriptions every month? For a lot of people, like me, the answer is no idea. Here's NBC News Daily's Vicki Nguyen with tips on how to subscribe smarter.
We all have that list of subscriptions we're paying for, from TV and music streaming to meal plans and fitness apps.
HBO Max, and Netflix, and Hulu, Spotify, I think gym memberships.
Charged automatically each month, whether we remember them or not. And as the Wall Street Journal recently reported, they add up. In a 2022 survey, respondents estimated they spent $86 a month on subscriptions. The actual average amount, $219. And it was far more for Lakeisha Mosley.
The pandemic really put us all financially in a tizzy. And so I was going through trying to establish a budget.
She found a plethora of forgotten subscriptions.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm paying for this and I'm paying for that.
Including a recurring Class Pass membership that was costing her about $1,000 a year.
I can count on one hand the time I signed in, maybe once or twice.
Mosley added up over $700 a month in subscription charges. She ended up canceling more than half. Subscribers like her are saying enough is enough. Cancellations for Netflix, Hulu, HBO Max, and others rose about 50% in 2022 from the previous year.
Are subscriptions one of those easy things to forget about because they're automatic?
Absolutely. Subscriptions are so often, they're small amounts, so sometimes we forget about them. $5, $6, $12 a month.
And a proposed rule from the Federal Trade Commission would crack down on companies, ordering them to make it as easy to cancel as it was to sign up.
They need to tell you how long the trial period goes for, clearly have to tell you by when you have to cancel.
The FTC plan is now up for public comment. Meanwhile, there are a variety of apps that can help you keep track of expenses and flag subscriptions you may have forgotten.
I realized I was paying for 2 Netflix accounts and 2 Spotify accounts.
Dustin Hensley used the app Rocket Money to identify duplicate payments and a mystery $300 annual charge that he got refunded.
What advice would you give to other consumers, having gone through your experience?
Pay attention. You get nickel and dimes. It's death by 1,000 cuts.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
So true.
Isn't that right? Wow, that was a real piece. I got to go check my statement for sure. Well, advertising companies are always trying to keep our attention when we're scrolling online. And thanks to some new AI technology, they're delivering content to us that is more personalized than ever. Here's CNBC correspondent Julia Borston.
The future of advertising is here, thanks to generative artificial intelligence.
The models that are generated here are not real people. This is a fully AI-generated model.
Don't need to hire the model. You don't need to hire the cameraman.
That's what Scale AI offers marketing agencies and brands. Alex Wang, CEO of Scale AI, a startup valued at over $7 billion, says his tools blow up the bottleneck that slows down advertising teams by enabling them to use their clients' data sets to instantly customize ad images with generative AI to test what drives the highest return on ad investment.
You can just generate tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of different possible ads to then test. And you can use some of these ad platforms to immediately take some of these generative AI ads, test them, and see what drives clicks, what drives a response from their audience.
Other startups, such as ChatGPT rival Jasper, offer AI software to accelerate ad content creation.
You can create eye-catching marketing and advertising copy in seconds.
And Meta says it's working on the ability for brands to use generative AI to create ads. For now, it offers AI tools to A/B test ads and quickly improve. And while Google has integrated AI into ad creation and targeting for years, it hasn't yet launched generative AI options. But we can expect this next generation technology to proliferate, delivering instantly customized ads, and for brands, likely better results.
And you can see this car on on these icy roads in the middle of.
It's like cars driving down the road.
I know, exactly.
AI.
AI again. Just ahead, Senator Dianne Feinstein fires back how the longtime California senator is responding to calls for her to resign. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us anywhere you stream live. The news continues after this.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi!
Hi, family!
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Protesters in Paris set off flares today as they stormed the headquarters of the luxury goods company that owns brands like Louis Vuitton. They are calling for the French government to scrap its plans to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64. They say the government should increase taxes on the rich instead. Today is the 12th day of nationwide protests since this all started in January and comes on the eve of a crucial ruling on that proposal.
A spokesperson for Alexei Navalny says the Russian opposition leader is grappling with severe stomach pain in jail that could be the result of slow-acting poison. She also says Navalny is not receiving proper medical treatment. The Kremlin responded, saying it's not following the state of Navalny's health and that it was a matter for the federal penitentiary to comment on. Navalny survived a poisoning attempt back in 2020. You may remember when he was sickened by a Soviet-era nerve agent.
Federal authorities in North Carolina will not pursue charges in the death of Shanquella Robinson. The 25-year-old was found dead in Mexico last October while on a trip with friends. Robinson's relatives had suspected foul play and called for the materials. The evidence did not support a federal prosecution.
We have breaking news in the battle over a commonly used abortion pill. The Justice Department is now asking the Supreme Court to step in after a federal appeals court overnight blocked part of last week's ruling by a Texas judge. That latest decision puts the abortion drug back on the market, but significantly reduces its availability. Joining us now, Michelle Goodwin. She's a professor of law at the UC Irvine School of Law. Michelle, good to have you with us. The Department of Justice asking the Supreme Court to step in now. How quickly could that happen?
Well, it could happen very soon, or it doesn't have to happen at all. That's what the Supreme Court would be able to decide. The Supreme Court might be more interested in getting involved in this case, given that we have a split between different district courts with regard to mifepristone. One district court, which has now been appealed to the Fifth Circuit out of Amarillo, Texas, with one ruling that would remove mifepristone from the market. The Fifth Circuit has put a squash on that until a broader review. But out of the state of Washington, what we have is a very different opinion brought about by a district court judge who was petitioned by states' attorneys general from blue states.
And let's say that the Supreme Court does say they're going to take this up. Do we have any sort of clue about where the justices stand on this kind of issue involving FDA approval of a drug? Have they ever commented, any of the justices?
Well, let's be clear that this is a highly unusual case itself. This is the first time in which a petitioner or a group of petitioners have asked that a drug that's been approved by the FDA be removed from the marketplace. And that is then what was acceded to by Judge Kaczmarek out of the Amarillo District Court. The FDA has generally found great latitude before the United States Supreme Court on matters that go back nearly a century in terms of challenges brought by different petitioners and states involving FDA decision-making. Historically, the Supreme Court has given great deference to the Food and Drug Administration, but in this case, in a highly politicized court with regard to abortion rights and reproductive freedom, it's not clear how the Supreme Court would rule.
And I'm wondering if the Supreme Court, I'm getting a little ahead of ourselves here, but if there were a ruling, what kind of precedent could it set if they ultimately removed the FDA approval? Like, what would that mean for drugs and FDA approval moving forward?
It's an excellent question, which is what makes this such a highly unusual case for all of us to watch. And that is that it would mean usurping from the FDA, in a way, its role in deciding what drugs are safe for the U.S. marketplace. And what this could also mean is that petitioners who have some form of hostility towards a particular drug or who don't believe in certain things, for example, there are a number of people who don't believe that COVID is real, people who believe that medications that have been used in vaccinating folks in order to prevent the spread of COVID, that's harmful. One could see that there would be people petitioning courts, finding particular judges that they hope would give some sort of solicitude to their viewpoint. There are groups of people who don't support vaccines generally, who might also wish to see some of those removed from the marketplace. And so what this opens the door to is a Pandora's box, unfortunately.
Michelle Goodwin, great to have you with us. Thank you.
Well, California Senator Dianne Feinstein is facing mounting pressure from her own party to resign. The 89-year-old Democrat's been sidelined from the Senate since mid-February because of complications from shingles. NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us on this now. Hey, Ryan, good to see you. So who is calling on Feinstein to quit, and how's the senator responding, and what do we know at this point about how she's doing also?
Yeah, Savannah, we should point out it's not an overwhelming number of Democrats, but there are at least two. Congressman Ro Khanna of California, his colleague Dean Phillips of Minnesota, both putting out statements saying that it's time for Feinstein to step down, in part because she's not been here in the United States Capitol since early February. That's when she suffered a case of shingles, was hospitalized. The recovery from that illness has taken longer than expected. And it also comes against the backdrop of lingering questions about her mental stamina and her age. She is 89 years old. Now, Feinstein has said that she expects to recover and be able to come back here to the Senate. Right now, it's an issue of traveling here, and she has asked the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer to temporarily remove her from the Judiciary Committee so that they can get through some judicial nominations that have been stalled. At this point, Savannah, it's not clear when she will come back, but she's made it clear that she intends to fill out the balance of her term, which ends in 2025.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it has been a while, mid-February to now mid-April. And also, on the other side of things, we're getting an update from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell about his own health, his health concerns. What's he saying? What do we know now?
Yes, Savannah, there's been a number of issues with senators missing time in Congress, Mitch McConnell among them, but he announced today that he expects to be back here in the Capitol on Monday. He has been out since March 8th when he fell after a dinner in Washington, D.C., suffered a concussion and a fractured rib. That led to time in the hospital as well as a lengthy stay in an rehab facility. McConnell's been working from home since then, but we are told that he is expected to be back here on Monday and fulfill all the duties the minority leader would normally fill once he returns. So it is good to see the minority leader back and feeling well enough to get back to work. Savannah.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much for the update there on both of them. Well, we are now hearing desperate 911 calls made as a mass shooting was unfolding at a Louisville bank on Monday. One of the calls from the shooter's own mother as she tried to warn authorities about the impending massacre. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now on this from Louisville, Kentucky. Hey, Morgan, these calls are tough to hear. Yesterday, as you were on the air with us, we had just gotten this information coming in. Tell us what we know now.
Yeah, Savannah, every bit of evidence that has come out following Monday's shooting has only painted a more disturbing picture here. We had the police body cam that showed the chaos of how things were outside Old National Bank when police were engaged with the gunman in a heavy gunfight. But these newly released 911 calls paint an incredibly chilling portrait of what was happening on the inside. And not only that, we do hear from the mother of the gunman who called police to warn them something could be horribly wrong.
911 operator Val, where is your emergency? My son might be because he has a gun and he's heading toward the Old National.
Chilling 911 audio from the mother of the Louisville shooter as the deadly rampage was unfolding.
I don't know what to do. I need your help. I think he's never hurt me once. He's a really good kid. Please don't come up to him.
The mother called authorities to warn them about her son, sharing his roommate told her something was wrong.
He's non-violent. He's never done anything. Please. Okay, and you don't believe he owns guns? I know he doesn't own any guns.
The mother unaware of the purchase just 6 days earlier, when police say the gunman illegally bought an AR-15. The family telling NBC their son suffered from mental health challenges, but there were never any warning signs. From inside the bank, more calls pouring into 911.
I'm in the closet with one person. I hear gunshots. Is that shots fired? Yeah. Okay, just stay quiet.
The first 911 call coming from outside the building. The caller witnessing the horror unfold on a video conference call.
We heard multiple shots and everybody started saying, oh my God, and then he came into the fort.
Okay, stay.
The attack left 5 people dead and 8 others injured. One of them, rookie police officer Nicholas Wilt. The 26-year-old, just days into his job, struck in the head before his partner fired the fatal shot, killing the gunman. Late Wednesday, hundreds of mourners took part in a vigil just blocks away from the crime scene. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear emotional about losing one of his friends and having to tell his wife.
This person murdered my friend. Calling your friend's wife, who's also your friend, to tell her that her husband is gone is amongst the hardest things I've ever done.
And if there is any silver lining in any of this, it's that almost daily the hospital has announced that of those 9 patients that were wounded or injured in this shooting, some have been released. At last check, only 2 patients remain in an area hospital. One of them listed in fair condition. The other, 26-year-old officer Nicholas Wilt, in critical but stable condition following that head wound when he responded to this shooting. Savannah.
All right, Morgan Chesky, please keep us updated on how they recover. Thank you so much.
Well, this morning, Tennessee Democrat Justin Pearson was sworn in as a state representative once again. The Shelby County Board of Commissioners voted unanimously to reinstate him yesterday after he was removed last week. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Nashville. Priscilla, how is Justin Pearson reacting to the vote to send him back now to the legislature?
Yeah, Kate, as he was sworn in on the steps just behind me, he made it a point to call up all of his supporters and constituents, noting that this was a movement that was powered by the people. And he walked into that chamber with his fists held high. And I spoke to him moments before he walked in. And here's what he had to say to the people who had ousted him. Take a listen. Any message to your ousters as you head back inside?
Justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. We're going to fight to end gun violence because it's doable. We're going to fight to end poverty because it's possible, even in the state of Tennessee. And so everyone who voted to take District 86's representation needs to be on notice that democracy and the First Amendment still lives.
And as for where things go from here on the issue of gun legislation, Republican Governor Bill Lee has called on the legislature to send a bill to his desk that would call for red flag laws. But it's unclear if the legislature plans to take that up in the final weeks of the session, whether anything will happen as of now. Kate?
So, Priscilla, Republicans voted to remove Pearson and his colleague Justin Jones. Now that they've both been seated again, what happens in the legislature?
Yeah, they've been reappointed in the interim, so they will be able to finish out this session. But the governor is expected to call and set a date for a special election, at which point both of those men will be able to run for their seats again. Both Pearson and Jones have said that they will do that, and they are expected to win. And if they are reelected for another term, they will not be able to be re-expelled for the same offense. Kate?
All right, Priscilla Thompson down in Tennessee for us. Priscilla, thank you.
Well, up next, how having a messy home impacts your mental health. Well, here's the thing, though. The chaos could actually be a sign of peace. I like the sound of that. We'll tell you why. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
In today's mental health check, we are tackling clutter. So many of us guilty of letting things pile up and then feeling the pressure to really get organized. That is so me. But now some people are making the case that maybe we should just embrace the mess. NBC Today co-host Jenna Bush Hager has more.
Do you ever feel like your life is literally a mess? Does clutter pile up more often than you clean up? If so, you're not alone. Experts say the average U.S. household contains 300,000 items, and millions of Americans can't seem to tidy up and let things go. Something we can all relate to around here.
It's like a landfill. Okay, is this neat or messy?
Messy. Okay, so I'm in Hoda's office. For some reason, there's a toilet paper roll. There's stuff everywhere.
But research shows a little spring cleaning can go a long way. A messy space can directly affect our mental health and lead to stress and anxiety.
Let's declutter and organize this kitchen. Here is our final result.
Perhaps all more the reason why decluttering has become a popular trend. According to a recent survey, 63% of Americans said they find home organization to be a significant de-stressor in their lives. The internet full of the latest tips and tricks.
Here's 3 tips for keeping your house clutter-free.
And shows like Get Organized with the Home Edit, showing people how it's done. The Home Edit girls, who've amassed nearly 7 million followers on Instagram, even taking on our big messes over the years.
It's kind of an obstacle course. I call it toy creep.
Ready?
Yes. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, I'm gonna faint.
And who could forget that time when Marie Kondo paid me a visit and taught me a thing or two about sparking joy at home.
Okay, sparks joy.
But even the queen of organizing has had a change of heart. Earlier this year, Kondo revealed that tidying up her own home has taken a back seat to life with 3 kids. And she's not the only one.
No matter what you do, there will always be a mess, and that does not mean you're a failure as a parent.
Many on social media now speaking out, saying it's better to embrace some of that clutter and focus on creating a functional space that works for you. Sometimes being messy is just more realistic than trying to be perfectly organized.
Jenna Bush Hager, NBC News.
Realistic, that is for sure.
Yeah.
I like it. Maybe it's good for you. I'm going to tell my husband that. Can't wait to share the news. Let's take a look at some other stories that are trending now.
Well, in response to shorter games this year, some Major League Baseball teams are giving fans more time to buy beer. Teams typically stop selling alcohol after the 7th inning, right? But with a series of new rules in the league this year, including a pitch clock, games have gotten considerably shorter. So to compensate for that, at least 4 teams have extended alcohol sales through the 8th inning now.
I like that. It's sad when you feel like the party's over, even though you're still there for longer. That's a good idea. All right, here we go. My favorite news. Taylor Swift's Eras Tour is coming to Tampa Bay tonight. Yes. And one local superintendent is finding a creative way to remind students, though it's still a school night, in a letter stuffed with 26 different Swift references. She wrote in part, I understand I'm the anti-hero here, before warning kids not to skip class for the concert. She then went on to sign off with the classic Forever and Always.
You can see all the bolded lines in her letter.
Yeah, I love it. That was impressive. I'll give it to you. Good job.
Good stuff. I would go to that if only we could get tickets to Taylor Swift. There's much more news ahead. But first, today's daily snapshot. It captures a Hindu celebration about 60 miles outside Kolkata, India, part of an annual festival there.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now? Going back and forth because oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Well, you may know Richard Engel. He is our fearless NBC News chief foreign correspondent and so good at that job, bringing us reporting from all over the world. But first and foremost, Richard is also a husband and a father.
Yeah, there he is doing what he does out in the field. Well, last year, Richard and his wife, Mary, they lost their son, Henry, to a rare genetic disorder known as Rett syndrome. He was just 6 years old.
And they had talked about that actually for years now. They've been reporting about their life with their son. But a team at Texas Children's Hospital has hope now and a new way for Henry, in a way, to live on. Richard shares his story.
Our son Henry was our everything. Sweet, beautiful, and determined.
Good morning, good morning.
But he was also unlucky.
Good morning.
Born with a rare genetic disease called Rett syndrome. A single devastating typo in his genetic code robbed him of the ability to walk, talk, and control his body. It also caused numerous underlying health conditions, including impacting his breathing. But my wife Mary and I, she was the main caregiver, never quit for a moment, and neither did Henry. With regular therapies to keep his body moving and his mind active, he was making progress, learning to take a few steps in his walker and communicate with cards and a computer. When his little brother Theo arrived, he poured in love too. For most of his life, Henry was, in spite of it all, happy. Until his last few months, when he developed a new condition, dystonia, uncontrollable shaking and muscle contractions. His underlying health issues got much worse.
And we appreciate you taking the time to celebrate the life of Henry Thomas Engel.
Until it was too much. But Henry's journey continues. This week in Houston, at the Duncan Neurological Research Institute, they celebrated him, dedicating a balcony in his name.
Our Rett syndrome research, we will continue to push as hard as possible to develop treatment. This is how we will honor Henry's life.
Dr. Hoda Zogby, who discovered the genetic cause of Rett syndrome, believes Henry's cells hold the secrets to finding a cure. They're still using his preserved cells for cutting-edge research.
Henry had no bad qualities. No, none. Zero. But the one that I thought about, and I was thinking about today, was his tenacity. He was so hardworking, and he had to do so much that a child should not necessarily have to do. But he did it, and he did it most often with a smile, and he just never gave up.
It didn't happen in his lifetime, but with his cells still working, still contributing to science, it would be an amazing, miraculous legacy that we're looking forward to.
He definitely will.
While there are other children suffering from Rett syndrome, Henry's specific genetic mutation had never been seen before. And for science, one of a kind is valuable.
Does the research with Henry's cells have the possibility to advance other kinds of neurological issues?
Absolutely. You can apply that to hundreds of forms of autism where only one copy of the gene is missing, but the other copy is still there.
What was it like for you and members of his research team who worked so closely to learn that he hadn't made it?
So that was one of the hardest days in our career. I would share openly with you. We all cried.
We lost our son, our Henry. He was almost 7 years old, but he will always be with us. And even now, he's hard at work to help other children whose lives are more difficult than they should be.
Wow, 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 wow. Just for Richard and his wife to share that with us. And it's part of him physically is still here and helping others.
Yeah, his genetics are literally being used, as you saw in the lab. It's difficult for us. We know Richard very well, but God bless them for sharing that story so it can bring others hope.
Awesome. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting from Washington, and we're obviously following a couple of breaking news stories on two big issues. The issue of abortion access now appears headed back to the Supreme Court after the Justice Department announced this afternoon that it is seeking emergency relief to halt an appeals court ruling that would significantly restrict access to a commonly used abortion pill. We're going to dive into the latest on that story in a moment. But that was breaking news that's 3 hours old. We got breaking news that's less than an hour old right now from the Pentagon and the Justice Department, where after a week of scrambling and concern by U.S. officials to get to the bottom of what appears to be the worst U.S. intelligence leak, at least since Edward Snowden, the Attorney General Merrick Garland took to the podium to make this announcement.
Today, the Justice Department arrested Jack Douglas Teixeira in connection with an investigation into alleged unauthorized removal, retention, and transmission of classified national defense information. Teixeira is an employee of the United States Air Force National Guard. FBI agents took Teixeira into custody earlier this afternoon without incident.
This was the scene this afternoon captured by overhead cameras in North Dayton, Massachusetts, of Teixeira being arrested by authorities. The leaker's identity is raising numerous questions about the safety of U.S. intelligence. Ready for this? Teixeira is just 21 years old. He's a member of the Massachusetts Air National Guard. And somehow, this 21-year-old National Guardsman had access to some of the nation's most closely guarded secrets. The emergent story of how they leaked is just as shocking, as these documents went from a secure facility to an online chat room. Again, the vehicle being a 21-year-old Air National Guardsman from Massachusetts. The Washington Post spoke to an online friend of the suspected leaker, a minor who was granted anonymity by the Post. That friend says the leaker was the creator of an online group where he had been sharing classified information and eventually photos of this top secret documents for months. NBC News has not independently verified the Post reporting, but the arrest was announced today, and we heard from both the Pentagon and the president about the leak and the ongoing investigation.
It is important to understand that we do have stringent guidelines in place for safeguarding classified and sensitive information. This was a deliberate criminal act, a violation of those guidelines.
There is a full-blown investigation going on, as you know, with the intelligence community and the Justice Department, and they're getting close. I'm not concerned about the leakages, and I'm concerned that it happened. But there's nothing contemporaneous that I'm aware of that is of big consequence.
So we all have a bunch of questions, so let's try to get some answers. From the Pentagon is Courtney Cubie, and from the Department of Justice is Ken Delaney, and both of our correspondents from those two beats. Courtney, let me start with you. I don't know how many people thought this was going to be a 21-year-old Air National Guardsman from Massachusetts here. That seems to be the first question that a lot of lay people have. The question I've gotten from, how does a 21-year-old have the clearance for documents like he got?
Yeah, I think it might surprise a lot of viewers that you have a 21-year-old Air National Guardsman who has access to the nation's most sensitive, in some cases, some of the most sensitive secrets. So here's what we know so far. He worked in IT. He had the title of journeyman. Basically, what that means is that's like a skill level. So he had attained a certain amount of training and time on the job that he was known as a journeyman. But because of his IT professional status and the fact that he was based in an intelligence unit in Cape Cod at Otis Air Force Base, because of all of that, he would have had access to these systems. Okay, so that's how and he had a security clearance, obviously. Now, that opens sort of the next level of questions here, which is, now, with his security clearance, he would have had tremendous amount of training on what he can and cannot do. That would have included not being allowed to provide these documents anywhere outside of the secure facility. So he would have known that as part of his security clearance training. Now, why would he be able to access these things, which we heard in the intro there from Brigadier General Pat Ryder, who's the Pentagon press secretary. He made clear over and over today at that briefing that it's a need, the access to this sort of information would be on a need-to-know basis. Why would an IT professional need to know some of these operational secrets and documents, briefing slides? Why would he need to know the information? And that's one of the big questions that we have out of this. He would have had access because of his job, but why would he need to know it? And that's a question that I don't have an answer to. It seems that opens up a vulnerability in the system.
I was just going to say, Courtney, so basically what you're saying is because every unit needs somebody who's familiar with IT systems and understanding, hey, I lost my password, I can't get into this system, can you help me out?
Yeah.
They just assume there'd be an honor system, and then these IT folks, well, hey, you don't need to know that, so help us get access to that file, but please, you don't look at it. I mean, look, in a perfect world, that is how life would operate, but that seems to be pretty lax guidelines and a pretty big vulnerability that's pretty obvious.
And it's not just the honor system based off of how again he would have been trained, what he can and cannot do with the information that he may have access to, but also there also seems to be a breakdown in accountability here, because how was he able to print documents? It seems like many of these documents were printed based off of the photos that we've seen. How was he able to print them and then remove them from secure facilities without any kind of an accountability? How was no one aware of the fact? So if in fact he was printing things from these facilities, how can he take them out of there?
Is it possible, being the IT guy, he was able to erase the fact that he printed out? You know, I know that these systems are supposed to log all this stuff, but again, if you're dealing with somebody who essentially has the kind of access that many heads of IT do, they can simply go in and you know, erase that log.
You would that's totally possible, but again, you would think when you're talking about a secure classified system here that there would be fail-safes, there would be backups, there would be some way that this wouldn't be able to happen. And I got to tell you, Chuck, I'm fascinated, like I think a lot of people who are covering this are, I'm fascinated to know how this happened.
Yeah.
Because it seems that it was not just one, but there are a number of areas where the system just broke down that allowed this to happen.
Well, it's not lost on some people that, sometimes, rental car companies don't trust anybody under 25. And here we are with some of our most important secrets here. Ken Delanian, what have you been able to learn from your sources at Justice about what they've learned, what they think motive may be, cooperation, where was he living? Give me everything you've learned so far about him.
Well, to be frank, Chuck, we've learned a lot more from the Washington Post and the New York Times, who've been talking to members of this chat room, which they called Thug Shaker, on this gaming platform called Discord, where this suspect was allegedly sharing this classified information. But I just want to underline, Courtney gave us new information there, that he had IT status. That answers a big question. And it's also exactly the situation with Edward Snowden, if you recall.
Yeah.
The reason Snowden had so much NSA access is because he was migrating data. He had super user status. That was the lesson they supposedly learned from Snowden, is that you don't give one person the keys to the kingdom. They were going to set up a system like with the nuclear, with a nuclear launch, where you had to have two people enter the keys to access this data. Well, obviously that didn't happen in this case. It's remarkable. It's an astonishing breach. So now this person has been arrested. We haven't seen any documents detailing the charges, but it feels to me like an Espionage Act case. That's the most serious charge involving the disclosure of national defense secrets. Penalties could range from 10 years in prison up to 30, depending on what they establish the motive as. And what's interesting is that, if you, according to the people who were talking to the Times and the Post, who were in these chat rooms, his motive was not to be a whistleblower. It was not to disclose this information to adversaries or harm the United States. It was basically to impress his friends in the chat room. Right. And he had some extremist views about he thought the U.S. government was engaged in conspiracies, and he wanted to inform these people about some of this stuff. So that, his motive actually will weigh on exactly what he's charged with.
Ken, tell me, where was he today? Was he at his home? Does he work from home? Does he have a full-time job? How often did he work in the National? Is this the 2 weeks a year, 1 week in a month relationship with the Air National Guard? What exactly is his employment status?
Courtney may know that. I don't think we fully answered that question, but I did see that his mother was quoted as saying that he was working daily shifts at the base for the Guard, and he was arrested at an address that we had tracked in public records where he was listed, and also his mother was listed in connection to that address. And you saw that there was FBI agents in tactical gear in what looked like an armored vehicle, and you may wonder why that is. And I think the answer is because this person had made it clear that he was very interested in guns and may have had weapons, and that's how the FBI rolls when there's any risk that a subject may be armed.
Courtney, what can you fill in here? Was he considered a full-time member of the military?
So that's what we've been trying to ask. So as a National Guardman, he could have been activated, where he'd be working full-time in uniform. But also keep in mind that a lot of people will have a contractor status at a military base and then still have a National Guard or some sort of a civilian role at a base and then still do their guard duty in their off time. And that's a question that we haven't gotten answered.
So we don't know whether he's an active. Whether he's a civilian IT person on the base that also is an Air National Guard, or if he's full-time military, right? Exactly.
That's one question we've asked and we don't have the answer to. We know he's been in the Air National Guard for about 3.5 years. There's nothing particularly different or notable about his time, according to the service record which you have. I mean, frankly, there's not much to it other than he has an Air Force Achievement Medal, there's no indication of any kind of deployments or anything like that. He did earn this special skill set of being a journeyman, which takes, again, time and training and certifications, essentially. But beyond that, we don't know much more about his time.
Courtney Kube, Ken Delanian. I got to think this is going to make a lot of people think, okay, what are our vulnerabilities? Who has access? I guess IT departments are going to come under a lot of scrutiny now inside the military. Courtney and Ken, You guys have a busy day ahead of you. Thank you both for getting us started. Before the news of the arrest, we had gotten some new reaction today to these leaks from one of our allies. When my colleague Kristen Welker sat down for an exclusive interview with the Prime Minister of Poland earlier today. Take a listen at the impact these leaks were having on Poland.
It is unfortunate, of course, but these things unfortunately happen.
Did the Vice President try to reassure you, though, about the U.S. intelligence community that Poland's secrets would be safe, for example?
We have, of course, yes, and we have a very regular contacts with the heads of special services. I met twice in Poland, Avril Haines, who is coordinator for the services, and I know that there will be new procedures implemented to avoid those unfortunate happenings in the future.
Can Poland trust the U.S. intelligence community?
Yes.
Kristen also asked the Prime Minister about his views on the ongoing war in Ukraine.
How long of a war are you preparing for, Mr. Prime Minister?
We are not calculating any precise date. We are simply observing what is happening on the front line, on the battlefield, and accordingly we try to adapt to the situation and work through our diplomacy on our partners and with our partners in Western Europe to support Ukraine.
Do you think it could last years longer?
Yes.
Several years longer.
It could.
You can catch more of that interview tonight on the NBC Nightly News and on Monday on Meet the Press Now. And the full interview will be on our website at nbc.com/meetthepress. Coming up, the other big breaking news story of the day, what the Justice Department has done with that abortion ruling. The issue of abortion access appears headed back to the Supreme Court as the Biden administration tries to halt a ruling that would restrict a key abortion pill that has been used by millions of women since it was first approved by the FDA more than 20 years ago. Plus, we'll have the political fallout, even as Florida charges ahead with one of the most restrictive abortion bans in the country, just as Governor Ron DeSantis readies a run for the White House in 2024. Is that good politics? That's ahead. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Welcome back. The big breaking news earlier today was on the issue of abortion, and it appears headed back to the Supreme Court. It'll be the first time the court has had to hear an abortion case since Roe was overturned. This afternoon, the Justice Department said it was seeking emergency relief from the High Court to prevent a rollback to access to a key abortion pill which is part of a two-step regimen that accounts for about half of all abortions performed nationwide. The Justice Department's move comes after an appeals court late last night ruled to significantly restrict access to this drug, mifepristone. The court did partially side with the Biden administration to keep the drug available for now, temporarily halting the Texas judge's ruling that would have banned the use of it nationwide. But the ruling was hardly a win for the White House or the abortion rights movement. The appeals court decision would essentially turn back the clock 23 years to the guidelines first issued by the FDA when it first approved the drug. It would mean that it would only be approved for abortion up to 7 weeks. That's down from 10. It was a 2016 FDA advisory that expanded it to 10 weeks. It's important to note, many women don't even know they're pregnant until after 7 weeks. There is now no more generic version of the drug that is allowed in the market either. No more receiving mifepristone by mail. That became more prevalent as conservative states moved towards laws to effectively ban all abortions. And finally, the ruling would also roll back women from using mifepristone to terminate their pregnancy at home. Instead, it would have to be prescribed and be taken in the presence of a doctor. So the question of what happens next and what the Supreme Court might do is a big one. And it's further complicated by a separate federal judge's ruling in Washington state that upheld access to mifepristone in 17 states and the District of Columbia. So we're going to try to break down this ongoing legal fight here. I got Lawrence Hurley of NBC, covers the Supreme Court for us, Adam Unikowski, a lawyer focused on the appellate Supreme Courts and a former Supreme Court clerk for Justice Scalia, and Elizabeth Sepper, a law professor at the University of Texas Law School and an expert on reproductive rights. So Lawrence, let me start with you here. Why the Supreme Court now versus the Fifth Circuit?
Right, so the situation we have in now is that the Justice Department needs to get emergency relief from the Supreme Court in order to put this decision on hold. So they need 5 votes on this court, the same court, obviously, that, as we mentioned, overturned Roe v. Wade last year. And although this case raises very different legal issues, one of the questions is going to be, to what extent does the fact that it's about abortion affect what the court does here? And that's a criticism that people have had of how the lower courts have handled this case.
Expand upon that, meaning this is not just about any pharmaceutical drug?
Well, the Justice Department is going to be making that argument that, if you leave this decision in place, it's going to cause a huge mess with the way that the FDA operates. But the criticism of the lower courts here is that they're not handling this case the way that they would handle a normal regulatory case, because that's what this is. It's a boring,
This were about
case.
The EPA and the decision on some chemical that's used in pesticides. How would it be handled?
Yeah, some critics, I'm not saying that this, but people are criticizing that, if this was a boring regulatory case, maybe this wouldn't have come out the same way. There are issues about who has legal standing, the analysis of what the FDA did, whether they left it too long to bring the challenge, and all these issues, which, it'll be interesting to see how the Supreme Court looks at that, and people are going to be looking very closely at that.
All right, Lawrence, based on your experience, what's happening right now in the court? They've got to decide whether there is 5 votes. How's that work?
That's right. So today, probably, the Justice Department's going to file an emergency motion to stay the decision of the district court. It was partially stayed by the Fifth Circuit, but not completely. So they're going to ask the Supreme Court to completely stay it. I'd expect the Supreme Court perhaps to temporarily stay it until it decides whether to issue a longer stay. It's going to ask for a response from the plaintiffs, and probably in,
What's a temporary stay look like?
Temporary stay is just an order that's one page saying that we're going to temporarily stay the district court's order until we can make a decision on more complete record.
So if they do that, that means what? There's probably 4 votes to overrule this judge, and there's some question with others?
I don't think so. A temporary stay is often just granted just for a week or two, just so the full court can really consider the case. I wouldn't say that a temporary stay, if it's granted, is reflective of the outcome.
What does the Washington State Court ruling mean for these justices?
Well, that adds a considerable amount of complexity because, arguably at least, that ruling forces the FDA not to overturn the 2016 decision. The Justice Department has moved to clarify that decision. As far as I know, it hasn't gotten a ruling from the judge. But yes, that confusion will certainly encourage the justices to step in and clear up the situation.
Let me bring in Elizabeth Sepper here from University of Texas. Elizabeth, you called the ruling last night absolutely bonkers. Give me more. Explain why.
Yeah, bonkers in the sense that doctors can come into a federal court and argue that because they might see a patient with a side effect from a drug that's been on the market for 23 years, they have standing to challenge the FDA's approval. That's an initial level of bonkers, and it's a level of bonkers that the district court and the Fifth Circuit endorse. So in terms of the sort of boring issues, we have boring issues of administrative law, but also boring issues of federal courts. Who gets to sue? Usually conservative courts have been inclined to not grant standing, and certainly not in the circumstances we see again here in the mifepristone challenge.
Is that what you're talking about, Lawrence, when you were saying, like, the fact that if this were a boring old case about the EPA and pesticides, that they would have said, you don't have standing?
Yeah, that's one of the issues that's coming up here. Like, what kind of stake does this group, the anti-abortion group that's challenging here, have in the decision that the FDA made?
They didn't have a single plaintiff that was harmed by this drug, right? Like, this isn't one of those cases.
Well, that's the argument that the Justice Department is going to be making.
Right.
And, you know, and then that leads to all these other issues that the lower court also addressed, which a lot of people who have been criticizing this ruling have sort of checked them all off, saying, well, the court shouldn't have done this, they shouldn't have done that, they shouldn't have done that. And so once you have to go through all these elements to get to a decision to overturn the approval of the drug, and so there's a lot of issues here where the Supreme Court might want to dig in to say, you know, this can't go forward.
Adam, do you concur here that if you took this as generic regulatory case, that this wouldn't be as close of a call as it looks?
Yeah, it's hard to escape the inference that the subject matter may have influenced the outcome, at least in the district court. I mean, you know, I agree that on the standing issue, the plaintiffs do not prescribe this drug to their patients, and so it's hard to see why they have a stake in essentially getting an order banning it nationwide. And there's other problems too, like they clearly raised their case too late, that they didn't even make their arguments to the agency in large part, which is a rule. There's a rule requiring them to do that, and so I found it quite extraordinary that the judge held that they overcame all these obstacles.
So, Elizabeth, let's play this out. So let's assume they're okay with essentially rolling back an FDA order from, I believe it's 2016, to going back to the original FDA approval. What would it open up? What would it do to the pharmaceutical industry? What would it do to the FDA from there?
So right now, the Fifth Circuit's order, which admittedly is just a step, it's not the final say, even from the Fifth Circuit, would roll us back to 2016. So that means a lot of new regulatory requirements, including 3 in-person visits in order to gain access to medication abortion. More broadly, for the FDA, this introduces lots of uncertainty into whether drugs that have been approved, perhaps even within the statute of limitations, can be challenged as unsafe, and whether we'll see district court judges substituting their own Google searches and reading of studies for the lengthy process that the FDA uses in order to approve drugs. And I think for that reason, we're seeing hundreds of pharmaceutical companies raise their voices, not because of the subject matter of abortion, but because they're really concerned that we're going to lose the gold standard pharmaceutical innovation and approval system that we have in the United States.
And what about the ban on having to do it in person? What does that do? Because you have some states that are trying to ban the use of this abortion pill and ban the ability to even receive it in the mail. I think the state of Idaho is trying to do that, if I'm not mistaken. How would this order, if it's allowed to go through, would it essentially then make that Idaho law seemingly constitutional?
Well, the state of Texas has actually a ban on medication abortion specifically being mailed. But in states with abortion bans, mifepristone is broadly illegal. There are lawful uses even in states with near total abortion bans, because mifepristone can be used for miscarriage and also for life or health-saving abortion. So with that in mind, right, the major change here is going to be in states that have more permissive abortion regimes, the sort of 17 states and plus others where abortion is currently accessible. And that will impact access in places like Texas, because Texas women won't be able to easily leave the state and get access in another state if they prefer to seek a legal medication abortion elsewhere.
Adam, what's the likelihood the Supreme Court does what the Fifth Circuit did and sort of takes a piece of it and says, well, we're going to accept this part, but not this part, and this part, and this part.
I mean, that's one possible outcome. I think this is a tough one to predict. I mean, if the if the government prevails on standing, that would mean that the entire order would have to be stayed, because if the plaintiffs don't have standing, they can't get an order, a judicial order doing anything.
And that's number one here.
That's right.
That's the first thing justice wants to see.
That's right.
Okay.
If you don't have standing, you don't even get into court.
Right. And
so if the justices are persuaded, and I think that the DOJ has very good arguments on this issue, then that would require staying the whole district court's order. But, you know, it's a hard one to predict.
I hear you. It's hard not to go to names. Brett Kavanaugh. What do we think?
You know, it's very difficult to say.
He seems to be the swing here, right?
I mean, I think historically he has cast some votes on standing that show a narrow view of standing. So it's possible he'll take that position, but it's hard to predict that one.
And Lawrence, do you get a sense that Justice has an idea of how they're going to tailor their argument for maybe just talking to Brett Kavanaugh?
Well, I think they probably feel like they can get more than 5 votes in this case. If the Supreme Court, especially the conservative justices, have always been very tough on standing when it comes to, you know, say,
usually
environmental activists bringing a case or something like that. So if they're going to be consistent about it, they would probably look very closely at that standing issue. And then, as Adam says, they wouldn't necessarily need to reach any of these other issues.
Yeah. Elizabeth, do you have a sense that maybe Justice could get 7 votes on their side on this one?
You know, this feels very reminiscent of SB 8 when all legal scholars and commentators predicted that surely the Supreme Court would preserve its own power to adjudicate constitutional issues. And then there we were without Supreme Court intervening and allowing SB 8 to stand. So
you're talking about the Texas law.
The earlier Texas stand.
The one of the, I guess, the bounty hunter law, I guess, is the way to shorthand, correct?
Yes, the 6-week ban that effectively ended abortion in Texas before Dobbs.
All right. Lawrence Hurley, who covers these issues for the Supreme Court for us here at NBC News, Adam Unikowski and Elizabeth Sepper, thank you all for your reporting and expertise. I appreciate it. Up next, we are live in Tallahassee, where Florida Republicans and potential presidential candidate Governor Ron DeSantis are poised to enact a 6-week abortion ban, effectively turning the South into an abortion access desert. That reporting next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back as the legal fight over access to the abortion pill plays out in the federal courts. Let's turn now to the politics surrounding the issue of abortion and abortion access. In Florida, lawmakers are poised to enact one of the most restrictive abortion bans in the country. It would ban most abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. The legislation passed in the state Senate last week and the State House is going to vote this afternoon. The new law would have far-reaching implications. Not only is Florida the third most populous state in the country, but the state has become something of a sanctuary for women from across the South and the Caribbean who are seeking abortion. This law would effectively end that, and it appears to be why Ron DeSantis, despite what looks like terrible politics for general election candidates on this issue, why he seems to be worried about this, because the number of abortions have increased in the state of Florida on his watch. Because once it passes, it heads to his desk, and he's expected to sign the bill as he gears up for his primary run. Dasha Burns is live for us in Tallahassee. And Dasha, it's been sort of fascinating to watch this play out in Tallahassee as the politics of abortion continues to be a problem for all of the movements on the right. We saw what happened in Wisconsin. We've seen, and that's just the most recent example. Are there many Republican lawmakers wanting to tap the brakes on this at all?
Not many, Chuck. There are a few that are voting no here, but the vast majority of Republican lawmakers in the Senate and now here in the House are supporting this bill. In fact, some of them told me they think it doesn't quite go far enough, the 6-week ban. Florida right now has a 15-week ban in place that's actually being challenged in the Florida Supreme Court right now. So this won't go into effect until the court rules on that ban. But you're right, politically here, we are talking about this in a week where abortion has really dominated the news cycle. And this is a moment where the legislature has been very, very speedily, record pace from all the lawmakers I'm speaking to, have been passing these conservative priorities that have been at the top of the list for Governor Ron DeSantis. Now, abortion is a tricky one, as you mentioned, politically, but he has gotten flack from other Republican governors, from others on the right, for Florida being this sort of sanctuary, this area, this abortion tourism are words that have been used here, because surrounding Florida, if you look at Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana have all-out bans. Georgia has a heartbeat ban. So what happens here today, this bill is going to pass in probably the next few minutes or within the next hour here. What happens here not only impacts Florida, but the entire South, and it will go to Governor DeSantis' desk. He's expected to sign it early next week. What will be interesting to watch for, Chuck, is how that signing takes place.
How public?
Right? Is it going to be a public? Exactly right.
It is. When you look at this just feels like, 6 weeks. It's 15 weeks. Was one of those that certainly abortion rights activists didn't like it, but it serves as been an uncomfortable middle ground for many. This will decidedly put him closer to Mike Pence, which is not proven to be where swing voters are on this issue.
But here's the thing, Chuck. Right now, his big task is to try to beat the former president in a primary, right? And a lot of folks I'm talking to here say the goal with this bill is to sort of get to the right of Trump, to out-Trump Trump in a way. In fact, I was talking to one of the Democratic lawmakers who got arrested last week when this passed through the Senate. She joined some of the protesters and was one of 11 people who got arrested. Take a listen to Lauren Book on the politics of this.
I think this is him trying to show that he is strong on abortion, can be tough, and is all but giving the toughest abortion ban in the country. And I think this is his attempt to be right of Trump on that. But again, I would suggest to you, no one can out-Trump Trump on abortion. He's the one who allowed for the path to overturn Roe, which nobody ever thought would happen.
But it will be interesting to see, Chuck, could this potentially help in the primary, where there are a lot of folks on the religious right who might be looking for an alternative to Trump on this issue, especially after Trump kind of blamed the anti-abortion movement for the midterm losses. Could it help in the primary? Maybe. Will it be detrimental in the general election if the pattern holds that we've been seeing? Probably.
Dasha Burns in Tallahassee for us. Dasha, thank you. Joined now by Congressman Anthony Gonzalez. He's a Republican from Texas. And we invited him on. We want to discuss quite a few issues that I want to get you on, including the border. And obviously, that's where I would like to spend most of my time with you. But let me start with abortion and get I want to ask the question this way. You see where the public is on this issue. And I understand where the base of the Republican Party is. I understand that people don't like to compromise their morals, if you will. But politically, do you think the party's in a good place on abortion right now?
It's certainly abortion is a sensitive topic, especially politically. I'm no lawyer. Thankfully, God made me a Navy cryptologist, and I'm a veteran, so I don't have to fight those legal battles. But I would just say I think we need to let our institutions battle this out, and whatever the outcome is, we have to support them. Personally, I'm pro-life. I have 6 beautiful children, and I don't believe in taxpayer funding for abortions at all, whether it's a pill or otherwise. But I'm also sensitive to the fact that, you know, this is a decision between a woman and her doctor and her God, right? So it's certainly a delicate situation, no doubt.
That's an interesting phrase you just used at the end. That sounds like somebody who doesn't think the government should be getting involved too much.
Well, on the surface, I don't believe the government should be getting involved in a lot of things. I think we need to have more power to the people. But I don't believe in taxpayer-funded abortions, period. And I think it's a wonderful thing to celebrate life. I think the Republican Party is certainly behind protecting life, the sanctity of life, right. And I think we need to do more of that.
No, I understand that you don't want to see government money used for this. But that does mean it sounds like you think abortion should be legal in this country up to a certain point.
I won't go to that. I won't go to that extent. I think what we should do is we should have the states determine their futures, and we should respect what the states come out with. Here in Texas, you know, we've got a heartbeat bill, and I respect that. And certainly the constituency that I represent, we're often very religious, very pro-life, also respect that. So I think we need to respect one another. We certainly need to respect our institutions, and we need to respect that every state is different.
Let me ask you, as a veteran, you pointed this out, and I'm changing topics here. A lot of people are sitting at home wondering, why does a 21-year-old Air National Guardsman have so much access to our sensitive secrets? How would you answer that question? I'm sure you've had somebody ask you that today.
Yeah, Chuck, you know, I spent 20 years in the military in the intelligence field with a top secret clearance, working with classified material, and I'm worried. I'm worried the direction in which this country has gone as we handle classified material, and it starts at the top. You look at President Biden, you look at former President Trump, you look at former Vice President Pence. All these issues have happened in the past few months, so it's almost a sense of you can feel less protections in our classified material. And it's the wrong approach. The last thing we need is to have sensitive information be released without repercussions. It's dangerous.
You know, what's interesting here is it looks like the vulnerability was in the IT departments. It's hard for me to believe that that wasn't a vulnerability that somebody would have identified sooner.
Yeah, this is one of the things where you have to have internal, your organizations have to constantly be internalizing and making sure there are no breaches, that your people are handling classified material in the right manner. And this is also, I'll mention this too, Chuck, it seems like politics is seeped into all aspects of life. When I was serving in the military, yes, you followed the commander-in-chief, but you weren't following what, you know, the president had for breakfast. You were worried about doing your job. So I'm waiting to see the investigation take hold, but it worries me that you had we've had this breach because it hurts certainly our impact abroad, but also domestically how we handle classified material.
I want you to clarify something for me. You have made a pledge, threat, however you want to describe it, to House Republican leadership when it comes to issues about the border, meaning you don't want to have the show votes, it sounds like, for stuff that isn't going to get anything done, that only sort of divides the situation. But explain your position exactly so I'm not just characterizing it. You tell me in your words.
Yeah, no, I believe border security and immigration are two separate topics, and everyone in America should be against people that are coming over illegally, folks on the terrorist watch list, folks that are killing us with fentanyl. We all should be against that. I don't care where you fall on the political spectrum. In the same breath, we should welcome those that want to come to the United States legally, and we should encourage those to come through legally. We know who they are and how they're coming in the country. If we were to cut the legal aspects of people coming over, all that's going to do is encourage illegal immigration. Now, let me tell you why it's so important. My district is over 42% of the southern border, 823 miles. Places like Eagle Pass, Del Rio, Uvalde, El Paso. We are at the forefront of this crisis. So I can't have political grandstanding and go home. My people are literally dying and impacted every single week. So we need real, tangible solutions.
What do those solutions look like? Number one, I'm curious, it does seem as if this parole program, the app, has had some impact in a positive way on the border right now. Do you concur with that?
Not really, and I'll tell you why. I mean, every administration falls into this trap, whether it's Biden, whether it's Obama, Bush, Trump. They focus on the illegal aspect of the immigration crisis instead of the enforcement part of it and the legal aspect of it. And I'll give you an example. I believe we need to take the gloves off and we need to label cartels as terrorist organizations. I think we also need to have harsher penalties for smugglers and those that are responsible for fentanyl-related deaths. We also need to give resources to law enforcement, in particular sheriffs that are doing the job, and get a pay raise, a 14% pay raise to Border Patrol agents. That's border security. On the immigration front, I think this is where Congress needs to come together and work on areas that make sense, like work visas. These are people coming in to fill jobs. We know who they are. They're filling jobs no one else will fill. I think if you do those two things, you can secure this border. But the president can do things today by just enforcing the laws that are already on the books.
You want to treat the drug cartels like terrorist organizations. How do you handle the issue of the president of Mexico, who's known as AMLO, his shorthand, who has basically decided not to, to work with the cartels, not to work against them? It's pretty obvious that this is his policy, right? What is it? Hugs, not bullets. And it hasn't worked. But if you label them a terrorist organization, what do you think the reaction is going to be of the president of Mexico?
Yeah, I actually sat with President López Obrador in Mexico City. We had about a 4-hour conversation, a dialogue back and forth. And one of the things that came up was he highlighted that the cartels are part of the problem. In my eyes, when you label a cartel a terrorist, it's not sending in the Marines. It's not sending in the SEAL Team 6. I spent 20 years in the military, 5 years in Iraq and Afghanistan. I don't want war. I want to prevent that. What I envision is you take the gloves off and you go for the thing that hurts the cartels the most, and that is their money. You take away their money and you watch how fast they will squirm and all of a sudden change things. That's how I envision labeling the cartels as terrorist organizations.
So essentially,
those type of tools.
So it's essentially getting the Treasury Department involved and doing whatever it can to starve the cartels of their access to cash.
Absolutely. And others. Department of Justice probably would have a big role in that as well. Take the gloves off on DHS. I mean, these are the instruments I think we can use to curb this crisis that we're under.
Congressman Anthony Gonzalez, Republican from Texas. He's on a border district. Appreciate you coming on and sharing your views with us today. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Chuck.
Let me go back to Dasha Burns, because guess what? In literally the 5 minutes that I was doing that interview, it looks like we have an official passage of this bill. So, Dasha, is it both chambers of the state legislature?
Yep, so it passed the Senate last week, and we just heard the applause coming out from the chamber for the House of Representatives here. It has passed the House. It will now head to the governor's desk. Now, it passed 70-40 with 7 Republicans defecting and voting no on this bill. Like I said, from here, it goes to Governor DeSantis' desk, and I guess my credibility stands when I said they'll be passing it any moment now, Chuck. Right. Earlier, it didn't, in fact, just happen. So
well, that's
the South is now effectively an abortion desert here, Chuck.
And as you said, politically, it'll be interesting to see how much does Governor DeSantis own this decision. Anyway, Dasha again on the ground for us in Tallahassee. Dasha, thank you. We'll have more on this issue, politics of abortion, latest from 2024, after a quick break. Panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
This is what it looks and feels
the
like.
latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. California Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein, the dean of the Democratic caucus, has been absent from the Senate for 2 months now due to health issues and is now facing calls to resign from her own party. Feinstein, who is 89 years old and announced in early March she was diagnosed with shingles, is not running for re-election. But she said in a statement yesterday that she is not planning to step down. That came after fellow California Democrat Ro Khanna tweeted, "We need to put the country ahead of our personal loyalty. While she has had a lifetime of public service, it is obvious she can no longer fulfill her duties." It's worth noting that Khanna is backing progressive Congresswoman Barbara Lee in the campaign that's already begun for Feinstein's seat once it becomes open in 2024. And for what it's worth, Lee is the most likely appointee by Governor Gavin Newsom if Feinstein steps down, because Governor Newsom pledged that if there was a vacancy for the Senate, he would appoint a black woman to that seat. Feinstein's absence on the Senate Judiciary Committee has prevented nominees from getting to the floor. She's asking Leader Schumer to appoint a temporary replacement to fill her role on Judiciary. But that would require some assistance from the GOP, who may not want to let the Democratic majority confirm nominees. While Feinstein won't be back when the Senate returns Monday, Kentucky's Mitch McConnell and Pennsylvania's John Fetterman are both expected to be in the chamber after missing some time for health issues of their own. And when Congress gets back from recess, we can be sure they will be asked about the issue of abortion. And as we've seen recently, it's been a tricky subject for some Republicans, even presidential candidates. Here's South Carolina Senator Tim Scott.
Your colleague from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, has a bill to limit abortions at 15 weeks, federal restriction. Do you support that measure?
Yeah, so I would say this, that I am certainly 100% pro-life, without any question. I've been very, very clear about that, very consistent about that. I do think we spend not enough time understanding how far the far left has gone on the issue.
As president, if you were president, would you advocate for federal limits?
Yeah, so once again, I'm 100% pro-life, and I do believe that, no, that's not what I said. I do believe that we should have a robust conversation about what's happening on a very important topic.
Despite what he said there, Scott told a local television affiliate in New Hampshire this morning that while he believes the decision on abortion is up to the states, he would sign a 20-week ban if it came to his desk as president. Joining me now on set is Benji Sarlin, Washington Bureau Chief at Semaphore, former Senior Advisor to Vice President Kamala Harris, Simone Sanders Townsend, also a host of Simone, Weekends on MSNBC, and Republican strategist Brad Todd. Benji, it is interesting to play that clip of Tim Scott on this after I just had this conversation with Anthony Gonzalez, who wanted to talk about, well, I'm against taxpayer-funded abortions, which, you know, that was the old position in the pre-Roe, when we had Roe, that it was a standard position for a lot of federal office holders. It does seem like particularly federal office holders are struggling with what their pro-life means.
Yeah, for so long they were able to sign on to whatever anti-abortion bill came their way, knowing that it was not going to rise too much in voters' minds just because Roe v. Wade was in place.
The only people that cared were the vote counters at SBA, right?
Exactly.
Right.
You had all these interest groups that were very interested and were giving you a grade, but that was it. Now that they have to deal with a live issue of this will actually affect your constituents' lives in an extremely direct way, there's no consensus on how to respond. You see them divided at every level. Just within South Carolina alone, you have Nancy Mace, the congresswoman, who is saying the FDA should ignore this latest ruling on abortion pills, moving to
She's saying, ignore it completely. Yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah, and you have Lindsey Graham, the senior senator, calling for a 15-week national ban, which Tim Scott has sort of been hedging on and then said 20 weeks. And then you also have Nikki Haley, who's also running for president, the former governor. By the way, no one is sure what her position is either. She's been very vague as well. No, there's no consensus Republican take yet.
And Brad Todd, Ron DeSantis is about to own 6 weeks now.
Well, Joe Biden owns all the way to pregnancy, which is the least popular position of all.
I understand, but that's not the debate.
Sure it is. Sure it is.
But Brad, just because you say You want it to be the debate. It's not, because the issue at hand is whether it's legal or not.
The only difference is the fact
right now, you had Roe v. Wade. When you had Roe v. Wade, you could have that discussion.
Every single Democrat in Washington, the last Congress, voted for abortion to be legal all the way up to the end of pregnancy for any reason.
But that's
they
not
own
what's
that
at
position.
stake. I understand
no, they own that
but that's
position.
not what's at stake.
They own that position. It's just true. And
I understand
it's just
that,
the
but
same
a
as the
6-week
states.
ban.
It's the same in New York. It's the same in Massachusetts. It's the
And
same
in
in
Florida,
California.
it's a 6-week ban.
But
and
you
in
report
Texas,
on Florida and you report on the rest of it. You don't report when the blue states go to the far end that's not popular. We have just
calling it not popular? Brad, it is not. I understand. It just isn't reality. Reality is 65% of this country wants Roe v. Wade, which is 24 weeks.
60, you have to ask about time. You have to ask about, we're going to sort this out in this country. Maybe done state by state. Probably won't be done in Washington, I don't think. I don't think what the Democrats or Republicans want can reach consensus to get 60 votes in the Senate. It's probably going to be done state by state. And I don't know about that. Are we going to end up with a Portugal-like 10-week restriction? Or are we going to end up with a New Zealand-like 20-week restriction? I bet we don't end up at North Korea, which is what Democrats preserve.
So as the person here that, you sit by a number of Democrats and Democratic politics, and now I host a show where I have everybody come on. Brad, I think that the point that you are making, I'm quite confused by it, because I don't know anyone, any of the folks that I previously worked for, any of the people that I've advised, former colleagues that I have, who would say that they want a woman to kill a baby right before the baby is born. Everyone that I know that has had the most harrowing experience of having to terminate a pregnancy late in the term, it's because there was a question of the life of the mother. They were going to deliver a stillborn baby anyway. It's such a terrible and harrowing decision, and I have not birthed any children of my own, but I'm a stepmother, and I just could not imagine having to make that decision. So
no question.
When you say that Democrats just want to abortion at any time for any reason, what doctor gonna do that?
No, Simone, I'm referring to the vote Democrats took in the spring of 2022. It's a vote on the floor of the Capitol. I'm not saying that that's a desire. I'm saying it's a vote.
Got it. Well, I guess we could talk about the facts, right? And the facts are that across this country, the Republican Party apparatus campaigned on to what we were discussing, overturning Roe v. Wade for decades, right? I mean, Benji, y'all are having the conference this week at Semaphore talking to all the various folks. But the reality of that campaign, since Roe v. Wade was overturned due to the Dobbs decision, is women are jailed, women are threatened with jail with fines, doctors are threatened with jailing and fines, children are being made to have babies by their rapists. I'm not making it up. Hello. We just had a case about a 10-year-old girl, and that's not popular. That's not Republicans ran on, but that's exactly what's happening across the country.
So it comes back to this do you think the party has to have a consensus position by the time of the 2024 conventions?
Look, Roe v. Wade was the law for 50 years, and it never was fully accepted by the American public. Dobbs may not be fully accepted by the American public for a great time either. What we're talking about is a cultural question here, and you can't answer that in one legislative session or two political campaigns.
Why do you think why Roe is more popular today than it was at the time of its ruling?
Well, I think turnover and turmoil is unpopular. Change is unpopular because some people they're not presented with what that change is. And in fact, a lot of people who say they support Roe probably wouldn't have supported the Casey decision that greatly expanded Roe and prevented any restrictions late in pregnancy. I mean, a consensus of the American public would restrict abortion to the early parts of pregnancy. That's just a fact. And you can call it whatever you want to call it, but they would restrict it to that part. We're going to find out where they draw that line in the next couple of years. Campaigns are part of it, but they're just part of it.
Well, I think Brad's getting to part of the trouble here, which is everything you're talking about are talking points that I heard Republicans make on this issue before Dobbs, and in some cases they even gained some traction, like in Virginia, for example, where they were trying to expand abortion rights, a new Democratic legislature a few years ago. Things have changed since then, now that it's a reality. I mean, the flip side, we talked about how there was free votes, for example, that Republicans had signed onto legislation because people didn't think about the consequences. In theory, those votes were harmful for Democrats. But now, as Simone mentioned, people are dealing with the actual cases that are in question in those later-term abortions. And they are made for attack ads in a way that the other side's examples, which are very hard to find because in many cases they're theoretical, just are not. They're people dealing with very difficult pregnancies and very difficult decisions.
Well, this is probably the most difficult question we grapple with in American politics. And it's going to take time for the country to come to terms with where it is. and it doesn't easily fit into a soundbite. It doesn't easily fit into a 10-minute panel on a television show. But we will find our way through it. It may take a while.
I have to smirk, Chuck. I'm just smirking because I am struggling to find a law on the books that legislates what men can do with their bodies. But what is happening as it relates to the Dobbs decision is that these are the only rules that are coming onto the books in state legislatures across the country, legislating what women can do with their bodies. I think that women across the country, whether they're Democrats, Republicans, independent, or just people that aren't partisan, say, I just want to talk to myself and my doctor.
Let me close with this, speaking of gender differences. Let me start with you, Simone. Is Dianne Feinstein being treated differently as an aging woman senator than Thad Cochran, Mitch McConnell, Pat Leahy, Strom Thurmond? Or, you know, I could keep going.
I would just say, on one hand, yes. And let me just say, I think that Ro Khanna was not wrong, but he lacked sensitivity. The people did re-elect Dianne Feinstein in California, and yes, she has been absent. I would note her husband died last year, right? So there's a lack of sensitivity here, which is why I think you saw former Speaker Pelosi step in the way that she did with her statement.
Will Republicans help Democrats do this, considering that they have a lot of elderly people on their side, and you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander here, Brad?
Not on the Judiciary Committee.
So they'll just play hardball politics.
If she was on the Finance Committee, I think there'd be help, but not on the Judiciary Committee. Not when Democrats are talking about packing the courts.
When Chuck Grassley has problems, then and the shoe's on the other foot, this is going to have a long memory.
That's typically how the U.S. Senate works.
Yeah.
It does usually boomerang back.
Yeah. Speaking of which, what do we hear about Mitch McConnell?
Well, he's coming back. He's coming back on Monday. He's apparently recovered. There was a lot of questions about his health as well. They were, for a while, very slow to give information and updates. McConnell's a very private person in general, but he's apparently coming back. Senator John Fetterman's apparently coming back. So, you know, Republicans and Democrats are getting people on the other end. But I think you're naming, when we talk about some of the previous examples, first of all, let's stipulate, I'm sure there is some sexism at play. On the other hand, people are not imagining the difference between Feinstein and some of the other people who've missed time, like Mitch McConnell, like Fetterman. And they definitely are not imagining the difference between people like Robert Byrd and Strom Thurmond, which is that it's a 50-50 Senate. You cannot count on people crossing the aisle on even routine votes anymore.
But Benji, if Senator Feinstein were considered a progressive champion, do you think she'd be given more deference by the Ro Khannas of the world?
So I think the fact that they just went through this with someone who was an absolute legendary progressive champion is why there's so much pressure on her, and specifically on judges, which is Ruth Bader Ginsburg. For years, people were urging her, when Democrats held the Senate, to retire, specifically to avoid the exact national situation we are in right now, where abortion is illegal. And she didn't listen. And a lot of people on the left defended her on the basis of, how can you say this to this, you know, this legendary figure? And I think they regret those op-eds a lot right now.
If you all ask people in the Obama administration during that time, they will say that it was definitely a touchy situation, and it's hard to push. Easy to say, hard to do.
Good luck with that.
How is it possible Dianne Feinstein's not progressive in America?
Well,
how far left have we gone?
It depends on look at how far right. John Thune's a moderate. Benji, Simone, and Brad, thank you all, and thank you for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Coming on the air with dramatic new video of the arrest of the guy accused of leaking hundreds of classified documents, sending the intel community and allies scrambling. Look at this. Choppers over the suspect's house. And the big question tonight, how did someone who seemed fairly low level get such high impact access? We're also live in Fort Lauderdale, which is bracing for more rain, if you can believe it, after once in a 1,000-year floods. Schools and the airport drenched and closed again. What people there are expecting next. And a pretty stunning development after a top tech executive was stabbed and killed in San Francisco, with police now saying the Cash App founder actually knew his suspected attacker. We'll explain. Plus, the most controversial owner in sports may be on his way out. With new reports tonight, Dan Snyder is selling the Washington Commanders. So what does that mean for all those investigations into alleged fraud, sexual harassment, and more? And as Washington tries to crack down on artificial intelligence, we'll tell you about a startup that's using it to try to get you to click on more ads. That's coming up later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are seeing some new and dramatic video of federal law enforcement closing in on the man who they think is behind the leak of hundreds of classified documents. A security breach that's telling us a ton about what the U.S. thinks about the invasion of Ukraine and sending the intelligence community into a scramble. I want to walk you through what our Boston station's choppers caught at the Massachusetts home of Jack Teixeira. So you see his red car, this truck parked outside. The FBI you end up seeing approaching what looks like maybe an armored car out front, other vehicles around too. It's all happening before the moment that you see just about here. The clearest picture of him being patted down, hands behind his back. He's wearing that olive green shirt, red basketball shorts, alongside officials decked out in what looks to be military-esque gear. All of it before he's loaded up into the car that you see here, being taken away to the FBI field office in Boston, where he just arrived in the last hour or so. Here's what we know about him. Teixeira is 21 years old and a member of the Massachusetts Air National Guard. He's been in uniform about 3.5 years. His official job title is Cyber Transport Systems Journeyman. We're going to talk about that in a second. Our law enforcement sources say he's been on their radar for a while. Attorney General Merrick Garland taking no questions when naming Teixeira today, only to say that he was arrested, I'm quoting here, without incident. I want to get right to Ken Delanian, who is outside the Justice Department for us tonight. No official word on motive yet, Ken. Some have reported it out, but the big question everybody has, this guy worked for the Massachusetts National Guard, basically. At first glance, at first blush, that job title seems to be on the low-level side of things. How did somebody there get access to such sensitive documents to then be suspected of leaking them?
That's the million-dollar question, Hallie, and our colleague Courtney Cubey has answered it in part by reporting that he was essentially an IT specialist, which gave him greater access to material than a normal airman at that level and rank would have had. And what's amazing about this to me is this is exactly the situation with Edward Snowden 10 years ago. Edward Snowden had what quote-unquote super user status inside the National Security Agency. His job was to migrate data and fix systems, and he had administrative access, which gave him access to the keys to the kingdom, almost everything that was coursing through those servers, and he leaked a lot of it. Well, it looks like some of the same thing may have happened here. This airman, 21 years old, born after 9/11, is now accused of unauthorized retention and disclosure of classified information. He is suspected of having been the person who disclosed all these images of highly classified documents that we've been seeing in recent days. According to reporting in the Washington Post and the New York Times, he posted them to a chat room on Discord, a gaming platform, chat room called Thug Shaker, where there were a group of people he was close to over a number of years. And according to some of these people, he began posting highly classified material as long as a year ago. But it appears that the U.S. government only became aware of this about a week ago when the story broke. And, you know, the media found this guy before the FBI named him, but I'm told by my law enforcement sources that they have been on to him for many days, Hallie.
So what's so interesting here, Ken, is you're laying out this guy apparently an IT specialist, right? So you think, okay, how do you tighten up security so this doesn't happen again? If you're the Pentagon, that is clearly what they would want to do here. The press secretary there calling it a deliberate criminal rank, but also saying, yeah, somebody with this rank and age, et cetera, could have access to this. I want to play a little bit from that.
If you are working in the intelligence community and you require a security clearance, you're going to go through the proper vetting. We entrust our members with a lot of responsibility at a very early age.
Again, this guy, 21 years old, the suspect here. If the Pentagon wants to tighten up security, how do they do it, Ken? Like, right, what steps can they realistically take to prevent something like this down the road?
Well, there are two issues here. One, with IT. Back in the Snowden days, they said they're going to have two people, kind of a fail-safe system so that no one person would have access to all this information. Apparently, that didn't happen in this case. But the other issue is monitoring people with security clearances. They said after Snowden that they were going to adopt what's called continuous monitoring. Not just every 5 years you do a background check, but continually looking at people's social media, at their bank records, at other things that could raise a red flag. It's pretty clear that there aren't enough resources devoted to this because there are tens and tens of thousands of people who have high-level security clearances in our burgeoning national security state, Hallie.
We need to talk about the substance here, right? This leak happened. It is obviously, I think it's fair to say, egg on the face of the intel community of the fact that this happened at all, that this leak occurred. The president was really careful, President Biden, when talking about this today. Watch.
I'm not concerned about the leakages, and I'm concerned that it happened. But there's nothing contemporaneous that I'm aware of that is of great consequence.
So nothing contemporaneous of great consequence, he says. Help us parse this, Ken, because there is information that is now out there based on these leaks that both allies and adversaries would have an interest in for different reasons.
Part of that is Joe Biden being defensive, knowing he's going to be attacked by Republicans. But he has a point in the sense that these reports were snapshots in time. There was nothing in there about ongoing intelligence operations and nothing about human sources. And so some of the things that were described in these intelligence reports did not come to pass. But they're fairly recent, about as recent as I've seen, and there's some very sensitive information, for example, about holes in Ukraine's air defenses that I saw a senior member of Congress say today could get Ukrainians killed. So if I were in the government, I would never want to minimize the seriousness of this, and the people that I'm talking to in the intelligence community are very rattled by this disclosure, Hallie.
Ken Delanian, thank you so much. We're going to, I know, have you standing by in case there are more developments on this tonight. Appreciate it. Let's take it down south, where there is a state of emergency tonight in the city of Fort Lauderdale and the area around it, with more rain, if you can believe it, maybe on the way. The airport and schools shut down still after a torrential downpour overnight. The most rain in that city's history in one day. People now dealing with not inches, feet of water. Look at this. Look at what these cars are driving through. Homes are damaged. Logistical nightmares at the Fort Lauderdale airport, where the flooded runways will stay closed until at least tomorrow. And you can see why by just looking at this. A wall of water at the airport there. Yeah, that is why terminals are shut down. Schools in Broward County, they are out of operation also. Officials today not even speculating about when classes may pick up again. Let me show you how much rain fell in this greater area. 18 inches in Hollywood, 17 in Dania Beach, 15 in the city of Plantation, nearly 2 feet in Fort Lauderdale. Joining me now, NBC's Guad Venegas, who is in Fort Lauderdale. Bill Cairns, our meteorologist, is with us too. Guad, people are used to rain. It rains in South Florida, but not like this. And here it is coming down yet again.
Correct, Hallie. So we know that we get a lot of rain in this part of the country, but this amount of rain and just that amount of time was too much for the system. You can see the runway behind me here at Fort Lauderdale International Airport. The best way to describe it is it looks like a lake. It has been this way since last night, with people stranded inside the terminals. A lot of them had to sleep inside. Others that were on the way to the airport yesterday were stranded in their vehicles. Some had to walk through water with their luggage and hoping that today the airport would reopen and the water here would recede. We now know that that did not happen. And as you can see, it's now coming down hard again. We spoke to some of the passengers that were stranded in the terminal, including a woman who had to sleep inside with her 4 daughters. This is what she told us.
It's so I think we maybe got 4 hours of sleep, and it was freezing. It's either hopefully tomorrow night, like for Miami or Fort Lauderdale, or nothing until Sunday or Monday.
So that's just one example of a family that had to sleep inside the terminal. They were going to try to get a car rental and go to a different airport in a different part of Florida to eventually make it back home. And as you can see, this is the type of rain that came down overnight yesterday that brought these up to 25 inches. I mean, I don't have to describe the type of weather we get here, but these are the conditions. As many parts of Fort Lauderdale, not just the airport, but other neighborhoods, are still flooded from what came down yesterday, Hallie.
Guad Venegas, we talk more. I want to make sure that you get to a dry and safe place. I see your photographer there wiping the lens. Thank you for his hard work, too. It's almost unbelievable to think these people who have dealt with so much in the last 24 hours are now seeing yet another downpour. Guad, thank you. We'll check back in with you in a bit. Let me get to Bill Cairns. When's the rain going to stop, Bill? That's what people there want to know.
Hallie, this is ridiculous. You have to remember, this is spring break. I actually flew through Fort Lauderdale Airport on Saturday. I saw pictures of the bus that I took to the rental car place that had people in it with their feet up because there was water in the bus. I know exactly how bad that flooding is, and it's completely flat. It's almost like a lake now. It's going to take forever for that water to drain. And I can only imagine what the airport and county officials are thinking right now, seeing how hard it is pouring. The water didn't go down that much today, And now they're going to get another 1 to 3 inches of rain in the next couple hours on top of everything yesterday. I mean, can you imagine? They may not be able to open the airport tomorrow. A horrific situation. So here's the deal. Those thunderstorms, here's where Guad was located, right here where my finger is, just south of downtown Fort Lauderdale. They are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and they are under a brand new flash flood warning as this slow-moving storm will be over you. It's not yesterday. It's not 20 inches, but an additional 3 inches is certainly not helping things. And this time, it's not just areas that are down Fort Lauderdale. We have strong thunderstorms around Daytona Beach. We have a tornado watch up here in the Georgia, and we have 2 new tornado warnings here. Let's look at one of them near Toombs Central. This is mostly rural sections of south central Georgia. We haven't had any confirmed tornadoes, but that's an active tornado warning here. So, you know, the tornado sirens are going off. People are getting into their shelters, and that's happening now. The rest of this evening, we have about 10 million people at risk. It's that east coast of Florida back to that area in southern Georgia for the best chance of those storms. And then other areas of concern, it's hot. It is dry. We have fires burning in areas of Arizona and also in New Mexico. 7 fire incidents in Arizona. New Mexico's got 4. And it is extremely dry and hot in so many areas. Hallie, it hit 90 degrees in New York City today. Newark Airport is at 91 degrees. Wow. That was a record in Central Park. It's the first time that New York City has hit 90 in April since 2010. And it's only the 20th time in New York City's history that they've hit 90 in April. And that goes back to the mid-1800s.
There's some weird weather happening along the East Coast and through parts of the country here tonight. Bill Cairns, thank you very much for watching this. Appreciate it. We're also watching tonight the fight over an abortion pill getting another step closer to the Supreme Court, with the Department of Justice planning to ask the justices to block a new ruling making it harder to get this pill. This is after an appeals court overnight basically stopped this medication from being able to be sent to patients in the mail. If the Supreme Court doesn't weigh in, this could kick in as soon as Saturday. What would it mean? It means women would have to go to a doctor's office to get this pill. They'd have to take it under the supervision of a doctor. They wouldn't be able to just take it at home or get it sent to them. It's all coming as Florida lawmakers have just in the last couple of minutes passed what could become one of the strictest abortion bans in the country. I want to bring in Dasha Burns, who is on the ground in Tallahassee there. And Dasha, let me start with that news that's developed in the last couple of minutes here. We are seeing yet another state make a move to restrict access to abortion. This time it's Florida.
This time it's Florida, but it's not just going to impact Florida, Hallie. If you look at a map, you've got Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana with all-out bans, Georgia with a heartbeat ban. So Florida was sort of looked at as almost a sanctuary state in the South, even though Florida itself had a pretty strict 15-week ban prior to this bill. But still, it was one of the states in the area that people could actually access abortion care, period. Now that door seems to be closing, as just moments ago, the Florida House of Representatives passed the 6-week abortion ban here. It has already made its way through the Senate, so it's made its way through the legislature. Next, it heads to the governor's desk, and it passed today amid a lot of action here, Hallie. We had protesters here in the Capitol protesting both inside and outside of the chamber. At one point, the gallery in the chamber actually had to be cleared because of the disruptions. Take a look at that moment.
You have responsibilities to maintain the decorum in the Florida House. If you can't maintain the decorum, I will ask the sergeant to escort you to a room where you can watch the proceedings on the television.
Demonstrators throwing paper onto the House floor. They had stories of abortion, stories of trans folks, different appeals to the lawmakers there. Now the bill heads to the governor's desk, and we will see, Hallie, it'll be interesting politically just how public Florida Governor Ron DeSantis makes that bill signing, considering his upcoming likely bid for the White House.
So you've laid out what's happening in Florida, what this means for the South, given this news that has just developed here. Pull back nationally. And Dasha, I want you to, as much as you can, pragmatically and practically, what is the status of access to the abortion pill in this country right now? I think we made it pretty clear at the top, women, if this ruling is not taken up by the Supreme Court, cannot get this medication by mail. They'd have to go to the doctor's office. What else?
That's exactly right. We're basically back in the year 2000 now, right after the FDA approved this drug, which means that women cannot have it prescribed via telemedicine. That's a change the Biden administration made during the pandemic. It's going from 10 weeks being allowed to prescribe it to women at 10 weeks of pregnancy back down to 7 weeks. You do have to take it in the doctor's office now, as you mentioned before. This was a big thing for women, especially in rural areas where you have to make that trek to the doctor's office to be able to take this medication at home. It takes some time to work. It can be an uncomfortable and unpleasant and painful experience, Hallie. So this will change the way that women are able to take this medication, and it will limit access just because of those practicalities of how difficult it is for a lot of women in this country to get to a doctor's office to get this kind of prescription.
Dasha Burns, live for us in Tallahassee. Dasha, thank you very much. So take a look at this. You see former President Trump there. You're about to see him in some black SUVs passing by. Back in New York City, it's that car right there, facing more legal challenges. And you can see some protesters out today. It is a civil case in this instance, being led by the state's attorney general, Letitia James. She's accusing Mr. Trump, along with 3 of his kids, of illegally manipulating how much their assets are worth. Why? She says to mislead banks, tax officials, insurance companies. If the AG wins, she could block the Trump family and his company from running businesses in New York. They could also face a $250 million fine. In a statement, Mr. Trump's lawyer says he's got nothing to hide, that he looks forward to telling the AG about how successful his company is. As we know, the civil case is just one of multiple cases that the former president finds himself involved in. You see them on your screen, including the one that's the highest profile, of course, the one you've heard about most recently, those 34 felony charges he's facing, accused of lying about business records related to alleged hush money payments. Rahema Ellis is outside the New York Attorney General's office in Manhattan. So we know, Rahema, that the last time that the former president sat for a deposition in this case, he pleaded the Fifth. He pleaded the Fifth something like 400 times. But this is not like a criminal case. This is a civil case, and that matters because of how a jury could see him pleading the Fifth if he did that again, right?
You're absolutely right. The jury could look at this in an adverse way, and it could not work well for the former president. What you said just a few minutes ago about his attorney issuing a statement after his client had gone into the Attorney General's office, suggesting that he is willing and eager to tell his side. The former president was even saying this himself so much, it was foreshadowing, if you will, on a social media platform last night and this morning, saying that he thinks that this case is ridiculous and it should be dismissed. And he has a story to tell. He has a great company, and he wants to talk about it. So he's been in there about 7 hours. It's been a long day. We haven't heard anything. We've seen some protesters have come back, and at some point maybe we'll find out what he did have to say before the Attorney General.
He has long, since this case has at least been on the radar, at least, attacked the Attorney General there, Letitia James. He says that she is racist, that she's, doing this for political reasons, basically. He's been trying to push back discovery, but right now, it seems like the judge is holding pretty tight to this October 2nd trial date, right?
It sure does. The Trump organization would like very much to push it to September. They say they want more time in order to review the documents that the Attorney General has gathered. But the judge says right now he's not having any of it. As far as he's concerned, this is going to court on October 2nd.
Rahema Ellis, live for us in New York. Thank you. First day of jury selection in that hugely high-profile Dominion-Fox trial is just wrapping up in the last hour. And even though the judge had to find folks that had little to no opinion of Fox or Dominion, not an easy task, the court says they found enough potential jurors to send everybody else home. It means a jury will be seated Monday. It comes as the judge is also denying requests from media organizations like NBC News to broadcast any bit of the trial from court. This whole process, when finished, right, is going to mean 12 jurors, 6 alternates, to decide whether Fox defamed Dominion, a voting tech company, by airing lies about their products, conspiracy theories, essentially, after the 2020 election. We're talking about false claims of connections to the dead Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez, paid kickbacks to politicians, and rigged voting machines that flipped votes to then-candidate Joe Biden. Again, things with zero evidence that were put out. This is the biggest defamation case to go to trial in recent memory. It's got major implications for the First Amendment and protections that the media has had for decades. NBC's Jane Tim is at the courthouse now in Wilmington, Delaware. She is joining us from just outside. Jane, let me start with what we saw in jury selection. It sounds like it went fairly quickly, that they assembled at least a pool of potential jurors. And a lot of the questioning related to things like, what do you think of Fox? What have you heard about Dominion, right? Walk us through it.
Absolutely. So they're looking for people who aren't going to be relying on their personal knowledge from outside the courtroom in making their determinations. I want to read you a few of the questions these jurors were asked. And this is a long list of questions that all these jurors were asked. Things like, do you avoid any Fox News programs on television or on any social media? And if so, would this affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Have you or a family member or a close friend ever worked in a newsroom? The kind of thing that might inform an opinion if you come home hearing about how news is done. This is what they're trying to do to weed these people out. Delaware is a small state, so sometimes conflicts don't get you taken out of a jury pool. Was sitting in the media room earlier, and a reporter walked in who covers this courtroom. He was called for jury duty, as he said, it's Delaware. Of course I was. And he said, you know what? He got to the question, and they were like, you know what? You have too much personal knowledge about this. We're going to pull you out of that jury pool. And he was excused as expected.
It's super interesting here. When you look at Fox, and one of their big arguments is that what they air is protected by the First Amendment. No matter how the case is decided, this is not just about Fox News and Dominion, right? There are going to be winners and losers beyond just the scope of those two organizations here.
Absolutely. This goes all the way down to the election workers who are working the polls and whether or not those machines are Dominion, the local elected officials who hear conspiracy theories about Dominion in their Board of Supervisors meetings. But this comes down to, you know, if the Dominion wins, this could absolutely fuel copycat cases about what people say, how they fact check, how they sort of ask questions on the air. But if Fox News wins, it could also sort of lead people to say, like, what's defamation if you can't win it in this case? Obviously, that's an argument here. We're going to have to see how the evidence plays out in this specific court. But it's clear that this is going to spawn future cases, as it continues to do now.
Jane Tim, live for us there in Wilmington, Delaware. I'm sure we'll talk again in the days and the weeks to come. Jane, thank you very much. We are just learning that huge toxic fire at a recycling plant in Indiana is fortunately almost out. In just the last couple of minutes, we've heard from the city's fire chief saying that this thing that's been burning for more than 2 days might finally be extinguished by tonight. It doesn't mean schools are going to reopen, though. They're going to stay closed tomorrow again for a third day. And people are still evacuated with no timeline on when they'll be able to get back to their homes. You saw those huge black clouds of smoke kind of starting to turn gray now. This is from today. Look at the sky there. Our reporters on the ground say the smell of burning plastic is actually stronger than ever. We're starting to see, and you see it here, what little is left of that factory, the sort of debris left behind, with the big question tonight, who will be held accountable for all this? The city's already in a court fight with the owner of this plant over a possible fire hazard, even before this fire started. Jesse Kirsch is live for us near this scene in Indiana. So, okay, Jesse, it is obviously good news that this fire could be out as soon as tonight after burning for something like 48 hours. But what does it mean for people who still can't go home or still get their kids back to class?
Yeah, so Hallie, as you mentioned, schools are closed again tomorrow, and where we are right now is still in the middle of an evacuation zone with a half-mile radius around what is left of this facility. You can see behind me here the rubble. You can see this charred, what appears to be brickwork from back here, and we've still seen the fire hoses going off. But one thing we're really not seeing as much of now is a massive plume of smoke. That is something that obviously has been going here for days now, and officials say that the fire at this point is 90% extinguished. So that is great news. But we've had a shift in the smoke with the wind, and the temperature outside even is changing where the smoke is oriented in this community. And even beyond the evacuation zone, people are being asked to wear masks and shelter in place, especially on the east side. That was the recommendation earlier, at least, on the east side of this plume of smoke. And something that we know has been found here are volatile organic compounds. That's what officials said at a press conference earlier today. They haven't gotten more specific on what those compounds are, so we're waiting for further testing results. And in this community, officials have said they're not going to be having people return home if it is not yet safe. So obviously, there's still outstanding results that they're waiting for in this community, even as the fire continues to be battled.
Jesse Kirsch live for us in Richmond. Jesse, thank you very much for that update. Coming up here on the show, thousands of people in Texas about to find out if they're going to lose their whole library system over a fight about banned books. We've got a live look inside the meeting happening now, coming up. Plus, the Women's Tennis Association doing a pretty big U-turn when it comes to its China boycott. We'll tell you why in the 5 Things.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We are learning tonight from police that the tech executive killed in San Francisco last week apparently knew the man suspected of stabbing him. Police say Nima Momeni is a tech consultant and that he's expected to be arraigned tomorrow. Remember, the death of Bob Lee, who you see here, the Cash App founder, really triggered this debate nationally over safety in San Francisco, with the DA using the announcement of this new arrest today to call out Elon Musk, who tweeted after the killing that violent crime in San Francisco is horrific. Listen.
Reckless and irresponsible statements like those contained in Mr. Musk's tweet that assumed incorrect circumstances about Mr. Lee's death serve to mislead the world in their perceptions of San Francisco and also negatively impact the pursuit of justice for victims of crime.
The arrest comes just over a week after Lee was found stabbed just before 3 a.m. Nyala Charles is joining us now. So, Nyala, that is a strong statement, of course, from that DA. Walk us through what else we know here, how these two may have known each other. What happens next here?
Well, so far, the police chief isn't releasing, Hallie, more information on exactly how they knew each other. He says it's still an open investigation And because of that, there's still a lot of things that they're trying to put together here. He says they do have evidence that they knew each other, but the key thing is how. We do know they're both in the tech industry. But another important thing, Hallie, here, police say they believe Lee was stabbed with a knife. So we do have that information as well.
Do they have any sense of motive specifically?
Still haven't released a possible motive here, but we do expect and hope to learn more about that tomorrow when the suspect is arraigned in court. We do know that prosecutors will be requesting no bail for the suspect, and because of that, they will have to argue to the judge why they believe that's necessary. So it is possible that within that argument, we will learn more about that. Hallie?
We showed some pieces of that news conference just within the last maybe 90 minutes or so, and there was a lot of discussion about accountability. We've talked about it on this show, right? San Francisco kind of fighting, but in some ways it's a PR battle nationally. There are those politically on the right who point to San Francisco and say it is evidence that crime is out of control in this more liberal-leaning city. You've obviously got people in San Francisco working to defend its city's reputation. Give us the gut check and the reality check on the statistics here, right? Because this is really coming to light after what happened to Mr. Lee.
Hallie, well, we do know within the last couple of years, violent crime in San Francisco has gone up, although the DA says most recently they're seeing a decrease in crime in various areas. Today in the press conference, the DA did express her frustration with the response to Lee's death in regards to how people were talking about San Francisco, assuming really that this was a random crime. So because of that, there was a lot of reignited conversation about safety in San Francisco and the feeling that it is an unsafe city. So today, the DA was fighting against that narrative along with the police chief. This is what he said. Take a listen.
Just put it in any other city. I don't believe it would have changed the circumstances one bit. This is not about San Francisco. It happened in San Francisco, and that is unfortunate. It's even more of a tragedy that it happened at all, but this speaks to more about human nature.
So again, they're the police chief saying that this has to do with more so the relationship between the suspect and Bob Lee. Hallie?
Nyla Charles, live for us in California with that. Thank you very much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the top Republican in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, says he will be back at work Monday in person. Remember, he'd been working from home the last few weeks, ever since he got out of a rehab center. He tripped and fell at a dinner in D.C. last month and was hospitalized. Number 2, California Senator Dianne Feinstein is asking to be temporarily replaced on the Senate Judiciary Committee while she recovers from shingles. We brought you as breaking news on the show 24 hours ago that she's facing now the first calls on the record from members of Congress to step down from fellow Democrats. Her critics have suggested that her absence has slowed down how many confirmations President Biden can get for his judicial nominees. Feinstein, who's 89 years old, has not voted in the Senate since February. Number 3, President Biden overseas tonight, attending a big banquet in Ireland at Dublin Castle after meeting with the country's president and prime minister and speaking with Parliament. Listen.
If you forgive the poor attempted Irish, Tamasha Walia, I'm at home.
Tomorrow, the president is planning to visit another area that is close to him personally before returning back to Washington. Number 4, the Women's Tennis Association says it'll start doing events in China later this year, ending its boycott. Why did it start that boycott? Do you remember back in 2021, there were safety concerns about former player Peng Shuai. She had accused a high-ranking Chinese official of sexual assault and then basically disappeared. She dropped out of the view of people, the public. The WTA says the situation has shown no sign of changing and that they needed a different approach. They say they've been in touch with people close to Peng Shuai and are assured she is living safely in Beijing. Number 5, California's Disneyland says its Splash Mountain ride will close at the end of May. It's a ride that got a lot of criticism for its racist roots. It's been around more than 30 years. It'll get a total makeover and will reopen next year, inspired by The Princess and the Frog. Disney World's Splash Mountain closed back in January. Some big news in the football world. The owner of the Washington Commanders is reportedly close to a deal to sell his team for the low price of $6 billion. That would be a record for any sports franchise in North America, right? Now, you're like, Hallie, wait a second. Why are you talking about the sale of a sports team? Why is that national news? Dan Snyder is not just any owner of any sports team, right? He is an owner who is in the spotlight in a serious way, facing a series of allegations from a toxic culture that includes alleged sexual harassment of cheerleaders and female employees to alleged financial misconduct and bank fraud. Congress is looking into some of this. Snyder has denied all of the allegations you see on screen there. The reported new owners are led by a group that includes Josh Harris, who also owns the Sixers in Philly and the NHL's New Jersey Devils, and NBA Hall of Famer Magic Johnson, who's a part owner of the LA Dodgers. Ben Standig joins me now, a senior writer for The Athletic, who covers the Commanders. I know there are Commanders fans out there tonight, Ben, who are like, finally, relief. I mean, I know some of those Commanders fans personally, right? But this is certainly not a done deal yet, the sale.
Not a done deal. They've come to an agreement in principle. It's not exclusive, though. So in theory, somebody else could jump in. There was another group coming out of Canada that put in a bid for essentially the same $6 billion. So I think they still think they're involved. But at this point, it looks like Josh Harris.
I think the big question that a lot of people have, and I will tell you a big question that I have, because we've covered the saga of Dan Snyder and these allegations, again, in D.C. Like, there's a lot to this. What does this potential sale mean for all of those investigations against Snyder? We heard from the lawyers who represent more than 40 Commanders employees who say today marks the end of a long and difficult chapter for workers. Tell me what this means writ large for those accusations.
I think those accusations are still going forward. There's a D.C. has a situation going on involving not just Dan Snyder, but the NFL and how everything's been handled. Eastern District of Virginia is looking into bank fraud. The NFL's own investigation, led by Mary Jo White, still looking into allegations made against Dan Snyder specifically, as well as how the organization handled their own finances. All these things are still going forward. What happens? Do we continue to talk about it in the same way? I don't know about that. Dan Snyder supposedly was looking for cover from the league if he were to go ahead and sell. And I think that is a question that we all have asked. Is he going to be held accountable if, depending what happens?
Pull that thread. Explain what you mean. Do you mean that if he becomes now a former owner, that perhaps the NFL might not be so, the speculation is that the NFL would be less aggressive in going after him? Or help us understand that.
In terms of their own investigation, I think we all are kind of wondering what's going to happen. Okay. Roger Goodell just repeated the other day at the owners meeting that they will release these findings.
Okay.
What those findings will look like, that's going to be the question, and how scrubbed over is it, I guess. We'll see. But the rest of it, yeah, everybody's still going forward. I believe I saw the D.C. Attorney General today said they are still moving forward on their case, and the Washington Post reported that. So, yeah, Dan Snyder is not off the hook as far as we know with any of this, but nonetheless, people may pull back to a degree if he's out of the way.
A question mark is what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Sure, he may not be off the hook. He's going to be richer by a lot because $6 billion is a tremendous amount of money. I don't think I have to tell you that, or anybody that. He bought the team for $800 million back in 1999. What was the leverage factor here? How did he get so much for this team? Is it because the NFL writ large is just so darn lucrative?
Right. Even if it's viewed like Dan Snyder selling a distressed property, it's not. It's the NFL. Yeah. It is the cash cow of cash cows, and people want to get into that exclusive club. There's only obviously 32 owners for these teams. So, yeah, that's why people were willing to do it. Josh Harris, as we mentioned, he last year tried to buy the Denver Broncos, came up short there. He obviously owns an NBA and an NHL team. Now he adds to that portfolio. Magic Johnson was with him trying to get the Denver bid. Now he's here as well. So, yeah, whatever Dan Snyder is dealing with, they want the team.
It's funny. A lot of people in D.C., there was some speculation. Could it be Jeff Bezos? Could he be making him play? It turns out, not the case here.
That would always seem to be a bit wishful thinking,
yeah.
That people are like, it makes sense on some levels, but he did show some interest, but never got any real sense that he was a real bidder on this.
Ben Standig, thank you very much. I'm sure this is not the last time we'll talk. Appreciate
Thanks.
it. Coming up here on the show, we've got a little bit of breaking news coming into us. A Texas county has just voted on whether to shut down a library system that helps thousands of people over a fight on a book ban. We've got the results of that coming up in just a sec. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News tonight, a Texas county has just voted to keep its entire public library system open after threatening essentially going nuclear and shutting them all down because they'd been ordered to unban a bunch of books. We have members of our NBC News team's affiliate down in the area in Llano County inside this commissioner's special meeting where people were speaking out, talking about, hey, keep the libraries open, shut them down so we don't have to bring back these books we wanted to be banned. Listen to what was going down just within the last couple of minutes.
The books that are in the library are not pornographic. None of them are. The list that you received, have you read any of them?
I am in favor of closing the libraries temporarily until we find a solution to the pornographic filth we do have.
So you hear folks on both sides there. This is a small community just outside Austin that's become the basically latest front line in the so-called culture war. Over about a dozen books, most of them for kids, like the classic In the Night Kitchen by Maurice Sendak, but also some books about race and social justice, like Caste, The Origins of Our Discontent. There was a lawsuit filed by some people who live in Llano when these books were banned, and a federal judge said, hey, it's actually not constitutional to ban them. He said, you got to put them back into circulation. Aaron Gilchrist has been following the latest on this story. So when that judge said, hey, put them back into circulation, some of these officials in this county said, you know, we're going to just maybe shut down the library system instead. They didn't actually do that, though.
Yeah, no, we were watching this very closely, and the producer, Ben, was texting me about this as I was sitting waiting to come in here.
Shout out, Ben.
Yeah,
yep.
On top of it for sure. And essentially, the judge there, the county executive, came back from a closed session, executive session, and said, you know what? We banned these books because not enough people were checking them out. That was part of the argument they made last year in this case.
I thought they were banning them because of the content.
Well, they didn't say that outright. That was the sort of the accusation on the other side, that it was really a censorship move, not so much a circulation move. And honestly, in most circumstances, librarians make decisions about how to move books around if there's a circulation issue. It's unusual for the county to step in and make something like that happen. And he essentially accused the plaintiffs in this case of forcing the county to sort of run up the bill, paying for these legal procedures. And they said, you know what, all right, fine. We're not going to close the libraries. The libraries will stay open, and the books will have to go back on the shelves in order for the county to meet the requirement from the judge.
You talked to one of the people who live in this county who brought that lawsuit that basically said, we don't want these books to be banned. Tell me more about that conversation.
Yeah, we talked to Leila Green Little, who was sort of the leader of the group of plaintiffs in this case, and she essentially said that, you know, this is censorship and it's not okay. It's not something that she wanted to see in the county libraries. It's not something a lot of folks who spoke, a dozen or so people spoke tonight at that meeting, and most of them were in favor of keeping the libraries open. A few people spoke, and they talked about there being porn in some of these books without really explaining why they felt that way or talking about what they thought qualified as porn. But I want you to hear a little bit from Leila and what her reasoning is about why this was a case that she wanted to fight, an idea that she wanted to fight in terms of banning books and closing the libraries.
It's awful. It's horrifying, and it's deeply disappointing to me to know that my county is even considering closing down a public library system. I can tell you that the concept of book banning is incredibly unpopular across all political persuasions, and you know, independents, Republicans, and Democrats.
And it seems as though the debate here is going to continue, though. There were people who spoke at this meeting who said they wanted these books that they deemed pornographic, children's books, to be moved to a part of the library where only adults could have access to them, or close the library. And so the push to do something isn't over.
I have to ask, just because we showed it on the graphic and people might have this question, one of the books is about a farting leprechaun. What's the objectionable piece of that?
So if you,
I've never read it. I don't know.
And I haven't read it either. But there's that book. There's another book that references butts and farts, and it's a children's book. And I think if you think about the copper tone baby, that image of the dog pulling the shorts, I think it's something along those lines, cartoonish, that some people feel is inappropriate for children to have access to.
Aaron Gilchrist, it is an interesting resolution for now to this piece of the puzzle, but you have to think that given how widespread some of these moves to ban books is becoming across the country, it's probably not the last.
Not the last, right.
Aaron Gilchrist, thank you so much. Coming up here on the show, why protesters in France who are really mad about this plan to raise the retirement age are now targeting a luxury giant. Plus, it wasn't diamonds, it wasn't dollar bills, it was 1 million dimes almost stolen from a trailer in Pennsylvania. Look at this. We've got the investigation happening now in the local.
Back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi! Hi, family!
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, more protests across France, a new wave, really, with hundreds of thousands of people marching across the country against the president's unpopular plan to raise the retirement age. You had demonstrators, look at this, swarming the Paris headquarters of luxury giant LVMH, saying the French government should tax the rich more instead of making people work longer for their pensions. The head of that company, Bernard Arnault, is reportedly the world's richest person. We've also seen confrontations in Bastille Square, police stepping in, look at this, using tear gas to try to separate out the crowds. All of this comes ahead of an important day on Friday when the sort of highest constitutional authority in France will lay out its decision on this pension change, this retirement plan change. Protesters are not going to be allowed to demonstrate near where the vote is happening now from tomorrow until Saturday morning. Ali Arouzi is joining us now live from Paris. So tomorrow, you got this reform law that goes to a vote. Is it possible they could scrap the plan or scrap parts of it?
Well, Hallie, this entire fate of this bill now is in the hands of this Constitutional Council, and they could decide to scrap it altogether or fully support President Macron. Now, traditionally, that council has usually supported the president's office, and the conventional wisdom here is that they will do so again tomorrow, perhaps with some caveats. And the reason is that most of the people on that council are seen as Macronists. They see eye to eye with him on this pension pension reform plan. They think this is needed to balance the books in the country, and if that doesn't happen, the situation here could be far worse. And they're very keen to resolve this situation because the country has come to a sort of a standstill. These strikes have affected everything here, from air transport, ground transport, healthcare, oil refineries, schools, and even garbage collection. So it's really, really affecting the economy and the day-to-day works of the country, and they want to resolve it. But what's for sure, Hallie, is whether this bill goes through or not tomorrow, the divide between these two sides couldn't be bigger.
What's interesting here, too, is that Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, is set to visit Notre Dame with his wife tomorrow before they sort of mark the anniversary of the fire there. He's getting out in the streets, protests be damned in some ways. What's the sense of the reporting around his attitude towards this tonight? Meaning the protests, the demonstrations, the controversy now that has been lasting for weeks over this pension change plan.
Well, it's a kind of a message from Macron that it's just another day at the office. It's business as usual, and he's probably feeling pretty confident that this bill is going to go through tomorrow, possibly with a caveat or two, and he will have gotten his way. And of course, Callie, he doesn't have that much to lose. He keeps saying that he doesn't mind how unpopular this bill makes him, but he doesn't have to worry about opinion polls and getting re-elected because the French Constitution only allows 2 terms. So it doesn't matter if this bill goes through and he's terribly unpopular. But what a lot of commentators here are saying is that he hasn't really selected a clear leader to follow him in his party. And if this bill does go through and there's still a lot of commotion in this country, it hangs in the balance. There's no clear leader to make sure it works. And the argument here is that he just hasn't gone about this properly. There is an argument for raising the pension, but it could have been done in a much better way. Instead, he's caused this huge divide in the country and made the two extremes even more extreme here in France, really getting rid of what was the center.
Ali Arouzi. So, Ali, so I understand, by this time tomorrow night, we may know how that authority has ruled, right? How this ruling went down?
Exactly. By tomorrow afternoon, Paris time, we'll know what their decision is.
Well, then we will, I'm sure, be talking again based on that. Ali Arouzi, thank you very much, live for us in Paris tonight. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Northeast Bureau, the finish line for the Boston Marathon is finished. 30,000 runners getting ready to go on Monday. You got barricades, bleachers set up all along the route. It's been 10 years since the Boston Marathon bombings, so security will still be ramped up throughout the city. Also out of our Northeast Bureau, police in Philly say a trailer with like $750,000 worth of dimes was robbed this morning. Apparently these dimes were in an unmarked trailer in a parking lot of a Walmart. When officers got there, you see what happened. The dimes were all over the place. It's not clear just how much money was taken. Out of our Western Bureau, you're looking at a reunion in Alaska, a month in the making. This family's year-old Australian shepherd reportedly disappeared when they were visiting an area near the Bering Strait. Weeks later, people like 150 miles away started posting pictures online of a missing dog. His owners have no idea how he got that far. They think maybe he was hunting or something. Little pup's in good health, too, except for some bite marks from an animal TBD, but he is home, getting lots of love from his fam. Still to come. We all know that the ads that we see are already pretty targeted to us, right? But companies are about to up the ante. We'll tell you how they're using AI to do it next.